For 5 years, I have tended the only farm in the world, yet it has never borne a single fruit. Each day, I diligently cultivate a variety of vegetables and crops, even toiling away while others slumber. Despite this relentless dedication, I have cast aside the practice of ninjutsu, even severing ties with my elder brother, Uchiha Fugaku. Nonetheless, I harbor no regrets. However, while many of my clansmen believe that I, the farmer scion, was solely focused on agriculture and shunning involvement in the Third Shinobi World War, I suddenly defied their expectations that I could set ablaze my 500 acres of land. For today marks the moment when my efforts will finally bear fruit. As this thought crossed my mind, a smile crept across my lips, and I hastened back to my humble abode, sitting cross-legged upon my bed. Yet, as I closed my eyes, I found myself transported to an unfamiliar realm. Before me lay a singular landscape, characterized by a verdant field and a modest wooden cottage. It was then that I discovered, upon traversing into the world of Naruto, an inexplicable farm had manifested in the recesses of my mind. The seeds required for cultivation were astonishingly formidable. By burying the bones of others in the soil, I could reap their abilities once the flowers bloomed. Just then, an overwhelming fragrance wafted into my nostrils, igniting a spark of excitement within my eyes. Could it be that the Sharingan fruit was blossoming? As I gazed into the distance, I beheld a vibrant crimson stalk, but what captivated my attention was the prominent black tomoe symbol at its core identical to that of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Elation surged within me, and I was about to exclaim my joy when, in the next instant, I felt a warm sensation circulating within my eye sockets. Rushing to a nearby pond, I utilized its reflective surface to scrutinize the transformation in my eyes. Two profound tomoe emanated a mysterious luminescence. However, after a moment of realization, I sighed heavily. The bones I had painstakingly acquired belonged to a mere tomoe Sharingan. Had they belonged to figures of unparalleled might, such as Uchiha Madara, Senja Hashirama, or the Sage of Six Paths, I might have ascended to the realm of a super shadow. Though aware of the rarity of their bones, I remained humble. In the next moment, I produced a packet of white powder, decisively tearing it open and sprinkling its contents upon the blossoming flower. In an instant, the Sharingan flower began to swell ominously, its size more than doubling, and the dual tomoe at its center transformed into a tritomoe. This white powder, known as quality fertilizer, would facilitate rapid upgrades for any flower or plant with just one packet. This tiny sachet had caused me considerable hardship over the years. Meanwhile, in the real world, I gazed into the mirror, admiring my tomoe Sharingan, a satisfied smile gracing my face. With this newfound strength, I must now prepare for the special fertilizer required to ascend to the coveted Ninetomoe Rinnegan. Yet, as I willed my Sharingan back to its normal black state, a sudden thought struck me. Today marks the birthday of my elder brother, Uchiha Fugaku. Although our relationship is rather strained, even fraught with deep-seated conflicts, he remains my biological brother, and our bond lacks any profound enmity. Thus, in a gesture of goodwill, I took a gift box and decided to visit him, hoping to also see my 4-year-old nephew, Uchiha Itachi. To my surprise, my visit extended into the evening. I was certain that my brother would not have kept me there without reason. Indeed, once my sister-in-law, Uchiha Makoto, had lulled Itachi to sleep and returned to their room, Fugaku broached the topic. He revealed that the village was facing unfavorable circumstances in the war against the Sand Village. The Hokage had decided to ally with the Water Country to jointly pressure the hidden Sand Village. However, the Water Country imposed a harsh condition. To prevent any betrayals from our Leaf Village, they demanded that Itachi be sent to the Mist Village as a hostage. Hearing this, a chill ran down my spine. I could not help but slam my hand on the table, exclaiming in anger that they were attempting to coerce us. We absolutely cannot send Itachi there, and I was certain that the Hokage would never agree to such a demand, especially considering the dire consequences of the Sharingan's power, falling into the wrong hands. Yet, despite the turmoil within him, Fugaku could hardly mask the bitterness he felt. Under pressure from Danzo and the two advisors, the Hokage reluctantly acquiesced, and their demand was nothing less than the extraction of Itachi's 2 eyes. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in resignation, but after a moment, when his crimson eyes fixed intently on me, an ominous thought surged within me. The upper echelons of the village were not inclined to directly offend the Uchiha clan, thus, a compromise was conceived. They hoped that I could undertake the journey to the Water Country in Itachi's stead, as I am the younger brother of the current team leader, making my presence more suitable than Itachi's. Moreover, Itachi had yet to awaken his Sharingan, ensuring that its power would not be leaked. Upon hearing this, I clenched my fists, my expression devoid of emotion, yet I did not respond immediately. Instead, I took a deep breath and, in a hoarse voice, asked if I had ever committed any acts against my brother over the years. Fugaku lowered his head, unable to meet my gaze, and sighed that he had not. Then why do you push me into the abyss? I nearly shouted in frustration, my anger boiling over to the point where I shattered the table before me with a single strike. Years ago, I had chosen not to involve myself in family matters and had relinquished the position of clan leader that was rightfully mine to you. Although you have ignored me for years, now you dare to thrust me into such peril? Is this how you repay your own brother? Uchiha Fugaku, with a flushed face, struggled to articulate a response. However, as he bowed his head in shame, a few brazen voices erupted from outside. How dare you, Uchiha? You have the audacity to threaten the clan leader? The sound of the table shattering drew the attention of several Uchiha clan members. This is our private matter. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. As I spoke, my dark eyes began to swirl intensely, revealing 3 tomoe, which caught the gaze of everyone present. What a farce! When did he awaken his Sharingan? How could he possibly possess 3 tomoe at such a tender age of 12? As the members of the Uchiha clan whispered in disbelief, Uchiha Fugaku, 12 years my senior, nearly stumbled in shock. His face turned a ghastly shade of green. The primary reason he had chosen me as a hostage was the knowledge that I had yet to awaken my Sharingan, alleviating his concerns regarding the bloodline limit. However, to his astonishment, I had now activated the 3 tomoe Sharingan. To make matters worse, this younger brother, whom he had considered somewhat favorable, had already offended him with words that could not be retracted. My gaze was firmly fixed upon this brother, and I was taken aback by his lack of loyalty. In a desperate bid to save his own son, he had resorted to offering his own brother as a hostage. Moreover, the land of water had always been isolated while entry was simple. Escape was as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Just as Fugaku found himself in this dilemma, a melodious voice caught my attention. Young Master Silver. A man clad in umbu attire emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing Uchiha Shisui, I could not help but coldly inquire what he had to say. The clan leader's reluctant request, though it may seem unreasonable, I hope that young Master Silver can acquiesce, as it would benefit both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. At that moment, the crowd began to stir restlessly. For the future of the entire clan, what's wrong with sacrificing a little? Soon, the Uchiha surged forward, attempting to leverage their numbers against me. Clearly, they intended to threaten me with force. My eyes narrowed, a dangerous glimmer flashing within. Yet in the next moment, I abruptly shifted my tone. If you wish for me to partake in this mission, I will, but first, allow me to witness the prowess of Uchiha Shisui. What? Young Master Silver wishes to challenge me? Shisui was taken aback, his surprise evident that it was not that he underestimated me, rather. This farmer's son rarely ventured outside and seldom practiced ninjutsu, leading everyone to label me as useless. If I lose, I will willingly go to the land of water as a hostage, I replied nonchalantly. However, the next instant, a glint of brilliance flashed in my eyes. But if you lose, you must provide me with 100 milliliters of your own blood. Upon hearing this, Shisui was struck by a realization. Although 100 milliliters of blood would not significantly harm him, he was more concerned about its intended use. Even after much contemplation, he could not fathom my purpose. Thus, gritting his teeth, he eventually agreed. Unbeknownst to Shisui, that blood was a crucial item necessary for initiating an important task within my farm. Soon, as our 2 figures blurred and engaged in a fierce exchange of blows at the Uchiha training ground, the observing members of the Uchiha clan were rendered speechless. Why was this mere farmer's son so formidable? With a resounding impact, Shisui staggered back several paces, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded me. He clenched his trembling fist, realizing that his strength paled in comparison to mine. His expression hardened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted forth with tremendous force. Yet, I merely scoffed at the display, dismissing it as a trivial skill. Subsequently, the same hand seals were formed with the water's stillness. 2 fireballs of identical size soon collided violently, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Ultimately, they both erupted, transforming into a myriad of flickering sparks. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Stunned, I instinctively raised my gaze, only to see a cold fist hurtling toward me. Pain shot through my face as I was sent flying backward. You understand why. Years ago, my father passed a leadership position to me, a mere child. The fierce onslaught suddenly halted as I whispered softly. It was because despite my tender age of just 8, I was the strongest within the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, as I continued, my eyes widened like autumn waters, encompassing every member of the Uchiha family. The bonds of brotherhood had vanished, leaving us as strangers, and I resolved that there would be no further ties between myself and the Uchiha clan. From this moment forth, we would each walk our separate paths. With that, I closed my eyes, beginning to reminisce about the fragments of the past. In that instant, I stood perfectly still, my ocular powers surging at an astonishing pace. Though this scene lasted only a few fleeting seconds, my visual prowess experienced a significant enhancement, filling me with uncontainable joy. Just then, a voice emerged from behind me. It seems that mere resolve cannot quell silver. I turned to see Shisui had already activated his tomoe Sharingan, taking a deep breath before swiftly forming hand seals for the fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A colossal dragon head of flames surged toward me. Yet, under the influence of my Sharingan, I remained unperturbed by the formidable technique. I shall accept your jutsu, I declared, effortlessly discerning Shisui's movements, mirroring his hand seals. Simultaneously, I unleashed a fire dragon of equal might, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the two flames clashed. As the two fire dragons neared mutual annihilation, Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing an opportunity. His tomoe Sharingan spun seamlessly, perhaps due to the distraction of the counterattack. I inadvertently revealed a relaxed expression, and in silence, he executed a hand seal, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, several massive, ferocious fire dragons roared forth. A sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Truly, he was the Uchiha clan's most prodigious talent. The earlier fire dragon had merely served as a diversion, aimed at inducing overconfidence in me. The next moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look!" And before I could react, Shisui executed another set of seals. Everyone's attention shifted to him, completely overlooking my indifferent demeanor. "Wind release," he declared confidently. With this, he would seal the flames, intensifying both the power and speed of the fire dragons. Indeed, it appeared this was the end. The wind release, great breakthrough, amplified the ferocity of the fire dragons, enhancing their mass, might, and velocity several-fold. Yet as I gazed at the approaching massive fire dragon, I did not retreat. Instead, I advanced a step forward, channeling my chakra. The fire release, great fire extinguished, unleashing an endless sea of flames. The diameter astonishingly reaches approximately 200 meters. The approaching blazing dragon was swiftly extinguished. Amidst the sea of flames, it was as if a stone had been cast into the ocean, leaving no further disturbance. Not only that, but the overwhelming onslaught of fire surged toward Uchiha. It was revealed that when Uchiha Madara departed from the clan, most of his ninjutsu scrolls fell into his father's hands, and subsequently his father distributed many of them to me, including the Grand Fire Destruction technique. The members of the Uchiha clan gazed at me in shock, their minds swirling in tumult, as if they were witnessing a manifestation of Uchiha Madara himself. After all, the Grand Fire Destruction was Madara's signature move, and the path I now tread bore striking resemblance to his. Not only was my strength extraordinarily formidable, but I had also completely severed ties with the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head in shame. Soon, a wretched wail escaped Shisui's lips as he writhed on the ground, engulfed in flames. "What are you fools standing around for? Quickly, save him!" Uchiha Fugaku commanded the onlookers with a stern expression. Yet, when his gaze fell upon me, he awkwardly remarked, "You should return. I will seek others for this matter." In response, I cast him a dispassionate glance and replied, "No need for that. I shall replace you and head to the land of water. Not misunderstand my choice. To take your place signifies a definitive severance from you all. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, I left behind a vague silhouette, uttering one last phrase, "Shisui, I hope you adhere to the agreement." As the others witnessed my intent to depart, they immediately stepped forward to stop me. "Stop! You cannot leave. What if the bloodline of the Sharingan falls into the hands of the hidden mist village?" Upon hearing this, I turned back and glanced at Fugaku, knowing he wished to voice the same concern. I coldly replied, "You need not worry about this, I am well aware. Should such an event occur, I will destroy my own eyes to prevent the Uchiha bloodline from being lost. With that, I vanished in an instant. Upon returning home, I began to study the ninjutsu scrolls left by my father. The scrolls were ancient, containing even Uchiha Madara's meticulous notes. However, as nightfall approached, a member of the Uchiha clan delivered 100 milliliters of Shisui's blood. My excitement surged, for with this, I could initiate the mission to obtain Admiral Akina's bones. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the farm to unlock the task, I found myself deceived by the farm spirit. Shisui's blood was merely the catalyst to start the mission, and I would need to slay the third Mizukage to truly acquire Akina's bones. Resolute in my decision, I vowed to eliminate the third Mizukage, for I possessed an intimate understanding of the volcanic fruit's extraordinary potential. Should I miss this opportunity, it would likely never present itself again. As the days passed swiftly, the Hokage's office became a gathering place for a considerable number of individuals. Nearly all the high-ranking officials of Konoha were assembled. There, intent on ensuring my safe passage to the hidden mist village as a hostage. Accompanied by the esteemed figures of Namikaze Minato and the 9 stars, the journey was set to commence. Yet, at the very moment of departure, Danzo unexpectedly instigated a confrontation, accusing me of injuring several of his subordinates. Indeed, a few days prior, some dark-clad individuals had intruded upon my tranquil domain, and I had dealt them a severe thrashing. However, I was well aware of his ulterior motive, to delay my exit from the village, seeking an opportunity to seize my Sharingan. Unwilling to indulge him, I boldly retorted in front of the third Hokage and numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Danzo. He was taken aback by my audacity to openly defy him, prompting him to take matters into his own hands to teach me a lesson. Yet before he could act, Jiraiya stood up in opposition, knowing that should I agree to a duel, Danzo's cunning would surely ensure I faced no mercy. Before he could finish his warning, my resolute voice resonated throughout the assembly. No problem. I accept your challenge. The air fell silent, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The third Hokage observed me with keen interest, eager to gauge the strength of one capable of besting his formidable subordinate. Sure, as key hostage of the Mist Village, he would undoubtedly intervene should I find myself in peril. Surrounded by numerous high-ranking officials and clan leaders, even the legendary Sannin had arrived to witness the spectacle. While my activation of the tomoe Sharingan was well known, many clan heads exchanged skeptical glances, unanimously doubting my chances against the battle-hardened Danzo. Possessed the advantage in experience and prowess. Youngster, Fizz can be unpredictable should you get hurt. Do not hold it against me, Danzo remarked, his gaze fixated on my Sharingan, a flicker of fervor fleeting across his eyes. That I in combat. Accidents are commonplace. I shall await the opportune moment to extract your precious eyes, he mused sinisterly. Likewise, you should be cautious, I replied, a subtle smile gracing my lips as my tomoe Sharingan whirled with anticipation. For if I could manage to acquire Danzo's bones, I could exchange them for the remains of even more powerful beings. Now let us commence, but remember, keep it within bounds, the third Hokage declared. With that, I surged forward towards Danzo, my speed akin to a cannonball. Wind release. Vacuum wave, Danzo intoned, releasing a transparent line of destructive energy that sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, as sharp as a blade, aimed directly. Amid to everyone's astonishment, I did not falter. Instead, I pressed onward unyieldingly. Clones, perhaps? Some of the seasoned observers began to deduce my strategy. Danzo's gaze darted around, searching for my elusive presence. Just then, the ground beneath him trembled, as if something were about to erupt from the earth. The boy is cunning, Danzo muttered, retreating while forming hand seals, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Yet, as I burst forth from the ground, dagger in hand, I lunged towards him. As the handprint of Danzo was perfectly executed, he exhaled a stream of air akin to a bullet. The technique, wind release, vacuum sphere, struck me unexpectedly, gripping the hearts of all present with trepidation. They anticipated my instant defeat, however. In the next moment, a peculiar white smoke enveloped me, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone technique. Danzo's astonishment piqued his interest, tightening his senses as he began to search for my whereabouts. Just then, he sensed a powerful gust behind him. Upon turning, he was met with a relentless onslaught of shuriken. Clever little trickster, even I have been outmaneuvered, he mused, though his face betrayed a quiver of irritation. In retaliation, Danzo unleashed a flurry of shuriken, intertwining with the incoming barrage, ultimately resulting in a mutual cancellation. "Feel the fury of my wrath," he declared, gathering an even more formidable chakra than before. Utilizing his ultimate technique, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. "Danzo, cease this at once," barked the third Hokage, his voice echoing like thunder, freezing everyone in place. They recognized his genuine fury, yet Danzo, consumed by his desire to avenge his disgrace, pressed on. The echoes of humiliation resonated in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He unleashed one of his most potent jutsu, Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. This time, both the power and area of effect surged dramatically, resulting in 3 massive holes being blasted into my chest. Such was the price of incurring his wrath. Danzo laughed maniacally, poised to deliver a mocking retort while I still drew breath. Yet, the ensuing scene left him in disbelief, for the shattered body he had obliterated transformed into a wooden sword-ingenious substitution technique. Frowning, Danzo's expression clouded as he scanned his surroundings, only to be met with an immense inferno sweeping towards him from the left. The fire shield was engulfed by the raging flames, and the vastness of the blaze instilled fear in his heart. Isn't the Uchiha clan known for their mastery of fire techniques? I shall defeat you with fire itself, stripping you of your pride, he thought defiantly, beginning to form hand seals. Possessing the elemental affinities of fire, wind, earth, water, and sound, he too could wield fire techniques. Fire Release, Great Flame Bomb, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames, albeit with lesser intensity and range than the inferno approaching him. But this was merely the beginning. He continued to execute 5 more identical hand seals, launching a series of flames that coalesced into a towering inferno, finally matching the oncoming blaze. Yet Danzo was not finished. He formed seals once more, shouting, "Wind Release." Great breakthrough, a violent tempest erupted, instantly extinguishing my flames, consuming and obliterating them. The 2 flames collided, setting the sky ablaze with a crimson hue, causing the air to heat rapidly and generating numerous updrafts, rendering the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. I cast a subtle glance into the depths of the sky, where a fleeting glimmer of golden light danced in my eyes. How peculiar the technique of Amaterasu should not be so feeble. It is said that Uchiha Madara once gained renown in the world through this very art. The observing Minato Namikaze, a figure of great renown, looked on in perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage nodded, fixing a penetrating gaze upon me. Although I could not discern the intentions of that young man, it was evident that he had deliberately diminished the power of Amaterasu. Today, I shall vanquish you with a fire technique in which I am not particularly adept, trampling the honor of your Uchiha clan into insignificance. Witnessing my adversary's Amaterasu being instantly obliterated, Danzo's confidence surged as he prepared to unleash all the skills he had accumulated throughout his life. As the flames surged forth, I remained unperturbed, reflecting upon the situation that a torrent of chakra surged within me. And perhaps due to my traversing through realms, my chakra reserves were astonishingly vast, exceeding those of my peers in the Uchiha clan by several-fold. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, I unleashed, engulfing the battlefield in a vast sea of flames once more. However, this time, the intensity was magnified beyond mere increments. The 2 colossal flames collided with an inevitable force, sending shockwaves through the void, causing a flurry of fish-like apparitions to manifest above our heads. After a tense stalemate, Danzo's fire shield ultimately succumbed, and I surged through with overwhelming might. Damn it, I've been breached! Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the inferno, acutely sensing a looming threat. To have pushed me to this extent, I must concede, not only I, but the entire village underestimated you. Yet, to think you could triumph over me is nothing more than a delusion. With that declaration, Danzo unveiled his final trump card, the summoning technique known as Dream Ink. Suddenly, a massive plume of white smoke erupted from the ground, and from it descended a colossal, bizarre creature, its roar reverberating through the air. An invisible shockwave erupted, manifesting into a tempest that forcefully subdued the oncoming inferno. This was Danzo's summoning technique, and it appeared the young man was in grave peril. The spectators were left in utter astonishment, while I too felt an immense gravity in the situation, recalling the future battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Danzo, during which Danzo had exploited their combined efforts to breach the defenses of Susanoo. However, I was fortunate to have prepared in advance. Gazing at the flickering flashes of lightning in the sky, I inhaled deeply, and with a sudden motion, my right hand summoned a dazzling bolt of lightning. It was almost time to unleash you. With a flourish, I amplified the Chidori in my grasp, as if drawn by the force of gravity itself. The sky, saturated with electricity, bore witness to the emergence of an unprecedented, colossal beast, the Raijin Kirin, descending from the depths of the clouds. In the palm of my hand, a myriad of birds expands, akin to the force of gravity, as lightning illuminates the horizon, revealing an unprecedented, magnificent beast descending from the depths of the clouds. Lightning release. Kirin. Chapter 14. The blood-spitting Danzo, a colossal beast descended, leaving everyone astounded by its grotesque visage and immense stature. It roared with a thunderous bellow that reverberated through the very fabric of the void, instilling a sense of dread within all present. The scent of death permeated the air. The technique in the silver-haired individual's hand resembled Kakashi's Chidori. When did you impart this technique to him and enable its terrifying evolution? Minato Namikaze turned to glance at the silver-haired youth beside him, witnessing the monstrous entity that nearly dominated the entire skyline, and could not help but feel a surge of respect. In response, the usually stoic Kakashi revealed a self-deprecating smile. His brow furrowed as he said, "Teacher, to be frank, Chidori was indeed bestowed upon me by Uchiha." These words left everyone speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they scrutinized the composed young man illuminated by the lightning. "This boy is remarkably cunning. We have underestimated him gravely. I thought I could see through everyone, yet I failed to discern Yin's true intentions. He had anticipated everything regarding this technique all along." The third Hokage sighed deeply, his tone imbued with the weight of age. "Minato, what does the third Hokage mean?" Kushina Uzumaki inquired quietly, leaning closer. "This technique transcends the realm of ninjutsu and can be classified as a forbidden art, commonly referred to as an S-rank ninjutsu," Minato remarked, gazing in awe at the imposing Chilin in the sky. "How is that possible? In could not have acquired an S-rank ninjutsu, especially one of lightning release. The Uchiha clan does not possess such a technique. Moreover, In does not have sufficient chakra to execute an S-rank ninjutsu," Kushina challenged, skepticism etched across her delicate features. "Such large-scale, aggressive S-rank techniques consume an enormous amount of chakra, and even if In were to strain himself, he would surely be rendered incapacitated. Yet here he stands, seemingly unaffected. That is precisely why he is clever." Orochimaru, typically taciturn, suddenly interjected with admiration, offering a keen analysis. "From the very beginning, In has been manipulating the weather. Do you recall the rising air currents from earlier? This phenomenon resulted from the intense heat generated by fire release techniques, which created ascending air currents that formed cumulonimbus clouds, ultimately leading to lightning. Thus, In himself expended little chakra. Moreover, this lad is truly crafty. He intentionally diminished the power of great fire annihilation. His fundamental objective was to exploit Danzo's competitive nature. Without Danzo's own fire release, this technique would have required significantly more effort to execute. In essence, Danzo inadvertently aided In immensely." As these words reached the ears of all present, they gazed incredulously at the unfazed In. Meanwhile, Danzo's visage turned a sickly shade of green, nearly choking on his own blood. "So, from the very beginning, this boy had orchestrated everything?" Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath coming in quick gasps. "Do you dare to manipulate me?" Tuanzong glared at In with a fury that could pierce the heavens. If looks could kill, he would be riddled with wounds. "It is not I who exploit you, but rather you who underestimate me. In your eyes, I have always been but a child, and that is why you will falter. You shall pay the price today." In remained impassive, raising the Chidori in his hand. The Chilin, looming in the sky, let out a deafening roar directed at Tuanzong, the thunderous sound halting everyone in their tracks. Gulp. Under the gaze of the ethereal beast, Tuanzong felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, as though death were but a breath away. "Do not act recklessly. Sarutobi has warned against crossing the line. Defying the Hokage's orders will lead to your demise." Tuanzong threatened, his words laced with palpable fear. "I am a person who repays kindness and remembers enmity. Your murderous intent towards me earlier. Had it not been for the shadow clone technique, I might have already been slain by you. This grudge shall not be forgotten." The three tomoe Sharingan swirled with lethal intent, and before the astonished eyes of all present, In's Chidori crashed into the ground. The Chilin, drawn by the surge, unleashed a cataclysmic force upon Tuanzong, The exaggerated display was mesmerizing as azure light cascaded downwards, akin to the sky itself colliding with Tuanzang. Killing you is unnecessary, otherwise, Konoha would not spare me. However, your bones shall be collected, Ian muttered to himself, realizing that slaying Tuanzang would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest, leaving him with no chance of survival outside the village. Simultaneously, the Chilin's fearsome maw lunged towards Tuanzang. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions reverberated through the heavens, sending shockwaves that scorched everything within 100 meters, enveloping the entire playground in darkness. Most chillingly, the spot where Tuanzang had stood was transformed into a gaping pit several meters deep. Bang! Bloodied and battered, Tuanzang fell to the ground. Peculiarly, he appeared unscathed, save for a torn arm. This fellow, a cold-blooded creature indeed, astonishingly took refuge within the realm of summoning techniques. Although he evaded a fatal strike, he seemed to have sustained considerable injury. With swift reflexes, Ian, seizing the opportunity amidst the rising dust, severed Tuanzang's pinky bone, all while feigning nonchalance. Chapter 15. The bones of the demon path. The pitiful appearance of Shimura Danzo sent shivers down the spines of all present, and they couldn't help but feel a wave of apprehension for Silver. This was tantamount to provoking Danzo to his demise. Silver, I have previously advised moderation. Why resort to such lethal measures? The third Hokage leaped beside Silver, his cold gaze radiating malevolence, accompanied by a faint hint of murderous intent. You old fox. Were you not the one who just advocated for restraint? Now you come to play the role of the afterthought? Silver thought disdainfully, his tongue clicking in irritation. This old man merely sought to utilize him as a means to chastise Danzo, and the ensuing calamity was likely beyond his expectations. Earlier, Danzo had indeed proclaimed that fists know no mercy, signifying that he had resigned himself to his fate. Moreover, Danzo had not surrendered, indicating confidence in his own strength. Surely, he could not hold me accountable for injuring him. With an expression of feigned innocence, Silver replied, his face a mask of contrition. Ah. The third Hokage gazed intently at Silver for a moment before heaving a deep sigh, gesturing with his hand. Soon, you shall accompany Minato and Kushina to the Hidden Mist Village. Take care of yourself. With that, the third Hokage turned and departed. The heads of various clans soon followed suit, likely anticipating that it would not be long before the name of Uchiha Silver became the talk of the villagers in Konoha. Simultaneously, Danzo's subordinates hurried to escort him away, deliberately avoiding Silver and maintaining a respectful distance. Silver remained unperturbed. A slight display of strength was not unwarranted, for otherwise, he would be treated as a mere coward. Feeling the hand bone of Danzo through his clothing, Silver returned home, filled with excitement. At home, he quietly sat on his bed, exhaling a heavy sigh to stabilize his emotions before entering the world of his farm in his mind. The scenery was delightful. The climate pleasant, akin to a celestial paradise that invigorated the spirit. Lachine, come forth. A thunderous roar reverberated, sweeping across the entirety of the realm. Am I dead? Is such a volume necessary? A delicate young girl emerged from the thatched cottage, her face still bearing the marks of profound fatigue, as if she had just awakened. What can Danzo's hand bone be exchanged for? Silver inquired eagerly, producing a small piece of bone wrapped in cloth. It seems it can only be exchanged for demon path bones. He lacks a bloodline limit, hence the value is average, Lachine replied after a brief silence. Upon hearing this, Silver's eyes dimmed momentarily, and he sighed softly. Well, that's not too shabby. One must learn to be content. Is the demon path bone a power from the Shinigami? It is divided into two abilities, Bakud and Had. Indeed. Lachine affirmed with a nod, her pristine chin bobbing slightly. A flicker of hope ignited in Silver's expression, and he joyfully remarked, that's quite advantageous. No hand seals are required for combat. Would the master like to exchange it? Lachine inquired, her eyes sparkling. Of course, I wish to exchange it. Silver responded without a moment's hesitation, for Danzo's bones served no purpose for him. Please wait a moment, Lachine said, her focus shifting as she began to concentrate. Silver, with an innate sense of propriety, strolled leisurely through the pastoral landscape, feeling particularly at ease. The bones of the ghostly path proved unexpectedly advantageous, as techniques that require no hand signs are indeed rare and can serve to catch one off guard. What place is this? Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before a wooden workshop, murmuring softly as he suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, revealing an empty interior, save for a sign hanging in midair proclaiming the workshop's purpose. Master. Trespassing into someone else's domain without permission is quite rude. A melodious voice resonated in his ears, and then, appearing out of thin air, a figure glared at him. Visibly miffed. Without permission? This is my territory to begin with, Silver retorted with a dismissive smirk, then inquired with curiosity, what is this workshop? Is it a place for processing seeds? Let us discuss that later. The workshop is not yet completed, but it will naturally be open to you when it is. The figure replied, named Lachine, as she presented Silver with a piece of exquisite, translucent material. What is this, Jade? It's of no use to me. I require bones. Silver stated with a stern expression. This is the bone of the ghostly path, Lachine replied with a smile, her words laced with pride. Anything produced by Lachine is of the highest quality. I am not careless like my master. Silver had no time to indulge her lengthy discourse and swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, dashing away. In the experimental fields of the farm, Silver gingerly buried the white jade bone within the soil, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The moment it sank into the earth, an LCD screen materialized before him. What the hell? It takes 5 years to bloom? Is this a joke? He complained, his face darkening as he read the text on the LCD screen. He recalled the years he had waited for the Sharingan fruit to flower. Now, however, he was unwilling to wait, or rather, he could not afford to wait. As he was set to journey to the land of water, where survival itself was uncertain. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without parting with a child. Gritting his teeth, Silver produced a half package of white powder, a flicker of pain crossing his face. This substance, known as rapid fertilizer, could shorten the blooming time of the bone by 5 years. In other words, by pouring in the fertilizer, the ghostly bone would bloom instantaneously. Chapter 16. The Uchiha Fire Formation. Yin's thoughts swirled as he contemplated the 2 bags of fertilizer he possessed. One had already been consumed during the evolution of his 3 tomoe Sharingan, leaving him with only the current bag. Venturing to the hidden mist village could very well cost him his life, and without life, what use was fertilizer? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yin resolutely poured out the white powder. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the powder penetrated the soil, an astonishing scene unfolded. The damp earth began to tremble slightly, and a slender purple sprout emerged, growing at an alarming rate as if fueled by hormones. In the blink of an eye, the sprout transformed into a flower stalk as thick as an arm, its apex adorned with a prominent purple bud. Gulp! Yin swallowed hard. It was merely a fleeting moment. Yet through the enhanced effects of the fertilizer, the ghostly plant had evolved from a seed into a budding blossom. It was blooming. His gaze fixated on the purple flower as its petals began to unfurl, causing his heart to leap into his throat with exhilaration, while simultaneously, he felt a peculiar energy flowing from his heart. Strangely, I have not released any chakra, Yin murmured in bewilderment, gazing at the enchanting purple flower, gradually realizing the nature of the mysterious energy. It seemed to be spiritual pressure. Following this revelation, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Various techniques of the path of destruction and binding playing out like a cinematic experience in his thoughts. This spectacle lasted for approximately 5 to 6 hours. What a remarkable ability, Yin remarked as he opened his eyes, his expression brimming with delight. Indeed, it was an extraordinary capability. Yet the efficacy of all techniques depended on the host's inherent strength. Do not forget the essence of your own spiritual pressure. Those with stronger souls typically possess greater spiritual pressure. As a mere human, how strong do you believe your soul to be? Liu Xion's voice resonated, continuing to elucidate. Furthermore, the path of ghosts heavily relies on spiritual pressure. Certain techniques, even if you manage to employ them, may not unleash their full potential. I understand. He nodded, indicating his comprehension. He opened his mouth, poised to inquire about the existence of any extraordinary artifacts like the crumbling jade, but prudently chose to remain silent. Whether such artifacts existed was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that he lacked the ability to wield them. Wasting time was not an option. It would be wiser to return. After much contemplation, Yin departed from the agricultural realm, preparing to head to the hidden mist village as a hostage, facing uncertain peril. With little time to spare, he deemed it more beneficial to devote himself to honing his ninjutsu. Remarkably, there were still numerous scrolls he had yet to peruse. The Uchiha clan's heritage was indeed profound, and their continued prosperity over centuries was no mere coincidence. In his chamber, gazing at a drawer filled with scrolls, Yin began to diligently study the contents within. Most of these were insights passed down by ancestors, intended for the younger generation to learn diligently and guide the Uchiha clan toward a path of prosperity. Among these were the remarkable insights from certain super geniuses, such as Uchiha Madara. This technique. His pupils narrowed as a peculiar black scroll captured his attention. It appeared ancient and bore the marks of time. Driven by curiosity, In opened the scrolls, most of which were relics left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, likely devoid of any detriment. The Uchiha fire flame formation? It appeared to be a form of barrier technique. Upon meticulously examining the text inscribed on the scroll, confirming it to be an exaggerated barrier, Yin's eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance. He recalled that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito had utilized this technique to thwart the Eight Tails assault, thereby safeguarding the outer path chakra statue. Its power was formidable, capable of inflicting burns upon foes. Yin was exhilarated, never expecting such a treasure to exist within the Uchiha clan. He scrutinized every segment of the scroll, leaving no word unexamined. However, upon reaching the conclusion, his expression suddenly fell. It required an exceedingly vast amount of chakra. Moreover, in the absence of sufficient chakra, it would deplete one's life force. Upon reading these two passages, Yin's heart sank considerably, astonished to discover that the script was penned by none other than Uchiha Madara himself. It was no wonder this potent technique remained obscure within the Uchiha clan. Likely, no one possessed the capability to wield it. Yin speculated that Madara had described the chakra needed for the Uchiha fire flame formation with the term immensely vast, suggesting it required at least chakra on par with that of a Kage, if not more. Typically, the more powerful the technique, the greater the chakra demand. After deliberation, Yin resolved to learn this technique. While it may not be immediately applicable, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. A wealth of skills could only serve to enrich him, for knowledge is never burdensome. He spent the entire night poring over the scrolls, filtering through all the ninjutsu until the break of dawn, at which point he began to tidy the scattered scrolls. Such artifacts were traditionally reserved for the clan's leaders. Now, to be able to peruse these invaluable scrolls, he owed a debt of gratitude to his father, who had passed away. Yin sighed, pondering why scrolls pinned by Uchiha Madara, or even his handwritten notes, had come into his possession. The precise reason eluded him. However, there were whispers suggesting that this lineage, namely himself and Uchiha Fugaku's biological father, shared a blood connection with the legendary Uchiha Madara. Hence, these precious scrolls had ultimately found their way into his father's hands, and subsequently into his own. "Uncle, I've come to visit you." At that moment, an unexpected figure came into view, possessing a striking countenance and a distinct mark upon his face. "Ah, it is you, Itachi." Chapter 17. Teaching Itachi. Gazing into the courtyard, a youthful figure with delicate features and a warm smile became distinctly visible, radiating an inviting charm that left a remarkable first impression of politeness and approachability. Previously, I had avoided encounters with Itachi, fearful that my inadequacies might somehow be contagious. Yet now, I found myself allowing him to approach me freely. With a sense of nostalgia, I beckoned him forward, saying, "Come in, Itachi." He nodded obediently and stepped into the room, his eyes widening in surprise at the array of scrolls filling the space. How long would it take to read all of this? Indeed, it would require considerable time. I replied with a subtle nod, a smile gracing my lips. "I am soon to depart from the village on a mission. All of these will be entrusted to you, Itachi." "Really?" His eyes sparkled with delight. But then he caught a glimpse of the melancholy lurking in my gaze. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, Uncle wouldn't have been assigned to carry out a perilous task in the land of water." Guilt washed over his features, and he lowered his head, unable to meet my eyes. "There is no need for self-reproach. This is entirely my choice, and you bear no responsibility." I reassured him, patting his shoulder, my words sincere. Even without this unforeseen mission, I would have engaged in the conflict, as it offered me opportunities to grow stronger through combat and earn merit through various tasks. Thus, I was destined not to remain idle in the village. Furthermore, during the times when the Uchiha clan isolated me, it was this nephew who approached me without a trace of prejudice. "Take these. They serve me no purpose, yet they will be of great benefit to you." As I spoke, I gathered the scrolls into a pack and then led Itachi out of the room, accompanying him home. With my departure imminent, I needed to meet with Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze to discuss the plans for the following day's journey. "Uncle, I understand that you deliberately conceal your strength to uphold the honor of our clan leader, for the Uchiha family, a lineage that has persisted since the Warring States period, places great emphasis on power. Only the strongest may rightfully ascend to the position of clan leader. With wide eyes, Itachi continued. If you were to reveal strength surpassing that of father, it would incite doubt among the clan, which is why you intentionally suppress your abilities. Allowing yourself to be perceived as a mere farmer-s son, all to spare father-s feelings. I listened attentively, and after a moment, I regarded Itachi with newfound admiration. No wonder your elder brother holds you in such high esteem. You possess the potential to elevate the Uchiha clan. You are remarkably astute for one so young. In silence, Itachi absorbed my words. Having spent many hours with me during his youth, he had witnessed my experiments with various jutsu, Kakashi's Chidori, Minato's Rasengan, and an array of techniques. I had become a veritable expert in ninjutsu, seemingly omniscient in my abilities, with no technique beyond my grasp. Reputation, that intangible concept, holds little value. It is far less substantial than a nourishing meal. Conversely, during these years spent as a farmer's son, I have gained clarity on many matters. He mused, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, and a profound understanding reflected within them. Itachi, listen closely. There is no one in this world who is absolutely trustworthy, not even so-called family. The only person worthy of trust is oneself. To truly discern a person's essence, one must observe their character during times of personal hardship. I understand. Itachi replied with a clear voice. Just as he was about to urge Iin to return home together, the latter abruptly halted his steps. You should head back. I have matters to attend to, he stated. After gently ruffling Itachi's hair, Iin departed, his silhouette elongated against the backdrop of the setting sun. Oh. A youthful visage bore an expression of premature melancholy as Itachi gazed at Yin's receding figure, his delicate features shadowed by a hint of sorrow. Nevertheless, he shouldered his load of scrolls and entered his home. This should be the place. Could it be that I have made an error? Iin furrowed his brow as he surveyed the nearby houses. Suddenly, he realized he could not distinguish which was the correct one, having mistakenly approached two others already. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, announcing, I am Uchiha Iin. May I inquire if Miss Kushina is at home? There appeared to be no one inside. Silence lingered in response. Just as he contemplated leaving, the closed door creaked open slightly, prompting Iin to lean in and peer inside. In that moment, he recognized with certainty that this was indeed the residence of Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 18. It was just a cat. The room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any dust, with the furniture arranged in an orderly fashion that exuded an air of elegance. The owner, evidently meticulous, maintained a floor that gleamed with cleanliness. Only Uzumaki Kushina could possess such attention to detail. Silver mused as he stepped into her sanctuary, slowly surveying the space. It was not ostentatious, yet undeniably exquisite, radiating a warm and inviting comfort. Was it somewhat presumptuous to intrude upon the chambers of an unmarried woman? Raising an eyebrow, he cast a glance towards the light at the end of the corridor, hesitating momentarily. At that very instant, a startling cry captured his attention. Get away from me. The shrill scream pierced the air, causing Silver to freeze, his eyes reflecting a mix of hesitation and restraint, transforming into a swift breeze as he instinctively assumed that Kushina was in peril. At the far end of the corridor, he stumbled into a room enveloped in steam. Who is it? Perhaps it was the excessive steam from the bathroom that blurred Kushina's vision, yet she pressed forward, following the source of the commotion. Run away quickly. Without a moment's thought, Silver activated his body flicker technique and fled in haste, clumsily escaping from Kushina's home in a matter of seconds. Gasping for breath beneath the shade of the trees outside, Silver felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Muttering curses under his breath, though encountering a stroke of good fortune is a blessing, it shouldn't be at my expense. If Minato finds out, he would surely tear me to shreds, and Kushina would not spare me either. He took deep breaths to calm his racing heart, the chill of his own soul sending shivers down his spine. It's you, Silver. A melodious voice emerged from behind him, and as if compelled by fate, he turned to find Uzumaki Kushina clad in a simple bathrobe. Oh, it's you, Miss Kushina. Upon hearing this, despair gripped Silver, and he instinctively stepped back, asking, You're not here to silence me, are you? Silence you? What nonsense are you spouting? Did you see anyone running past just now? Kushina inquired with a puzzled expression. So she hadn't realized it was me. He heaved a sigh of relief. Silver wiped the cold sweat from his temples and managed a composed smile. I didn't see anyone, but I did catch sight of a black cat scurrying by. Oh, it was just a cat then. That's a relief. Kushina exhaled, her doubts about Silver dissipating, for he was merely a 12-year-old boy. Despite his maturity, his somewhat youthful visage quelled any suspicions she might have harbored. A sudden gust of cool wind swept through, causing Kushina to shiver as she became acutely aware of her attire, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly ushered Silver into the room. "Just wait here. Minato will be here shortly. I was just bathing and need to change." With that, Kushina hurried upstairs. What a narrow escape. Casting a glance at Kushina, Silver allowed a relieved smile to grace his lips. Chapter 19. Departure. A few minutes later, Kushina Uzumaki descended the stairs clad in fresh attire, the fiery blaze in her silver eyes now extinguished. "Minato is taking his sweet time," she pouted in dissatisfaction. "Perhaps something has delayed him," Silver replied, murmuring to himself. Indeed, if he had arrived a bit earlier, we would not have encountered such a troublesome predicament. "Did you come in a bit of a rush?" Kushina inquired, noticing that Silver carried nothing but a backpack. "I am well prepared," Silver assured her, with a shinobi tool pouch and a ninja pack containing some compressed rations. He offered her a reassuring glance. Gurgle. Just as he spoke, Silver's stomach protested audibly, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Minato hasn't arrived yet, so there's no need to rush. As a ninja, one must maintain sufficient energy for missions. I haven't eaten either, so please wait a moment while I prepare a meal for us." With that, Kushina headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, in another location, an ominous presence loomed. Is he truly leaving so soon? I have yet to avenge the affront to my Sharingan. Shimura seethed, his voice reverberating like thunder against the walls around him. Although he had lost an arm to Silver, he could reclaim it with Orochimaru's power. However, the prospect of losing his Sharingan was intolerable. "You have forced my hand." With bloodshot eyes filled with fury, Shimura hastily penned a letter, instructing his subordinate. "Deliver this to the 4th Kazekage of Sangekyō. If you fail the mission, do not return to face me." Approximately 10 minutes later, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, carrying fragrant rice and 2 beautifully presented dishes. "This looks exquisite," Silver remarked after observing the meal for a moment. The enticing aroma indicated that Kushina's culinary skills were quite impressive. "Come and join me," she invited, placing the dishes gently on the table. Beaming with pride at the array of food, she realized that the portions were sufficient for 2, far more than she could consume alone. Silver nodded and approached the table, picking up his chopsticks to sample a morsel of meat. "How does it taste?" "I was a bit rushed, so it may be somewhat rough around the edges." Kushina asked expectantly. "Do not underestimate yourself, Ms. Uzumaki. Your cooking is delightful," Silver replied, shaking his head. It was far superior to the meals he typically had, as he often settled for instant noodles while living alone in the Uchiha household. "Well, you're quite astute," Kushina exclaimed with joy, then seated herself to begin her meal. Given the time constraints, they both disregarded decorum, devouring the food with the fervor of a whirlwind. As they encountered the illustrious Namikaze Minato, it seemed they had arrived at the gates of Konoha. It was nearly time to depart. Gazing at Silver and the Uzumaki Kushina, Minato pondered aloud. "To reach the land of water, we must first traverse Sangekyō and then take a boat to Kirigakure. We should be cautious traveling under the cover of darkness." Minato and Silver nodded in unison, and soon the trio vanished into the dense forest. Before departing, Silver cast a lingering glance back at Konoha, leaving without any sense of attachment. Whoosh! 3 shadows moved with remarkable agility. Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were well-versed in executing perilous S-rank missions, their prowess evident. Even though it was Silver's first mission outside the village, he remained exceedingly composed, possessing ample confidence in his abilities. Should he encounter a shadow, he could either fight or retreat without concern. By the way, who proposed the idea of jointly attacking Sangekyō on this expedition to the land of water? In the stillness of the night, Silver's voice resonated. It was Shimura Danzo. He pressured the Hokage alongside 2 advisors. Ultimately, the Hokage acquiesced, Minato replied. Upon hearing this, Silver's expression stiffened as he suddenly sensed an ominous foreboding. Who was Danzo? A quintessential schemer, he not only ensnares his enemies but is equally merciless towards his allies. Setting aside the fact that Silver had previously crossed him, he had a far greater target. Namikaze Minato. Danzo coveted the position of Hokage, and if an unfortunate incident were to befall Minato, it was highly probable that the title would fall to either Orochimaru or Danzo himself, both of whom were allies. In any case, it would be preferable for the position to land in either of their hands rather than Minato's. Chapter 20. I have only studied for 2 more years. Yin's expression darkened, inwardly cursing his ill fortune. Being the scion of the Uchiha clan had inevitably drawn the animosity of Danzo. The long-standing feud between the Uchiha clan and Danzo was well known, and now, having boarded the ship of Minato Namikaze, he could only offer a bitter smile. Will Danzo conspire against us? Uzumaki Kushina expressed her concerns, recalling Danzo's treacherous nature. Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss for words. While such treachery might be difficult to fathom in other contexts, with someone like Danzo, it was a glaring possibility. Undoubtedly, Danzo was fiercely loyal to Konoha village, yet his ruthless methods left much to be desired, and he had a history of backstabbing his own. We shall take it one step at a time, trusting that Danzo will prioritize the greater good, Ian reassured with a gentle smile, suggesting that what was meant to happen could not be avoided, and that it was better to adopt a relaxed mindset in the face of the unknown. Indeed, children are ever so optimistic. Kushina sighed, eliciting an eye roll from Ian. As time passed swiftly, the night faded into dawn, revealing a cloudless sky. The three stood within a dense forest near the border of the land of wind and the land of fire. Ahead lies the boundary of Sunagakure. Let us consume some provisions and hasten our journey, Minato stated, his tone laced with caution. The task of traversing a nation was no small feat, should they be discovered. They would face relentless pursuit from countless shinobi of Sunagakure, possibly incurring the wrath of a major ninja village. The gravity of their mission was unmistakable, leading the third Hokage to classify it as an Ultra S rank assignment. Suddenly, a fierce sandstorm swept across the clear sky, filling their mouths with gritty sand and obscuring their vision. Be cautious, Minato urged, gripping the compressed biscuits in his hand, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance as he drew out a kunai. Surely it is nothing to worry about, Kushina frowned. It is only natural for a sandstorm to occur so close to the land of wind. This is not normal, Ian interjected, sharing Minato's apprehension. Clutching his gleaming kunai, he explained, do not forget, we are within the forest. How could sand be swept in here? The thick canopy of leaves provides natural shelter, indicating human intervention. Well said, Minato remarked, glancing at Ian with newfound respect. Despite his youth, he displayed remarkable attentiveness to subtle changes. When did Konoha produce such a keen young man? You appear to be merely 11 or 12. Would you consider aligning with Sunagakure? I could personally mentor you. Amidst the raging winds and sand, several figures suddenly appeared, the leader among them exclaiming, according to our intelligence, you seem to be from the Uchiha clan. I assure you, if you join Sunagakure, I will treat you with utmost sincerity. Utmost sincerity? You would likely pluck out my eyes and discard me as refuse, Ian retorted scornfully. It was none other than the fourth Kazekage. Upon witnessing the arrival of the newcomers, the heart of Namikaze Minato sank deeply. The sight of those accompanying them plunged his spirit further into despair. Among them was the venerable Chiyo from Sunagakure, along with a figure who appeared to be the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and the wife of the fourth Kazekage, Karura. The moment she recognized them, Uzumaki Kushina's lovely countenance lost its luster, and her tone grew increasingly solemn. It was evident they had brought a considerable number of people, suggesting they had laid an ambush in anticipation of our arrival. Ian suppressed his emotions, realizing that news had evidently leaked from within Konoha. He mused that he initially believed the old coot, Danzo, would confront Minato and himself directly, but now it seemed he had chosen to remain in the shadows, selling their information to the Kazekage of Sunagakure. That old man should not be underestimated. Ian, come here, Minato suddenly approached Ian and whispered, I will try to hold them off with Kushina. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Escape? Ian resolutely shook his head in denial, asserting, that is impossible. It is clear they have been waiting for us here, and there are likely ninjas hidden in the surrounding forest, having set up an elaborate trap. There is no way to flee. His words caused a subtle change in the expressions of both Minato and Kushina as they observed the fourth Kazekage, Raza, engaging in light-hearted banter, clearly confident in his strategy. However, there was indeed a glimmer of hope. As they approached, Ian had noted the uneven layers of the terrain, which had evidently been disturbed, with soil that should have remained underground turned over and still moist. It was likely that a fierce battle had occurred here just a day or two prior, and the only adversaries in conflict had been Konoha and Sunagakure. If they concentrated their efforts and launched a surprise attack, they could potentially reunite with Konoha's main force. Strange, this is your first mission. And you haven't even attended ninja school. Who taught you all this? Kushina gazed at Ian in astonishment, for such details had gone unnoticed by both her and Minato. I merely studied for a couple of extra years, Ian replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the gathered shinobi from Sunagakure. As long as we can inflict significant damage on those before us, we can seize our chance to escape. With a resolute gaze and a fierce glint in his eyes, a murderous intent flickered within Yin's pupils, and his swift movements left the audience in awe. It was only when the roaring inferno surged forth that they finally snapped back to reality. Chapter 21. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, spitting blood. Everyone was struck with profound astonishment, particularly the faction from Sunagakure. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, gazed blankly at Silver until he felt a stinging sensation on his skin, as if he were being scorched. Only then did he regain his senses and hurriedly evade the oncoming inferno. Just as Silver had analyzed, they had indeed lain in wait here for several hours. And just days prior, a fierce battle had transpired in this very location. The frontline forces of Sunagakure clashed with the troops led by Jiraiya. However, both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Fire release, great fire destruction. An endless sea of flames surged forth like crashing waves, engulfing the sky and scorching everything in its path. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged glances, and both unleashed their prowess. Wind release, great breakthrough. A chilling gale erupted from Minato's lips, amplifying the flame's ferocity, transforming the fire into an unstoppable force, akin to a raging tempest. Ah, damn it. So hot, so painful. Although the elite shinobi reacted swiftly to evade the onslaught, those lurking within the dense forest met a grim fate. The flames, aided by the wind, surged with unprecedented power and speed, incinerating the hidden ninjas instantly, their harrowing cries echoing in the air. A towering plume of black smoke ascended, reducing the entire grove to ashes. What a despicable scoundrel. Seeing this, the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, seethed with rage, bloodshot veins spider-webbing across his eyes. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "We must eliminate them swiftly. This smoke will undoubtedly attract attention. If Jiraiya discovers us, we will be in grave peril. His sense of smell is keener than a dog-ass." "Well done, Silver." Minato smiled with satisfaction, observing the suffocating black smoke. He mused on the cleverness of their strategy. Any nearby Leaf Village ninjas would be drawn to the commotion. If they could hold on for a while, reinforcements would arrive. If not, they could simply break through with full force. A truly ingenious plan, achieving two objectives with one stroke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air approached. And looking up, they beheld a whirlwind of sand and dust. A figure emerged from the tempest, racing forward with crimson eyes. It was none other than the current fourth Kazekage. "Rasha, I vow I shall not spare your life." Rasha, consumed by fury, gazed at the charred remains of the Sunagakure ninjas behind him, his face turning an ashen hue. Initially, his focus had been on Minato and Kushina, causing him to underestimate Silver. Who could have imagined that the seemingly innocuous boy could unleash such terrifying fire techniques, leading to his considerable misfortune? "Whether you seek to slay me or not, I am eager to test my mettle against you now. You are the perfect opponent." A smirk graced Silver's lips as he advanced rather than retreating, his eyes narrowing dramatically, revealing his mesmerizing three-tomoe Sharingan to the air. "What is that?" "It appears to be a metallic mineral." Through the unique gaze of the Sharingan, Ian beheld a sky filled with swirling sand, glittering with countless luminous sparks, which upon closer inspection turned out to be various metallic minerals. This could indeed be put to good use. A grand surprise awaits. A fleeting glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he witnessed the approach of the fourth Kazekage. With a calm smile, he declared, "Fire release, great fire dragon technique." A ferocious and blazing dragon of fire emerged, scorching the surrounding air to the point where the moisture evaporated and sizzled. "Trivial tricks," he smirked disdainfully, prompting an immediate and fierce response from the fourth Kazekage. Magnet release, gold sand tsunami. The ground trembled as torrents of golden sand rolled from deep within the earth, reflecting the sun's rays, propelled forward like waves in the ocean, crashing towards Ian. The sandstorm was laden with vast amounts of metal, visibly apparent. Boom. The oncoming great fire dragon technique was swiftly extinguished by the metallic sandstorm, leaving no room for resistance, effortlessly suppressed and obliterated. Water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal flow of water erupted from Yin's mouth, fierce and overwhelming, transforming the advancing sandstorm into a vast mire, restoring clarity to the skies. Did he manage to counter with water? Observing this, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he scoffed. Once the sand reaches a certain volume, it can indeed counter water. With that, the chakra within Raza surged violently. Magnet release, sand gold burial. A dark, rain-laden sandstorm swept in, nearly obscuring the sky, casting the world into a shadowy gloom. The fourth Kazekage was serious now. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki's expressions shifted dramatically as they gazed at the daunting sandstorm. their hearts heavy with concern for Ine. They were already entangled by Chiyo and her brother, as well as the fourth Kazekage's wife, Karura, rendering them powerless to assist, just as needed. Observing the golden sands spread across the void, Yin's spirits lifted, and his right hand suddenly extended, crackling with electric brilliance. Chidori. As Yin's voice echoed, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, akin to thousands of birds crying out in unison, an unsettling sound that sent chills down one's spine. Foolish brat. What use is this? The fourth Hokage scoffed derisively, his face a mask of mockery. Unfazed by the words, Ine merely thrust his Chidori into the sands. Zap! Erratic bolts of lightning surged forth, striking distant sand village ninjas without warning. Could it be? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, widened his eyes in horror. A chilling realization dawning upon him regarding the terrifying nature of lightning. Electricity, after all, is conductive. Previously, it posed no threat, but now the ground was littered with sand, rich with various conductive minerals. Cursed be it. Could this little brat have planned this from the very beginning? The fourth generation of wind shadows, upon realizing the truth, turned pale, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 22. Escape. The fourth Kazekage trembled with rage, his gaze fixed on Yin's face, his teeth clenched in fury, particularly as he beheld the glimmering Chidori in his hand, which made his entire being shudder. Regardless of whether it was a scheme or not, it mattered little. For you have already lost. I must express my gratitude, Lord Kazekage. Without your formidable assistance, I would not have been able to accomplish this feat, you insufferable brat. His pupils narrowed, and the blood-red eyes gleamed with realization, clearly recalling something. The fourth Kazekage bellowed, the Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques. Did you deliberately employ water techniques to provoke me into using magnet release against you? What a cunning little rascal you are. The fourth Kazekage gasped, silently cursing Ine for his treachery. Just as every ninja instinctively thinks of water release when faced with a fire attack, the same principle applies here. When confronted with water release, most would contemplate countering with earth techniques, such as magnet release. Casting a glance at the fourth Kazekage's Raza, Ine sincerely expressed his thanks, clarifying. Upon witnessing your magnet release attack, the thought arose within me, as your numbers are overwhelming. I employed water release to entice you into using magnet release against me. Thus, the metallic substances inherent in magnet release would inevitably permeate the entire battlefield, serving perfectly to electrify the Chidori. Taking a deep breath, Ine summoned a vast reservoir of chakra within. Chidori. Without hesitation, he plunged the Chidori into the ground, causing an explosive eruption. Sparks flew, and torrents of electricity surged forth, coursing through the various minerals buried in the sand, instantly engulfing the area within a 100-meter radius, akin to an electromagnetic field, accumulating a tremendous amount of lightning. These metallic substances, nearly blanketing the ground, served as excellent conductors. Boom. The ground erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, as a chaotic torrent of electricity indiscriminately struck outwards, extending limitlessly along the metallic minerals in the earth, swiftly expanding 30 zhang in distance, delivering devastating blows to all living beings within 100 meters. Numerous sand village ninjas were struck by the sudden onslaught of lightning, igniting in flames, defenseless against the assault, collapsing in charred heaps, a sight too grim to behold. Retreat. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of the sand village, Ine urgently shouted to Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Such a large-scale technique consumes an immense amount of chakra. I cannot sustain it for long. Yin's voice faltered, exhaustion evident, for the magnitude of this technique drained his chakra significantly. Minato Namikaze nodded, casting a knowing glance at Kushina Uzumaki. Damn it, my chakra, while several times that of an ordinary Uchiha member, cannot withstand such consumption. Yin's gaze fluctuated. The vast expanse of the ninjutsu nearly engulfing a 100-meter radius, leaving his chakra nearly depleted and his vision beginning to blur. Just as he intended to sit down and catch his breath, Ine suddenly felt a delicate hand grasping him, swiftly pulling him away. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of a refined face and flowing red hair. It was none other than Kushina, by the riverside at night, within the tent adorned with shimmering lights. Bang! The fourth Kazekage shattered the table before him, gritting his teeth in a tone filled with hatred. I never expected to be bested by a child so much younger than myself. How absurd. Once I capture that brat, I will gouge out his Sharingan and then flay him alive. Silver, utilizing the characteristics of magnet release, inflicted severe damage upon the entire ambush squad. Though no lives were lost, The psychological scars left on everyone were profound, striking a particularly lethal blow to morale. On the other side, within the confines of a dilapidated cave, Silver and his companions had temporarily set up camp for a brief respite. "Silver, I must thank you for your assistance this time," Kushina Uzumaki said, handing him a cup of water. "Without you, it could have turned into a grueling battle." In response, Silver offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Miss Kushina, there is no need to praise me. I am well aware of my own limitations." In truth, Silver was the greatest liability, even when faced with an onslaught. Kushina and Minato Namikaze could have easily escaped unscathed. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other, the Yellow Flash. Both possessed immense power. Their decision to stay and fight stemmed solely from Silver, as he was the weakest among them and notably slow in retreat. "Regardless, you have been of immense help," Minato said, a smile gracing his face as he gave a thumbs up in appreciation. "The fourth Kazekage underestimated us. He was deceived by my child's appearance. Had he known of my lightning release, he would never have recklessly employed magnet release, let alone commit such a blunder. The next encounter will undoubtedly be more challenging." Silver quietly analyzed, his demeanor humble and composed, devoid of any arrogance. Although he had not fought with his full strength, neither had the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Silver was certain that if a full-scale battle ensued, he would be the one to face defeat. His escape this time was merely a result of cleverness. Chapter 23. Luring the tiger from its mountain. As Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato exchanged a glance, the astonishment in their eyes was palpable. A mere 12-year-old child had managed to outwit the fourth Kazekage, yet it was undeniably Silver who had dismantled the Sand Village's defenses. The magnitude of such an accomplishment, coupled with his composure in the face of it, truly commanded Minato's admiration. Minato's perception of Silver shifted. The youthful child was now regarded as an equal. The boy, graceful and strikingly handsome, still bore the remnants of childhood, yet he undeniably warranted Minato's respect. "Let us eat and rest promptly. We must replenish our strength. To set sail for the village hidden in the mist, we require the port of the Land of Wind, and it is certain that we will face fierce battles ahead." Minato sighed, reflecting on the substantial loss suffered by the fourth Kazekage. It was evident that he would rally more ninjas for future defenses, rendering their endeavor even more arduous. Thus, it was imperative to conserve their energy. Indeed, Silver nodded in agreement, consuming a few pieces of compressed biscuits before succumbing to slumber. As time flowed swiftly, 7 days elapsed, and Silver's group finally arrived at the bustling port city of the Land of Wind after an arduous journey. Due to its proximity to the sea, this city thrived with prosperity, its climate markedly different from other regions of the Land of Wind, free from the torment of sandstorms. Hence, the capital of the Land of Wind was located here. However, a safe passage to the village hidden in the mist seemed implausible. "In these shadowy alleys," Minato murmured, glancing sideways at the distant port, which was teeming with samurai and ninjas. Numerous posters featuring Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, and Silver adorned the surroundings, signaling that any appearance would result in immediate capture. "It seems we must take a desperate gamble," Silver declared through gritted teeth. "Avoiding danger is ideal, but if not, we must forge against the current. In any case, we must never falter when action is required. This is my principle." "Indeed, I believe we should consider this." A cunning smile flickered in Silver's eyes as he succinctly proposed, "We can launch an assault on the palace of the Land of Wind's daimyo, drawing all the guarding ninjas into the palace, allowing Miss Kushina to seize the ships we require for our voyage." Luring the tiger from its mountain? The quick-witted Minato immediately grasped Silver's intent. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "This plan is feasible." Silver nodded, and the group spent a few minutes devising a detailed strategy. Minato and Silver would infiltrate the daimyo's palace to execute the ambush, while Uzumaki Kushina would be responsible for commandeering the ships. An hour later, damn these nouveaux riches, hidden among the dense treetops, Silver gazed down at the luxurious and elegant palace, igniting his resentment towards wealth. I shall set your abode ablaze." Casting a cold glance at the imposing structure, Silver stealthily approached the daimyo's palace. If he could eliminate the daimyo, the Sand Village would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, as the true source of its war resources lay within the Land of Wind. Whoosh! Just as he leaped from the tree, a flurry of shurikens whizzed toward him. Initially believing that only samurai guarded the palace, he now realized that ninjas were present as well. The pupils narrowed slightly as Ian turned his gaze to the throng of approaching ninjas. He made no effort to conceal his presence, after all. It was a blatant act of sabotage meant to draw in numerous ninjas for reinforcement, creating an opportunity for Uzumaki Kushina. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames surged forth, encompassing a diameter of 20 meters, leaving everyone in awe as they instinctively retreated. Do not panic, you fools. A booming voice erupted from the crowd, imbued with a semblance of magic, soothing the hearts of all and instantly calming the chaotic throng. Fourth Kazekage. A voice exclaimed, calling out the name of the figure, prompting the crowd to part like the sea. The lingering presence of an old man was palpable. Casting a glance at the bald monk, Yin frowned, pondering, that old man must be a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Let us unite our efforts and employ water style against him. Witnessing Yin's emergence, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, glowed with a sinister red light in his eyes. Water style. A multitude of ninjas joined forces, unleashing a massive water style technique to counter Yin's assault. The collision of their opposing elemental powers resulted in a spectacular vapor explosion. Whoosh. Within the steam, a shadow darted towards him, swift as lightning. Excellent. With his Sharingan spinning, Yin scrutinized every movement ahead, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. Bang! The air erupted with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves that dispersed the scalding steam, both figures instinctively retreating a few steps. Why is this little brat so strong? Raza pondered, feeling the tingling soreness in his fists as he gazed at the unfazed Yin, a terrifying thought suddenly dawning upon him. Could it be that this brat deliberately concealed his strength last time? Chapter 24. The One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Funth the fourth Kazekage was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. A surge of formless ire threatening to consume his very sanity as he felt belittled by this minuscule child. The audacity to retain his strength against me. What a remarkable lad. I must commend you, for you are the most audacious young soul I have ever encountered. It was long rumored that Konoha was a cradle of geniuses, and upon witnessing it firsthand, I can affirm that such claims are not unfounded. To bestow the title of genius upon you is, in fact, an insult. Amidst his resentment towards Yin, the fourth Kazekage could not help but admire him. In his own youth, he had engaged in playful antics with children of similar stature. A flicker of talent appreciation ignited within him as he proposed. If you would join Sunigakure, I can assure you the finest treatment, along with access to forbidden techniques you have never encountered before. Apologies, but I possess no interest. Yin replied coldly, his resolve unwavering. Then, perish. With eyes ablaze with a fierce intent to kill, the fourth Kazekage unleashed a formidable technique. Magnet Release, Gold Sand Shuriken. A barrage of shurikens, composed entirely of sand and gold, surged forth with lethal precision, targeting Yin-'s head, limbs, and heart, every vital area poised for a swift demise. Navi. Observing this, Yin's pupils constricted, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just as he prepared to retaliate with his own shuriken, a flicker of inspiration ignited within his mind. While it is prudent to withhold one's trump cards during battle, it was indeed time to test the capabilities of the demon path. Abandoning the notion of using shurikens, Yin raised his thumb, the tip glowing with a faint white radiance. Breaking path, White Thunder. A searing blast of white flame shot forth, instantly obliterating the incoming assault. Another technique without hand seals? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, found himself momentarily stunned. Recalling how Yin's previous technique, Chidori, had also been executed without seals. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, a tremendous upheaval resounded from another direction, accompanied by the deafening roar of explosions and intense waves of energy, spreading like a hurricane. At last, it has begun, Yin murmured, gazing towards the distant horizon. If his intuition served him correctly, it was none other than Minato Namikaze who had taken action. Kazekage-sama, allow me to handle this. That direction is the residence of the daimyo. The consequences of a disturbance there could be catastrophic. Funth, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, volunteered. Funth, exercise caution. This child is quite peculiar. Do not underestimate him. I shall deal with Minato and come to your aid. There is no need to pursue victory obsessively. Merely suppress him. Warned Raza, casting a stern glance at Yin. I understand, Funth nodded. His face, adorned with white whiskers, bore the appearance of a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly frail, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Come with me. Leading a substantial entourage away, he left Funth standing alone, evidently deeming the threat posed by Minato far greater than that of Yin, the elderly monk. Do not presume that because you are a monk and an aged man in your twilight years, I shall show you mercy. I am well aware of your status as a Jinchuriki, and I shall not let my guard down. Silver tightened his nerves, his Sharingan revolving around the monk. Sensing that this old man was anything but ordinary. While most Jinchuriki merely harness the chakra of their tailed beasts, this peculiar individual shares a profound bond with Shikaku. The One Tail. With the beast's endorsement, he might even achieve full transformation to confront Silver. The threat he posed was akin to that of the fourth Kazekage. In this time of war between our nations, should you take my life, I would harbor no resentment, for such is the nature of conflict, the monk, Finfu, stated with an air of inevitability. As he spoke, a multitude of deep crimson chakra emanated from his body, suffused with various oppressive emotions of hatred, instilling a chilling dread. The deep red chakra coalesced around him, forming a sinister cloak. A tailed beast cloak? Is he planning to employ that right from the outset? Silver muttered, his brow furrowing before he quickly reconciled with the notion. This old man, having surpassed the bounds of his years, was little more than skin and bones. His hope for combat lay solely in the reliance on the chakra of the tailed beast. Whoosh! A fiery crimson afterimage lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws aimed menacingly at Silver's face. Chapter 25. The Jinchuriki's confrontation with a calm gaze. Silver stared at the oncoming claws. The crimson demonic light potent enough to shatter a human's neck, and the glint of coldness at his fingertips capable of blinding human eyes. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt no fear in the face of this terrifying scene. Only a pure disdain lingered in his eyes. As the moment approached when the beast intended to rip Silver's throat apart, he retaliated with a massive sphere of energy. Spiraling sphere. The pale radiance pulsated with dangerous fluctuations, causing the beast to gasp in shock. It swiftly altered its course, lunging towards the energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere erupted with a resounding explosion, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The beast's expression changed, nearly unable to suppress a cough of blood, its right hand trembling uncontrollably as it was forced back several steps before barely regaining its balance. Upon closer inspection, its weathered hands were now raw and battered. Old man, be careful. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Shikaku? The beast was taken aback. Instinctively creating distance from Silver, its murky eyes filled with wariness. This kid is suspicious, his eyes are dangerous, and he possesses an unsettling calmness. That gaze, as if everything is under his control, irks me greatly. Use that technique. Let me deal with him. I will strike so fiercely that his parents 1T recognize him. Shikaku exclaimed with irritation, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those crimson eyes. Those are the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, an exceedingly perilous ocular technique, the beast replied gravely. Its voice hoarse and laden with weight. This isn't the worst of it. I heard that the Kazekage suffered a significant loss at his hands days ago. This boy is quite peculiar. We cannot be deceived by his appearance. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have been gravely injured. Shikaku fell silent for a moment before stating, I will lend you my chakra. Do not worry about running low on it. That is reassuring. Upon hearing this, the beast exhaled in relief, its expression returning to a serene calm. Use that technique to eliminate him in one blow. Shikaku's presence surged with lethal intent within the beast's mental realm. Indeed, prolonging this confrontation was inadvisable. With a resolute expression, the beast's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as a massive amount of chakra erupted from within, condensing into a black energy sphere in its hand. As the black orb materialized, the surrounding space fell into an eerie silence. The leaves in the courtyard turned yellow in an instant, as if drained of their vitality by some mysterious force. Is that the tailed beast bomb? Silver raised an eyebrow, becoming vigilant, his expression suddenly grave, deciding to strike first. At his current level, being hit by the tailed beast bomb would mean certain death. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A blazing dragon's head roared forth, charging straight at the beast. Useless. The beast chuckled lightly, watching the fire dragon approach with remarkable composure. To its astonishment, a massive arm, entirely composed of tailed beast chakra, erupted from its back. Boom. The powerful arm swung out, and the fire dragon could not withstand the overwhelming force, shattering into a myriad of twinkling embers. Ha ha ha. Young one, do not waste your efforts. Such a singular technique cannot possibly harm me, unless you were to unleash several fire dragons at once. Is that so? I appreciate your warning. With a strange smile, he suddenly straightened his thumbs, and Silver formed another hand seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fire dragons shot forth, encircling Finfu from all directions. That detestable brat. Upon seeing this, Funfu's expression shifted dramatically. Chakra surged within him as multiple-tailed beast chakra arms extended from his back once more. Bang, bang, bang. The incoming fire dragons were violently shattered by the chakra arms, extinguishing the flames and revealing the unscathed Funfu. At that moment, his aged face turned green with fury, glaring fiercely at Silver, and he found that wicked smile particularly infuriating. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that instant, a violent whirlwind erupted from the tip of the tailed beast ball, snapping nearby trees in half and demolishing structures. A cataclysmic light descending with a thundering crash, the rapidly spinning sphere radiating an unsettling power. Is it finally coming to fruition? A sly grin curled at the corners of Silver's mouth as the spiritual pressure he had been gathering for some time prepared to surge forth. This single move may well deplete all my spiritual energy, but that matters not. When my spiritual energy is exhausted, I can still rely on chakra, Silver mused. I see determination glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 26. A severed arm. Silver's gaze lingered coldly upon the malevolent-tailed beast orb, sensing a palpable drop in temperature. The sinister radiance intensified, casting an air of desolation and despair over the surroundings. The formidable power of the tailed beast orb was beyond imagination. Any material that came into contact with it would be reduced to ashes. Even the weakest of tailed beasts, the one-tailed Shikaku, wielded an S-class potency in its tailed beast orb. Destruction of the path, the 63rd with his palm directed at the enveloped Fuku, Silver's hand emanated a flickering brilliance, crackling with a sound reminiscent of thunder, as a fierce golden light pulsated like lightning. Begone, young man. Fuku's eyes glinted with malice as he hurled a diminutive tailed beast orb, no larger than the palm of his hand. It appeared trivial, yet its chakra density was alarmingly high, reaching the caliber of S-rank ninjutsu. Just in time. Seeing this, Silver laughed heartily, undeterred, pouring every ounce of his strength into unleashing a long-prepared radiance. Destruction of the path, the 63rd, Thunder Roar Cannon. A golden beam erupted with a thunderous roar, cleaving the sky and forming a lingering straight line, like a golden spear thrusting toward the dark sphere. As both Silver and Fuku gasped for breath, the exhaustion was evident. However, compared to Fuku's pallid complexion, Silver appeared much more vigorous. Judging by Fuku's disheveled state, he seemed to be around 60 or 70 years of age. His body worn and fatigued. Time had not been kind. His endurance to fight until now was largely due to the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku. Simultaneously, the clash of the black and golden attacks erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion surged into the air, creating a visible and powerful shockwave. The palace of the Wind Country trembled violently, and the ground where Silver and Fuku battled was reduced to rubble within a 20-meter radius. Crack, crack, crack. Looking ahead, the black energy sphere and golden light continued to collide, unleashing waves of destruction that left the vicinity in ruins. Even the hidden ninjas observing the battle had their internal organs shattered by the intense energy fluctuations. Get out of the way. The daimyo is under attack. Move quickly. Meanwhile, the ninjas stationed at the port sensed the disturbance within the palace, their faces pale with shock as they rushed to provide support, waves of them departing, leaving only a handful behind. It seemed that Silver and Minato had succeeded. Kushina Izumaki's delicate face reflected a smile of relief, her anxieties dissipating as she gazed upon the remaining sand-hidden village ninjas at the port. Yet, her eyes shifted, the warmth replaced by an icy resolve. This was the precious time Silver and Minato had gambled their lives to secure. She could not afford to let it slip away. I suppose I have lost, Silver muttered. His expression slightly stiffened and grim. Crack, crack, crack. The tailed beast orb and thunder roar cannon continued their fierce friction, appearing evenly matched. Though the brilliance of the thunder roar cannon gradually dimmed, the once massive energy sphere was now reduced to a mere quarter of its original size. It was still my lack of skill. If only my spiritual pressure were stronger, if only my control over the path were more adept, but alas, lamenting fate is futile. The silvery gaze rekindled with a piercing brilliance, and the complaints were merely trifles. Boom. The tailed beast ball emitted a surge of dark light, shattering the golden glow with overwhelming force, scattering it into countless flurries of snow, and relentlessly surged towards the silver figure. The colossal Rasengan. A tangible chill coalesced upon the face, and an immense sphere of energy formed in an instant, which the silver figure deftly propelled forward with great speed. Boom. A tremendous blaze erupted, as the two fierce techniques ultimately dissolved into nothingness, the shockwave sweeping past Finfu's body, leaving him momentarily stunned and gasping for breath. Had it truly been neutralized? How could this be? The tailed beast ball was a bona fide S-rank ninjutsu. This youth was quite formidable. He may have anticipated this very outcome, previously employing that golden ninjutsu to deplete most of the tailed beast ball's might, only to follow up with a technique capable of counteracting it. Everything appeared to have been meticulously calculated. Within the spiritual realm, Shikaku, the One-Tail, solemnly remarked, "Allow me to take over. This young man is cunning and clever, and you may not be his equal. Moreover, run quickly, he is coming." The words abruptly ceased, and Shikaku urgently shouted. Although Funfu found it curious, he nodded in agreement, just as he prepared to withdraw. A blinding flash of lightning enveloped his entire vision. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his left arm. Raikiri, with a piercing sound. The blade of white light penetrated Finfu's body, rendering his complexion ghastly pale, as a pool of blood formed upon the ground, alongside a severed arm convulsing and oozing blood. Chapter 27. Eradicating the daimyo. Finfu gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened and bloodshot, his aged visage resembling a face smeared with snow. Retreat was the only option. Continuing the fight would surely lead to his demise, for an old man's stamina could not rival that of a vigorous youth. Within the realm of his psyche, a complex sigh emanated from a guardian crane, laden with myriad complaints and discontent. At over 70 years of age, Finfu's physical coordination had plummeted to unprecedented lows. Had a younger Jinchuriki been in his stead, they might have evaded the previous lethal assault. Thus, a temporary withdrawal was imperative. Casting a lingering glance at Ian, Finfu disregarded the searing pain coursing through his body and fled with surprising swiftness. Observing the old man vanish like a gust of wind, Ian harbored no intention of pursuit. To annihilate Finfu would invite relentless retribution from Sunigakure, and whether he could indeed eliminate the old man remained uncertain, for Finfu might fully succumb to tailed beast transformation, resulting in a perilous endeavor for Ian. At present, however, there was a matter of greater significance than chasing after Finfu. Fixating on the severed, bloodied arm on the ground, Ian felt a surge of exhilaration. After ensuring no one was around, he hastily wrapped the arm in a tattered cloth and sought refuge in a secluded spot. In the recesses of his mind, within the realm of his farm, Ian materialized, engaged in a spirited negotiation with a young girl. Is it truly so worthless? For such a substantial bone, merely 100 points? You are robbing me. Ian lamented, his gaze towards Lishine markedly altered. Lishine, at a loss for words, defended herself. I am but a program reminiscent of your former life, adhering strictly to regulations. This is beyond my control, whether it be a speck of dust or an entire bone. The exchange rate remains constant. Very well, let it be 100 points then. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and I have matters to attend to. With a dismissive wave, Ian ceased to dwell on the issue. After the transaction was complete, Ian emerged from his hidden chamber, surveying the bustling palace teeming with people. He discreetly followed a contingent of samurai and ninja, intent on safeguarding the daimyo. The absence of a signal from Kushina indicated her failure to seize the ship. Thus he decided to wait a while longer. After much contemplation, Ian abandoned his escape plan and chose instead to accompany the group in search of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Eliminating him would inevitably cripple Sunigakure, as they relied on resources from the Land of Wind. The daimyo's demise would surely have repercussions for Sunigakure. After navigating various obstacles, he stealthily arrived at the entrance of a clandestine chamber. The sounds emanating from within initially gave him pause, as he suspected a ruse designed to mislead. However, upon hearing the ensuing dialogue, he was unequivocally certain that this was indeed the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Fire release, great fire destruction. An inferno rained down from the heavens, catching everyone unawares. The ninja and samurai stationed before the daimyo's chamber were engulfed in flames, their anguished cries echoing in a scene of unimaginable horror. Bang! Silver burst into the room, his gaze fixed upon the pool, where the feudal lord of the Land of Wind was frolicking with several beautiful women. Enraged, he thought, how can you indulge in such frivolity at a time like this? Since you delight in such a bath of lovers, may you enjoy it to your heart's content in the underworld. With that, he unleashed the water release, suffocation technique. A torrent of water surged forth from his mouth, rapidly filling the pool where the feudal lord resided. The overwhelming force of the deluge threatening to submerge them forever beneath its depths. In mere minutes, they would succumb to asphyxiation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with thunderous explosions, flames bursting forth like fireworks. Silver, with a smile in his eyes, swiftly exited the palace, racing towards the predetermined harbor. Upon successfully commandeering the ship, Kushina Izumaki would signal them. Not only Silver, but also Minato Namikaze, upon hearing the blasts, swiftly evaded the relentless pursuit of the fourth Kazekage, turning his focus towards the harbor with unwavering determination. Chapter 28. Escape Silver and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, made a hasty retreat, not forgetting to ignite a fierce blaze that engulfed the detestable palace, flames roaring throughout the capital of the Land of Wind. Quickly, summon Lord Daimyo, you fools. The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, bellowed in fury, his heart sinking as he beheld the inferno consuming the royal palace. Where are Minato and that Uchiha Silver? Gripping the collar of a subordinate, the fourth Kazekage lowered his voice, his hissing tone reminiscent of a serpent's deadly whisper. The captured ninja trembled in fear, daunted by the near-raging Kazekage, imagining a colossal serpent poised to strike. They have escaped. The ninja stammered, his face a mask of respect and humility. Fools. The Kazekage's expression darkened as he cast the ninja aside, his mind racing to process the events that had unfolded. Throughout the confrontation, he had been engaged with Minato, leaving no room for contemplation. Now, in hindsight, the fourth Kazekage sharply sensed the gravity of the situation. Trouble. We have fallen into a trap. His teeth ground together in frustration, almost shattering from the pressure. Leave a few warriors to douse the flames. The rest, follow me to the port. At the port, the remaining ninjas were effortlessly defeated by Kushina Izumaki, the battle overwhelmingly one-sided as she dominated her opponents. What are your preparations? A flash of gold caught Kushina's eye. It was none other than Minato. Where is Silver? She inquired, her voice tinged with concern. I haven't seen him, Minato replied, shrugging helplessly. He excels in speed and easily evaded the pursuers from Sunagakure. As for Silver, I have no idea where he has gone. Why aren't you pursuing him? Kushina glanced back at the crowd, hastening her pace. On the spacious road, Silver sprinted alone, pursued by a throng of enemies who snarled and shouted menacingly behind him. Stop right there, you little rascal. The fourth Kazekage's face flushed with anger as he relentlessly pursued Silver, his chakras surging forth. If he did not employ effective measures, he would inevitably be caught by the Kazekage. Silver's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of caution crossing his mind. The port was clearly visible ahead, and if he did not devise a way to delay the fourth Kazekage, his companions, including Kushina, would be in grave danger. Suddenly halting, Silver turned to face his pursuer. Planning to stand your ground? Not everyone possesses the speed of Minato. Your abilities pale in comparison. Surrender now. Panting, the fourth Kazekage tried to regain his stamina, his group exhausted from the relentless chase. This is troublesome, Silver thought, surveying the increasing number of ninjas behind the Kazekage. A sense of dread washed over him. If he were caught, it would spell certain doom. If a countermeasure is not swiftly devised, I shall meet my doom. Yin's countenance darkened, his heart racing with anxiety. Compelling himself to maintain composure as he pondered, although utilizing lightning release, Kirin could launch a substantial offensive against the enemy. Conjuring a thundercloud proved to be an arduous task requiring considerable time and impracticality in the present urgent situation. Incorporating my own attributes into the Rasengan could yield wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Yet the aftermath could render my arm unusable. Moreover, with so many adversaries present, a single wind release, Rasen Shuriken would not suffice to resolve the conflict. After much contemplation, Yin helplessly realized that even his signature techniques were ineffective. There remained no choice but to take a bold gamble. His internal hesitation transformed into resolute determination as he recalled a certain technique with significant side effects. Weighing it against his own life, he decisively discarded the former. For the potential loss of vitality paled in comparison to his survival. Yin resolutely raised his palm, a cerulean luminescence cascading forth. The disparity in power was vast, now. With numbers on my side, your escape is implausible. Uncertain of Yin's intentions, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, remained remarkably composed, for this was the Land of Wind, the domain of Sunagakure, and it was not yet time for Yin to wreak havoc. Listen closely, you little rascal, he began, preparing to reprimand Yin, when he suddenly noticed the sky transformed into an azure expanse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Massive beams of cerulean energy surged forth, boundless and overwhelming, engulfing the entire firmament in deep blue, obliterating all in their path. Houses collapsed, structures crumbled, and the earth scorched. It advanced relentlessly towards the fourth Kazekage. Destruction of the eighth path, dragon strike, thunderous cannon. As Yin's voice resonated, the azure brilliance intensified, momentarily swallowing the entire crowd, followed by a cacophony of wails. Yet, Yin's plight was dire. His hair began to turn white, his eyes dulled, for his spiritual pressure was insufficient. Forcibly employing the eighth path took a toll on his vitality. Unconcerned with the ninjas of Mangekyō, Ine dragged his weary body and fled. Chapter 29. Arrival at Kirigakure. The devastating edge of Had 88 swept through the entire street like a scythe through withered grass. Those touched by its fury were instantly charred, their bodies seared beyond recognition. Even the fourth Kazekage was caught off guard, his right arm grievously scorched, watching Jin's retreating figure. The Kazekage could only silently vow to tear him limb from limb in the future. This technique was nothing short of mutual annihilation, something to be avoided at all costs. As Jin assessed the changes within his body, his expression darkened, a shadow of malice creeping across his brow. He had naively assumed that the so-called life expenditure merely shortened his lifespan by a few years. But now, sensing the devastation within, he realized his grave miscalculation. His internal organs were severely damaged, his bones had begun to soften, and vast swaths of his cells had perished. A grim realization settled over him. This was merely the backlash from Had 88. Had he recklessly attempted Had 90 Kurohitsuji, he might have died on the spot. Weavey arrived. A ripple stirred in the depths of his pupils as he spotted Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who had been anxiously awaiting him. Without hesitation, Jin leaped onto the prearranged boat. Time flowed like water, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, was an isolated land surrounded by sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Rarely did sunlight pierce through the gloom, lending the village an eerie, oppressive atmosphere. Its people were no different. Lord Mizukage, must we truly ally with Konoha? An alliance? Utterly unnecessary. Kirigakure stands apart, untouched by the mainland's conflicts. Let them wage their wars, we have no stake in them. By meddling now, we invite only suffering. The wiser course is to bide our time and strike when both sides are weakened. The dimly lit chamber was thick with tension, smoke curling through the air. Rough, sinister faces flickered in and out of view, each bearing expressions of malice. The hostages from Konoha have already arrived. Cooperation is no longer optional. A low, guttural growl echoed through the room, its voice like that of a feral beast. Enough. This discussion ends here. A commanding voice cut through the murmurs, firm and resonant. The speaker wore the distinctive hat of the Mizukage, none other than the third Mizukage himself. Do you wish for Kirigakure to remain forever isolated? Our geography has spared us from war, but it has also stunted our growth. To thrive, we must engage with the mainland. But what use is a single uchiha hostage? If relations sour, Konoha can discard the child without hesitation. In the face of absolute gain, nothing is sacred. Silence. The Mizukage's lips curled into a confident smile as he surveyed the gathered elders. I've had the boy investigated. He is no ordinary hostage. He is the younger brother of Fugaku Uchiha, the current clan head. At merely 12 years old, this child, Jin Uchiha, has awakened the 3 tomoe Sharingan and outmaneuvered Mangekyō multiple times, even inflicting heavy losses upon the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Does that sound like a disposable pawn to you? Impossible. What a farce. To think that a mere child could be mistaken for a formidable ninja. At the tender age of 12, he has supposedly rendered the 4th Kazekage powerless? Such absurdity. Even Uchiha Madara, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, did not exhibit such extraordinary prowess at that age. The rumors circulating nowadays are increasingly unreliable, lacking even the most basic credibility. How vulgar. Inside the office of the Mizukage, chaos reigned as various dignitaries engaged in heated debates, their opinions clashing. Meanwhile, Ine and his companions stepped onto this foreign soil, the Hidden Mist Village, as esteemed guests from the Hidden Leaf Village arrived. The Hidden Mist reciprocated with courtesy, dispatching high-ranking officials to welcome Ine and his companions amidst the resounding clang of gongs, creating an atmosphere of lively festivity. Of course, this was merely the prelude to cooperation, aimed at elevating the atmosphere. Within the Mizukage's office, 3 unfamiliar figures had now joined the scene. Undoubtedly, these 3 were Ine, along with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Observing the 7 ominous figures seated on the couch, Ine mused inwardly. Each of their visages left much to be desired, radiating an aura of malevolence and exuding a palpable sense of danger. What a ridiculous spectacle. Ine scoffed inwardly while discreetly studying the 3rd Mizukage. Information regarding him was scarce, rendering the 3rd Mizukage enigmatic. At first glance, he presented an impression of benevolence, devoid of any harshness, resembling the 3rd Hokage in demeanor, characterized by a gentle temperament. However, one does not ascend to the position of a Kage without possessing extraordinary capabilities. His ability to conceal any weaknesses only hinted at a more formidable depth of character. Ine remained vigilant. For his purpose in the hidden mist village was to eliminate the third Mizukage. Once he succeeded, he would claim the bones of Admiral Akainu. Regardless of the divine beings in his path, the head upon his shoulders was as good as his. Chapter 30. The deceptive union to ascend rapidly. One merely needs to sever the head of the individual before them. For now, I shall bide my time, after all. I must remain in the hidden mist village as a hostage, and opportunities abound. Reflecting upon the unfathomable strength of the various village leaders, Silver's thoughts were instantly extinguished. Even the lecherous third Hokage is undeniably powerful, and this third Mizukage before me is surely no exception. Mizukage-sama, this is Kushina Uzumaki, and this is Silver Uchiha. I am Minato Namikaze. I trust you understand our purpose for coming here, Minato stated with a gentle smile as he removed a backpack and produced a sealed scroll. This is the proposal for an alliance. Once Mizukage-sama signs it, the Hidden Mist Village and the Leaf Village will be bound in a pact of alliance. Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage merely cast a disinterested glance at Minato, evidently unimpressed. I apologize, but such a treaty is merely a pretext for betrayal. The notion that a simple document could hastily bind two ninja villages together seems rather absurd. Minato's expression promptly stiffened, his smile fading as he pondered. Then what does Mizukage-sama imply? Do you wish to forego the alliance? An alliance is possible, but under certain conditions, the third Mizukage replied, his gaze subtly flickering towards the impassive Silver. To bind two villages together with a mere piece of paper is neither feasible nor realistic. Frankly, even if this Uchiha Silver were to serve as a hostage, I would remain distrustful of your Leaf Village. Silver inwardly acknowledged the third Mizukage's clear-sightedness. His words were indeed reasonable, and a flicker of appreciation stirred within him. Just as he was about to speak, however, the Mizukage's next remark nearly choked him. Unless this boy marries my daughter, I cannot agree to your alliance. The moment the words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. I oppose, Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed. Taken aback by her own impulsive response, as if compelled by an involuntary reflex, the other dissenting voice, of course, belonged to Silver. Come now. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. My daughter is quite beautiful. The third Mizukage shot Silver a knowing glance, continuing unabashedly, this is not merely my suggestion. It is the proposal of the village as higher-ups. Only through such a union can we collaborate without concern. Naturally, should you decline, I could seek out the Hidden Cloud Village instead. At this, Minato's face darkened considerably. It was a blatant threat. Enough with the intimidation. The ambitions of the Hidden Cloud Village are well known. Villages that have allied with them in the past have ultimately been consumed by their military might. Does the Hidden Mist Village not fear inviting the wolf into their fold? Silver stepped forward to dismantle the Mizukage's argument, sneering. Even if Mizukage-sama desires an alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village to reap some benefits in this war, I dare say the Hidden Cloud will impose harsh conditions, such as demanding the surrender of tailed beasts. The intelligence clutched tightly in hand crumbled into fragments, and the countenance of the third Mizukage was shrouded in a tempest of discontent. Casting a penetrating glance at Ine, he retorted with disdain, You are correct. The village of Kumogakure indeed proposed such barbaric terms to me. Just the thought of the third Raikage's face makes me nauseous. Among the 5 great nations, Kumogakure is undoubtedly the most uncivilized and unreasonable. Is that why you seek to compromise and collaborate with Konohagakure? If so, I implore you, Lord Mizukage, to present your sincerity. I have no desire to hear such unreasonable demands a second time. The task to obtain the bones of Sakasuke was to eliminate the third Mizukage. How could he carry out such a mission if he were to become his son-in-law? I speak with utmost seriousness, and my words are not a jest. The union is a decision made by the village's higher-ups, and you are of similar age to my daughter, with talent and beauty combined with exceptional prowess. You are indeed a perfect match. The third Mizukage's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Ine. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Mizukage, but I must respectfully decline. Yin's gaze radiated with a fiery resolve, his tone unwavering and devoid of any room for negotiation, imparting an impression that he was resolute and unyielding. If there were genuine feelings between them, he might have managed to accept it, but being thrust into a marriage without explanation was something he ardently opposed. It was nothing short of a meaningless political alliance, especially since the third Mizukage was, after all, his target. Father. A melodious and clear voice resonated as the door to the Mizukage's office swung open, revealing a graceful young woman. In an uncanny twist of fate, Ian found himself staring at a familiar silhouette. Is that Terumi Mei? Chapter 31. The Challenge of Terumi Mei. Ian opened his mouth, his heart racing with anxiety, his thoughts muddled. After careful confirmation, he could ascertain that the girl before him was indeed Terumi Mei. She appeared youthful and delicate, embodying both charm and strength. Her smile could captivate a city, and her emerald eyes were bewitching. Alas, how unfortunate. Ian sighed inwardly, unable to fathom that Terumi Mei was the daughter of the third Mizukage. Even so, this shall not deter me. His frustration morphed into a cold, murderous intent. He had been fixated on the third Mizukage's neck for quite some time, determined not to let it slip away easily, regardless of whose father he was. It was of no concern to Ian. Are you Uchiha Ian? The girl bounced forward, her lively eyes sparkling as she smiled. I am Terumi Mei, Uchiha Ian. He replied politely, but suddenly caught a glimpse of mischief in her gaze, frowning slightly. From now on, we shall be friends, Terumi Mei declared optimistically, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, a charming dimple adorning her face as she elegantly extended her slender arm like a willow branch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ian felt reluctant to refuse and extended his right hand. It felt pleasant. Ian nodded discreetly, but just as he was about to release her hand, he realized Terumi Mei had a firm grip on him. This is merely the beginning. Her strength gradually intensified. Is this a show of force? I have not wronged her. Ian pondered, befuddled, gazing at the girl before him, wondering if she might have overheard his refusal of an arranged marriage and sought to retaliate. This possibility seemed most plausible. I challenge you to a duel, Terumi Mei declared, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Do not act recklessly, the third Mizukage admonished, his expression serious. In response, Ian quietly observed Terumi Mei, inwardly lamenting that children indeed relish competition. Just as he was about to concede, Terumi Mei's mischievous laughter rang in his ears. Faint as a whisper, audible only to him. You just stole glances at me 10 times, and your gaze has invaded my space. If you wish for me to keep this a secret, you had better comply. Upon hearing her words, an army of bewildered thoughts surged through Yin's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. Very well, Yin replied calmly, a cold smile brewing within. Without imparting to Terumi Mei an unforgettable lesson, she might dare to ride on his head in arrogance in a few days. Some women require coaxing, while others can only be conquered through sheer strength. Agreed? The third Mizukage looked at Ian in astonishment, contemplating, as he thought. I too am curious to see whether your strength is indeed as formidable as claimed. What do you two think? He turned his gaze toward Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, a broad smile illuminating his face, fully confident in his daughter's capabilities. This situation seems rather unsatisfactory. In comparison to the confident third Hokage, Namikaze Minato appears much more hesitant, expressing his concerns. Silver is the heir of the Uchiha clan, and Miss Terumi Mei is the daughter of the Hokage. Engaging in a conflict would be quite inappropriate. There is no need to worry about such trivial matters. I shall ensure that the young lady knows her limits, he asserted nonchalantly, waving his hand. The third Hokage seems to have misunderstood my intentions, Minato thought, forcing a smile. He was genuinely concerned that Silver might injure Terumi Mei. He had never doubted Silver's capabilities. Well, I suppose we shall take it one step at a time. Observing the unwavering confidence of the third Hokage left Minato speechless. Perhaps a display of authority wouldn't be entirely unwelcome. How peculiar. There is undoubtedly something amiss between them, and they cannot possibly share any blood relation. After all, I am a genuine transmigrator, and I have never heard that Terumi Mei's father is the third Hokage. You cannot deceive me with such fanciful tales. As his gaze flitted between Terumi Mei and the third Hokage, Silver's mind swirled with speculation, contemplating the underlying implications. Chapter 32. Midnight Assassination. Silently observing Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, neither harbored suspicions regarding Mei Terumi's identity. To them, having a descendant of the Mizukage was quite natural. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse time and foresee the future like Silver. What tricks do you have in store? With thoughts now contained, Silver ceased his pondering. At this juncture, he could only respond to the challenges presented to him. This was the territory of the Hidden Mist Village, and any reckless behavior would be tantamount to courting death. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the hour grew late, and the third Mizukage finally arrived to escort Silver and his companions to their lodgings. The Hidden Mist Village was situated on a dormant volcanic island, rich with hot springs. After dinner, in the stillness of the night, Silver, seeking relaxation after weeks of toil, decided to indulge in a soak. Creak. Gently pushing open the wooden door to the hot spring, he was enveloped in a cloud of steam, rendering his surroundings nearly invisible. Yet, with his keen eyesight, Silver caught sight of an unexpected figure and exclaimed, "Kushina-san?" Upon realizing the presence of Silver, an awkward blush crept across his cheeks. "It's you, Silver. Come join me." Kushina replied with a warm smile, her demeanor entirely at ease. Taken aback, Silver's mind momentarily froze in this war-torn world. It was not unusual for men and women to share a bath. After all, such customs belonged to certain cultures. Sinking into the hot spring, Silver inhaled the warm steam deeply, steadying his mind before expressing his gratitude. "If it weren't for your assistance, Kushina-san, I might have been forced into marriage." "Don't worry about it. The Hidden Mist Village has been pushing its luck." Kushina gently shook her head, whispering, "You are the village's strongest prodigy. Although Lord Hokage wishes to use you as a hostage, if possible, Minato and I will certainly help you escape." Silver's expression stiffened as he replied earnestly, "I am deeply grateful." Though he outwardly conveyed appreciation, internally Silver remained unconvinced. His current strength was insufficient, and once he attained a certain level of power, he would depart from Konoha. The tranquil atmosphere of the Leaf Village was ill-suited to him. As the night grew colder and a chilling wind swept through, Silver returned to the inn to rest. Exhaustion washed over him, and as soon as he lay down on the mattress, he succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sound of cutting air pierced the silence. The sound of daggers slicing through the void was chilling. "Do they seek to kill me?" Silver, eyes closed, suddenly opened his tomoe Sharingan. The dark space around him appeared eerily vivid, allowing him to clearly perceive the various shurikens hurtling toward him. Swish. He deftly evaded the lethal assault by swiftly sidestepping. "Who are you?" With crimson light swirling in his eyes, Silver discerned the silhouette of the assailant. "Terumi-me? I bear you no ill will. Why would you seek to take my life?" The swirling malice within his gaze belied the tension of the moment. As Silver suppressed the rising urge to retaliate, he still had many questions to pose. "Currently, we are without grievances, but tomorrow there may be enmity. Who would wish to marry someone like you?" Mei Terumi complained with a trace of resentment in her voice. "Indeed. Something feels amiss. I knew they were not father and daughter." Despite a fleeting glimpse of concealed murderous intent, Ine astutely sensed that a biological daughter would never harbor such hostility towards her father. "You wish to kill me?" A sly smirk danced upon Yin's lips as he jested. "That may be so, but our skirmish here would surely draw attention. Let us find a more secluded venue, unless, of course, you are unafraid of death." With that, Ine transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. "Am I to fear you?" Kogami Mei, recognizing the provocation in Yin's tone, followed him without hesitation. She too was a paragon of excellence, possessing 2 distinct bloodline limits. While losing was not disgraceful, how could she face others if she allowed herself to be intimidated by mere words? Chapter 33. Easy suppression as night fell. The distant waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks surrounding the island, producing a thunderous roar and sending up magnificent splashes. However, neither Terumi-me nor Silver had the leisure to appreciate such grandeur. This place was far removed from the heart of the Hidden Mist Village, seldom visited by others. Terumi-me was undoubtedly aware of the underlying conspiracy. Gazing intently at the girl approximately 10 meters ahead, Silver pondered. The so-called competition was clearly a deliberate stalling tactic. He could hardly fathom what the third Mizukage was plotting. Furrowing his brow, Silver was certain that a conspiracy was afoot. The so-called arranged marriage partner, Terumi-me, undoubtedly harbored her own secrets. "I have heard that your Uchiha clan excels in fire release, while our ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village are proficient in water release. It appears I am your natural adversary," Terumi-me remarked, a confident smile gracing her lips. Water and fire are, indeed, 2 incompatible elements, yet the outcome of their clash depends on the wielder's prowess. Silver remained noncommittal, but then his demeanor shifted, his face becoming cold and radiating an aura of frost, as his deep black pupils began to undergo a dramatic transformation. "However, compared to fire release, I am far more adept at utilizing the Sharingan." With 3 tomoe spinning under the inky night sky, Silver's vision became exceptionally sharp. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted forth from his mouth. The transition from hand seals to release executed in one fluid motion, leaving Terumi-me unable to discern the hand signs. Such speed in forming hand seals. Can this boy truly be only 12 years old? Is he a prodigy returned to youth? Terumi-me's youthful face displayed astonishment. and involuntarily she cursed within as she witnessed the impending fireball, responding with the most vigorous counterattack. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. A colossal water sphere burst forth from her lips, clearly larger than the approaching fireball, demonstrating formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The two orbs collided with an inevitable force. The water release effortlessly extinguishing the searing fireball and generating a cloud of steam that rendered the already murky night even more indistinct. Terumi May could no longer discern Silver's whereabouts. Where has he gone? Her delicate brows knitted in concern. Terumi May remained on high alert, her gaze darting about in search of Silver's movements. Swish, swish. An unusual sound emanated from her left, prompting Terumi May to swiftly retaliate with a barrage of shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. Silver was left bruised and battered, daggers piercing his heart, appearing lifeless. Yet, Terumi May maintained her composure. This was merely a test, a substitution technique. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A steady, low voice resonated from behind as a blazing fire dragon surged toward her. I knew you wouldn't meet your end so easily. Terumi May thought, her expression unwavering, her gem-like pupils shimmering with resolve, exuding an aura of serenity and confidence. Swiftly forming hand signs, though not as fast as Silver. Her movements were executed in the blink of an eye. Lava release, lava monster technique. A mysterious, viscous liquid oozed from May's lips, so thick it clung together, possessing an extraordinarily corrosive property. Upon contact with the fire dragon, it effortlessly dissolved the flames without resistance. Petty tricks. Did you truly believe you could outmaneuver the fourth Kazekage? Clearly, this is nothing but Leaf's fabricated morale-boosting nonsense. May sneered, her face alight with triumphant confidence. Crack. At that moment, the ground beneath her feet abruptly shattered. A shadowy figure erupted from beneath, dagger in hand, thrusting toward May with lethal precision. Thud. May's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late to retreat. Caught off guard, the blade pierced her heart, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. With her heart shattered, a defiant May hurled a kunai at the attacker. Whoosh. With a mere tilt of his head, the assailant, Silver, effortlessly evaded the projectile. A fledgling remains a fledgling. You are still far beneath me. Watching May collapse with unwilling fury, Silver remained impassive, turning to leave, only for her corpse to dissolve into a pool of water. A water clone. His pupils dilated in shock as he frantically scanned the surroundings for May's true form. Slash. A searing pain erupted at his neck. Before he could react, his vision darkened, his head severed cleanly from his body. Did you truly believe you could challenge me? How laughably naive. Emerging from behind him, May stepped forward, her expression icy with disdain. With your death, I am finally free. Blame your own wretched fate. As she strode past his lifeless form, a blinding streak of lightning descended from above, sealing her escape, the crackling energy poised at her throat. Silver stood before her, Chidori humming in his palm. You're alive. Her lips parted in stunned disbelief, her face frozen in shock. Alive? Silver regarded her with detached indifference. As I said, you remain a fledgling. Until the enemy is utterly annihilated, death is but an illusion. The corpse she had struck had transformed into a mere wooden log. May's cheeks flushed crimson with fury. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Silver's unreadable expression. Enough of these childish games. Tell me, why impersonate the third Mizukage's daughter? What conspiracy lies behind this marriage alliance? Do not test my patience. Or, he tilted the crackling Chidori meaningfully, his gaze dark with warning. Chapter 34. The intimidation of Terumi May upon witnessing the situation. Terumi May was filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. From the piercing gaze of Uchiha Jin and the chilling aura that surrounded him, she sensed an imminent threat to her life. Beads of anxious sweat began to form on her brow. Uchiha Jin, do not act recklessly. This is the Hidden Mist Village. And I am a Mizukage enough with your nonsense. Exhausting my patience will only make your situation more perilous. Would you like to experience the consequences of a hunter who cannot wait? Jin asked coldly, the crackling light of his Chidori resonating with a deafening roar that filled Terumi May's heart with despair. This man Terumi May thought bitterly, managing a wry smile that betrayed her sense of futility. She had initially believed that even if she could not defeat Jin, she could at least deplete his chakra, leading to a tenuous stalemate. However, the harsh reality shattered her hopes. Jin's disdainful gaze was a clear indication that he had merely been toying with her. I am indeed not the daughter of Lord Mizukage. The so-called match arranged out of thin air was orchestrated by him, with the intent of delaying your departure from the Hidden Mist Village. Taking a deep breath, Terumi May stated solemnly, Better to fight for survival than to be inexplicably killed by Jin. The prospect of being taken down by him is far less appealing than the chance of a desperate struggle for life. It appeared that the hidden mist village had indeed betrayed Konoha. A flicker of realization crossed Jin's eyes as his brow arched slightly. Although he felt no allegiance to Konoha, he understood the necessity of maintaining the stability of this towering tree under which he currently resided. It was essential to prevent its collapse, as one thrives in its shade. How do you know that the Mizukage has betrayed Konoha? The hidden mist village seemed thoroughly prepared, and even those who once opposed Konoha have been imprisoned to ensure the success of this grand deception. Terumi May inquired, her curiosity piqued by Jin's certainty. It is quite simple. Their behavior is too normal. Sometimes, the absence of flaws signals a hidden defect, Jin replied, his voice imbued with a hint of magnetism. Perhaps it was due to Terumi May's willingness to speak candidly, which lightened his mood slightly, prompting him to explain. During the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village were at odds, harboring deep-seated grievances akin to fire and water. Konoha could eradicate the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, and their descendants remain alive today, thirsting for vengeance. How could they possibly greet one another with smiles? The enmity between parents cannot simply be forgotten. Moreover, the people I encountered along the streets wore smiles that seemed excessively cordial, which in itself suggests an underlying issue. Additionally, there is a crucial factor regarding our lodging today. The innkeepers and staff are not behaving normally. If I am not mistaken, they should be disguised ambu ninjas. There is no need for you to hastily dismiss this. As shinobi like us frequently wield kunai, leaving our palms calloused, yet those in staff do not exhibit such signs. That does not mean they are abnormal. Terumi May raised her voice, insisting, "No, it is precisely because they lack such marks that I find them suspicious." His silver eyes glinted with keen insight as he observed. Their demeanor is peculiar. Their faces exhibit kindness, yet the essence of a person's character cannot lie. As a shopkeeper and an assistant, one would expect them to be steeped in the scent of commerce. Yet these individuals are devoid of such traits, and their work is executed with remarkable precision, as if they have undergone rigorous training. What troubles me most is this. Does Miss Kame not find it absurd? If you were the shadow of a village, would you arrange for esteemed guests to be hosted halfway up the mountain, outside of Hidden Mist Village? Claiming the scenery is delightful and conducive to relaxation is sheer nonsense. That old fox is clearly afraid we might seize the opportunity to retaliate or inadvertently harm innocent villagers during a conflict. Casting a cold gaze towards Hidden Mist Village, he added with a sardonic smile, perhaps that old fox, the third generation of water shadows, is currently relocating the villagers in preparation for the impending battle. You opened your mouth, but Kame fell silent, astonished after a moment. It is rare to encounter someone as observant as you. Nothing remarkable. There are too many adversaries in my life, so I have merely become more vigilant, he replied calmly, before sternly demanding, "Now, answer my question. Should you deplete my patience, your life will be forfeit." Kame stomped her feet, her expression shifting rapidly as she retorted coldly, "Then come and kill me. Once you do, you shall never uncover the truth. Are you trying to provoke me?" He raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his features as he regarded the somewhat smug Kame, tauntingly declaring, "Are you aware of a method known as better off dead?" His devilish grin sent chills down Kame's spine, her complexion paling as she nervously asked, "What do you intend to do? This is Hidden Mist Village." At her words, he scoffed disdainfully. "Regardless, we are destined to unite through marriage. The weather is dreary today, and coincidentally, my mood is equally foul. Why not expedite our arrangement? I am a man of my word, a hopeless romantic. As long as you comply with my instructions, I might just spare you. Yet, your arrival has doused my enthusiasm like a torrential downpour. Now, it seems I must resort to desperate measures." His words left Kame pale with fear as she gazed into his glowing eyes, her hair standing on end. Noticing her trembling, he suppressed a laugh and began to loosen his garments. Stop. I'll tell you," Kame exclaimed, her body racked with chills. "I don't know the specifics, but I can assure you that the third generation of Water Shadows has allied with the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. In reality, this alliance is merely a fade, designed to lure you into Hidden Mist Village, where the two villages plan to jointly obliterate Konoha." Chapter 35. Threat. Upon hearing the news, Yin's heart plunged into despair at the mere thought of the formidable Yunin village. The combat prowess of this ninja village surpassed all expectations, proving to be alarmingly formidable. It was rumored that the current Third Reikage could suppress the Eight Tails with sheer strength. Hence, the so-called alliance plan was nothing but a fabrication. and your challenge to a duel merely a ruse to buy time until the ninjas from Yunin village arrived in Kirigakure, whereupon you would jointly annihilate us. In pondered gravely, muttering to himself, if we retreat now, perhaps we can elude this impending disaster. However, if escape is the intention, it would be wiser to abandon it. Noticing that Yin's stern demeanor had softened somewhat, revealing a hint of humanity, Terumi Mei felt a sense of relief wash over her. With an unwavering expression, she stated, the ships in Kirigakure are all under the control of the Umbu. Seizing a vessel to flee is unrealistic. Kirigakure is now a desolate island. And you are doomed. As her words hung in the air, Terumi Mei fixed her gaze firmly on Yin, hoping to witness a flicker of anxiety or fear, thus alleviating her own frustrations. Yet, her expectations were destined to be dashed, for Yin remained as steadfast as iron, betraying no reaction whatsoever. Aren't you afraid? I have heard that Yunin village has brought forth all its elite combat forces. Not only is the third Raikage here, but the renowned AB duo has also arrived, along with a multitude of elite ninjas. It is even rumored that the two-tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure is present. Terumi Mei attempted to unsettle Yin, yet he remained inscrutable. A ripple of emotion briefly flickered in Yin's otherwise tranquil eyes, before he sighed. I certainly feel fear. But do you think that the pack of wolves and tigers will let me go? Clearly not. Therefore, I must take the plunge and fight with all I have. How reliable is your intelligence? Chidori unleashed a blinding flash of lightning as Yin inquired menacingly. Naturally, during my time posing as the Mizukage's daughter, I have gathered a wealth of intelligence. Yin could only nod slightly, his skepticism waning. In this unfamiliar territory of Kirigakure, he had no choice but to rely on Terumi Mei. However, the scale of Yunin village's mobilization was truly staggering. He could not fathom their motives. As it appeared, they had summoned nearly all their elite forces. With delicate fingers resting thoughtfully on her pristine chin, Terumi Mei murmured in perplexity, all their forces? Hearing this, Yin's pupils constricted, and after a moment of contemplation, a flash of insight crossed his mind, leading him to analyze. There are only two possibilities. First, Yunin village seeks to capture the three of us, Wolfing Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and myself, to leverage against Konoha, coercing them into concessions, such as demanding the surrender of the Ninetails. It is widely known that the Ninetails resides in Konoha, for following the valley of the end battle, the beast vanished, evidently captured by the first Hokage. Yet, who it was sealed within remains unknown. Yunin village previously dispatched agents to Konoha to gather intelligence on the Ninetails, but they returned empty-handed on multiple occasions. Now, they have resorted to a different approach, capturing Uzumaki Kushina and buffing Minato to threaten Konoha and compel them to yield the Ninetails. This reasoning is indeed plausible. You make a compelling point. Zhao Main nodded uncontrollably, as the village of Yunin had always advocated for war and aggression. Their chakra was virtually limitless, and the immensely powerful tailed beasts were undoubtedly their prime targets, leading them to frequently scour information regarding the tailed beasts of various villages. At this juncture, Inin chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, the third Raikage intends to seize this golden opportunity to completely annex the Mist Village. This is impossible. Do not speak such nonsense, Zhao Main retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Seeing her incredulous expression, Yin was unfazed. The fate of the Mist Village had no bearing on him. Even if the entire village perished, it would not affect him in the slightest. The immediate priority was to swiftly eliminate the third Mizukage and then retreat. After contemplating for a few seconds, Yin reached a decisive conclusion and commanded Zhao Main. You must lure the third Mizukage out, preferably to a secluded location like this one. I intend to kill him. Have you lost your mind? That is the Mizukage, not some mere guard. Zhao Main replied, her forehead creased with frustration, nearly on the verge of a breakdown. His casual tone made it seem as though he were speaking of dispatching an ordinary old man. Will you deceive him or not? Dream on. If you fail, I will also be exposed, and the Mizukage will surely not spare me. Are you saying you have no intention of assisting me? Very well. Then I shall go find the Mizukage and expose you, claiming that you have betrayed the Mist Village and plotted against him. Furthermore, I will reveal all of your secrets. Chapter 36. The impending war. Upon hearing these words, Terumi Mei's demeanor faltered momentarily, her emerald eyes nearly igniting with flames as she gazed at the nonchalant countenance before her, feeling an overwhelming headache. To her, Silver resembled a hedgehog bristling with thorns, presenting a challenge that was not only difficult to navigate but also perilous, as a single misstep could leave her grievously wounded. Having boarded my ship, do you still wish to remain uninvolved? Do not be naive, young lady. As Terumi may seem poised to protest, perhaps ready to make a final, desperate stand, Silver intensified his threat. Betrayal is no trivial offense. It endangers not only you but also your family, who will face dire consequences. At his words, Terumi May felt a chill sweep through her. Her complexion paling as she glared at Silver. Just as she was about to act on her murderous impulse, the realization of their disparity in power quelled her aggression, prompting her to reconsider. I agree to your terms. After a long pause, she reluctantly acquiesced, entrusting her fate to Silver. It was a gamble. Yet if she succeeded in eliminating the third Mizukage, her clan would undoubtedly reap the benefits amidst the upheaval in the village of Kirigakure. Declining Silver's proposition would lead to a far grimmer fate. Aligning with Silver at least afforded her a sliver of hope. You shall come to appreciate your choice. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration, Miss Terumi May. Inside the office of the Mizukage, the third Mizukage scrutinized the girl before him, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Did I not instruct you to monitor that boy? Why have you returned? Get back there at once. My apologies for the interruption, Lord Mizukage. But I have come across vital intelligence that compelled me to take the risk of informing you. With utmost respect. Terumi May recalled Silver's earlier admonitions and spoke succinctly. The boy named Uchiha Silver mentioned, rather carelessly after a few drinks, that Kushina Uzumaki is the host for the Nine Tails. Impossible. Such a confidential matter, how could that boy possibly know? You have been deceived. Before Terumi May could finish, the third Mizukage's expression darkened with skepticism. The covert operations of Konoha are exceptionally discreet. I assure you, even the likes of Uchiha Silver or Minato Namikaze could not possibly ascertain the identity of the Nine Tails host. His rebuttal was sharp, exposing the potential conspiracy. Unfazed, Terumi May continued in accordance with Silver's strategy. Lord Mizukage, are you aware of who the first host of the Nine Tails was? I'm not entirely certain, the third Mizukage replied, casting a surprised glance at Terumi May. However, there are whispers that the first host was Mito Uzumaki. But what significance does that hold? At that time, Senja Hashirama was alive. He was a weapon far mightier than the Nine Tails. Despite his eventual demise, his brother, Senja Tobarama, was formidable, and Mito Uzumaki was exceptionally powerful as well. Back then, other villages could only dare to speculate. None would challenge the Nine Tails. Yet the current situation is markedly different. Konoha has suffered greatly in the aftermath of the last two shinobi wars and is now engaged in conflict with Sunagakure, leaving them weakened. Thus, Kumogakure dares to ally with us to strike at Konoha, as they lack the confidence to confront Konoha one-on-one. It is good that you are aware of this, Lord Mizukage. With a radiant smile, Terumi May remarked that Whirlpool, Kushina, also shares the surname Uzumaki. It is said that she was someone Konoha went to great lengths to find. And some even claim she was specifically chosen by Uzumaki Mito. Could this merely be a coincidence? Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage fell into silence. A flicker of fire igniting in his calm gaze, clearly indicating he was intrigued. It would be no harm to meet him. This little girl, Terumi May, would not dare deceive me. After all, this is the Hidden Mist Village, my domain. She understands the consequences of betrayal and the price she would have to pay. The third Mizukage's expression shifted as he contemplated, observing the clarity in Terumi May's eyes, which betrayed no hint of falsehood. Nodding silently, he found solace in his own strength. After all, he was a legitimate Mizukage. If he were to cower before a mere 12-year-old, it would be better for him to end it all. Where is that boy? And what are his conditions? He inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. There are no free lunches in this world, a timeless truth. Terumi May felt a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she replied. Uchiha Jin intends to remain in the Hidden Mist Village and has requested that we provide him with 10 stunning women to attend to him. What an infuriating boy. How could such a ludicrous reason possibly persuade the Mizukage? If I were to be killed, I would haunt him as a vengeful spirit. Terumi May cursed inwardly, unable to meet the third Mizukage's gaze. Haha, that boy is just a normal person. I thought he was a monk. The third Mizukage's laughter resonated. And while Terumi May found this reasoning rather absurd, to the Mizukage it seemed entirely reasonable. What man would not desire to be surrounded by beauty? It was quite natural for Jin, still in his youth, to harbor such thoughts. The third Mizukage himself had felt similarly in his younger days, though such youthful yearnings had faded with age. In conclusion, the third Mizukage was resolute in his belief and commanded Terumi May, lead the way swiftly. Chapter 37. One is enough. The third Mizukage trailed behind Konan May, hastening his steps to an eerie mountain valley entrance, devoid of life. enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence, utterly isolated from the world. You chose to meet in such a place? He inquired, scanning the grim surroundings with a furrowed brow. Skepticism etched across his face. Indeed, given the sensitive nature of the information regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, one cannot afford to be careless. We must be cautious. Walls have ears. Thus, I selected this secluded spot. Konoha replied with unwavering composure. That makes sense. Dismissing his earlier doubts, the third Mizukage stepped into the valley. Inside, he was surprised to find torches illuminating the previously dark environment. Weren't we supposed to discuss matters in secret? Why are there torches? He asked, irritation creeping into his tone. Feeling somewhat deceived. Those are meant to reveal who your enemy is, so you may grasp your impending fate clearly. Emerging from the shadows was a figure with well-defined features and striking looks, particularly the pair of Sharingan eyes that stood out against the backdrop of the night sky. You are Uchiha Jin. Do you seek to kill me? What audacity! The third Mizukage exclaimed, sorrow flooding his voice. I was prepared to betroth my daughter to you. And now this young wretch dares to threaten my life? Cease your fabrications. Konoha has divulged everything. I am fully aware of your schemes. Jin retorted with a cold smirk, inwardly cursing the old man for his ignorance. At this, the third Mizukage's face flushed crimson with rage. His sorrowful expression contorting into one of fury as he bellowed at Konoha. You dare betray me? And what of it? These words are futile now, Konoha replied. Her expression void of emotion, her voice chillingly calm. We are far from the heart of Kirigakure. Your demise is inevitable here. Just the two of you? The third Mizukage laughed in rage, never imagining that two mere children, younger than himself, would audaciously declare their intent to take his life. No, you misunderstand, Jin remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at the third Mizukage. To eliminate you, I alone am sufficient. At this proclamation, both Konoha and the third Mizukage were momentarily rendered speechless, the latter erupting in fury. As the leader of a village, it was a blatant affront for a mere 12-year-old to threaten him. Do not overestimate your abilities. My life, as well as my family's interests, are tied to your actions. Do not act recklessly. Konoha shouted after a brief moment of shock. Fool. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against the leader of a village at your level? Your involvement will only complicate matters for me. You wouldn't wish for your own demise, would you? I can see you are an ambitious woman. Remain vigilant outside, and should anyone approach, eliminate them immediately. Jin commanded with a stern expression, knowing that Konoha, with her limited battle experience, was vastly inferior in strength compared to the third Mizukage. Konoha hesitated, caught in a dilemma, when suddenly, the third Mizukage struck first. Traitor, prepare to die. Like a phantom, he silently maneuvered behind Konoha, brandishing a dagger aimed at her neck. Clang! The clash of steel produced a crisp, resounding echo that reverberated through the air. In a moment of peril, Kirikage, with a swift motion, thwarted a lethal strike aimed at him. I understood, casting a fearful glance at the third Mizukage. I noticed Kirikage's grateful expression directed towards him before he departed with measured steps. How could this young man possess such overwhelming strength? Is he a monster? The third Mizukage, sensing the force of the dagger, was astounded to find himself gradually being pushed back by Kirikage. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. With a surge of explosive power, the third Mizukage momentarily repelled Kirikage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous identical figures of the third Mizukage emerged, charging at Kirikage. Boom, boom, boom. Shadows intertwined as fists and feet collided in a fierce exchange. After several exchanges, the third Mizukage grew increasingly alarmed. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, Kirikage remained undeterred, displaying an uncanny ability to evade attacks, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Just then, Kirikage leaped into the air, momentarily suspended in midair, and shouted, raising Gan. His right hand gathered a colossal sphere of energy, illuminating the dark night sky as he utilized his downward momentum to strike at the third Mizukage. Fool. When a person descends from the sky, they become an uncontrollable target. You are nothing but a living bullseye. The third Mizukage, undeterred, felt a surge of excitement, perceiving Kirikage as nothing more than a plump prey. Water release, water dragon bullet. In the blink of an eye, a formidable water dragon materialized, its gaping maw menacingly aimed at Kirikage. Crack! Just when one might expect to witness a gruesome spectacle, the ground beneath suddenly shifted, and a shadow, radiating with a white glow, erupted from the earth. A sharp roar filled the skies, reminiscent of countless birds taking flight. Chidori. Chapter 38. The rampaging third Mizukage. The third Mizukage's pupils narrowed, sensing the extraordinary gleam emanating from the silver right arm, and inwardly cursed. This despicable brat. Using shadow clones to divert my attention while stealthily hiding, lying in wait for the moment I reveal a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. What a cunning trickster. With a cold smirk, the third Mizukage's face regained its composure as he declared, however, a shadow is merely a shadow. It cannot be touched by someone of your insignificant caliber. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the lethal lightning strike. Not only that, but his right arm, akin to a venomous serpent, deftly subdued the silver who wielded the Chidori. Grasping the silver's throat, the third Mizukage's eyes glimmered with curiosity compared to before. The silver's strength had diminished considerably. Regardless, this time you were doomed. With a triumphant grin, the third Mizukage seized a kunai, poised to sever the silver's head when the luminous power of the Sharingan smoothly turned, engulfing the third Mizukage in its grasp. Trouble. It's an illusion. Realizing the danger, the third Mizukage's countenance shifted dramatically, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood in his fury as a surge of mental energy coursed through his mind, obliterating his thoughts and threatening to draw him into an endless void. You little rascal, I shall skin you alive. The third Mizukage's face flushed crimson, summoning his own mental fortitude to resist the invading force, glaring fiercely at the silver. He knew that only when the enemy believed victory was assured would their guard be at its most lax. Rising unscathed, the silver brushed off the dust from his attire. So you intentionally weakened your power, allowing me to capture you, hoping I would lower my guard. How preposterous, you wretched child. The third Mizukage's eyes widened, as if they might pop from their sockets. This is your own negligence. In your eyes, I am merely a child. Thus you deemed it unnecessary to guard against me, a miscalculation you shall regret. The silver spoke matter-of-factly, his youthful form capable of deceiving many into underestimating him. Do not revel in your triumph. The third Mizukage's expression darkened, chakra surging within him, radiating an aura of imminent danger. Illusion technique, chains of binding. In response, the silver's Sharingan once again emitted an enchanting glow, amplifying his mental prowess, consuming the third Mizukage's resistance with an overwhelming force. With a soft splatter, blood trickled from the corner of the third Mizukage's mouth. His complexion turned pale and feeble. Most astonishingly, he felt as though his limbs were ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. Is this the illusion of the Sharingan? He rasped, his voice hoarse, as he beheld the silver approaching like a speeding cannonball. He summoned every ounce of strength to thrust a dagger towards himself. With a soft thud, a gaping wound the size of a fist appeared on his thigh, flesh torn and blood gushing forth. The third Mizukage felt his once foggy thoughts sharpen. The shackles binding his body vanished, enabling him to move with newfound agility. Spiral sphere. A cerulean light cascaded from the heavens, as the third Mizukage, hindered by his injured thigh, could only watch helplessly as the spiraling sphere surged towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The rapidly rotating sphere, imbued with explosive energy, instantly repelled the third Mizukage, tearing the flesh from his abdomen and sending blood and gore flying, as he was mercilessly ground into a pulp by the whirling orb. Even if you survive this, your combat prowess will surely be severely diminished. With a slight lift of his gaze, Ian exhaled a sigh of relief, and then began to jog, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the third Mizukage. When an unforeseen change occurred, an ominous surge of chakra emanated from the third Mizukage's body, causing everything in its path to wither away, leaving devastation in the wake of the invisible ripples. Suddenly, the third Mizukage rose, resembling a zombie. Boy, you have successfully provoked me. It has been many years since I employed that technique, but today I shall grant you this courtesy. The sharp pain coursing through his body transformed the third Mizukage into a figure of sheer ferocity, his gaze, cold and piercing, more fearsome than that of a wild beast, sent chills down one's spine. Under Yin's bewildered stare, a torrent of water surged from the third Mizukage's form, rapidly spreading throughout the enclosed valley. What is this? Water? It doesn't seem like it. Observing the moisture pooling beneath him, Yin instinctively raised an eyebrow, sensing a looming danger. Gazing at the third Mizukage's frantic visage, he immediately steeled himself, aware that the third Mizukage had been thoroughly enraged. The scent of this water is peculiar, overwhelmingly pungent. Frowning, Yin lowered his head, dipped his thumb into the water, and brought it to his nose for a sniff, only to have his expression change drastically. Chapter 39. Conclusion: a pungent odor emanated from the liquid in his hands, a combination of water and an exceedingly unpleasant, nauseating scent. It was, astonishingly, oil. Gazing at the third generation of the water shadow, whose expression was one of ferocity, Silver felt an overwhelming surge of vigilance. A glance around revealed that the entire valley was filled with this peculiar oily liquid. "Ah, I see you've taken note," the third generation of the water shadow remarked, his tone indifferent as he continued. "In consideration of your imminent demise, I shall graciously enlighten you. This technique is known as steam catastrophe. It was imparted to me by the second generation of the water shadow. I, too, hail from the Ghost Lantern clan. Do you know why the second earth shadow of a Mangekyō is wrapped in bandages? It is because this very technique left him grievously burned." Silver remained silent, observing the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy, contemplating his next move. The technique enveloped the entire valley, signifying that escape was not an option. He could only withstand the impending onslaught. A shiver ran through him as he realized the peril he faced, while he possessed an array of offensive ninjutsu. His knowledge of defensive techniques was woefully inadequate, bordering on non-existent. This technique was indeed perilous, and he might very well meet his end today. With unwavering focus, Silver fixated on the third generation of the water shadow, silently gathering his chakra. Suddenly, a bizarre screech pierced the air. He looked up to see 5 or 6 figures approaching, entirely composed of oil and water clones. With a rapid patter, the water clones surged forward, evidently under some form of control, all charging directly at Silver. "This is dangerous," Silver mused, noticing that the bodies of the water clones glowed crimson as they raced, resembling barrels of gunpowder, radiating an aura of annihilation. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the imminent threat. Boom, boom, boom. The water and oil constructs exploded in a cacophony of sound, generating immense shockwaves. Even from several dozen meters away, Silver was knocked back a few meters by the sheer force, the power astonishing. After the violent upheaval, the water clones vanished, allowing Silver to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, the weather abruptly turned, and hail began to fall. To his astonishment, the peculiar water clones reformed, and their numbers had multiplied. "Oh, so that is how it is," Silver thought, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. Once the clones initiate their actions, the surface oil heats up rapidly, causing the internal water to evaporate dramatically, which leads to explosive steam. At this moment, the clones revert to their original forms. The explosive steam then causes the surrounding air to rise, forming hail. When the hail descends, the clones absorb it, preparing for another explosion, perpetuating an endless cycle. In simpler terms, the quantity of these water clones would not diminish, rather, it would increase with each successive explosion. What manner of being is he? The third generation of the water shadow wore a grim expression, his gaze one of astonishment. This was a secret technique of their Ghost Lantern clan. How could this young boy grasp its principles so effortlessly? Yet, he knew that as long as the user of a powerful technique was alive, the technique would persist. The gaze of the third Mizukage fell upon the figure of Silver, who was determined to eliminate him with all his might. This technique was exceedingly tricky, and it was only a matter of time before the third Mizukage would be worn down. Thus, Silver decided to strike directly at the heart of the matter and eradicate the third Mizukage, gathering a tremendous amount of chakra beneath his feet. Silver transformed into a bolt of lightning and surged forth. Whoosh! The blinding flash approached rapidly. Due to its incredible speed, one could only catch a glimpse of Silver's afterimage. A mere parlor trick. "Surely, you seek to target me," the third Mizukage sneered. With a malevolent chuckle, he commanded the dispersed explosive water clones to converge rapidly towards him, intending to detonate them the moment Silver attacked. Indeed, as the third Mizukage found himself encircled by several explosive water clones, Silver was compelled to halt his advance. "Now's my chance." With Silver standing still, the third Mizukage seized the moment and bellowed, sending all the water clones lunging forward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, shaking the entire valley as if a tremor had struck. From the billowing smoke, a shadowy figure was hurled into the air. "Ha! At last, I've ensnared you, you fool." A mere wooden puppet. However, the third Mizukage's triumphant grin quickly faded as he cursed loudly, scanning his surroundings in pursuit of Silver's movements. "Die, you old fool." A gust of wind rushed past him as Silver, wielding the Chidori, materialized behind him. "Fool, you remain too far away. How do you intend to kill me? By flying over?" Turning to see Silver still several meters away, the third Mizukage scoffed disdainfully, once again commanding the water clones to close in. Self-deluded. Taking a step forward to shorten the distance, Silver's lips curled into a subtle smirk. With a sudden surge of power, the Chidori shot forth a brilliant beam of light. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Taken aback by this unforeseen assault, the third Mizukage hesitated, frantically attempting to evade. Yet, the speed of the lightning was unparalleled, piercing through his heart in the blink of an eye. The explosive water clones dissipated soon after. Chapter 40. Izanagi, activate. The once vibrant eyes of the third Mizukage now appeared dull and lifeless, trembling as they gazed upon the lethal brilliance within his chest. Despite his immediate realization, he was unable to match the swiftness of lightning, and before he could escape, his heart was shattered. Surely, this must be the end. Witnessing this, Yin's heart, once fraught with vigilance, finally found solace. The tautness of his nerves eased, and the immense burden he had been shouldering dissipated like mist. After all, the target was the leader of a village, whose presence weighed heavily upon him. Is it over? A sinister, mocking voice cut through the air, laced with disdain and scorn. Upon hearing such contemptuous words, Yin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Your heart is shattered. Do you still wish to struggle in vain? Fool." The third Mizukage erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. "Do you truly believe that the leader of a village could be so easily dispatched? Navi, not only will I survive, but you shall meet a most gruesome end." With a sneer, the third Mizukage continued, "Those explosive water clones you encountered were merely the result of my own bodily secretion. My body harbors an abundance of oil, which is why they detonated." At this revelation, Yin's expression stiffened, and he coldly questioned, "So, your body is essentially a vast oil reservoir?" "Indeed," the Mizukage retorted, "admittedly, you are astute beyond measure. However, as the saying goes, even the wisest can falter. This time, you are destined to perish by my hand." As he spoke, the third Mizukage's form began to swell rapidly, ascending into the air like a helium balloon. With his final reserves of strength, he declared, "Once I self-destruct, everything within a 5-kilometer radius will vanish from the map of the hidden mist village. But fret not, for I shall not perish. My chakra may be depleted, but I will merely enter a state of weakness. Thus, escape is futile. This old man truly, one must not underestimate his shadow." In light of this, Yin halted his advance, his gaze fixed upon the ascending third Mizukage, his countenance darkened. After a moment of contemplation, the tomoe of his Sharingan began to rotate with an unprecedented intensity. "Have you succumbed to despair? Perhaps, for this is my ultimate technique." Retracting his gaze from Yin, the third Mizukage formed a single-hand seal and commanded, "Explode for me." Boom, boom, boom. The inky night sky was instantaneously illuminated as bright as day, the blinding radiance evoking the sensation of being at the very core of the sun. Following this, an unprecedented shockwave and a cataclysmic inferno spread forth. The valley where Yin and the third Mizukage stood was ruthlessly leveled, transforming into an endless plain, accompanied by a massive crater several kilometers wide. Even the darkened heavens were rent asunder, creating a gaping void. The entire hidden mist by dragging his burdened body to the ground. The sheer force of the explosion left no trace, not even a stone, as everything was obliterated by an overwhelming power. Alas, that boy possessed the Sharingan. Otherwise, well, it mattered little, for they were to ally with the Cloud Village to assault Konoha, and there would be no shortage of Sharingan. The third Mizukage smiled lightly, for as the leader of a village, he could both embrace and relinquish. Whether the Cloud Village would acquire the Sharingan was uncertain. But one thing was clear, your Mist Village would certainly not. Rasengan. Beneath the night sky, the spiraling light surged forth unexpectedly, striking the third Mizukage with ease. Thud. The rapidly spinning sphere penetrated his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound, piercing through him entirely. His organs were reduced to a mist of blood. "Why you? How are you not dead?" "You appear unscathed." Trembling, he turned his head to behold the unharmed figure of Silver. The only peculiar aspect being that his right eye was sealed, transformed into a white orb. Thud. Silver had no time to respond to the third Mizukage. A kunai swiftly severed his head, the body separated, with his abdomen still forcibly pierced by the Rasengan, resulting in a most tragic end. Thud. Rushing to the third Mizukage's side, Silver swiftly severed a piece of his hand bone, wrapped it in cloth, and turned to flee. After sprinting a dozen meters, he suddenly glanced back at the third Mizukage, who still had not closed his eyes in death, and Silver escaped, leaving only a lingering phrase in the void. The technique was known as Izanagi, one of the ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan, sacrificing an eye to transform all adverse factors into illusions. If you have witnessed this technique, in the depths of the underworld, you may finally find peace. Chapter 41. The Bone of Akainu. A violent tremor roused the slumbering populace, compelling them to hasten towards the loyal territory. Moments later, the dismembered remains of the third Mizukage, gruesomely evident, left the approaching shinobi of the hidden mist village in a state of shock. Had that individual truly succeeded? Amidst the throng, Terumi May gazed at the bisected third Mizukage. Her mouth agape, breathless with astonishment, her phoenix-like eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. To be candid, she had even devised an escape plan for after Silver's demise. The fact that it had actually transpired left her bewildered. What insidious stratagem had that boy employed? Her bright eyes darted around, glimmering with certainty that Silver had resorted to deceitful tactics. Terumi May had even researched Silver's background. He was not even a proper shinobi, having never set foot in a ninja academy. Yet, such a miraculous feat was accomplished by a mere 12-year-old boy. As she surveyed the flattened mountains, a chill of trepidation coursed through her, cold sweat trickling down her back, as she involuntarily pondered how Silver had managed to survive. The death of the third Mizukage struck the island like a divine bolt from the heavens, plunging the entire hidden mist village into turmoil. As everyone began to speculate on the identity of the mastermind behind this act, who possessed such formidable strength to slay the village's third Mizukage. Outside, chaos reigned. While Silver returned to the inn, blissfully unaware. Thank goodness I fled swiftly, or I would surely have been torn apart by the ninjas of the hidden mist village. Gazing through the window at the gathering crowd, Silver muttered to himself, exhilaration coursing through him as he clutched the severed hand bone. That wretched creature caused me to lose a Sharingan. He scrutinized his right eye, now devoid of its crimson hue, his cheeks tightening with cold fury as he mentally condemned the ancestors of the third Mizukage in earnest. The Sharingan was one of Silver's trump cards, and to squander such a formidable technique as Izanagi so easily pained him deeply, his heart shattering into fragments. Regardless, the mission had been accomplished. The magma fruit of Akainu, along with the observation haki and armament haki, would henceforth belong to him. Silver's eyes shimmered with longing as he recalled Sakazuki's exploits, nearly bursting into a dance of excitement. Though the three tomoe Sharingan was precious, its worth paled in comparison to these three treasures. With a heavy sigh, Silver's thoughts swiftly retreated into the serene realms of his mental farm. Here, the skies were perpetually clear, and the fresh air invigorated his spirit. Where has Lachine wandered off to? Silver exclaimed, scanning his surroundings, but upon finding no one, he was about to call out when a peerless beauty descended from above, her dimples adorned with a hint of reproach. It seemed the master's task had been accomplished, leaving little room for even a restful slumber. Observing the hand bone wrapped in Silver's grasp, Lachine expressed her surprise. After all, he was a shadow, and thus his strength was formidable. She soon noticed Silver's sealed right eye, her beautiful gaze flickering with understanding. Has the master's Sharingan been closed? Indeed. There is still a chance to restore the light. Last time, the master obtained 100 points in vouchers, simply exchanging them for a bag of ordinary fertilizer to nourish the Sharingan fruit would bring back the brilliance. Liu Xion's eyes sparkled mischievously, radiating a cunning glimmer, embodying the essence of a shrewd merchant. However, Yin felt no elation. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. The 100 points were hard-earned, and to use them so impulsively seemed rather hasty. Are there any alternative methods to regain the light? Certainly, Liu Xion playfully replied. As soon as the kaleidoscope is activated in the future, the master's right eye will once again behold the daylight. Let's defer that discussion for now. The 100 points are not easily come by, Yin decisively declared while waving his hand. He then handed over the bones of the third Mizukage wrapped in tattered cloth to Liu Xion, exclaiming with excitement, "Hurry and exchange this for Admiral Akainu's bones." Che. You miser, it's merely 100 points. You're being excessively stingy, Liu Xion pouted, complaining as she turned away in a huff, off to procure the bones of Sakazuki for Yin. You little brat, what do you know? Casting a glance at her graceful silhouette, Yin reclined on the ground, contemplating. At a crucial moment, those 100 points could even be a lifesaver. There was no need to hastily convert them into the Sharingan, for they would not vanish if kept in his pouch. With one Sharingan less, my combat capability has not diminished significantly. I still possess one, which can safeguard my life. Yin smiled contentedly, finding joy in his contentment. Take this. A melodious voice echoed from the horizon. Ine lifted his head to see the white jade-like bones soaring towards him, and he quickly reached out to grasp them. Is this truly Sakazuki's bone? As he felt the cool touch, his heart raced, prompting him to dash toward the fields of the farm. Chapter 42. The struggles of Minato Namikaze. With utmost urgency, Silver excavated a pit underground, subsequently casting the white jade bone into its depths, and meticulously covering it with his hands. The time required for it to bloom remained uncertain. Silver's face was alight with anticipation, filled with hope for the future. With the powers and haki of Akainu, he believed that while he might not attain invincibility, he would at least secure a measure of protection going forward. Suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed, ding ding ding. Silver instinctively turned his gaze. To his dismay, it would take a decade for the flower to bloom. What a ludicrous jest. His incredulous scream reverberated through the heavens, akin to a thunderous roar that sent shivers down spines, causing involuntary goosebumps to rise upon him, compelling him to distance himself from Silver. His face flushed with indignation. Had the liquid crystal screen possessed substance, he would have spared no effort in smashing it to pieces. A daunting 10 years loomed ahead, and Silver could not afford to wait, unsure if he would even survive that long. But he could exchange 1,000 points for rapid fertilizer. A conflicted gaze flickered across his countenance as he pondered. The last time he severed an arm from a Jinchuriki, he earned 100 points. If he targeted other Jinchuriki, he could continue to amass points. With this thought, a chilling resolve enveloped Silver's heart. This was indeed an opportune moment. He found himself in the village hidden in the mist, with their 6 tails Jinchuriki, as well as the 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee from the village hidden in the clouds, and the 2 tails Jinchuriki, all poised to soon arrive in the mist village. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity beckoned. Silver's eyes sparkled with ambition, momentarily overcome by greed. Realizing that the village hidden in the clouds would soon ally with the mist village to besiege them, he contemplated alerting Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze to flee. Yet, he hesitated. With Minato and the super cheat that was Kushina, the outcome of a confrontation remained unpredictable. This formidable alliance could directly challenge the mist village, especially in the wake of the third Mizukage's demise, as the village was in disarray. The prospect of 3 individuals taking on an entire shinobi village seemed utterly mad. Yet upon deeper reflection, it was not without merit. If they delayed until the mist and cloud villages united, the chances of Silver and his companions escaping their confines would diminish considerably. Now was the time to act. Resolute, Silver exited the realm of his mental farm. Surely, they were responsible for the third Mizukage's death and sought vengeance. Indeed, only those two could achieve such a feat. Together, they would confront them and demand an explanation from Konoha. Amidst the cacophony filtering through the window, Silver raised an eyebrow and approached the sill, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? What was transpiring? Silver was astonished to see several high-ranking members of the Mist Village confronting Minato, their faces flushed with indignation, as they demanded an explanation for the death of their leader upon his arrival. Moreover, his abdominal wound bears a striking resemblance to your extraordinary technique. In the hidden Mist Village, the only ones who would dare to assassinate the esteemed Mizukage are the ninjas from Konoha. The high-ranking officials of the Mist Village spoke with precision, leaving Minato Namikaze utterly perplexed. He had been in slumber until a violent tremor jolted him awake. Just as he was about to step outside, he was confronted by a group of Mist ninjas who falsely accused him of murdering the third Mizukage. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ine couldn't help but chuckle softly, surmising that the technique attributed to Minato was the Sharingan. Ironically, it was this very technique that Ine had employed to eliminate the third Mizukage. It was no wonder they had sought out Minato. The trajectory of the Sharingan is particularly distinctive. The rapidly spinning sphere of energy inflicts wounds akin to slicing. While many techniques across the world share similarities, currently, only Minato from the Mist Village possesses this skill, making their suspicion entirely reasonable given his formidable strength. Ine realized, with a touch of irony, that his inadvertent actions had ultimately led to Minato being framed. However, such a splendid opportunity could certainly be exploited. With a swift movement, Ine leaped from the window, bounding several steps to stand before Minato and Kushina, raising his voice to a thunderous volume that resonated through the inky night sky. You scoundrels of the Mist Village! You have blinded my Sharingan, and now you dare to slander me? Do you truly believe our ninjas are so easily trifled with? At that moment, Terumi-me, who was sipping water, found herself choking, her insides roiling uncontrollably as she erupted in a fit of coughs. Nearly losing her balance, she steadied herself. her countenance a mixture of astonishment and indignation as she regarded Ian, her thoughts laden with curses for the despicable fiend. After witnessing him flee the scene post the assassination of the third Mizukage, she was left aghast. Chapter 43. Slander. The enchanting Main's eyes, filled with both surprise and fury, sparkled like spring water igniting into flames. Just as she was about to confront Ian directly, she recalled the delicate nature of their respective positions and decisively chose to retreat. Let us see how you stir up trouble. It might just lead to your own demise. With an irritated glance at Ian, Main opted to remain silent, fearing that this shameless individual might drive her to madness. Ian, what has happened to your right eye? Uzumaki Kushina inquired with a furrowed brow, concern etched across her features. Yin's dramatic declaration captured the attention of all present, their gazes fixated on his white eye, revealing their astonishment. The members of the Hidden Mist Village exchanged glances, bewildered. I was ambushed by the people of the Hidden Mist Village. That scoundrel deliberately blinded my right eye. Tears glistened at the corners of Yin's eyes as he spoke with palpable emotion. You old fools. At this, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes blazed with fury, her piercing gaze sweeping across the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village. Even the usually affable Namikaze Minato wore a grim expression, his face brewing with latent menace. And his once warm gaze now radiated a chilling aura, instantly cooling the atmosphere. Members of the Hidden Mist Village, I implore you to provide an explanation. Minato's voice was devoid of emotion, his body emanating a palpable sense of danger. Explanation? There is none. He is slandering us without a shred of evidence. An agitated official from the Hidden Mist Village pointed accusingly at Ian. You speak nonsense. Who else in this village would commit such an act but your own people? Am I to blame myself for blinding my own eye and falsely accusing you? How absurd. Ian retorted, his words sharp and leaving no room for rebuttal. You. The officials of the Hidden Mist Village turned pale, their faces resembling a dark cloud, trembling as they fixed their gaze on Yin's eye sockets, stifling their anger. They were acutely aware of the truth in his words. In the Hidden Mist Village, attacks could only come from their own. Provide us with a resolution. Yin's right eye cannot simply be lost without accountability. Minato stepped forward, harboring his own grievances. Accused unjustly of being a murderer, he found the accusations from the Hidden Mist Village to be utterly disrespectful to Konoha. Though they claimed to seek collaboration, it felt more like enduring humiliation. The situation was on the brink of eruption. Noticing the growing chill in Minato's demeanor, Ian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a sense of triumph. His gaze then settled on Uzumaki Kushina, whose face bore an unkind expression, and a flicker of guilt arose within him, for he was exploiting her innate compassion. The days ahead would be long. He would repay her kindness in due time. With a resigned sigh, Ian averted his gaze, surveying the tense standoff between the two sides. And mused to himself, all that was needed was to ignite this powder keg. This lad is actually in the Hidden Mist Village? As he lifted his gaze, Yin's eyes inadvertently met the youthful face of a strikingly handsome boy, whose features were remarkably delicate and youthful. The young man is named Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from the Hidden Mist Village. Should I choose to strike against him, a glint of cold light would flicker at the corner of my mouth, and silver would erupt forth like a cannonball. Stop right there. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, taken aback by the sudden aggression, were filled with fury, not anticipating that Silver would launch an assault in their village, especially against a Jinchuriki. Yet, Silver remained unperturbed, deliberately feigning a fa-ade of rage, bellowing. This wretch is the one who blinded me. That monster with the red tail injured me. Its chakra is malevolent, a true embodiment of negativity. He must pay in blood, or what remains of Konoha's dignity. A monster with a red tail? Upon hearing these words, everyone was left in stunned silence, particularly Uzumaki Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who possessed profound knowledge of the tailed beast chakra. It was common knowledge that if Yutaka could indeed unleash the powers Silver spoke of, it would indirectly confirm that he was the assailant. Do not blame me. Such is the nature of this world, sacrificing the lesser for the greater good. Silver mused internally, knowing that if he could force Yutaka to manifest the tailed beast's power, it would validate his claims. For no one else was aware of Yutaka's true identity as a Jinchuriki. Only Silver, the traveler from another realm, held this knowledge. Quickly, apprehend him. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village shouted in alarm, their urgency palpable. They assumed Yutaka had stealthily attacked Silver, as very few knew of his true identity. And within the Hidden Mist Village, none were aware. Silver's recognition of Yutaka indicated that he had encountered the chakra of the tailed beast before, which in turn implicitly acknowledged Yutaka as the one who assaulted Silver. Chapter 44. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. Those who harbor no guilty secrets need not fear the specter of retribution. Conversely, those who have transgressed are invariably haunted by their misdeeds. Initially, the fervent agitation displayed by the denizens of the Hidden Mist Village seemed to stem from an affront to their honor, leading Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze to believe that they had been unjustly accused by Jin. However, this irate reaction starkly suggested the presence of culpability. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken, glinting like cold stars, sliced through the air with lethal intent. In a swift motion, a senior figure from the Hidden Mist Village leaped into action. His rough hands, striking out like the fangs of a serpent, aimed directly at Jin. At that moment, beneath the obsidian sky, a radiant light erupted, swiftly followed by a flash of gold as a powerful kick arced through the air. With a resounding impact, the kick landed with considerable force, sending the senior figure staggering backward, his arms numb from the blow. The emergence of this individual was bewildering, akin to a ghost materializing from the shadows. The senior from the Hidden Mist Village found it incomprehensible that he had failed to sense Minato's presence until now. Fool. This man is known as the Golden Flash. His speed is unparalleled. You ought to be more vigilant. It is said that he is a disciple of Jiraiya, exhibiting a talent that surpasses even that of his master. Damn it, Konoha truly possesses an abundance of talent. The other senior figures from the Hidden Mist, filled with trepidation, urged caution, albeit with a hint of bravado. For they were on their home turf, where even the fiercest of beasts must remain subdued. Amidst the chaos, a shrill cry of agony drew everyone's attention. Beneath the darkened sky, a twisted, pale visage with bloodied fingers stood out starkly. Jin had severed the thumb of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Though we share no enmity, fate has dictated that from the moment I acquired the bones of Sakazuki and you became a Jinchuriki, we are destined to be adversaries. Jin gazed impassively at the boy's anguished expression. Unbelievable. How dare you commit murder within the Hidden Mist Village? The third Mizukage may very well have fallen to Minato, and now you dare harm the innocent. Do you truly think the Hidden Mist is made of clay? A senior figure from the Hidden Mist barked orders, rallying the surrounding ninjas to converge upon them. With a guttural roar that tore through the air, Jin instinctively turned to face the source of the enraged outcry. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, glared at him with ferocity, his form enveloped in a deep crimson cloak of chakra, the unmistakable aura of a tailed beast. Minato and Kushina exchanged incredulous glances, their faces contorted with a mix of disbelief and anger, for Jin's earlier words resonated with undeniable truth. This boy had indeed been blinded in one eye by Jin's assault. What further explanations can you offer? You must provide us with answers, Konoha, Minato and Kushina demanded, their expressions darkening with menace. Explanations? What need have I for explanations? Have you lost your minds? This is the Hidden Mist Village. We assert that the third Mizukage was slain by your hands, indeed by your hands. I declare that Yugao did not blind him, and thus he remains unblind. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village scoffed, and then surged forth, launching an assault. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Minato Namikaze exchanged a glance, both perceiving the murderous intent lurking in each other's eyes. The Hidden Mist Village displayed no willingness for cooperation. This was clearly an intentional provocation. A deafening roar echoed from behind, intermingled with boundless resentment. In turned around to face Yugao, whose sanity had been eroded by the tailed beast chakra, his brow furrowed. It appeared he had succumbed to the control of the tailed beast's chakra. Indeed, seizing the power of a Jinchuriki was no simple feat. In sighed helplessly, aware that the impending monstrosity surpassed all previous adversaries he had encountered. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound rushed towards him. Instinctively, In utilized his remaining left eye to gaze ahead, only to find that the Six Tails Yugao had vanished, replaced by a creature before him. Its body transformed into a grotesque crimson hue, bearing four tails and a fist hurtling towards him. So swift. Observing this, Yin's pupils constricted, a rare hint of panic flashing across his countenance. Yet he instinctively raised both arms to shield himself. Boom, boom, boom. The immense force unleashed was cataclysmic. That juvenile fist, charged with energy, possessed the potential to shatter mountains. Crack, crack, crack. 100 meters away, Yin remained rooted to the spot, his arms trembling uncontrollably, his complexion paling. Had I been struck in the abdomen just now, I would likely have been torn asunder. Yin murmured to himself, his posture slightly hunched. As within him, two dormant energies began to surge forth, their spiritual pressure and chakra resonating harmoniously. Chapter 45. Solo confrontation with the six tails. Jinchuriki, spiritual pressure, distinct from chakra, possesses an overwhelmingly potent deterrent effect, capable of incapacitating individuals who stand within its grasp. However, the current state of Yin does not reach such formidable heights. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, transforming into a fierce shockwave that shattered the walls behind Yin, causing the surrounding terrain to sway as if it were a trampoline. Compared to the previous encounter with the one-tailed Jinchuriki, this threat was exponentially greater. Sensing the chakra fluctuations that hinted at world destruction, Yin's expression shifted, prompting a decisive preemptive strike. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Under the night sky, an expansive inferno erupted, reducing the ground it touched to charred earth, while the obscured horizon blazed crimson. Whoosh! Scarlet afterimages surged forth, akin to lightning, wholly disregarding the flames as they charged straight into the sea of fire. The searing heat failing to affect the six tails in the slightest. Even if it managed to inflict some minor damage, the beast's remarkable regenerative abilities swiftly mended any wounds. Boom! The earth trembled violently as the six tails Jinchuriki took a step forward, the ground quaking beneath him, the explosive force shattering the solid terrain. Get away, Yin. Kushina Uzumaki, recognizing the look of concern on the six tails' face, understood the nature of these beasts intimately as a fellow Jinchuriki. Conventional ninjutsu would be ineffective against such entities. This was the intimidation of a higher life form over a lower one, rendering someone like Yin merely an inconsequential insect in the eyes of the tailed beasts, utterly incomparable. Crush him. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village shouted in exhilaration, having found no advantage in their battle against Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, only suffering continuous setbacks. Truly audacious. With eyes brimming with admiration, Yin relinquished ordinary ninjutsu, realizing that to subdue such a monstrosity, he must resort to his most potent skills to counter force with force. A hint of disdain curved the corners of his mouth as his spiritual pressure surged uncontrollably, a pale light radiating from within. Binding art number 61. Six rods prison of light. Six enormous beams of light manifested in the void, converging from all directions, their sole target being the six tails Jinchuriki. Roar. Despite recognizing the extraordinary nature of the light beams, the six tails quickly sidestepped to evade the onslaught. However, to his surprise, the beams adjusted their trajectory, akin to automated tracking, instantaneously ensnaring him. Upon witnessing this, Yin's eyes glinted with a chilling intent, a dangerous spark igniting in his palm. Destruction art number 63, Thunderroar Cannon. A straight beam of light shot forth, an overwhelming torrent of golden radiance tearing through the sky. The crackling sound of lightning sending shivers down the spine. Where on earth did this kid acquire so many techniques that require no hand seals? Moreover, each one possesses remarkable power, some even surpassing my Rasengan. Does the Uchiha clan possess such techniques? With a swift kick, Namikaze Minato sent the approaching ninja sprawling, his frustration palpable. Who knows? He muttered. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina managed a wry smile, her gaze drifting towards the silver-haired youth, deeply moved. The boy stood resolutely against the tailed beast, his youthful visage radiating an air of calm assurance, exuding a sense of stability amidst the chaos. Boom. The body of the six tails Jinchuriki erupted in a massive conflagration, the colossal crimson mushroom cloud leaving the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village utterly astounded. The charred form of the six tails Jinchuriki was a sight that struck fear into their hearts. A mournful howl erupted from the six tails, its body scorched and in a state of utter despair. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating, its eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light, reminiscent of molten lava. Swirling with fury, if it had merely desired to play with the silver-haired boy before, it now yearned for nothing less than his utter destruction. With a primal roar, the six tails Jinchuriki dropped to all fours, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of catastrophic chakra, as if a natural disaster had momentarily stilled the breath of all present. The monster was now serious. Kushina's face was etched with urgency as she repelled the enemies before her, intent on launching a surprise attack on the six tails. Yet, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village hastily encircled her. Let us draw out this creature's fury, she thought. Observing this, the heart of the silver-haired boy trembled violently as he scrutinized the swelling sphere of dark energy, his internal conflict dissipating like smoke. Though utilizing that technique would deplete his vitality, he found himself with no other choice. To be struck by such a force would surely shatter him into oblivion. Drawing in a deep, frigid breath, his mind raced with clarity, his unwavering gaze reflecting a resolute acceptance. When weighed against the value of his life, a mere few years of existence seemed utterly inconsequential. Chapter 46, The 99th Destruction Path, The Black Coffin. Recalling the earnest counsel from the farm, Ian cast aside all concerns, resolved to take a bold risk, for there was no other path left to tread. His gaze fixated on the crimson form of the six-tails Jinchuriki. Under the watchful eyes of all, Ian raised his arm, his thumb pointing skyward, as his lips parted slightly. An ancient and arcane incantation flowed from his mouth in rapid succession. The faintly visible sigils, brimming with defiance and unrestrained audacity, reverberated throughout the tranquil world. In the face of the swelling-tailed beast ball, the youth's slender figure stood resolute as he muttered incomprehensible archaic words, appearing rather ludicrous and foolish, akin to courting death. Yet, witnessing the transformation of Yin's body, everyone tensed, no one daring to underestimate him. Minato, why has Yin's hair turned white? The eyes of Kushina, filled with concern, lost their usual clarity. I do not know. Perhaps he is preparing for an unprecedented forbidden technique. Some powerful jutsu can have severe side effects, and it is said that certain techniques forcibly employed can drain one's life force. Oh, the enigma of this young man. Minato sighed in reflection. He felt a vast gulf between himself and Ian at that age. This must end, Six Tails. After a moment's pause, the incantation concluded, and Ian opened his remaining left eye. No longer as bright as before, but rather weary and ancient. The transformation in Ian's demeanor was profound. Those fleeting seconds felt like decades. His withered white hair billowing as his voice emerged, raspy and unusual. Gazing at the tailed beast ball taking shape, Ian proclaimed, Destruction Path 99, the Black Coffin. Surrounding the six-tails Jinchuriki, a dense black luminescence surged upwards, instantaneously obscuring the heavens. A colossal black coffin loomed between earth and sky, leaving all breathless. What on earth is that? A coffin? Surely, this must be a jest. Am I dreaming? Even if the six-tails Jinchuriki were to fall, there would be no need for such an enormous coffin. Are you a fool? Do I need to remind you? This is undoubtedly an illusion. Indeed. Anything that defies reason is a forbidden technique. The scale of this black coffin is beyond imagination. It is much larger than a mountain. That boy's chakra is limited. He cannot possibly unleash a forbidden technique. Thus, it must be an illusion. Remain calm. What we see is merely a deceptive fade. The battling ninjas, caught in a tumult of panic and trepidation, stared wide-eyed at the towering coffin, their expressions frozen in shock and fear. The ancient, decayed aura emanating from it unsettled them, making them reluctant to approach. Then, with disdainful laughter, many presumed it to be an illusion. Suddenly, after a few moments of silence, chilling sounds of slicing emerged from within the black coffin, an incessant rustling that filled the air with a cacophony of blade-like noises. Gulp! Cold sweat dripped from the brows of the Mist Village ninjas, involuntarily retreating as the terrifying sounds of cutting resonated, sending shivers down their spines. Even if this were merely a dream. Bang! Moments later, the black light erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments that dissolved into the void. The formidable six-tails Jinchuriki lay incapacitated on the ground, his body marred by a multitude of deep knife wounds, with certain areas reduced to mere shredded flesh. The terrain was strewn with bits of meat, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with an overwhelming stench of decay from the black coffin. Had he perished? Wasn't the Jinchuriki invincible? It was said that a single-tailed beast ball could obliterate an entire village. How could he be dispatched in a single blow? As the elite of the hidden Mist Village came to their senses, they were left dumbfounded at the sight of the blood-soaked Yutaka, as if struck by lightning. Even the seasoned veterans among them rubbed their eyes, fearing they were witnessing a mirage. Remarkably, he had not succumbed. Though only 1/5 of the black coffin's power had been unleashed, it was indeed commendable that he managed to cling to life. His vitality proved to be remarkably resilient. With wisps of white hair drifting elegantly, a silver sigh echoed in the ears of all present. 1/5 of its power. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze wore expressions of disbelief. Their faces darkened with concern. If the full might had been unleashed, would it not imply that even the mightiest nine tails could be vanquished in an instant? Gazing at the silver-haired figure, they shook their heads. Even if he could wield his full power, it would surely cost him his life. The strength was undeniable, yet expending merely 1/5 of that power had already drained a decade from his lifespan. The notion of utilizing the black coffin at full capacity was best left unconsidered. Silver resolutely shook his head. If possible, he wished to never resort to the full-powered state of the Black Coffin in his lifetime. While sacrificing 10 years of life might seem a grievous loss, it did offer a silver lining. In future instances when he employed the Black Coffin, as long as he refrained from incantation, his life would not be further compromised. Of course, side effects would still persist, yet they would not be fatal. Chapter 47. Deception in the hidden mist village. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness as all eyes were fixated upon the silver-haired youth, their minds involuntarily conjuring images of the colossal black coffin that loomed ominously moments ago. A collective retreat ensued, a sense of foreboding washing over them. This was disastrous. The morale of the troops had been utterly crushed by this impudent lad. The high-ranking officials of the hidden mist village silently cursed him. The attack from the black coffin was indeed terrifying, its oppressive force instilling a deep-seated fear within them all. Let us unite. Do not falter. This boy is employing forbidden techniques, which come with severe repercussions. Look at his hair, completely white. It is evident he is sacrificing his own lifespan. Together, we shall subdue him. The cold gaze of the youth scrutinized the chattering officials, his dry lips parting slightly. 99th Dread Path, Black Coffin. A torrent of black light cascaded from the heavens, piercing through him in an instant. With each thrust, blood spurted forth, a gruesome display reminiscent of slicing through vegetables. Despite its diminished potency compared to the earlier incantation, the attack was no less formidable, leaving numerous small wounds upon his body. Who among you wishes to test their own resilience? Step forward if you believe yourself sufficiently robust. His thunderous voice reverberated in the ears of all present, even as a grimace of pain flickered at the corners of his mouth. Though this iteration of the black coffin did not deplete his lifespan, it felt as though he had been struck with immense force. His bones aching and his mind swirling in a fog of exhaustion. Esteemed guests, he bore the discomfort with great fortitude. Casting his gaze around to absorb the expressions of those gathered, a sly smile creeping across his lips. The misunderstandings of today stem from the death of the third Mizukage. Yet the true perpetrator was someone else entirely, and his companions had been fortunate enough to witness their identities. His words ignited a fervor among the crowd, as suspicions began to swirl among their ranks. The true culprit behind the third Mizukage's demise was, in fact, the Cloud Village, with a startling revelation. His proclamation left everyone momentarily bewildered, their thoughts a haze. You speak nonsense. The Cloud Village bears no grudge against us. Rather, they harbor immense animosity towards you from the Leaf Village. You are deliberately sowing discord. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, voices of dissent arose. Is that so? Yet, the presence of the Cloud Village on this island is undeniable, even if they are not directly involved. The sudden appearance of their people within the territory of the hidden mist village raises questions, does it not? He replied with a knowing smile. How despicable. In the shadows, Terumi may ground her teeth in fury, cursing his shamelessness. The clandestine alliance with the Cloud Village was known only to a select few within the village. Damn it. Could it be that this wretch is acting with malice? Gazing at the cold, lifeless body strewn upon the ground, Terumi May felt a surge of horror, her eyes widening in disbelief. The slain were privy to the secret alliance between the hidden mist and Cloud Villages. With their deaths, there would be no witnesses left to testify. Should the Cloud Village's members appear on the island of the hidden mist village, it would be construed as an invasion. For all who understood the pact would be extinguished from existence. Uchiha Jin. Does he intend to utilize the hidden mist village as a pawn against the hidden Cloud Village? Terumi May is no ordinary individual. She quickly perceives Jin's cunning nature. Whether intentional or not, those who are privy to the underlying truth have been silenced by him on the spot. This young man is undoubtedly scheming. The mastermind behind the assassination of the third Mizukage has been none other than him. Though Yutaka is still young and, due to his status as a Jinchuriki and an essential combat force, is aware of the truth, he too has been rendered helpless and unable to voice a word. Suffering greatly at the hands of Uchiha Jin, the higher-ups from earlier have also been eliminated, leaving no room to expose this wretch. Although I am acutely aware that his claims are but fabrications, he possesses a damning hold over the situation. That despicable scoundrel. Terumi May's heart seethes with anger, her complexion ashen. Out of fear of Jin's threats, she has already disclosed to him the identities of everyone aware of the alliance between the hidden mist and hidden Cloud Villages. Gazing at Jin, who radiates confidence, she foresees the unfolding events. Inevitably, he will cast all the blame upon the hidden Cloud Village. My esteemed colleagues, It is indeed a fact that I have slain individuals from your hidden mist village, but it was under duress. It was Yutaka who initiated the attack. That boy even ambushed me, taking advantage of my momentary distraction to blind me. I am a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and enmity. Should individuals from the hidden cloud village appear on this island, it would signify that they are the ones responsible for assassinating the person I hold in the highest regard. The Mizukage. Once I prove that Konoha is innocent, I shall pay with my life. Jin's expression is one of righteous indignation, his voice resonating in the ears of all present. Terumi May nearly chokes in disbelief. To pay with one's life? Such utter nonsense. After utilizing the power of the hidden mist village to eliminate the hidden cloud village, this young man will likely vanish without a trace. Chapter 48. The arrival of the hidden cloud village ninjas. Meanwhile, in another direction, a sense of puzzlement arose. Where are the ninjas from the hidden mist village? All of us from the hidden cloud village have arrived, yet not a single shadow of theirs is in sight. Is this the manner in which the hidden mist village extends its hospitality? They must be taught a lesson. Discontented murmurs echoed as the burly figure of A expressed his dissatisfaction. His muscular physique and sun-kissed skin radiated explosive power. He was none other than the future fourth Raikage, the son of the current third Raikage. The ninjas trailing behind from the hidden cloud village exchanged wry smiles. The tempers of the Raikages of past generations were notoriously volatile, and A, compared to his father, exhibited an even more pronounced intensity. Do not speak foolishly. The hidden mist village is an important ally, one voice chimed in. Descending from the ship was a man whose appearance closely resembled A's, albeit with a more mature visage marked by an air of authority. He was A's father, the current third Raikage. Father, although we share mutual interests with the hidden mist village, we must remain vigilant of the ambitions of the third Mizukage. A expressed his concerns. He had always advocated for a direct confrontation between the hidden cloud village and the hidden leaf village, believing that despite the inevitable casualties, it would spare them the anxiety of guarding against supposed allies, for in this world, no village could be deemed trustworthy. Foolishness. Cooperation is a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon both sides, a truth I am well aware of, the third Raikage admonished, his expression stern. Our primary consideration must be to minimize the losses to our village. The strength of the hidden leaf village is on par with ours. Even if we were to triumph over them, we would emerge severely weakened, leaving us vulnerable to the other villages that would seek to annihilate us. Hence, an alliance with the hidden mist village is imperative. I understand they are leveraging us for their own growth, but rest assured, the hidden cloud village is equally utilizing the hidden mist village. Remember this. All allies in this world are potential enemies. You speak wisely, father. A conceded with a slight nod, his gaze lifting as a flicker of doubt crossed his fierce eyes. But where have the ninjas from the hidden mist village gone? Could they be planning an ambush? An ambush? What of it? Our village's elite are present. There is no need for fear, the third Raikage replied with a confident smirk. At that moment, his adoptive brother, Killer Bee, alongside the two-tails Jinchuriki, approached the third Raikage. The four exchanged knowing glances before proceeding toward the hidden mist village. Within the 5 great nations, the military might of the hidden cloud village ranks among the foremost. Is what that brat said true? Gazing ahead at the impassioned speech delivered by Silver, several remaining higher-ups from the hidden mist village exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. I do not know, one admitted quietly, skepticism lacing his tone. However, the ambitions of the hidden cloud village are well known. They have previously resorted to stealthy tactics. Surely, you recall how the second Hokage met his demise? Such actions are not without precedent. Another higher-up from the hidden mist village remarked, casting doubt on their intentions. If the hidden cloud village were straightforward, it would be one thing, but they have a history of such deeds. Upon further contemplation, if there are indeed individuals from the cloud hidden village present, it is certain that they are inextricably linked to these matters. The reputation of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is commendable. He does not strike one as the type to engage in underhanded dealings. Several high-ranking members from the mist hidden village nodded in agreement. For there is little fear of deceit within these walls. Lying here often leads to dire consequences. Is what you say true? Did the people from the cloud hidden village truly slay the third Mizukage? Minato inquired, leaning closer to Ian with a look of astonishment. Of course not. That was merely a fabrication of mine. Ian shrugged, unapologetically confessing. However, it is indeed a fact that the cloud hidden village is poised to encroach upon the territory of the mist hidden village. If that group discovers the truth, we shall be devoured alive, Kushina Izumaki remarked, exasperatedly rolling her eyes. No, I find this quite advantageous. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Minato's eyes as he revealed a knowing smile. In the midst of chaos, we may seize the opportunity to escape. The pressure of confronting an entire village is overwhelming for the three of us, and we require the assistance of the cloud-hidden village to extricate ourselves. Well done, Iin. Indeed, Iin replied, smiling silently, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Mei Terumi, whereupon he bestowed upon her a gentle smile. Humph, cunning little rascal, Mei Terumi huffed, stomping her foot. Her alluring features twisted into a scornful expression, clearly dismissive of Yin's tactics, though she could not deny their effectiveness. All creatures on the same rope must work in unison to thrive. This astute and perceptive woman ought to comprehend how to wield her strengths. Iin murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. The tragic demise of the third Mizukage would yield significant advantages for Mei Terumi, signifying a complete reshuffling of power within the mist-hidden village, enabling her to ride the tide of this upheaval to her benefit. Chapter 47. He is my future father-in-law. With Silver's subtle instigation, the residents of Mist-Hidden Village temporarily accepted the situation, believing that the entire island was sealed off, and thus they need not fear Silver and his companions fleeing. When the truth of their deception was revealed, their suffering would only intensify. Is this truly feasible? Kushina Izumaki's delicate features reflected her doubts, her brows slightly furrowing. It was not that she questioned Silver, but rather that his words seemed somewhat fantastical. The people of Mist-Hidden Village were not so easily deceived. Rest assured, we have the heavens on our side, Silver remarked mysteriously, seemingly sensing Kushina's skepticism. The heavens he referred to were none other than Mei Terumi. I have spotted the people from Cloud-Hidden Village. They are located on the eastern side of the port. A clear, melodic voice drew everyone's attention, causing the ninjas of Mist-Hidden Village to momentarily freeze before collectively dashing towards the port. This woman possesses considerable ambition. Seeing this, Silver's furrowed brow relaxed. The speaker was indeed Mei Terumi. For someone like her, a decisive battle between the two villages would yield advantages, as warfare inevitably results in casualties, leading to the gradual decline of Mist-Hidden Village's elite. The remaining talented individuals would become increasingly valuable, especially someone like Mei, who possessed 2 bloodline limits. At that time, she would be highly sought after, and her clan would reap significant benefits as well. It is truly ironic that one must assist in undermining their own village. Observing the vanishing crowd with a complex expression, Mei Terumi's bitter smile was filled with helplessness. She had fallen into Silver's grasp. If her secrets were exposed, it would not only bring dire consequences upon her, but also upon her family, resulting in their utter disintegration. There is no need for sorrow. Survival is what matters, Silver, like a specter, approached Mei Terumi and spoke with a depth of meaning. In my homeland, there is a saying, those who recognize the times are the true wise. One must gauge the situation. Being a fence-sitter is not inherently negative. Mei's expression stiffened, and she retorted, are you mocking me? No, no, no. Silver shook his head vigorously. Earnest in his tone, I admire your ability to collaborate with me. It indicates your intelligence in recognizing the current situation. So you are merely flattering yourself, Mei Terumi scoffed, her disdain for Silver's narcissism evident. Think as you wish. In any case, we now share a common enemy, Cloud-Hidden Village. With a fleeting glance at Mei Terumi, Silver drifted away like a gentle breeze, leaving her with his retreating silhouette. It appears there is no choice but to tread this dark path. With a sense of helplessness, Mei Terumi cast a glance at Silver, her emotions a tumultuous blend, her once lustrous alabaster visage now dulled. Unless she could silence him permanently, she would remain eternally bound to Silver. After all, it was she who had lured out the third Mizukage. Half an hour later, the horizon began to lighten, heralding the approach of dawn. Having been awake all night, the ninjas of Mist-Hidden Village felt no fatigue. Their faces contorted with visible indignation as they glared at the unwelcome strangers. Something indeed felt amiss. Chakra approached AI with a hint of wariness in his tone. As they found themselves encircled by the denizens of the hidden Mist Village, a formidable fortress constructed entirely of ninjas, it felt as though they were being scrutinized by a pack of ravenous wolves, causing even the typically carefree Chakra to feel a sense of unease. The situation was far from ordinary. It seemed they had become thorns in someone else's side. Noticing the ominous atmosphere, AI spoke grimly, leaning closer to the third Rakage. Father, you must swiftly clarify our intentions to this crowd. We are bound by a secret alliance. I wish I could say the same. The third Rakage's face contorted in frustration as he lamented, regrettably, Only a select few are privy to this clandestine alliance, and it appears that the third Mizukage is not among them. If I were to disclose this, others would dismiss it as mere nonsense. Moreover, have you not observed the frenzied gazes of these individuals? They clearly regard us as adversaries. This is not merely unusual. They are treating us as if we were prey hunted by wolves. You have slain my most esteemed third Mizukage. After a prolonged silence, a mournful cry pierced the air, and a figure surged forth from the crowd, revealing Silver, his expression one of profound sorrow and deep-seated resentment. The Mizukage. He is to be my future father-in-law. How dare you, insolent whelp? Do not presume that your youth renders you exempt from my wrath. AI's voice thundered, resonating through the atmosphere and leaving all present in a daze. Such a grievous accusation could not befall the hidden cloud village without dire consequences. Indeed, the repercussions would be akin to a natural disaster. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The corners of Silver's mouth twisted into a more pronounced smirk, his laughter dripping with cunning. The next words he uttered would surely ignite the already volatile tempers of the Raikage and his son beyond measure. Chapter 48. The escalating crisis. All those privy to the alliance between Yunin village and Kirigakure were systematically eliminated by various means. Despite their hearts being laden with unspoken sorrow, they could not voice their grievances, leaving them in a state of profound discomfort. What brings you all to Kirigakure? Terumi May inquired with a frosty demeanor, her words rendering the ninjas of Kirigakure speechless. We are. The representatives from Yunin village found themselves at a loss, their eyes scanning for the whereabouts of the third Mizukage. After a prolonged silence, neither the third Mizukage nor the other senior officials aware of the alliance could be found. Could it be that the third Mizukage has truly perished, along with those high-ranking officials? The third Raikage's eyes sparkled with an incredulous light, his dormant ambitions suddenly igniting. This was the worst possible scenario, yet also a rare opportunity. Does this old man intend to strike directly? He kept his gaze fixed on the robust elder, witnessing the fleeting fervor in his eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he glanced at the 8 Jinchuriki, particularly Killer Bee and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, causing his earlier greed to dissipate. While the bones of tailed beasts were indeed precious, one must possess life to obtain them in such an exaggerated situation. Silver, Kushina. Be cautious. The third Raikage may very well tear off his facade, Minato Namikaze warned, conveying a significant look filled with urgency for them to escape swiftly. Indeed, retreat would be wise. Silver remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Having engaged in plunder during chaotic times, staying could lead to their demise, leaving the 3 of them in a vulnerable position. The 8 Jinchuriki were far beyond the capabilities of the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, a peculiar individual, had mastered the art of tailed beast transformation with remarkable skill. Are you certain they are all dead? The third Raikage's weathered face bore a grim expression as he suppressed the flames of fury within him. The third Mizukage has been slain? And those high-ranking officials from Kirigakure as well? Even the 6 Tails Jinchuriki has been gravely injured? Indeed, Lord Raikage. The culprit is that young rogue from Konoha, known as Uchiha Silver. The 6 Tails Jinchuriki was incapacitated by that one-eyed brat. The forbidden technique he employed was astonishing, at least S-rank ninjutsu. One of the high-ranking officials aware of the alliance was annihilated before our eyes. The third Raikage scrutinized the individuals before him. Attired in Kirigakure garb yet unmistakably from Yunin village, undercover agents planted years ago. This is dire. The predatory gazes of the Kirigakure ninjas did not escape the third Raikage's notice, and he felt a throbbing headache knowing that all who were aware of the truth had perished. Yunin village would find itself unjustly blamed for the third Mizukage's demise. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess that Yunin village has come secretly to ally with Kirigakure for a grand endeavor. We, an alliance? Must it be shrouded in secrecy? Does Lord Raikage consider us mere children? The Kirigakure ninjas protested, incredulous that Yunin village's top-tier warriors had arrived uninvited, questioning the necessity of such a large contingent for a clandestine alliance. Silver addressed the matter directly, adopting a detached observer's perspective as his gaze swept over Kira and AI, along with the throngs of elite warriors behind them. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, with such formidable combat prowess, annihilating a mere village would be a trivial endeavor. AI, fixated on Silver's smiling visage, found it particularly irksome, an affront that could only be likened to a thorn in his eye. The presence of so many individuals naturally indicated their intent to engage in battle, yet their target was not the hidden mist village. Rather, they aimed to ally with it and launch a surprise assault on the Leaf village from the water. Do not let anger consume you. AI, the third Raikage interjected, emphasizing the importance of a leader's calm demeanor. Though his temper flared, he endeavored to suppress it, feeling powerless against the unfounded accusations hurled at them. You Leaf Village must refrain from baseless slander. In my view, the ones responsible for the assassination of the third Mizukage are none other than your own people. In the previous 2 ninja world wars, you have been embroiled in enmities with the other 4 great nations. It stands to reason that, seeing the tide turn unfavorably, you would seize the opportunity to strike at the third Mizukage. The third Raikage argued fervently, attempting to cast the blame back upon the Leaf. Lord Raikage, there is no need for provocation. Lord Mizukage has consented to betroth Kaguya, Maid of Silver, and thus our villages have formed an alliance. How could we harm Lord Mizukage? Minato Namikaze, with a sharp retort, replied, Indeed, I would willingly sacrifice my appearance to marry her. Silver nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Kaguya Mei's face flushed with surprise and indignation, the audacity of Silver using her name aside. His expression of apparent victimhood was utterly confounding. Given our alliance with the Leaf, Minato Namikaze has no reason to slay Lord Mizukage. I have heard that this time, we intend to join forces against the Sand Village, making a surprise attack on Lord Mizukage unnecessary. His demise should bear no connection to the Leaf. They have no motive to strike. And Minato would not be foolish enough to establish a rival of equal strength to the Sand unless they wished to see their nation perish. Indeed, others echoed. The fall of Lord Mizukage would serve the Hidden Cloud Village best. Should the Hidden Mist Village engage with the Leaf, the 5 great ninja villages would stand aside, watching the ensuing conflict unfold. I dare say the culprit is most likely among them. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist exchanged hushed whispers, their sharp discourse nearly driving the Raikage Sun to the brink of fury. If we cannot clarify our innocence, we must resort to demonstrating it through strength. The third Raikage sensed the animosity emanating from the Hidden Mist ninjas, gathering a tremendous surge of chakra within him, his skin emanating a radiant azure glow. It was about to commence. Silver exhaled a sigh of relief, slowly retreating, contemplating an escape. Kid, I warned you earlier, not to presume that your youth grants you immunity from my wrath. A deep, gravelly voice resonated from behind, as an imposing figure eclipsed the dawn's light. Chapter 49. The abnormal physique AI's gaze was cold and piercing as he looked down at Ain, who suddenly seemed oblivious, a flicker of disdainful malice flashing in his eyes. Children ought to obediently return home for their meals and milk. The life and death struggles of adults are no games for the young. With a dismissive snort, he unleashed a fist enveloped in thunderous energy. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as white mist billowed, and Ain transformed into a mere wooden fragment. Was it a body flicker technique? Could it be that this young lad anticipated my ambush? AI, taken aback, felt a surge of interest ripple through his otherwise bored demeanor. Frowning slightly, he sensed several cold glimmers of intent locking onto him from behind and calmly turned to face them. Crack, 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 with a sudden stomp. The ground erupted beneath him, shattering into particles as AI bellowed, lightning release, chakra mode. A deep blue light enveloped AI, his power visibly surging, his gaze more resolute. And even the muscles of his body seemed to swell with intensity. Swish, swish, swish. As the glinting shuriken aimed to pierce AI, he exhibited an unparalleled and grotesque speed, retreating with a swiftness rivaling light itself. Even the 3 tomoe Sharingan-wielding Ain could not discern the precise trajectory of his movement. Listen well, ninjas of the Cloud Village. The shameless Mist Village has accused us of slaying their third Mizukage. Now, we shall demonstrate our strength to prove our innocence, and in the process, seize back that incapacitated Jinchuriki of the 6 tails. The third Raikage raised his arm high, his voice imbued with boundless power, igniting a fervor among the Cloud Village warriors who transformed into ferocious beasts, charging into the fray. By the way, you belong to the Uchiha clan, though you possess but a single eye left, should you choose to join us. I'm afraid I do not believe that joining your village would yield any benefit to me. Even if I were to destroy my Sharingan, I would not relinquish it to you. Pointing to his left eye, Ain spoke lightly, though his tone was gentle and seemingly powerless. The unwavering determination in his gaze belied any underestimation. Guarding the lineage of the Sharingan is merely a tribute to the parents who once passed it to him. Do you truly believe you are capable of safeguarding it? Swish, swish, swish. AI chuckled derisively, his body soaring amidst the lightning, as swift as the lightning itself. Whoosh. In an instant, he traversed through layers of space, reappearing before Ain, poised to deliver an elbow strike powerful enough to shatter a small mountain. Heavy flow burst. Crack, crack, Crack. The ground where Ian stood trembled violently, as though mere paper was being easily crumpled, sending a cloud of dust into the air. TCH. Perhaps I exerted too much force. This lad must have been. The thought trailed off as, at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted amidst the dust. Lightning release. Thousand birds sharp spear. A straight beam of light shot forth, moving with a speed so unfathomable it was almost impossible to track. Poised to engulf AI in an instant. He hastily retreated, sidestepping the oncoming threat, yet still lagged by a fraction of a beat. Thud. Despite evading the strike aimed at his heart, AI's right arm was still grazed, leaving a visible wound. He couldn't believe it had pierced his skin. How could he possibly not sever his arm? Two astonished murmurs resonated simultaneously, as Silver and AI were taken aback. The lightning release chakra mode is a form of ninja body technique that significantly enhances attack, speed, strength, and defense. In such a state, the likelihood of AI sustaining injuries is exceedingly rare. Even if he were to bear a scar, it would merely be an inconsequential scratch. Silver furrowed his brow in concern. The surface of AI's skin displayed merely a blood crater the size of a thumbprint, which did not impede his combat prowess. For AI's extraordinary physique, that wound was trivial. Whoosh. A tempestuous gale surged forth, accompanied by a massive, dark elbow strike. The overwhelming power of the blow created an illusion for Silver. As if a colossal, moving mountain were hurtling towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Silver swiftly retreated, transforming into a fleeting breeze. Thinking of escaping? Came the mocking taunt. As AI launched an assault from another direction, his electrified iron fist radiating a suffocating might. The two miscreants displayed a remarkable synergy. Silver cursed inwardly, decisively retracing his steps. He preferred to confront the other adversary over AI. Boom. A resounding explosion shattered the heavy air as a powerful shockwave erupted, forcing Silver back nearly 20 meters. His fist was swollen and bruised, and his arm trembled incessantly, the astonishing force rivaling that of AI. Is it the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? Upon recognizing the newcomer's visage, Silver's handsome face was etched with grave seriousness. He realized that this time, he might truly face his demise. Chapter 50. The misfortune diverted. Ian focused intently on the two individuals before him, harboring an absolute wariness towards the brothers. The mere presence of one could induce a headache. If they were to confront him together, the odds of survival would plummet to an unfathomable low. To contend with just one of them would be manageable. Even if he were to struggle, however, facing both at once, the thought made him shrink his neck in apprehension, fearing he would be torn apart like an ant by their combined might. It was imperative to isolate one of them. His gaze settled on AI, a subtle, cunning smile playing at the corners of Yin's mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "Your speed is remarkable, yet when compared to another, it is merely inconsequential." Speed was AI's pride, and being dismissed as insignificant by Ian, even though he was merely a 12-year-old child, was a blow his inflated ego could hardly withstand. Anger surged within him. A palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from his form, veins throbbing at his temples. "Kid, who is he? You had better name someone capable of quelling my fury, or the consequences of my wrath are beyond what I can fathom," AI warned fiercely, brandishing his massive fist. A formidable iron hammer that could instill trepidation in the bravest of souls. That would be him, Ian declared, pointing towards the distant figure shimmering with golden light. Moving with an astonishing speed, the illustrious yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, the future fourth Raikage, AI, fell silent, his previously tempestuous rage dissipating. He was, of course, acquainted with the name Minato Namikaze. The reputation of the yellow flash echoed throughout the world, his speed the subject of admiration and even reverence among fervent fans. "Well, it seems you have no retort. You are not even in the same league as him," Ian scoffed, an air of fervent admiration in his tone. Regarding Minato, "Oh no, I hold him in the highest esteem, while you, a mere footnote. You are but a minor character in this narrative. Minato and I engage in one-on-one battles. Only novices like you resort to two-on-one tactics. Thus, in terms of strength, speed, and demeanor, you are leagues beneath Minato." This statement flushed AI's face with indignation, his fist creaking from the pressure of his grip. "Let us compete. You handle that guy, Minato, and I shall show him that the fastest ninja hails from the hidden cloud village." With a furious glare directed at Ian, AI charged towards Minato, fully aware that Yin's taunts were designed to provoke him. Yet, what did it matter? After all, Killer Bee was a legitimate Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails. And AI did not believe that a mere 12-year-old brat could possibly best Killer Bee. That muscle-headed fool. Ian mused, observing AI's retreating figure. A smirk of amusement gracing his features as his gaze fervently locked onto Killer Bee. If he could sever the bones in Killer Bee's hands, he would earn a bounty of 100 points. Previously, I had acquired 100 vouchers, and subsequently obtained the formidable Six Tails Jinchuriki's bone. Should I acquire Killer Bee's bone, it would equate to an impressive 300 vouchers in my possession. The mere thought ignited a fervor within me, as redeeming for the swift fertilizer requires 1,000 vouchers, bringing me closer to the moment when Akainu's bone shall blossom. Fool, do you still entertain the delusion of vanquishing Lord Killer Bee? Have you yet to awaken from your slumber? Such folly! Witnessing the searing battle intent in my silver eyes, Killer Bee exuded an air of confidence. He pranced about in an unknown, ludicrous dance, gesticulating in an erratic manner, reminiscent of a jester, a veritable embodiment of comic relief, clearly intent on eliciting laughter. Not only do I fantasize about overcoming you, but I also... A chilling smile emerged as the moisture in the frigid air crystallized into visible shards of ice. Suddenly, my silver eyes radiated a menacing fury as I launched forth like a cannonball, fiercely declaring, I desire your life. Chapter 51. Versus. Kurabi. Upon witnessing the formidable approach of Ein, Kurabi raised his thick, dark eyebrows in surprise. Despite his confusion, he charged forward without fear. Their fists collided with an inevitable force. Bang! The tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the air violently, as the residual energy transformed into a wave of destruction, causing both combatants to stagger back a few steps. Has this fellow become stronger? Has he employed some secret technique? Kurabi furrowed his brows, somewhat astonished. Instinctively raising his gaze to scrutinize Ein, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Puzzled, he observed that Ein appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any signs of using a secret art. Could it be that this guy... A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, and Kurabi incredulously pondered. Is this brat deliberately concealing his strength? What could be his motive? It should not be intentional. Otherwise, my brother would have already. No, he is indeed doing it on purpose. Displaying an astonishing insight uncharacteristic of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, Kurabi speculated. This fellow is intentionally restraining his power, lowering himself to the position of a weaker. My brother is only interested in the strong. Hence, he has no interest in a weakling like you. How surprising. You, a Jinchuriki with considerable strength, should at least possess a duller intellect? Otherwise, it would be entirely unfair. With a blend of jest and sincerity, Ein lamented, I understand now. After a moment of staring at Ein's face, Kurabi suddenly came to a realization. You are purposefully downplaying your strength to attract my brother's attention, as he is only intrigued by the powerful. A weakling like you holds no allure for him. Such a tactic is indeed malicious. However, do you think that by deliberately separating me from my brother, you can defeat me? How naive. Kurabi scoffed, filled with disdain. Apologies. But I must reiterate, I never intended to defeat you. My goal is to eliminate you. Ein declared coldly, exuding an icy aura. Within him, chakra surged as he completed a hand sign in the blink of an eye. Fire style, great fire annihilation. An endless sea of flames erupted, engulfing the surroundings with a diameter exceeding 20 meters, scorching the earth black in its wake. Humph, do you think you can vanquish me, Kurabi, with such a mere display? Kurabi scoffed dismissively, his body emanating a fiery chakra surge. The six tails of his tailed beast form clearly visible as he charged through the inferno unscathed. Damn it. The tailed beast Jinchuriki is indeed exceptional. Ein frowned, observing how Kurabi's skin bristled with chakra, effortlessly warding off the flames, remaining completely unharmed. Allow me to demonstrate my power. Kurabi bellowed, a fierce grin on his face, muscle as words falter. The power of Kurabi surges dramatically, seemingly on the verge of crushing silver. Just at that moment, an unexpected change occurs. 6 colossal beams of light surge from all directions. Binding technique No. 61. 6 rods prison of light. The radiance, akin to a tail, persistently follows Kurabi, swiftly subduing him. What is this phenomenon? A barrier? Such occurrences are rare. And even more so are those that require no hand seals. After a moment of astonishment, Kurabi expresses envy. Techniques devoid of hand seals possess immense advantages. Much like the current situation, where the summer heat renders the sealing process cumbersome. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Simultaneously, a myriad of birds resonates, their piercing cacophony instilling a sense of threat within Kurabi. Raising his head, he confronts a colossal entity forged from lightning, approaching him head-on. Chapter 52. The tentacles of the 8 tails. The true visage of this creature is difficult to discern. It is a fearsome entity composed entirely of dense chakra. with blood-red eyes that inspire dread and a sense of impending doom upon direct gaze. What manner of monster is this? Kurabi, with his nonchalant demeanor, felt a flicker of seriousness as he beheld the awe-inspiring and fearsome countenance. Exercising caution, he retreated several paces. Although the tailed beast cloak is formidable, it is not invincible. Attempting to flee? Upon noticing this, the silver-faced figure wore a sly smirk, having pilfered techniques from Kakashi, yet having refined them to a level that surpassed the original. Lightning release, lightning tiger destruction. The silver chakra creature transformed, revealing its fearsome fangs and powerful limbs as they lunged toward Kurabi. How could I be defeated by such flashy techniques? Kurabi swiftly drew the enormous blade hidden within him, its pale blade radiating a brilliant azure light. Lightning release, sonic thunderblade. Under the embrace of the lightning, the weapon's sharpness was amplified, piercing the air with an intensity that made one flinch at a mere glance. Simultaneously, Kurabi's tailed beast power surged, manifesting an additional tail, bringing its total to 5. Indeed, the hosts of the tailed beast are truly blessed. Observing this spectacle, the silver figure felt a twinge of envy. Although the 8 tails may not rival the 9 tails, it remains an undeniable force, allowing Kurabi to squander chakra without concern. Disappear. Kurabi's blade sliced downwards, meeting the oncoming lightning wolf with explosive force. Crack, crack, crack. The S-rank jutsu tore through the air as if it were mere parchment. And Kurabi's astonishing speed was enough to astonish anyone. In the span of a single second, he delivered dozens of strikes, dismantling the lightning wolf into pieces. Strange. It shouldn't be this fragile. A slight furrow of his brow revealed Kurabi's discomfort as he instinctively glanced toward the silver figure. The fleeting, cunning smile was subtle yet unmistakable to Kurabi. This is bad. I may have been deceived. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Realizing that the silver figure's display of suppressed strength suggested a depth of capability and intellect far beyond what appeared. To annihilate a high-ranking member of the Mist Village in a single blow is not the hallmark of an ordinary individual. Buzz. The ground, now shattered by the lightning beast, began to emanate a blinding light, exuding an intensely dangerous energy. Sensing peril, Kurabi hastily attempted to escape. Attempting to flee? Too late. The silver figure let out a scoff, and the ground's radiance intensified, followed by a series of resounding explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The white fragments he had torn asunder transformed into devastating bursts, flames soaring skyward, scorching the earth black, while the deafening detonations left all in stunned silence. What is happening? AI turned his gaze towards the engulfed Kurabi, a flicker of concern passing through his fierce eyes. He fixed his stare on the unflinching smile adorning Yin's face, just as he prepared to rush to the rescue. However, a radiant light obstructed his retreat. Get out of my way, Namake's Minato. AI's eyes burned with lethal intent as he regarded the handsome young man, whom he regarded with a measure of trepidation. The golden brilliance was indeed well-deserved. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to pass, Namake's Minato replied, his countenance resolute and his tone unwavering. You fool, that brat lured me here to deal with you. As Minato stood his ground like an immovable stone, AI felt a pang of frustration, silently cursing the idiot for being manipulated by Yin. Do you think this is the end? The thunderous explosions continued to resonate. But Yin was undeterred, rapidly forming hand seals. Reichu. Ignoring the chaos around him, he darted towards Kurabi like a gust of wind, seizing the moment of his opponent's carelessness. The sharp energy aimed directly at Kurabi's head. Snap. The fierce lightning severed his head, blood gushing forth from the neck like a fountain. Success. Yin rejoiced at the sight, just as he prepared to sever the bones of his hand. Yet, the body inexplicably morphed into a tail radiating tailed beast chakra, substituting the head with its tail. Furrowing his brow, a shadow of gloom crossed Yin's eyes. He had always adhered to the principle of eliminating threats at their roots, especially formidable adversaries like Kurabi. Though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nonetheless retracted the 8 tails tentacles, for they could be exchanged for 100 points. Do you truly believe you can kill me? You're still 2 years short. No, 20 years. From a distance, Kurabi reemerged, continuing his peculiar antics. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence, as he had already acquired what he sought. With a disdainful smile at Kurabi's taunts, Yin discreetly tucked away the 8 tails tentacles, his face alight with joy and excitement. Obtaining 100 points so effortlessly was undeniably a remarkable gain. Chapter 53. The mere Jinchuriki. In response to Kurabi's taunts, Yin remained indifferent. allowing the boy to indulge in his verbal jabs, for the sought-after prize was already within his grasp. Now it was your turn. His gaze shifted, landing on the youthful maiden, and Ian murmured softly, his eyes betraying an unabashed desire that burned like fire. The girl possessed alabaster skin and exquisite features, her golden tresses cascading like a waterfall, yet her demeanor was strikingly haughty. Despite her tender age, her queenly gaze instilled a sense of inferiority in all who beheld her, as if she were a flawless creation sculpted by the heavens to evoke envy. Her name was Nidame Waikon, also a Jinchuriki, known for her proud disposition. I advise you not to provoke her, Karabi cautioned, observing Yin's entranced fixation on Nidame. Though she is young, her accomplishments are enviable. She can fully control the tailed beast. Thus, I urge you to reconsider. Swish, swish, swish. Ignoring Karabi's admonitions, Ian transformed into a silver flash, lunging toward Nidame with an expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, he appeared utterly indifferent to life and death, radiating an air of boundless nonchalance. Having fortuitously traversed into this world, he resolved to live with fervor and audacity, never shying away when action was called for. Has he lost his mind? Karabi, recovering from his astonishment, gasped in disbelief, instinctively rubbing his eyes as if to dispel a dream. To provoke one Jinchuriki was audacious enough, but to now challenge another, this boy seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of peril. You think you can anger Karabi and escape unscathed? You shall pay with your left eye? Karabi's chakra surged, the vibrant hues of his tailed beast cloak intensifying as he transformed into a fierce gale, blocking Yin's path. The audacity of this boy, so brazenly disregarding his presence, was infuriating. It was as though he considered Karabi beneath his notice. If you wish to challenge others, you must first step over my corpse. A mere Jinchuriki dares to obstruct my journey? Presumptuous. The frigid disdain in Yin's voice cut through Karabi's indignation. Causing his face to twitch in disbelief, he nearly lost his composure. As a Jinchuriki, he was accustomed to being revered and feared. Yet to be referred to as a beast for the first time ignited his fury. However, Ian denied Karabi the opportunity to retaliate, unleashing a formidable assault that surged past Karabi's form, tearing through the heavens. The sixth path, Thunder Roar Cannon. A monumental tremor echoed through the skies, a golden beam shining brilliantly, especially as the boy glided upon it, instantly becoming the focal point of all gazes. How remarkable! He can walk upon light. What technique is this? Within the confines of her ears, the relentless energy waves tearing through the eardrum resonated, lingering long into the silence. The formidable whirlpool known as Kushina was inevitably drawn in, her momentum momentarily stalling at the sight before her. A figure clad in silver, descending from the heavens, poised to unleash cataclysmic destruction upon the two wooden figures. The young man walked upon the radiant beam, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, devoid of any emotional hue. Only when he beheld the approaching golden-haired maiden did a flicker of intrigue cross his eyes. What an arrogant brat! Kurenai muttered petulantly, glancing around to find all eyes fixated on the white-haired youth, expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces. Be cautious, you two wooden figures. He has set his sights on you. The thunderous shout reverberated, and as the two wooden figures turned, a dazzling beam of destructive light pierced their vision, inflicting unbearable pain as if to blind them. Hastily, they shielded their eyes with their arms, peering through the narrow gaps between their fingers at the composed young man, their frustration simmering. Damn that Cyclops! What audacity! I'll bring you down. The two wooden figures erupted with a surge of concentrated chakra, their crimson-tailed beast cloaks manifesting instantaneously. The defiant young woman gazed skyward, witnessing the scornful light beneath the silver figure's feet, a flicker of unusual color igniting in her eyes. This technique, its power must be classified as at least A-rank ninjutsu. Aware of the formidable brilliance beneath the silver's feet, the two wooden figures furrowed their brows, their beautiful eyes betraying a sense of caution as a sphere of energy, entirely composed of negative emotions, began to coalesce above them. Though they recognized the strength of the light beneath the silver's feet, they retorted defiantly, the light of a firefly is fleeting. Soon, you shall be left with nothing but ashes. Firefly light? In response, the silver figure raised an eyebrow, glancing about in confusion, struggling to comprehend the wooden figure's words, only to realize the nature of the radiance beneath him. Indeed, it was but a flicker of firefly light. Casting a glance at the lumbering figure of Killer Bee in pursuit, he reflected on the frailty of the brilliance beneath his feet and, with a face full of contrition, remarked, This is merely a means to evade that hulking brute. It is hardly worthy of display. I beg your pardon for the spectacle. Now, let us engage in a more earnest exchange. With his gaze fixed upon the two wooden figures, a subtle intent to kill glimmered in the corners of his silver eyes. Path of Destruction, 90, Black Coffin. Chapter 54. The Great Battle of the Jinchuriki. The spiritual pressure within surged violently. Waves of immense power radiating outward as Silver was enveloped in a halo of destruction, his icy gaze rendering it impossible for anyone to meet his eyes. The intensity of his stare was truly terrifying. The two wooden figures hesitated, the words they meant to utter retreating back to their lips, as they were struck by an unsettling sensation that resonated deep within their souls, instigated by Silver's hawk-like, emotionless gaze. Pattern 90, Black Coffin. A devilish crescent of light surged forth from all directions, striking without warning. The two wooden figures remained focused on consolidating the colossal tailed beast orb. Ft, ft, ft. Brilliant black beams pierced through the obsidian sphere, carving out massive fissures the size of a thumb, effortlessly shattering it, as if it were mere shards of glass. Impossible. The two wooden figures gaped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the shattered remnants of the immense sphere above them, their thoughts frozen, replaced by an overwhelming shock that made them forget even the golden light crashing down upon them. After years of wielding the tailed beast orb, they had never witnessed such effortless destruction. Swish, swish, swish. The beams of annihilation showed no signs of abating, transforming into a lethal onslaught that surged towards them. Snap out of it. Move aside, wooden figures. The ninja from the hidden cloud village, witnessing the two figures caught in a daze, urged them with alarm. Their faces etched with concern. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, erupting into a towering mushroom cloud of flames, the temperature soaring 100-fold in an instant. The moisture in the air evaporating within the blink of an eye. The ground, once stable, was torn asunder by the overwhelming force, revealing a gaping chasm that was a sight to behold. As expected of a cat, his reflexes were remarkably swift, casting a disdainful glance at the desolate pit. Silver shifted his gaze to the two panting wooden figures behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had evaded the deadly barrage, maneuvering at a speed that rivaled light itself, deftly escaping the range of the thunderous cannon. Silver couldn't help but admire their agility. Yet, even so, the two wooden figures had sustained grave injuries. Their golden locks were matted with dirt, their once haughty expressions now obscured by grime, and their ninja attire was singed, resembling the attire of defeated warriors. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an unusual vibration swept in from behind Silver. Turning his head, he saw a fiery red silhouette lunging towards him, a muscular elbow striking with ferocity. Raijin's scythe. The overwhelming force brought by Karabi was unrelenting. Silver, caught off guard, vanished in the blink of an eye, forcefully propelled away. Crack, crack, crack. 100 meters away, Silver lay within the depths of the chasm, his face covered in dust, his clothing tattered, resembling a scavenger who had not bathed in years. Yet, the intensity of his gaze revealed that he was far from defeated. It seems the plan has succeeded. Lifting his gaze to the horizon, he realized he had distanced himself from the epicenter of the conflict between the mist and cloud villages. Indeed, this was the most opportune moment to flee. Swish, swish, swish. Two uninvited guests arrived unexpectedly, their shadows attacking from different directions, effectively sealing off Silver's escape route, their eyes glinting with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, save for a minor abrasion. Could it be that I am dreaming? To be struck by the monstrous Kirabai, clad in the skins of 5-tailed beasts, yet remain utterly unharmed? Is the universe playing a cruel jest? The two wooden figures, with keen eyes, gasped in astonishment, their trembling voices laden with shock. Silver had merely a superficial injury on his arm, an inconsequential flesh wound that posed no discomfort, his combat prowess intact. The two figures were acutely aware of Kirabai's formidable strength. After all, Silver was merely 12 years old, and even a village leader might not survive a blow from him. How could a mere child withstand such an impact without a scratch? What on earth happened? The sensation just moments ago felt utterly wrong. Rigid and unyielding, it resembled not the structure of human flesh, but rather that of some extraordinarily durable armor. How peculiar! What transpired in that moment? What trickery had this boy employed? Kirabai, perplexed, rubbed his reddened shoulder, the ache radiating throughout his body, his expression gravely serious. Just a mere parlor trick, merely pilfering your technique, Silver calmly elucidated. revealing that his maneuver involved enveloping his skin in high-density chakra, transforming it into an indomitable armor. The side effects were evident. Such a method rapidly depleted chakra reserves, a feat only feasible for those like Jinchuriki, who possessed vast stores of chakra. Interfering fools. Observing the 8 Jinchuriki, Silver cast aside his apprehensions. One cannot expect to ensnare a wolf without sacrificing something. Attempting to collect the bones of the 2 wooden figures without incurring a cost was as fanciful as a flight of fantasy. Chapter 55. Lightning Release. Spiral Shuriken. The age-old adage, you reap what you sow, remains an immutable truth. One must be willing to take risks. Ian's predicament was palpable. In moments of desperation, one cannot falter. This principle has always been his steadfast belief. This time, your demise is inevitable. Killer Bee and the 2 wooden clones simultaneously grunted in displeasure, a sense of indignation swelling within them. As a legitimate Jinchuriki, they never anticipated that they would need to summon their full strength to contend with a mere child. The flames of anger surged within them. Whoosh! With a slight lift of his right arm, a spherical mass of high-density chakra began to rotate at a frenetic pace, unleashing a fierce gust that sliced through the air like a blade, leaving deep gashes in the ground beneath. Is this the spiral sphere of Minato Namikaze? The colossal energy sphere resembled a black hole, leaving Killer Bee and the 2 wooden clones momentarily stunned, gazing at Ian's in astonishment. This technique was indeed Minato's signature move. Yet, what significance does it hold for us? Such a technique bears no effect on us Jinchuriki, they scoffed, their lips curling in disdain. Fool, be cautious, Killer Bee admonished, his voice rising. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a meticulous attention to detail, never overlooking the slightest clue or flaw. Let us strike together. Killer Bee exchanged glances with the 2 wooden clones, transforming into 2 beams of distinct colors, racing towards him. Even now, they dare to underestimate me. It would be normal for them to lose. Had they displayed their tailed beast transformation from the outset, perhaps I would have been obliterated by their overwhelming power. Ian secretly shook his head, smiling silently, harboring a profound disdain for Killer Bee and the 2 wooden clones. They perhaps could not humble themselves enough to face a mere teenager without resorting to their tailed beast forms. What dignity do they retain? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. A sly smile crept across Ian's lips as he infused his spiral sphere with a unique chakra attribute. The once transparent sphere underwent a profound metamorphosis, transcending its original form. Crackling sounds erupted, deafening in their intensity, sending shivers down their spines. As Killer Bee and the 2 wooden clones stared in disbelief, their hearts racing. Did I misjudge? He has infused the energy sphere with another chakra attribute. The second Jinchuriki, with wide eyes, struggled to conceal her shock as the tremors in her lips betrayed her astonishment. The lightning danced recklessly, and Killer Bee and the 2 wooden clones froze, exchanging glances of mutual realization. Instinctively, they cloaked themselves in their tailed beast forms, powerful chakras surging forth. Tailed beast ball. 2 enormous energy spheres converged upon him, leaving Ains with no avenue for retreat, forced to watch helplessly as the tailed beast balls approached. First, we eliminate one. A heavy aura of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as it shifted to the left. The silver energy orb in his hand shimmered with brilliance, forming a shuriken-shaped beam of white light in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sudden intensity, he fixed his eyes on the noticeably more powerful tailed beast orb and, without hesitation, hurled it forth. Lightning Release. Spiral Shuriken. The moment the long-prepared radiance was unleashed, the very air quivered and twisted, leaving a visible trace as it locked onto the larger tailed beast orb belonging to Killer Bee. You wait for me, kid. The 2 tails Jinchuriki glared fiercely at him, her lips pursed in dissatisfaction. Her fists were clenched tightly, her expression brimming with resentment. Clearly feeling belittled by his apparent disregard for her tailed beast orb, which he deemed a mere threat, prompting him to eliminate Killer Bee's orb first. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that flattened the earth, leaving behind a crater several hundred meters in diameter. Damn it, is this the side effect? It hurts. Silver's complexion paled as if thousands of needles were piercing his arms. Boom. Another formidable tailed beast orb hurtled towards him, unstoppable, seemingly set to crush him. With his hands immobilized, his demise appeared imminent. The 2 tails Jinchuriki relaxed, a smirk forming on her face, as she gazed at the expressionless Silver, preparing to mock him while he still drew breath, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver swiftly retreated, evading the oncoming tailed beast orb. Thinking of running? Dream on. Witnessing this, the two-tails Jinchuriki's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as her chakra surged, fully unleashing her tailed beast transformation. A massive blue cat demon descended from the sky, its mouth brimming with several gigantic tailed beast orbs. Run? A smile crept onto Silver's lips as he calmly dashed towards the east, where dormant volcanoes lay, his true objective. All of this would come to a definitive halt. Chapter 56. Conclusion. The rugged visage of Kurabi was etched with concern. After enduring a series of brutal confrontations, he had learned his lessons well. There was no room for carelessness in the battles that lay ahead. His perception of Iin had transformed dramatically. He now regarded him as a merciless harbinger of death, cloaked in the guise of a youthful child. Be cautious. That little rascal is problematic, he warned, but before he could articulate further, a tremendous surge of power swept across the island, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke. Had the island been obliterated? Kurabi gazed in astonishment at the distant flare of flames erupting from the mountain. The once dormant volcano had been struck with lethal force, belching forth torrents of crimson lava. The emergence of the molten rock caused the temperature in the hidden mist village to soar alarmingly. It's still not large enough. The heat isn't intense enough. We need to escalate this, Iin sighed, a look of regret crossing his features, before he sprinted towards the volcano, defiantly taunting, just a filthy cat. You're merely the watchdog of the hidden cloud village. The moment you lose your utility, they will be the first to strike you down. You are doomed. The fully transformed two-tails, now a ferocious beast, bristled with rage, its whiskers standing on end. Roar! It unleashed a colossal tailed beast bomb, forming instantaneously in its maw, propelled by a fury even greater than before. What was this fellow plotting? Kurabi's face contorted in thought. He pondered Yin's true intentions. Despite their limited encounters, Yin was no aimless fool. He certainly harbored a clandestine scheme. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions reverberated, the unstoppable tailed beast bomb proving to be invincible, disintegrating anything it touched into mere wisps of smoke. Swish, swish, swish. The atmospheric currents shifted, and a light drizzle began to fall, gradually intensifying. Caught off guard, Yin found himself drenched. Huh, you dare mock me? I am the two-tails of the hidden cloud village. The two-tails, emboldened by its transformation, declared with haughty pride. Prepare for your ascension to paradise with this final tailed beast bomb. Farewell, youth. I shall remember you always. With a hint of admiration in her tone, she acknowledged her own strength, deeply intertwined with the beast within her, contrasting sharply with Yin, who relied solely on his own prowess. Die. The last tailed beast bomb was unleashed, its spreading energy waves instilling despair and dread. All believed that Yin was destined for death, for he was utterly depleted. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast bomb crushed Yin, the explosive force vaporizing him, leaving not a trace behind, and the ground bore a deep, charred crater. The shocking fissure led everyone to believe that Yin had met his end. Yin, Kushina Uzumaki cried out in anguish, her voice laden with profound sorrow. The last remaining sorrowful individual is a young girl. How infuriating. I had yet to exploit that young man, and he has already perished. This is utterly unreasonable. I have suffered a great loss and allowed him to escape my grasp. Terumi May clenched her teeth in anger, cursing inwardly at her misfortune. Silver had consistently taken advantage of her, yet she had not been able to use him, and now he was gone, leaving her heart heavy with grief. We have triumphed. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, while the ninjas of the Mist Village cheered, a streak of silver light sliced through the void, and a tremendous roar rendered the world silent. In the depths of the sky, thick bolts of lightning obscured the sun, and the air was filled with a cacophony of roars. A pall of gloom descended upon everyone's hearts. Boom! From beside the wooden figure, a charred piece of wood plummeted from the heavens, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Is this a substitution technique? The wooden figures were taken aback. The young girl, being but a child, was elated at the destruction of a piece of dry wood. Silver's voice echoed from above, dripping with sarcasm. As the 1,000 birds danced in his hand, a fearsome beast descended from the depths of the sky. The creature loomed over the expanse, its size unfathomable. Essentially, it was as vast as the sky itself. Were it not for your vigorous effort in utilizing the tailed beast ball to erupt the volcano, this upgraded version of the Chielin would not have materialized. I should extend my gratitude to you, Lord Wooden Figure. Puff. This declaration caused the two wooden figures to spit blood, their expressions frozen as they gazed at the divine beast in the void. They could hardly fathom that they had aided Silver in this endeavor. The blow to their spirits was akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts. To express my gratitude, I shall unleash the Qilin upon your mist village. With a cold glance towards the 2 wooden figures, the divine beast descended with great force, and in that instant of contact with the earth, everything vanished. Boom. The entire island of the mist village began to quake violently, as all raised structures disintegrated into ash, revealing a scene of widespread devastation. The ninjas of the mist village cursed Silver for his shamelessness, as they too had become targets of his assault. Bang! In the distance, a glowing blue tail fell, and quick-witted Silver was the first to dart over. Is this the tale of the 2 tails? Acquiring it was effortless. Chapter 57. Returned to the village, Ian was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to grasp the tail of the 2 tails. Although it was said that only the bones of the hands could be exchanged, the organs of the tailed beast held the same significance as the bones of the Jinchuriki. The ruthless assault shocked everyone, be it the ninjas of the Mist Village or the Cloud Village. All were met with an unrelenting blow, rendering the entire world silent. Run. Why are you standing there foolishly? Observing the oblivious Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki, Ian felt speechless. Clearly, they had not anticipated Yin's audacity in turning against their so-called allies. It is time to depart. Retreat, Kushina. Minato was the first to react, making a swift decision as he transformed into a golden flash and vanished. With Kushina following closely behind. That bastard, didn't Uchiha say we could handle this as we wished? You fool, you pig-headed nincompoop. We have been manipulated. This is a classic case of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Hurry, pursue them. Do not bother with the stragglers from Konoha. The entire island is sealed off. Already laid with an elaborate trap. They cannot escape. First, deal with the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Their Jinchuriki is nearly incapacitated, providing us the perfect opportunity to capture her. Let us concentrate our efforts on eliminating the Cloud Village. If we can seize the Jinchuriki, all the better. The high-ranking officials of the Mist Village halted their pursuing ninjas, their disdain and mockery palpable in their words. The Mist Village had now transformed into a desolate island. Where could they possibly run to? There is no need for concern. Upon closer inspection, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails lay pale and powerless on the ground, her consciousness evidently fading. Then let us first annihilate the Cloud Village. At the port of the Mist Village, Ian and his companions arrived in haste, their faces etched with worry. Offending the Cloud Village had now indirectly incurred the wrath of the Mist Village. If they did not leave promptly, they would surely be devoured, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, Ian turned his head, his previously pained gaze transforming into a chilling coldness. With a slight snort, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Every living being, when in motion, creates an unusual resonance. The earlier faint sound, though seemingly negligible, was distinctly perceptible to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian surged forward like a whirlwind. Swish, swish, swish. 2 figures were in pursuit, one chasing the other, both displaying remarkable agility. However, it was evident that Ian had the upper hand, gradually closing the distance between them. After a while, Ian halted abruptly, gazing at the masked silhouette ahead. He called out loudly, "Miss Terumi-May, do remove that unsightly mask of yours." You. After a moment of silence, the mysterious figure revealed her true visage, her delicate features offering a refreshing sight, complemented by a charming smile that stirred the imagination. "Terumi-May?" Ian exclaimed in surprise, then immediately relaxed. "Do not utter foolish threats about capturing me." "What of it?" Terumi-May retorted, her countenance radiating frustration. "Will you resort to murder to silence me?" "Not quite." Ian shook his head. "If I were captured, I would be the first to divulge our collusion in the assassination of the 3rd Mizukage." As Komiai's face flushed with embarrassment upon gazing at Yin's delicate visage, a sense of profound frustration enveloped her heart, having unwittingly boarded Yin's ship of misfortune. It seemed there was no prospect of disembarking. "There is a small boat at the west port. We must depart immediately," Komiai declared with an impatient pout. Ian, taken aback for a moment, then smirked and bluntly exposed Komiai's intentions, deriding her. "So, you fear I might be captured and betray you. Nevertheless, we are merely using each other. A word of thanks is in order." Regardless of Komiai's motivation stemming from self-preservation, she undeniably rendered significant assistance to Ian. "At least you have a modicum of conscience," Komiai remarked lightly, genuinely concerned that Ian might be apprehended and divulge her secrets, considering the notorious reputation he held for ensnaring so-called allies. "I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. Those who have aided me shall never be forgotten, while those who have wronged me will be etched in my memory," Ian stated resolutely. "Your assistance will undoubtedly be repaid, As for those who have crossed me, humph. As he spoke these final words, a palpable chill settled upon his countenance, revealing his deep-seated grievances against Mist Shadow Village and Cloud Hidden Village. Had it not been for his astuteness this time, he might have fallen victim to their collusion. Yet, Komi furrowed her brows. Yin's words bore a different connotation in her ears. Are you warning me? She retorted with a roll of her eyes, tinged with a hint of resentment. Yin merely smiled. Choosing silence, there was no need for further elaboration with someone astute. She would grasp the underlying meaning without excessive explanation. After a few more exchanges, Yin and her companions finally set forth on their journey back to Konoha. Chapter 58. The alliance of two villages. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Despite the constant jolts along the journey, the three companions ultimately returned to the village of Mist Shadow unscathed. The esteemed Minato Namikaze relayed the hardships and experiences of their travels to the third Hokage, an account that sent shockwaves throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. An alliance between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village? How infuriating. They had plotted to ensnare us, and had it not been for Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, the Hidden Leaf would have faced calamity once more. Rumors circulated that Uchiha Jin had lost an eye. A lost eye? What value does he hold now? It seems that just as he was rising, he is destined to fall. Such a pity. To lose an eye, alas. TCH. It's a blessing if such a person doesn't become a burden. Do you really expect him to save the world? What a joke. Within just 2 or 3 days, the name of Jin and his companions spread throughout the Hidden Leaf, becoming a topic of great interest for many, though opinions on Jin were divided, with most harboring skepticism. Jin, however, remained indifferent. From the attic of his home, he gazed down at the passers-by below, his heart as cold as stone, devoid of any emotion. He could hear their conversations with perfect clarity. Minato had conveyed all of his findings about the Mist Village to the third Hokage, who then shared the information with the entire village. Yet, everyone dismissed it, believing that Minato was deliberately elevating Uchiha Jin's status. Could he truly engage in battle with a multitude of ninjas from the Cloud Village? Absolutely impossible. No matter how talented, he was merely a 12-year-old child. These people. Never mind. I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. Reputation is as fleeting as a cloud, utterly useless. Drawing the curtains, Jin descended the stairs. As he opened the door, blinding light flooded in, causing him to instinctively shield his left eye with his right hand, peering through the gap between his fingers. He looked skyward, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossing his gaze. The Hidden Leaf felt as harsh as the glaring sun. It simply did not suit him. With a voice heavy with sorrow, he mused, the dryness at the corners of his mouth tinged with confusion. He had considered leaving the Hidden Leaf but required a suitable destination, and presently, none existed. Departing the village would only lead him to a life of wandering. Jin. What melancholy thoughts plague you? A graceful figure caught his eye, with red lips and white teeth, her features strikingly beautiful, and her sparkling eyes captivating. Kurenai? So it is you. The pallor that had briefly marred his complexion vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. You've made quite a name for yourself lately. I had no idea you were so capable, managing to assist Kushina and the others in their escape from the Mist Village, Kurenai remarked, her eyes twinkling with admiration. It's something that even a jonin might struggle to accomplish. Your ability to escape the Mist Village is truly commendable. In response, Jin cast a cursory glance at Kurenai and softly replied, this could merely be a rumor. I am but an ordinary person, and there is no need for such fuss. Initially, I believed it to be a fabrication. However, upon witnessing your expression, I discerned its authenticity. The enigmatic Yuhi Kurenai spoke with an air of profound confidence, confirming the veracity of what Namikaze Minato and others had proclaimed. Why? Yuki inquired, visibly perplexed. Because you have always appeared burdened with thoughts since childhood. The matters you seem to disregard often indirectly reveal your involvement. Upon hearing this, Yuki was rendered speechless. Her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation as she gazed at Kurenai, opting not to pursue the topic further. Recalling the recent peculiarities in Konoha, she curiously asked. The village seems quite busy these days. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, along with Tsunade, Senju, and Orochimaru, have seemingly been summoned back by the Hokage. Is something significant unfolding? Indeed. There are issues at hand, Kurenai admitted without reservation, lowering her gaze. It is rumored that the fourth Kazekage of Tsunade has allied with the Iwagakure. Our situation in Konoha is precarious. At this revelation, a flicker of intrigue crossed Yuki's face. They have formed an alliance. This implies that Iwagakure's elite forces must have arrived as well, including their Jinchuriki of the 4 tails and 5 tails, correct? All I know is the alliance has been mentioned. I am not privy to the specifics, Kurenai replied, raising an inquisitive brow. What exactly do you mean by Jinchuriki? At this, Yuki faltered momentarily, realizing that such concepts might be too complex to elucidate. Ultimately, he decided to steer the conversation away, saying, if Sunagakure and Awagakure are indeed collaborating, it is reasonable to summon the legendary 3. However, I must stress that this is merely speculation. Previous conflicts between Awagakure and Sunagakure could render such rumors baseless. No, this cannot be dismissed as mere conjecture. Remember, the absence of evidence does not equate to evidence of absence, Yuki asserted candidly. Bear in mind, there exists no eternal enmity in this world. Under absolute temptation, even the most priceless entities can be assigned value. Moreover, if Konoha can choose to ally with the misty village of past grievances, why not Sunagakure? Certainly, it is possible, and for Yuki, this represents a monumental opportunity. Chapter 59. Inciting me to sell my son? Shiri Hong's fair visage was etched with complexity, her perception of Een remarkably intricate, embodying an unfathomable existence. After a prolonged silence, a self-deprecating smile graced Shiri Hong's face, and she spoke weakly. All along, you have been an anomaly among our peers, while others regard you as a madman. It is they who are truly ignorant. No one comprehends what Een intends to convey. At their age, most children are preoccupied with play, oblivious to the profound thoughts that escaping S lips, which is why he is perpetually viewed as an outsider. A dull ache throbbed in my head, prompting a need for rest. Forgive me, Hong, you should return now, Een said, rubbing his temples with an apologetic expression. Indeed, do take care to rest. Don't venture outside. The wind is quite fierce, Shiri Hong advised, her smile radiating warmth. I will, he replied, raising a hand with a reassuring smile. Within the realm of the farm, a gentle voice resonated. Master, are you certain you wish to exchange the 8 tails tentacles, along with the 2 tails tail and the 6 tails Jinchuriki S bones? In this warm world, the dulcet tones of a young girl filled the air, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her rosy cheeks exuding cuteness. Let us proceed with the exchange, he said, wincing at the thought of parting with his resources, but accepting the necessity of acquiring 300 points. Not an issue. Previously, there were 100 points remaining, and with this transaction, there will be a total of 400, she responded with a beaming smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. With 400 points, one can procure a considerable number of bones. For example, silence. Een interjected sternly, his face hardening. Do not tempt me. These points are earmarked for purchasing high-quality fertilizer. Humph, what a miser, Liu Exine pouted in discontent. By the way, he recalled his scarcity of points and inquired eagerly, are there any other methods to acquire points aside from slaying Jinchuriki? While the bones of a kainu are vital to me, I cannot bring myself to harm Uzumaki Kushina. She has shown me immense kindness. The mere thought of Uzumaki Kushina softened Yin's cold heart, stirring feelings of guilt. She had aided him greatly. To repay kindness with harm would render him less than a beast. Certainly, Liu Exine assured, thumping her chest. My dear little master, I neglected to mention that there are numerous avenues to earn points. For instance, annihilating the entire Uchiha clan would yield 100 points. Ah, but that is no trivial endeavor. Although I have severed ties with the Uchiha, the aftermath of their destruction would leave me utterly exhausted. Do you believe Konoha would allow me to escape unscathed? Een countered, frowning. Eliminating the Uchiha may be feasible, yet it would cost me dearly, rendering it a poor bargain. A sinister smile suddenly escaped from Lashin's lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she leaned closer to Een, conspiratorially whispering. Apart from that, there exists an exceedingly nefarious and lucrative method, seizing a maiden's first time, and then cultivating her within the realm of the farm. Enough. Stop right there. Upon hearing this, Yin's lips twitched, nearly choking on her breath in disbelief. The audacity was appalling. To think that one would plant another's first experience, presumably to later harvest and sell the fruits of such an act. Humph. Yet this method proves to be the most effective. Lashin scoffed dismissively, her tone dripping with mischief as she continued. Once it blooms, a youngling is born. Worth a staggering 1,000 points. What are you on about? I toil and battle as a Jinchuriki, and each time I reap a mere 100 points. Yet this one instance could yield 1,000? In his mind, a multitude of curses surged forth as Een spat, showering Lashin's beautiful face with his indignation. His anger reaching a boiling point as he bellowed, Give me a reason. A reason? Of course, there is one, though the conditions are rather stringent. Lashin, unfazed, calmly explained. Firstly, the target must be a female Jinchuriki. For instance, if the two wooden beings you possess were to provide what is needed, it could serve as an embryo for the youngling, nurtured in the farm I recently established. Once matured, it could yield 1,000 points. Even selling the newborn directly would fetch 500 points. Is it truly that valuable? But wait, you're essentially suggesting I sell my own offspring. Regaining his composure, Ian vehemently protested. Chapter 60. The fateful encounter. Silver glared fiercely at Lachine, wishing he could end her life in an instant. He knew that the little girl harbored ill intentions, cunningly persuading him to betray his son, her heart as cruel as it could be. You often say that one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, he retorted, his voice laced with disdain. That was merely a metaphor. Who would ever feed their own flesh and blood to a wolf? Lachine interrupted, her tone light, yet defiant. Silver brusquely cut her off, his expression stern as he commanded. Give me a viable solution, or else, well, you know very well what the consequences will be. His tone was laden with threats, leaving no room for negotiation. You are truly difficult to please, Lachine remarked, her playful demeanor fading as she recognized the anger brewing within Silver. She made a face at him, but quickly restrained her jesting spirit, aware that provoking Silver could lead to her own downfall. Recently, a promising task had arisen. Upon completion, one could attain the liberation of the Red Dog's abilities for 60 minutes. In essence, this meant that for 1 hour, one could wield all the skills of the Red Dog, but only for that fleeting duration. Exceeding that limit would result in total loss of power. Of course, one could also exchange it for 100 points. Lachine spoke with surprising boldness. This is indeed a valuable opportunity. Although 60 minutes is brief, it is precious enough to preserve one's life. Consider it a trump card. Silver's interest was piqued, his left eye gleaming with desire. However, a moment later, the thought of the farm task's inherent challenges dampened his enthusiasm, and he sighed. I suspect this is going to be no easy task, is it? You only need to retrieve the bones of the leader from Rain-Hidden Village, the mackerel fish Hans, Lachine replied lazily, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Her demeanor calm and composed. I knew it would not be anything good. That mackerel fish Hans is known as the demigod, even if he has not attained divine status. His strength is formidable. Moreover, Rain-Hidden Village is his territory. One might lose their life there without a trace left behind. Silver raised his voice, spitting out his frustration. It's always like this. The more enticing the task, the greater the peril. Will you take on the task or not? Acceptance is entirely your decision. No one is forcing you, Lachine shrugged, indicating that Silver was free to choose. Well, Silver raised an eyebrow, feeling a headache coming on. To be frank, he despised such treacherous bone-collecting tasks, where one's life was often a mere gamble. Yet, he had to admit that he had no real option, for this was his only path to strength. Fine, I accept this task. Once I reach Rain-Hidden Village, I want to be entirely alone, at the very least. There is a potential ally who can assist me. His previously bewildered gaze transformed into one of resolute determination. Potential ally? You cannot be referring to the Akatsuki organization, Lachine speculated, casting a cautious glance at Silver. Though the Akatsuki and mackerel fish Hans are adversaries, you must tread carefully. That man with the Rinnegan is exceedingly dangerous. That lad is not merely dangerous, he is akin to a ravenous tiger. The mere thought of Nagato's madness sends shivers down Yin's spine, leaving him haunted by trepidation. In summary, I shall never provoke that powder keg, Nagato. The Rinnegan is formidable enough, but that individual is exceedingly perilous. It is conceivable that Uchiha Obito has dispatched someone to covertly monitor him. To incite Nagato would be tantamount to inviting disaster upon myself. I merely intend to temporarily leverage the power of Akatsuki. Are you planning to use the Akatsuki organization as a weapon? To incite them against Hanzo of the Salamander? With a narrowed gaze, Lachine immediately comprehended Yin's intentions. What is there to contest? After all, our adversary is Hanzo of the Salamander. As darkness enveloped the land, Yin stealthily slipped away from Konoha, undetected. The silhouettes of Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko materialized in his mind as he traversed the dense forest. Recalling the terrifying prowess of Hanzo, the notion of uniting those three against him solidified in his mind. However, how could he earn their trust? The vigilance of those young ones is formidable. Infiltrating their ranks would prove to be a daunting challenge. Yin pondered his strategy, casting aside the so-called ethics. If he could harness the current strength of Akatsuki, a little treachery would be of no consequence. Swish. At that moment, sharp sounds of slicing air approached, startling Yin. He instinctively raised his remaining right eye. maximizing the power of his three tomoe Sharingan. Beneath the inky night sky, a young girl's silhouette emerged before his gaze. Could it be her? Chapter 61. Arrival at the rain-hidden village. The disheveled girl before me was none other than the two Yunin I had encountered days prior. What brings you here at such an hour? Silver inquired, standing poised upon a branch, while the two Yunin mirrored her stance, each perched on their respective limbs. The atmosphere thick with palpable tension and solemnity. How dare you ask what I am doing here? That detestable brat. I have come to rend you into 1,000 pieces. The two Yunin clenched their teeth, their hearts ablaze with fury. In this moment, she appeared ragged, her once delicate features now marred by filth. The luster of her gem-like eyes extinguished, shrouded in an invisible veil of dust, utterly bereft of brilliance. What business is it of mine? Your persecution has no bearing on me. Do not weave false accusations. Upon hearing the chilling disdain in the voices of the Yunin, Silver, bewildered, allowed a trace of hostility to seep into her words. While I am disinterested in you, I suggest you vanish at once. It is precisely because of you that I have become the target of animosity from my own village. Everyone now regards me with contempt. And even the third Raikage has resolved to extract the tailed beast from within me, seeking a more suitable Jinchuriki to replace me. The two Yunin's spirits were crushed, their tone fraught with despair. I see now. I utilized your power to shatter the encirclement of the Cloud Village, causing the deaths of many from your kin. And yet the blame falls upon you. Nonetheless, you are a Jinchuriki, a vital asset to the village. They should not so easily dispose of you. Silver spoke softly, conveying reassurance, suggesting that the two Yunin need not worry. You speak as if it is effortless to sit and converse. The status of a Jinchuriki is unquestionable, yet it also makes one a target of disdain, especially as I have brought death to our village, becoming the object of everyone's ire. The Raikage could easily select someone close and trustworthy to take my place. The two Yunin's voice dripped with despondency. Is this your reason for seeking vengeance upon me? Silver scoffed, her words laced with scorn. Who can you blame for the greed of the Cloud Village? This is a consequence of your own actions. Cease your lamentations, foolish, ignorant woman. Furthermore, through this opportunity, I shall unveil the true nature of the rain-hidden village ninjas to you. You ought to be grateful. War is inherently a matter of survival. Yet, thanks to you, I have fled the village, unless I return with your head. I shall never again set foot in the Cloud Village. Therefore I shall borrow your head. With that, the two Yunin extended their fingers into sharp claws, leaping towards Silver in a swift attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Silver perceived the approaching shadow, her remaining eye shimmered with an otherworldly light as she evaded the strikes with deft precision. With each deft maneuver, Silver deftly sidestepped the assaults of the two Yunin, shattering the branches beneath her feet while remaining unscathed. It is unwise to delay for the sake of this girl. I must make my way to the rain-hidden village. Casting a deep glance at the two Yunin, Silver decisively chose to depart, glancing back one final time at the resolute countenance of her pursuers, the two wooden figures. I hope you can comprehend the situation, but if you push me too hard, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Silver whispered to himself, recalling the peculiar exchange mission in the farm world. When cornered, even a dog might leap over a wall. If Silver were pressed to the limit, he could unleash chaos. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, 3 or 4 days had elapsed. Silver finally sensed the presence of rain-hidden village, having spent a considerable amount of time evading the relentless pursuit of the two wooden figures. After nearly a day of inquiries, he finally gleaned the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. In the rain-soaked world, a solitary figure cloaked in a conical hat wandered alone, their hunched backs starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. With this attire, a surprise attack on the Akatsuki organization would be ideal. Eliminating a few of their high-ranking members would surely escalate the conflict, allowing me to take advantage of the turmoil. A sinister glint flickered in Silver's eyes as he donned the garb of a rain-hidden village ninja. Nagato, with his unreliable prowess, had not yet fully mastered the Rinnegan. Yet his strength was formidable. Conan possessed a bloodline limit and was no weakling either. Thus, only Ahiko remained as a feasible target. He was the current leader of the Akatsuki. Eliminating him should be sufficient to ignite a significant rift between the factions, and subsequently, I could shift the blame onto Hanzo of the Salamander. In the ensuing chaos, I would seize the opportunity to eliminate Hanzo, with a plan solidifying in his mind. Silver transformed into a figure of unrestrained ruthlessness as he made his way toward the Akatsuki's base. As for Yahiko, he could only offer an apology, after all. Death was inevitable. Rather than being exploited by others, it would be more advantageous for Silver. The world is indeed cruel. In the struggle for survival, only the fittest prevail. Those without strength, yet standing in the most radiant positions, are destined for elimination. Chapter 62 Shonen. The simple truth that one should pick the soft persimmons is well understood by all, including Ian. It must be over there. Gazing at the distant, dilapidated world of steel, Ian strolled forth. The conflict was fierce, once he donned the attire of a rain village ninja and eliminated Yahiko. Even the likes of Hanzo the salamander would find it impossible to cleanse his name by jumping into the Yellow River. TSK. After dispatching Yahiko, I could infiltrate the ranks of Akatsuki, inciting Shao Nan and Nagato to join forces against Hanzo, and subsequently seize Hanzo's hand bones. A triumphant smile echoed through the desolate, rain-soaked world as Yin's figure gradually melded into the darkness, becoming utterly elusive. Nagato, where is Shao Nan? In the murky-lit room. A young man with orange hair inquired of his companion with red hair, both clad in identical attire, evidently belonging to the same organization. They were Yahiko and Nagato. She was rather fatigued. I suggested she return to rest first, Nagato replied, his demeanor exuding exhaustion, reminiscent of one recovering from a grave illness, exuding an air of despondency. Not just him, but Yahiko too wore a visage of toil, striving to maintain an outward appearance of vitality, though his countenance revealed the distress of recent tribulations. Never mind. Let us not disturb Shao Nan. She deserves a proper rest. A girl who has endured alongside us for so long, I know it's been a burden for her. Yahiko sighed, revealing an endless depth of sorrow. Although the Akatsuki organization was rising rapidly, now capable of contending with the demigod like Hanzo, they were still a fledgling entity, significantly lacking in resources compared to Hanzo, who dominated the majority of the Rain Village's assets, leaving the Akatsuki with scant resources for growth. We shall take it step by step. If all else fails, we must confront them directly. After all, this world is governed by the strong. Nagato smiled gently, patting Yahiko on the shoulder in comfort. What a wretched place. Infiltrating the base of the Akatsuki, Ian lamented, filled with frustration. The current Akatsuki is vastly different from what it will become. With numerous members, they had erected many tents, making it quite challenging to locate Yahiko's whereabouts. It should be over there. Spotting a brightly lit room in the distance, Ian's eyes gleamed as he floated towards it like a specter, silent as the night. It was well known that Yahiko possessed a strong sense of responsibility, tending to every matter himself, thus often laboring late into the night. The surrounding tents and sparse structures lay shrouded in darkness, with only the building illuminated in Yin's sight, likely where Yahiko was diligently reviewing documents in the dead of night. Once I elevate you to the skies, you won't need to toil so hard. Be grateful to me. Creak. Gently pushing the door ajar, Yin peeked inside, searching for Yahiko's presence. Is he there? Shifting his gaze, he noticed a white mist emanating from the depths of the room, his pupil shimmering with cold light as he slipped inside. Die. The scene that invaded his vision was worlds apart from what Ian had envisioned, starkly contradictory. The words that had risen to his lips were abruptly stifled, swallowed back in an instant. In Silver's heart, a legion of 10,000 alpacas surged forth in a frenzy, his countenance turning a ghastly shade of green as he realized he had inadvertently intruded upon yet another young lady's bathing chamber. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, as it was evident that this was not Mayahiko. Just as Silver prepared to retreat, a melodious voice rang out, piercing the air. Mayahiko, Nagato, is that you? I shall be out momentarily. The girl, mistaking the identity of her visitors, hastily donned her garments and emerged in a flurry. Cursed be it. That voice sounds remarkably like Conan. Silver was instantly petrified, his eyes widening as he surveyed his surroundings. It was neither Mayahiko nor Nagato, but rather the result of his clumsiness, having bumped into the table and caused a creaking sound. Gulp. Silver's nerves tightened, cold sweat cascading down his brow, as Conan was poised to step out from the bathing area. Chapter 63. The Great Battle. With Conan with a pallid visage, Silver concealed himself, observing the approaching silhouette, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Having arrived at this juncture, he had no choice but to take the initiative, should he be apprehended. His meticulously crafted plans would unravel. The indecision within him transformed into a steely resolve, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his silver eyes. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, mercilessly surging toward Conan. Curse be it, who dares to invade my privacy? Conan's countenance reflected sheer astonishment, her thoughts teetering on the brink of collapse. Regardless of your identity today, I shall eliminate you. With an aura of lethal determination, Conan transformed into a formidable specter. Exuding an overwhelming essence of slaughter, her chilling presence isolating her from the world, resembling a goddess of ice and snow. Countless paper fragments swirled around her, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes that took flight. Boom, boom, boom. As the fire dragon collided with the myriad of paper scraps, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. The majestic fire dragon shattering into a cascade of flames that scattered in all directions. Is that all you've got? Conan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, her voice dripping with confidence. As the paper fragments on her shoulders trembled, they coalesced into wings crafted entirely from paper, propelling her skyward. She soared through the air with astonishing grace, defying gravity. Paper jutsu, dance of the paper. The chakra within her surged forth, and with a powerful flap of her wings, a tempest of wind was unleashed. Her speed surged exponentially, traversing several meters in an instant, her gaze piercing through the distance to discern the outline of the mysterious intruder. Wearing a mask. Yet, judging by your attire, you must be a ninja from the hidden rain village. Tell me, who sent you, or I shall obliterate you to ashes. A frigid aura enveloped her as her intent to kill intensified. Nothing to divulge, Silver replied, the masked figure resolute. He could not reveal that he was sent by Hanzo of the Salamander. Moreover, he was certain that even if he disclosed his identity, the wrathful Conan would reduce him to mere fragments. Self-immolation. At his words, Conan's murderous intent escalated. The explosive tags, swirling like a tempest, rained down upon him, akin to a torrential downpour. Her cold gaze scrutinized Silver as if he were a lifeless corpse, her hatred dissipating like the wind in her eyes. He had become a silent specter, unworthy of her ire. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the pitch-black sky, flames surged in a vast expanse, a series of explosions erupting in succession, sending visible shockwaves of destruction. Chapter 64. The Great Battle with Conan. A violent tremor captivated everyone's attention, as members stationed around the Akatsuki swiftly rushed to provide support. In the organization, Conan held a position of immense significance, regarded as one of the three pivotal figures. Her unique bloodline limit was equally formidable. The masked figure, Silver, bore a defiant expression, his dormant chakra beginning to surge forth. With his location now fully exposed, he resolved to unleash his true strength in a direct confrontation. With a fiery breath, an overwhelming blaze erupted forth. Fire release, great fire destruction. The rolling flames surged rapidly, their diameter reaching an astonishing 20 to 30 meters. Fool! These origami pieces are explosive tags. Such feeble flames are utterly ineffective, Conan declared with a dismissive posture, radiating confidence in her abilities. Her beautiful eyes fixated intently on the towering inferno, yet her heart was tumultuous, a storm of unease swirling within. Who is this individual? Most ninjas from the Rain Village excel in water release techniques. It is rare to encounter someone capable of such an extensive fire release. Conan's gaze landed on the fully armored Silver, her mind racing with incredulity. Clad in heavy armor and a mask, he embodied the quintessential appearance of a Rain Village ninja. Given this display of power, he must surely be a trusted confidant of Hanzo of the Salamander, she speculated. As explosive tags and flames intertwined, the night sky transformed into a vivid crimson hue for a brief moment. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless explosions morphed into a cataclysmic whirlwind, engulfing the Akatsuki's encampment in chaos. The explosive power ignited all tents, turning the area into a blazing inferno. Ah, it's burning me alive. Someone help extinguish the flames. The horrific cries resonated in Conan's ears. Who are you? This raging fire is abnormal. Its reach should be limited. How could it spread so far? What trickery is at play? Conan's face was etched with shock and disbelief. The flames that should have been scattered suddenly extended hundreds of meters, leaving her astonished. What troubled her most was the unmistakable acrid scent permeating the air, suggesting that something was amiss. The flames were evidently exacerbated by this odor, causing their reach to widen, clearly linked to their presence. A mere parlor trick. I placed something special around your base in advance, Silver exclaimed, his voice taking on a sinister tone. Before I ambushed you, I strategically spread a considerable amount of fuel around your encampment. Thanks to the explosive nature of your paper, the flames have now engulfed the entire Akatsuki territory. I must thank you, and of course, I will kill you. Before Silver could finish his explanation, Conan's face turned an ashen green with rage. Her chakra erupted uncontrollably, fueled by the knowledge that her own techniques had been employed to eliminate her comrades. The turmoil within her heart was palpable. A multitude of paper fragments cascaded from her being, inevitably landing at Silver's feet. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by a piercing roar, as Silver was engulfed by an explosive force that shook the very mountains around them, causing grotesque fissures to emerge in the terrain. "You should be dead by now, with not a trace left behind. Otherwise, Shaonan cursed vehemently, nearly losing control once more, her desire to see Silver dead 100 times over palpable. After surveying the desolate surroundings, she finally exhaled in relief. The instigator of all this chaos, Silver, was no more, leaving her feeling remarkably unburdened. With sharp eyes, Shaonan noticed a filthy ninja outfit scattered on the ground and swiftly darted over to don it. Feeling reassured, wandering about in a bath towel was undeniably conspicuous. Suddenly, the air crackled with several explosive sounds as a group of strikingly handsome young individuals descended. "Shaonan, you." Yahiko scrutinized her flushed face, furrowing his brow, unsure of how to respond, perplexed by the sight. Shaonan had spent considerable time with them, rarely revealing the bashful demeanor typical of a young woman. "Who did this?" Yahiko roared, his gaze absorbing every movement within 100 meters, his expression shifting from confusion to fury as he beheld the devastated Akatsuki base. "We cannot let him escape. Indeed, we cannot let this slip by." Nagato, equally pained, felt as if his heart were being wrenched. This destruction represented years of their collective dreams and efforts. Now reduced to ashes, how could they not be enraged? It was the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. Shaonan recounted the events without the slightest concealment. Setting aside Yahiko's involvement, Nagato was the most enticing target. Could one allow a golden opportunity to slip away? Absolutely not. Amidst the ruins, a pair of shifty eyes darted around, the small face appearing ashen. The Uzumaki clan possessed formidable vitality, being descendants of the Sage of Six Paths recently. I had forcefully employed high-level techniques that drained a considerable amount of my life force, turning my hair stark white. If I could obtain a bone from Nagato and plant it in my mental form, not only could I regain lost vitality, but the power of my Sharingan might also be enhanced. Silver's eyes gleamed with a ghostly light, her excitement palpable, brimming with anticipation. It is well known that the power of the sage body alleviates the heavy burden of the Sharingan. If I could secure a bone from Nagato and cultivate it within the confines of my mind, it could eventually bloom, granting me the sage body. Furthermore, I would gain access to the Uzumaki clan's immense chakra reserves. Though exceptions exist, regardless of whether Uchiha Madara watches Nagato or not, I must take this risk. Seizing Nagato's bone is not akin to robbing the Rinnegan. Even if Uchiha Madara truly exists, he may not intervene. With chakra swirling within me at its peak, Silver radiated a brilliant light, launching a lethal ambush. Chapter 65. One must be devious. In the shadows, In gathered a substantial amount of chakra, seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. Conan and Yahiko were utterly confident in their ability to prevail, yet the situation with Nagato, the child of the Uzumaki clan, posed a significant challenge. In had first-hand experience of the formidable power of the Rinnegan. Although Hanzo the Salamander was despicable, his strategy was, in a certain sense, the most effective. Capturing one of them would pose a threat to Nagato and force him to bow down. The ideals of righteousness and morality were far removed from Yin's thoughts, his face etched with greed. He understood that Conan and her companions were unfortunate souls, having endured a tumultuous existence since childhood, their early years marked by tragedy. However, such matters were inconsequential. The world was replete with the unfortunate, including In, who had also faced numerous hardships throughout his life, ultimately relying solely on himself. Silently approaching the trio, In unleashed a long-prepared beam of icy light from his hand. Lightning release. Thousand birds, sharp spear. The straight, lethal beam surged forth, aimed directly at their heads. With a whoosh, the beam forced Conan and Yahiko to retreat. Its target unmistakably Nagato. "Nagato, evade!" Yahiko and the others exclaimed, their expressions shifting drastically with urgency. A surprise attack? Such naivety. Nagato remained resolute, his clothing and body swelling as an invisible force erupted forth. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force manifested into a visible spherical barrier, enveloping Nagato in its protective embrace. Bang! The incoming icy light could not penetrate the gaseous defense. It was forcibly diverted and easily deflected, demonstrating Nagato's adept use of his Rinnegan abilities. Seeing this, In maintained a calm demeanor, though Nagato was still young. He had been implanted with the Rinnegan at a tender age and had been utilizing its power for nearly a decade, likely having mastered its techniques. Who dares to reveal themselves? His previously gentle gaze transformed into a piercing glare as Nagato thundered toward the ruins to the east, simultaneously raising his right arm. A small black hole materialized in his palm, exuding a powerful gravitational pull. Shinra Tensei. Debris began to levitate, controlled by some mysterious force. As Nagato's pale right arm resembled the hand of the heavens, effortlessly manipulating the broken stones around him. Beneath the rubble, a youthful figure emerged into view. Truly, the legendary Rinnegan was nothing short of omnipotent, deserving of its moniker as the Eye of God. Gazing into Nagato's violet eyes, In, concealed behind a mask, felt a profound envy. The power Nagato wielded was but a fraction of what Uchiha Madara possessed, yet it remained exceedingly formidable. Despite his admiration for the coveted Rinnegan, In's heart remained as calm as a deep well, devoid of any avarice. His sole interest lay in Nagato's bones. If I seize the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly come for my life, In mused inwardly. He was no saint. He held a keen interest in the Rinnegan. The eyes said to have been created by the Sage of Six Paths, eliciting envy in all who heard the tales. One should possess self-awareness, a quality that eludes my current grasp. Shaking my head to dispel the covetous thoughts swirling in my mind, I feigned surprise and remarked, "Purple eyes? What sort of eyes are those? They appear rather formidable." Foolish one, it turns out to be an ignorant child. Upon hearing this, Yahiko disdainfully curled his lip, his inherently optimistic nature prompting him to explain with a broad smile, "This is Yahiko, be cautious. The one who eliminates our Akatsuki members is him." Konan promptly interjected, cautioning, "Do not be deceived by his appearance. This individual is exceedingly dangerous." The gravity of her words was emphasized by her deliberate pronunciation. "Is that so?" Yahiko exclaimed in surprise, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the devastated surroundings. He coldly remarked, "Judging by your attire, you must be a ninja from the Rain Village, which implies you are acting under the orders of Hanzo of the Salamander." "Not at liberty to disclose," Silver replied icily, bluntly acknowledging that claiming to be under Hanzo's command was too far-fetched, thereby arousing Yahiko's suspicion. There was no need for further inquiries. Capturing him would reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Nagato lunged forward, his kunai glinting ominously. Among Konan and the others, he was the strongest. An unparalleled force in every aspect. Swish, swish, swish. Konan and Yahiko exchanged glances, instinctively flanking him from different directions. To avoid being recognized in the future, it would be wise to employ techniques I am less proficient in and thus less visible. A sinister gaze shot toward Yahiko. Within Silver's eyes, a murderous intent surged. Among the three, he was the most mediocre. Neutralizing the threat posed by Nagato and Konan would seal the deal. Thinking of fleeing? A mere dream. Observing Silver disregard both himself and Konan to charge at Yahiko with fierce intent, Nagato sneered, "Come to me now." Universal pull. An irresistible force of gravity descended, rendering Silver's body uncontrollable as he was drawn toward Nagato. "Fool, I longed for a close encounter with you. This is the perfect opportunity to sever your hand." Seeing this, Silver couldn't help but mock internally, refraining from excessive resistance as if resigned to his fate, allowing his body to be propelled toward Nagato. Yet, his right hand quietly gathered an energy sphere, which, upon nearing Nagato, radiated brilliance, its size multiplying exponentially in an instant. Spiral sphere. Due to the inertia of the gravitational pull, Nagato's face darkened as he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only brace himself against the rolling sphere. Boom, boom, boom. A ferocious explosion erupted, sending Nagato flying, his chest a gruesome sight, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Something is amiss. The power of the spiral sphere cannot possibly be this feeble, and I unleashed this strike with full force. It should not result in mere superficial injuries. Silver pondered inwardly, gazing at Nagato, suddenly realizing that something was indeed wrong. Chapter 66, The Sudden Appearance of Uchiha Madara. The silver visage was etched with gravity. A normal human body struck by a Rasengan would either meet death or suffer grievous injury. Yet the Rasengan unleashed now was a high-density sphere of energy propelled with his utmost strength, possessing a destructive capacity far more formidable. While it might not instantaneously annihilate Nagato, disemboweling him would be a trivial task. Presently, it was merely a slight torment to flesh and blood, which Silver found hard to accept. It seemed that the peculiar nature of the Rinnegan absorbed his chakra, significantly diminishing the Rasengan's potency. The incident had been abrupt. He could only absorb a scant amount of chakra from the Rasengan, with the remainder of its force absorbed by his body, resulting in the mere shredding of some flesh. Having contemplated the situation, Silver felt a sense of relief and regained his focus, directing a gaze towards Nagato that now brimmed with increased vigilance and caution. "You scoundrel!" Upon witnessing Nagato's injury, Yahiko's eyes shimmered with a fierce light. "Not only have you slain our comrades, but you dare to harm Nagato as well. Regardless of who you are, you shall undoubtedly perish." Humph! Silver dismissed the remark with indifference, unperturbed, and retorted with sarcasm. "Comrades? What jest is this? The one I previously eliminated was merely a burden, a liability to you. I merely liberated you from that encumbrance. What is so wrong with that? Your name is Yahiko, is it not? Spare me your laughable dreams. In a world riddled with chaos and strife, how can you even hope to preserve your own life? Let alone speak of dreams? This childish game of make-believe should come to an end. Do not indulge excessively. You dare to defile my dream." Yahiko's fury ignited. Rolling up his sleeves, evidently bracing himself for a fierce confrontation with Silver. Meanwhile, in another realm, deep within a dark and decaying underground, a pervasive sense of dampness and despair lingered. The pitch-black surroundings rendered visibility non-existent, making each breath difficult. Amidst the darkness, a cold, flickering light could be discerned. And in a daze, an elderly figure wielding a blade emerged. His skin was parched and lifeless, hair tangled like wild grass, and his sunken eyes betrayed a weary soul. Each step he took was a testament to his suffering, laboring immensely. An intriguing young man, a voice resonated through the profound silence, imbued with the weight of time's decay. Intriguing? Lord Madara seems mistaken. Nagato is on the verge of spitting blood. There is nothing amusing about it. A white-skinned aberration complained, revealing himself as White Zetsu. While the elderly figure who had just spoken was none other than the once dominant Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this is for the best. The notions held by Nagato and his companions are indeed somewhat laughable. Peace? Absurd. What could a group of children possibly understand about peace? They are merely pawns in my game. It is fortuitous that the masked boy emerged unexpectedly to impart a lesson. It would be best for them to relinquish those ludicrous ideals and allow Nagato to comprehend the value of power. This aligns perfectly with my plans. Uchiha Madara mused to himself, but soon his brow furrowed in discontent as he coldly scoffed. However, Nagato is utterly incompetent. Possessing my Rinnegan, he cannot even overcome an unknown adversary, such an affront to my eyes. Indeed, if Nagato possessed the ocular prowess of Uchiha Obito, he could sweep across the world with ease. White Zetsu nodded in agreement, fully aware of Uchiha Obito's formidable strength, yet ultimately lamented, "What measures should we adopt? We cannot remain idle if that young man is slain. Obito's grand scheme will be utterly thwarted. Nagato and his companions, they are merely my puppets. The strings that control these marionettes lie firmly in my grasp. Should I command them to veer left, they cannot stray right. I must ensure that Uzumaki Nagato remains alive. His demise would jeopardize my ambition to dominate the world." Uchiha Obito, with his boundless ambition, approached White Zetsu, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. The Akatsuka led by Nagato is in stark conflict with Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. Inform him of the siege upon the Akatsuki, and undoubtedly, Hanzo will send his men to seize the opportunity, eliminating Nagato as allies in the process. Given his profound attachments and the pain he has endured, Nagato may resort to employing some forbidden techniques of the Rinnegan, thereby ensuring his escape. Uchiha Obito, with astute analysis, continued. Whether it be Hanzo or the masked youth currently confronting Nagato, they are but mere insects in the face of the Rinnegan's forbidden arts, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Understood. Obito, White Zetsu affirmed, then vanished into the depths of the earth. What about Nagato? Conan inquired. Concern etched across her delicate features as she gazed at the gaping wound on Nagato's chest, her heart heavy with apprehension. He is unharmed. Not even a bone is broken. Silver's resentment surged, lamenting the Rinnegan's unparalleled might. Your adversary is me. Yahiko sidestepped, positioning himself before Silver with a dagger in hand, his expression one of vigilance. Navi. With a disdainful smirk, Silver seemed to dissolve into transparency, effortlessly bypassing Yahiko's obstruction, his blade aimed directly at Uzumaki Nagato. Paper jutsu, shield. In a moment of crisis, Conan swiftly conjured a shield made entirely of paper to defend against Silver's impending assault. Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom. The seemingly innocuous paper erupted in a series of explosions, the inferno forcing Silver to retreat. This young lady should not be underestimated. A moment's carelessness could lead to my downfall. Watching the ground reduced to scorched earth, Silver focused intently on Conan. It appears I must reveal a portion of my hidden prowess. Although this may expose my trump cards, it seems there is no alternative. What must be revealed cannot remain concealed. His gaze shifted back and forth among Conan and her companions, his murderous intent crystallizing. When the moment to fight arrives, one must never hesitate to stake their life. Chapter 67. The Celestial Cataclysm. If one were to pinpoint the most profound impact, it would undoubtedly be on Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, who found himself utterly suppressed by Ine, rendered incapable of mounting any form of counterattack. The mere thought of it filled him with immense frustration. The Rinnegan is universally recognized as one of the three great ocular techniques in the world, yet here he was, unable to even subdue a mere jester that had randomly appeared, igniting a sense of madness within him. As the possessor of the Rinnegan, not only was he unable to unleash his true power, but he was also reduced to a mere protector of his precious eyes. How could Nagato endure such humiliation? His chakra surged uncontrollably, while Ine, hidden in the shadows, gathered strength with unwavering focus, preparing for a decisive strike. The clash between the two was fierce and unyielding, leaving no room for retreat. Quickly, keep up, you fools. Anyone who lags behind will have their legs broken. From another direction, a throng of ninjas rushed forth, all clad in the standard attire of the Rain Village, each face etched with a fierce determination, their eyes blazing with a fierce light. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Each one was a battle-hardened ninja. At the rear of this formidable unit strode a commanding figure, exuding an aura of authority that inspired both fear and respect among his peers. This man was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, the current leader of the Rain Village. With unmatched speed, this was a golden opportunity to eradicate the rebellious ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. His booming voice resonated like thunder, galvanizing the Rain Village ninjas, who rushed headlong towards the epicenter of the conflict between the Akatsuki and Ine. Within the confines of the Rain Village, Hanzo's will was akin to a divine decree. His followers obeyed unconditionally. Get rid of that eyesore. Die. Ine raised his palm high, unleashing a torrent of blinding light. 88th technique of destruction, Dragon Strike Thunder Cannon. Swish, swish, swish. The colossal beams of light engulfed the world beneath the rain, tearing through the darkness and leaving behind a gaping chasm. Is there truly such an unheard of technique in existence? Not only did it require no hand seals, but its power appeared to surpass the A-rank level. Could it possibly be the legendary S-rank ninjutsu? Yahiko and Conan exchanged incredulous glances, their brows slick with sweat. A flicker of fear reflected in their eyes as they involuntarily stumbled back a few paces. They were still young. S-rank ninjutsu was an unattainable realm for them. Leave this to me. Nagato stepped forward, devoid of any trace of fear, as ripples danced in his violet eyes, activating the power of the Rinnegan. You wish to absorb it? That would be a grave mistake. Observing Nagato's movements, Ine remained expressionless, yet deep within. He shook his head in disbelief. Do not be misled into thinking the Rinnegan is omnipotent. It may be invincible to others, but I am the exception. A subtle smile graced Ine's lips as his thoughts remained undisturbed. Boom, boom, boom. The massive beams collided, engulfing Nagato entirely. As he extended his hands to draw in the radiant energy, he was struck with astonishment. He could not absorb it? How was this possible? This was not chakra. The devastated Nagato, with vacant eyes, was struck by the dismal thought that his mind had faltered. The relentless assault of the beams mercilessly ravaged him, inflicting severe burns upon his being, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air, while the excruciating pain rendered his complexion as pale as snow. Behind Nagato, Conan and Yahiko shouted in unison, alerting him to the looming shadow approaching from behind. Shinra Tensei. The long-accumulated repulsive force within him erupted, manifesting as a formidable circular barrier, desperately resisting the encroaching Silver. Unfazed, Silver extended his fingers toward the heavens, a piercing black light cascading from the void above. Kuroken no H-Kai. The demonic whisper echoed through the skies, the black light transforming the intangible into the tangible, morphing into a swarm of crescent-shaped black blades that plummeted downward. The sharp sounds of impact echoed as the transparent defensive circle began to fracture grotesquely, the black light ruthlessly tearing through the absolute defense of Shinra Tensei. All blades converging upon Nagato's head. Crack, crack, crack. His once pristine body was instantly riddled with fissures, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark whiteness of exposed bones to the air. His already diminutive frame appeared even more grotesque and terrifying, teetering on the brink of collapse. And had it not been for his formidable willpower, he would have succumbed to the ground. Yet, none of this captivated Silver's attention as much as the small, bloodied fragment of bone on the ground, particularly alluring to his gaze. Nagato's bone? An effortless acquisition. Silver was elated, stealing a glance at Yuhiko and Konan, who were preoccupied with their concern for Nagato, utterly oblivious to Silver's presence as they hastily wrapped the bone in tattered cloth. It was time to depart. Regardless of the future enmity between the Akatsuki and the Rain Village, he would retreat for the moment, planning to assume another identity to forge an alliance with them later. Silver smirked cunningly, having successfully completed his mission of masquerading as a Rain Village ninja to incite conflict, deeming it unnecessary to eliminate Yuhiko, thus evading considerable trouble. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he intended to turn and flee, a cataclysmic gravitational force descended upon him. The earth trembled, the entire world being torn asunder by a violent wave of power, visible fissures appearing on the ground, teetering on the brink of collapse. As all existence seemed to wail in despair, the thunderous roar cloaked the world in a shroud of darkness. Witnessing such an unprecedented spectacle, Silver's mind instinctively recalled a certain forbidden technique, causing his soul to tremble, and he involuntarily raised his eyes toward the depths of the sky. Indeed, it was that technique, Daitapa. Even in the deep of night, Silver discerned a black sphere of energy suspended in the heavens, entirely composed of densely packed chakra. This individual was willing to sacrifice their life to drag me into the abyss. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his swelling emotions, he gazed at the menacing Nagato, his brow furrowing involuntarily, the hostility that once shadowed his cheeks dissipating in an instant. Chapter 68. One strike to annihilate the Earth Explosion Star. The formidable might of the Earth Explosion Star is indisputable. Due to the circumstances of his traversal, Yin possesses a profound understanding of the terror this technique entails. Even though Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, is currently only a shadow of his former self and unable to wield the full power of the Earth Explosion Star, the commotion he creates is still astonishing. Under the influence of this gravity, which transcends comprehension, Yin finds himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Enveloped in such vast power, he feels utterly fragile, as if he could be crushed effortlessly. Being ensnared by that force would spell his doom. His lifelong journey cannot possibly end here. The silver-haired youth raised his voice to the heavens, his light-hearted tone sounding ludicrous, yet none dared to question his resolve. What is happening? Is that fellow disregarding the existence of gravity? Am I seeing things? How's that boy achieving this? This technique is rumored to have created the moon. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Yin, who was bizarrely floating in the void, impervious to the gravitational pull. The space where Yin stood seemed to belong to an alternate dimension, unaffected by any forces. Nagato, provide me with a plausible explanation. Yuhiko bellowed, his face flushed with frustration. Under the boundless gravity of the Earth Explosion Star, the entire Rain Village was greatly affected, and Yuhiko and Konan could not escape its grasp. Both awkwardly sprawled on the ground. In stark contrast, Yin, the primary target of this gravitational force, remained utterly unharmed. I have no idea how he is managing this. He must be employing some form of powerful secret technique, Nagato replied darkly. The Earth Explosion Star's objective was Yin. Yet he remained entirely unrestrained by gravity, while Yuhiko and Konan struggled painfully against its force. How on earth is he accomplishing this? After much contemplation, Nagato's Rinnegan, with its exceptional perception, captured every subtle movement of Yin, and he was horrified to discover that when gravity descended from the heavens, it circumvented Yin entirely. That little brat is extraordinary. The hidden white Zetsu, astonished, could hardly mask his shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. He had utilized some form of ninjutsu to distort the void, thereby liberating himself from the gravitational constraints of the Earth Explosion Star. Such a method is remarkably advanced. But how is he executing it? Despite recognizing the essence of Yin's abilities, White Zetsu remained perplexed and intensely curious about his techniques. I might as well take the plunge. After all, if I obtain Nagato's bones, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is immensely robust. Consuming 20 or 30 years of my lifespan would be inconsequential. I can always replenish it later. Yin chuckled, his tone infused with a sense of ease. Gazing upward, he observed the ever-expanding Earth Explosion Star. his eyes reflecting nothing but disdain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unusual surge of energy overflowed as the pitch-black night began to warm, the oppressive heat akin to boiling water, rendering survival nearly impossible. Most spectacularly, the once blackened sky transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling a hellish realm. The sweltering heat rendered one exceedingly uncomfortable, and the scene before me resembled a hellscape, replete with molten lava. How could mere rubble aspire to reach the celestial moon? Such arrogance is laughable. A disdainful glance was cast upon the colossal meteorite in the sky, its silvery aura twisted to the utmost, instantly draining him of all strength and beginning to ravenously consume his life force. The ground vibrated with a low hum as a gigantic, blade-like flame manifested within the earth, incinerating the soil and turning the surrounding land to char. 96th of the broken path, one blade cremation. With these words, the surface convulsed violently. A fiery blade cleaved through the earth, piercing the heavens, its limitless extension spiraling upwards, striking the hovering meteorite with devastating force. Crack, crack, crack. The expanding meteorite, once seemingly invincible, was now marred by a myriad of fractures, its originally earthen hue scorched to a deep black. In an instant, the meteorite, subjected to this fierce assault, was dismembered, transforming into a cascade of charred fragments raining down. A mere casual strike had obliterated the colossal meteorite that had loomed in the sky. Cough, cough. The toll was indeed significant. Last time, I sacrificed a decade of life. This time, it may well be 15 years. Silver's once pristine white hair now lay in disarray, resembling withered grass, his eyes dim and devoid of spirit, yet he held no regrets. After all, having obtained the bone of the Uzumaki Nagato, once planted in the farm world, it would bloom and bear fruit, restoring him to his former self. With the blessing of an immortal physique, all challenges would be effortlessly surmounted. What manner of creature is this fellow? Nagato and the others were left in stunned silence, and even the hidden white Zetsu nearly dislocated his jaw in astonishment, gazing at the disintegrating meteorite fragments, his worldview collapsing in an instant. Even if Nagato's planetary devastation was not executed with full force, he was currently incapable of wielding it entirely. Yet this masked youth had managed to obliterate it with a single blow. What kind of anomaly is he? A reincarnation of a prodigy? The petrified white Zetsu muttered in disbelief, his exaggerated expression akin to a thunderstruck visage. Uchiha Madara had instructed him to monitor Nagato's movements, not to witness Silver's legendary display. He even felt a surreal sensation, instinctively believing he was caught in a dream. Chapter 69. Attaining the body of an immortal. The exaggerated reaction of white Zetsu was not unfounded. Such occurrences were indeed difficult to comprehend. The Earth Explosion Star was legendary, renowned as the ultimate technique capable of sealing the Ten Tails and creating the moon. Although Nagato was a far cry from the Sage of Six Paths, belonging to a different dimension entirely, the Earth Explosion Star remained unparalleled. To witness such a formidable technique being effortlessly neutralized was a bitter pill to swallow. White Zetsu could hardly accept it, nor could his master, Uchiha Obito. Particularly troubling was the fact that the masked man before them bore the youthful contours of a boy, seemingly still in his adolescence, and yet he managed to invoke such an extraordinary technique despite the severe limitations of his chakra. No. This technique had transcended the very definition of jutsu. What if this young man had designs on the Rinnegan? As he gazed at the silver figure standing resolute in the void, White Zetsu's heart brimmed with concern. The pinnacle of ocular techniques. The legendary Rinnegan, who among them did not yearn for its power? However, White Zetsu's apprehensions were ultimately unfounded. Silver merely cast a fleeting glance at Nagato and his companions before leisurely turning away, vanishing from the world within his pupils in an instant. For the time being, he sought a place to recuperate. Employing the scorching blade had left Silver utterly drained. Even moving his body felt like an insurmountable challenge. The prospect of confronting Konan and her two allies was entirely out of reach. His will was strong, but his strength was lacking. That said, although he had sacrificed 15 years of his lifespan, the absence of side effects upon future uses of the scorching blade was a silver lining. With this realization, Silver smiled. One must learn to let go and embrace what they gain. After all, acquiring Nagato's remains was merely a trivial cost of 15 years. He had not suffered a loss. For the esteemed lineage of the Uzumaki clan would more than compensate. With a series of swift movements, Silver vanished without a trace. As for Hanzo of the Salamander's remains, he decided to let that be for now. In his current condition, a reckless challenge would only lead to his demise. There was no need to rush. He could seek vengeance once he had fully recuperated, especially given that Mangekyō was under the watchful eye of Uchiha Bido, a figure of unprecedented might who could strike at any moment. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a fortnight had elapsed. During this period, Silver had remained concealed within Mangekyō, taking refuge in a modest inn. In the tranquility of his room, Silver sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, his thoughts immersed in the bucolic realm of his mind. This place was a haven of comfort. Stretching lazily, he welcomed the resplendent rays of the eastern sun, a look of contentment gracing his features. After months of enduring the ravages of the Third Great Ninja War, Silver had seldom enjoyed the luxury of basking in the sun's warmth. The contrast between his current state and that of mere months prior was stark. His hair had turned as white as withered grass, his complexion pallid and devoid of color, exuding an aura of age, a clear indication of life force being severely depleted. Nevertheless, he resolved to attend to pressing matters. Suddenly, he retrieved a blood-stained hand bone wrapped in tattered cloth from his pocket and hastily began to unearth the soil beneath him, burying Nagato's hand bone within. Acquiring the bones of any individual and burying them within the confines of the farm world can yield all of their abilities once they bloom. The owner of these bones is Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, granting the ability to attain the sage body of his lineage. However, the Rinnegan remains unattainable, as it is an eye transplanted from Uchiha Bido. With this, everything seems feasible. Azine wiped away the perspiration from his temples and prepared to take a brief respite. A translucent LCD screen suddenly materialized before him, displaying the time required for the bones to bloom. 5 years, it declared. Whether I can survive that long is uncertain. There is no time for waiting. Ian appeared exceedingly despondent and troubled, although he currently possessed 400 points. Spending 100 to exchange for a pack of ordinary fertilizer would facilitate the immediate blooming of the bones. It also meant he was further from achieving the flowering of Akainu's bones. Master need not worry. There is ample time for Akainu's bones to bloom. After all, there are numerous ways to acquire points. However, you have severely overdrawn 25 years of your life. If a suitable solution is not found, it won't be long before you meet your demise, warned the farm spirit, Lachine, who appeared out of thin air. You must discern what is of greater importance. Then bring me a pack of ordinary fertilizer. It's merely 100 points, after all. I have the means. Yin's expression of reluctance transformed as he displayed the audacity befitting a nouveau riche. The sage body not only alleviates the depletion of vitality, but also grants a vast reservoir of chakra. Thus, exchanging 100 points is not a loss. That is exactly what I awaited to hear. Lachine nodded affirmatively, then casually produced a pack of white powder, which she sprinkled over Nagato's bones. In mere seconds, exquisite white flowers bloomed, exuding a delicate fragrance, entirely unlike the blossoms from human bones. This sensation is truly delightful. As Nagato's bones blossomed, Yin's transformation was instantaneous. His once pallid, straw-like hair shone brilliantly. Though the strands remained white, they now shimmered with a silvery hue. His gaze became vibrant and spirited. And most exhilarating for Yin was the exponential surge in chakra within him, swelling manifold, seemingly boundless, with a significant enhancement to his remaining left eye's power. What a plethora of benefits! This expenditure of 100 points is justifiable, though it is a pity about Akainu's bones. Yin clicked his tongue, his face laden with melancholy and regret. Master need not be concerned, Lachine responded with a mysterious smile, enticing him. If you are willing to pay a certain price, you can instantly cause Akainu's bones to bloom and gain all his abilities. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yin's eyes. No fortune falls from the heavens without cost, and there are certainly no free offerings from Lachine. Everything requires a corresponding sacrifice. Speak, I stand to lose nothing, Yin said. Lachine remained silent, simply guiding Yin to a secluded area on the western side of the farm, where human presence was scarce. There stood a colossal structure, adorned with a grand sign that read Processing Workshop. The Processing Workshop, as its name suggests, is a specialized establishment dedicated to the refinement of various materials. With merely a selection of components and a modest amount of energy, one can effortlessly procure a bag of ultra-efficient fertilizer, causing the bones of the red dog to blossom instantaneously. Chapter 70. I am Jiraiya's disciple. The formidable power of Akainu's magma fruit is unequivocal. If one were to equate its worth, it would surely be on par with the coveted Mangekyō Sharingan. This is but one of Akainu's abilities. In addition, he possesses both observation haki and armament haki, which will be available to Silver once his bones bloom. With merely 300 points and the addition of the Master's Soul, one could acquire a bag of ultra-fast fertilizer. Lashin's tone was imbued with enchantment, alluring thoughts and igniting the imagination, causing even Silver's steadfast mind to ripple with intrigue. The allure of ultra-fast fertilizer was undeniable, yet one must understand the consequences of losing one's soul. Although the thought of Akainu's bones blooming was enticing, sacrificing one's life for it was unacceptable. No miraculous fertilizer could rival the sanctity of life. Life comes first, and that is the principle. Of course, I would not betray the Master. If you perish, I too shall follow. The loss of a soul would have repercussions in all aspects. And the gravest concern is that should the Master choose to process his own soul, it would signify a complete forfeiture of it, leaving only a decade to live. Lashin explained solemnly. Silver, now 12, would thus meet his end at the age of 22. Truly, such schemes are despicable, Silver sighed, his demeanor unremarkable, as he had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity ignited within him, and he asked with interest, Can I process something else? Perhaps my kidney or something similar. Ah, that is certainly possible. Silver's expression darkened, and with a fierce glare at Lashin, he replied, Let us discuss this later. Processing one's own soul is sheer madness. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye, and for the sake of a mere bag of ultra-fast fertilizer, it is simply not worth it. After a few more idle exchanges, Silver consciously withdrew from the farm world. In the afternoon, he returned to the guest room and set forth on his journey to the Akatsuki base. Unlike his previous visit, this time Silver did not don a disguise, but chose to reveal his true form. On the day Silver departed, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village also arrived, engaging in a fierce battle with the Akatsuki. The cunning Hanzo effortlessly shattered the already crumbling organization, reportedly capturing numerous key members. Now, the Akatsuki, having suffered a grievous blow, would undoubtedly be in need of allies. Uniting with them against Hanzo would yield fruitful results. Silver chuckled inwardly, filled with pride as he skipped ahead. He had impersonated Hanzo to ambush the Akatsuki, and the ensuing conflict was intense, steeped in deep-seated animosity. Subsequently, Hanzo led his subordinates to further press their advantage, taking numerous hostages. The enmity between the two factions erupted completely, and in recent days, the Rain Village had seen a spate of bloody events, with the two sides being the Rain Village and the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's usual base now lay desolate, reduced to scorched earth, as Hanzo, taking advantage of the chaos, expelled them from the Rain Village, lurking at the fringes. Damn that Hanzo of the Salamander, that shameless wretch. In the dimly lit cave, Yahiko, his face covered in dust, vehemently cursed, as the leader of a village, he lacks any dignity. The previous agreement clearly stated non-aggression, yet Hanzo the Salamander chose to launch a surprise attack on us. With a resounding thud, he struck the table, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. Yahiko's fury blazed, and standing beside him, Nagato, with his Rinnegan, radiated a chilling and deadly intent. As for Konan, she was conspicuously absent. Leader, there is a request for an audience from Konoha, a respectful voice announced from outside. Konoha ninja? Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, both reflecting skepticism. It appeared they had no prior acquaintance with the ninja from Konoha. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing a youthful figure. The boy had bright eyes and thin lips, exuding a demeanor of courtesy. His friendly smile brought an air of refreshing warmth, exuding tranquility. Are you Yahiko and Nagato? I apologize for my abrupt visit. I am Uchiha Jin, a disciple of Jiraiya. Hearing that you are in dire straits, my master sent me to assist you in confronting the demigod, Hanzo the Salamander. Delivering his prepared lines, Jin introduced himself, now assuming the identity of Jiraiya's apprentice. At this revelation, Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances filled with doubt, swiftly communicating their unspoken concerns. Although unsure about the condition of his right eye, the left was unmistakably the Sharingan, indicating he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Despite Jiraiya being affiliated with Konoha, they could not dismiss the possibility of this individual being an imposter, and thus remained on guard. Their voices barely above a whisper, Yahiko and Nagato exchanged opinions, maintaining their vigilance. You're quite cautious, but I know all about your childhood troubles. If you wish to challenge me, you are still quite inexperienced, Jin thought with a smirk, ready to manipulate the situation. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, a thunderous roar ringing in their ears, accompanied by the sounds of battle cries. Something's amiss. Konan seems to be missing, Jin mused, puzzled. It was unusual for the trio to be apart, as they were typically inseparable. Could it be that Conan had been captured by Hanzo the Salamander? Chapter 71. Utilizing recently. Ian heard that Hanzo of the Salamander had captured several members of Akatsuki, using them as leverage to threaten Yahiko and others. You three have quite the story, he remarked. Lord Jiraiya has shared your past with me. Orphaned at a young age, you were taken in by Lord Jiraiya, who taught you ninjutsu, and you lived together thereafter. Am I not correct? For 5 or 6 minutes, Ian recounted their tale with earnestness and fluency. In his past life, he was well versed in the exploits of Conan and her companions, capable of reciting details without error, even surpassing Nagato and Yahiko in some aspects of their own narrative. It appears you are indeed a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. All of this must have been imparted to you. Otherwise, you could not possess such intimate knowledge. Yahiko remarked with a smile, his wariness of Ian dissipating. Nagato, too, wore a cheerful expression, his pallid face illuminating with warmth as he invited Ian to sit, displaying great cordiality. Ah, am I not the very source of your troubles? Is this truly wise? Ian feigned a smile. Yet internally he felt a profound sense of irony, listening to the cacophony of battle outside, likely the work of Hanzo's subordinates. Only Hanzo of the Salamander would dare to act so brazenly within the confines of Mangekyō. Where is my senior, Conan? Ian inquired, his tone thick with feigned innocence, having extended his voice during his earlier ambush. Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances, both sighing in resignation. After we were attacked, Hanzo seized the opportunity to abduct Conan while we were utterly spent. The commotion outside indicates that Hanzo has come to confront us once more. The Akatsuki organization had already suffered grievous losses from Yin's ambush, and with Hanzo's sudden onslaught, their situation had become dire, leaving them fragmented and weakened. With most remaining members still recovering from injuries, this group, Yin's gaze swept over the ailing individuals surrounding them. They are merely a burden. We should send them home. Otherwise, how could we? They have been my comrades for years, my brothers. I cannot abandon them. Yahiko interjected, his discontent evident in his expression. Ian silently shook his head, finding Yahiko's naivety both amusing and foolish. Yahiko, I understand your feelings. But you must not forget that we lack the strength to protect them. Staying will only endanger them further. You know Hanzo's character. He shows no mercy to enemies, regardless of their condition. Nagato, unusually siding with Yahiko, urged with a pained tone, it is not that I wish to abandon them. It is that we are powerless. Just like Conan. At this, Yahiko fell silent, eventually conceding with a reluctant nod. Then, let the Akatsuki organization be temporarily disbanded. When we have dealt with Hanzo of the Salamander, we shall rise again. Eliminate them all. Not a single traitor from the Rain Village shall be spared. The resounding and powerful voice echoed as Hanzo of the Salamander surveyed the battlefield, a satisfied smile spreading across his aged face. A group of young fools dares to challenge me? They are centuries away from being my match. You scoundrel. Behind Hanzo, a blue-haired girl was tightly bound, unable to move. Her small face was drenched by the rain, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Hanzo with deep-seated hatred. Yet, everyone chose to ignore her. The girl seemed abandoned by the entire world. Pitifully vulnerable, this girl was Conan. Curse all you want. I shall not stoop to your level. Soon, you will join those two boys in the underworld. I have no need to engage with the corpse. It would be beneath my dignity. Hanzo remained unfazed, a cruel smile twisting at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed, Listen well, the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, and that brat named Nagato, your companion, is here. If you do not wish for her to be torn apart, come out quickly. The sound waves, infused with chakra, reverberated through the mountains, clearly reaching the ears of Silver and the others hidden within. You despicable scoundrel! Yahiko, do not fall for his tricks. Before Conan could finish her words, Hanzo's subordinates forcibly silenced her, leaving her struggling to articulate anything. I must save Conan. Yahiko's gaze pierced through the dense forest, fixating on the distant summit where Conan and Hanzo stood, his agitation akin to ants on a hot pan, a fierce aura enveloping him, exuding a predatory intensity. This is a trap. We need to devise a strategy. We cannot act recklessly. We must. There is no need to fear. The three of us can handle Hanzo together. We need not be afraid. Silver suddenly chimed in, his confident tone drawing the attention of Nagato and Yahiko. They would lead the Rain Village ninjas, while Silver was determined to take down Hanzo of the Salamander. In that case, let us strive to eliminate him. Yahiko's killing intent surged. He was no gentle soul, and an oppressive aura of death surrounded him. Utilizing your free labor to seize Hanzo's life. I shall make my escape in the chaos, Silver calculated selfishly in his mind, indifferent to the fates of the three of them, for after all, humanity is inherently selfish. Chapter 72. Thunderous Days. Those who show off shall be struck by lightning. He had merely been leveraging the strength of the three to maneuver around Hanzo the salamander. Even if they were to meet an unfortunate demise, Silver would only observe the unfolding events in silence, his sole aim being the bones of Hanzo the salamander. All else was of no consequence. After exchanging a few brief words, Silver and the others departed from the dark cave. That scoundrel Hanzo, the Akatsuki, had a score to settle with him. As they stepped out of the shadowy cave, a scene of utter devastation greeted them. A vast expanse littered with corpses, a sight too harrowing to behold. The majority of the slain were members of the Akatsuki, mercilessly executed by the ninjas of the Rain Village, the stench of blood overwhelming. Foolish, if only they had understood this would be the outcome from the start. These individuals had been well enough on their own, yet he insisted on drawing them into an organization. It was only natural that the ruthless Hanzo would transform them into adversaries, and he would certainly not spare them. Silver scoffed internally, feeling nothing but disdain for Yahiko's righteous indignation. Had Yahiko not taken in these vulnerable souls, Hanzo would have had no reason to categorize them as enemies. The blame lay squarely with Yahiko himself. In this world, sometimes, compassion can be a cruel transgression. At last, you brats have shown yourselves. Oh, but who is that young boy? His left eye appears to bear the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and lo, a 3 tomoe design. This time, I stand to gain significantly. Hanzo's eyes gleamed with unmasked greed and desire. Who is he to be in the company of Yahiko and Nagato? Konan's brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of confusion in her gaze as it settled upon Silver's retreating figure. For some reason, she felt an uncanny familiarity with the silver-haired youth, a sense of recognition. Surely, she cannot have mistaken me. Noticing the gaze Konan directed at him, Silver offered a friendly nod, casting her a reassuring look, signaling that there was no need for concern. Yet, inwardly, he felt a creeping discomfort under her scrutiny, an involuntary sense of shame arising within him. For spying on someone while bathing is hardly a dignified affair. He felt an unavoidable sense of vulnerability, unable to meet Konan's clear gaze. 3 of you. Immediately take your own lives, or I shall kill her at once. Hanzo threatened, pointing at Konan. Youth invariably clings to bonds, and thus, you have chosen to deliberately lose to me. Hanzo reveled in his triumph. It was not that he underestimated Yahiko and the others. To be fair, given enough time, they would inevitably surpass him. The greatest flaw lay in their excessive focus on bonds, which would inevitably lead to glaring weaknesses. Boom, boom, boom. The void was filled with thick silver lightning, dark clouds roiling in turmoil. The pitch-black night sky was suddenly illuminated as if it were day. The entire world suffused with a sense of despair. However, this time, Hanzo the salamander was destined to miscalculate. Perhaps Yahiko and Nagato might choose to compromise, valuing this hard-won bond and friendship, but Silver would certainly not acquiesce to such absurdity. Suicide? Preposterous. We shall not take our own lives, and you cannot kill her. Stepping forward slightly, Silver's silver hair danced in the wind, captivating all who beheld him. Whose child is this? Do not presume that, at such a tender age. Awakening the 3 tomoe Sharingan grants you the right to arrogance. You must comprehend the stature of the individual standing before you. Hanzo of the salamander's eyes gleamed with a sinister chill, and even a mere gaze from him could cause one's skin to prickle. I am aware of your moniker, demigod. Regarding the renown of Hanzo of the salamander, Silver is undoubtedly informed, and, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, softly remarked, but what of it? Do you truly believe yourself to be a god? In reality, you are merely an aging narcissist. Silver's voice lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate, echoing in the ears of all present. Has this individual lost his sanity? How audacious to publicly label Hanzo a self-absorbed old fool. All the ninjas stared in disbelief at the composed Silver. He was, indeed, courting disaster. Insulting Hanzo of the salamander in the heart of Mangekyō. 10 lives would scarcely suffice for his punishment. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Silver, fearing the wrath of Hanzo might ensnare them in his fury, which would be utterly tragic. You've got guts. Hanzo twisted his grotesque old face, his malice multiplying exponentially, evoking the terror of a vengeful spirit. You seek to provoke me, then seize this girl in the chaos? Do not even entertain such thoughts. The murderous intent suddenly receded, and Hanzo's demeanor shifted back to one of geniality as he astutely proclaimed, I shall not part with this little girl. Furthermore, I shall end her life right now. Make your move. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, his cold command plunged Yuhiko and Nagato into despair. I told you, you cannot kill her. Silver's hand shimmered with a silvery light, reminiscent of a cacophony of birds, the sharp sound sending shivers down spines. The tangible lightning chakra surged forth. Hanzo of the salamander's eyes flickered with surprise, then derision. Fool, we are separated by a considerable distance. Do you truly believe you can attack me with such a triviality? It is an impossibility. The gap between Silver and Hanzo was no less than 30 meters, rendering Chidori incapable of reaching him. Mangekyō, perpetually shrouded in rain, was particularly tempestuous today, with thunder rumbling ominously in the heavens. I shall serve as the instrument of divine retribution. Uttering nonsense on a stormy day invites the wrath of the heavens. You can represent the heavens? A mere child indeed. Your words are so juvenile. Hanzo's laughter boomed, mocking like a hurricane sweeping across the sky. All present regarded the expressionless Silver with derision, their eyes clearly betraying their thoughts of his folly. Even Nagato and Yuhiko exchanged awkward glances, silently chastising Silver for his lunacy. I declare that I can act on behalf of the heavens. As his gaze turned increasingly frigid, Silver raised his Chidori high, which then plummeted abruptly, the air itself descending in tandem. Looking up, one beheld a colossal beast descending from the sky. Lightning release. Karen. Chapter 73. The blood-spitting salamander Hans. The once darkened sky was suddenly illuminated brilliantly, drawing the gaze of all upward. The colossal divine beast emitted a resonant roar that caused the very earth to tremble. Observing the beaming Silver, Hans's aged visage turned a sickly shade of green. It was evident that the instigator of this calamity was the wickedly grinning Cyclopean youth. Curse you! I shall not let this pass. I will ensure you. Silver, filled with disdain, shook his head in disgust. The old man's words were venomous, and in his final moments, even a dying bird sings sorrowfully. Yet Hans was even less dignified than a mere fowl. Boom, boom, boom. The fearsome divine beast descended from the heavens, unleashing an unparalleled force that obliterated the raised earth and left the ground marred with irregular fissures. The ninjas of the Rain Village lay sprawled, their bodies charred and lifeless, some even emitting a foul stench from the lethal lightning that had consumed them. You scoundrel! Hans gazed at the devastation, his vision darkening as he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming despair. Years of painstakingly nurtured trust had been reduced to ashes by Silver's hand, and his heart bled profusely. Come here, Conan. Yuhiko, disregarding his shock, shouted urgently at the dazed Conan. Fool, do you think shouting so loudly will spare us from Hans's wrath? Silver thought derisively. Exasperated as he dashed toward Conan, his dagger swirling as he dispatched the ninjas around her with lethal precision. What is that smell? At that moment, a purple mist suddenly enveloped the air, and the scent assailed Conan's senses. She wrinkled her nose and, upon inhaling, was immediately overcome with dizziness. Her head spun and her body lost control, threatening to collapse. Do not breathe that in. Hans is a master of poisons. Just as Conan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Silver swooped in, lifting her effortlessly and retreating swiftly from Hans's vicinity, his gaze warily scrutinizing the salamander. Who are you? Conan inquired, her voice sweet and warm, reminiscent of an angel's kindness. I am a disciple of Lord Jiraiya, named Uchiha Silver, sent by my master to assist you. Silver fabricated his tale, unconcerned with the veracity of his words. In the subsequent years, encounters between Jiraiya and Nagato would become exceedingly rare, rendering any deception unlikely to be unveiled. This is of little importance. Our immediate concern is how to confront this enraged beast. I have thoroughly provoked it, and my chakra is nearly depleted. We are in grave danger. Silver expressed, feigning concern over his chakra levels while patiently awaiting Nagato to unleash his technique. Eager to seize the opportunity for his own advantage, it would be best to summon the Outer Path Golem. Once I obtain the bones of the Outer Path Golem, they will prove far more valuable than those of the tailed beasts and are indeed rare commodities. Silver's mind wandered in contemplation. He had expended immense effort to infiltrate the ranks of Nagato and his companions, ultimately for a singular purpose, the Outer Path Golem. Now it all made sense. I understand why my master is so fixated on the three of them. It is for the Outer Path Golem. This revelation clarifies all previous uncertainties. A celestial melody echoed in his mind as Lachine continued. Not long ago, when my master injured Nagato, his aim was not solely to seize his bones, but also to curtail his power. With old wounds yet to heal, it is impossible for him to employ the planetary devastation technique. Now, the only viable forbidden technique at his disposal is summoning the outer path golem to deal with Hanzo the salamander. Did my master anticipate this from the outset? Such tactics are truly insidious. Lachine pouted in disdain. Insidious? Perhaps it is indeed vile, but what can be done? The age-old truth remains. The victor writes history, while the vanquished are vilified. Silver felt no shame, but rather a sense of pride. What does it matter if it is despicable? He only cared for the outcome, often finding that the most unscrupulous individuals lead the most joyous and enduring lives. Leave it to me. As he observed the remaining multitude of Rain Village ninjas, Nagato took a resolute step forward, his expression unyielding and filled with determination. Nagato, are you truly? Enough, Yuhiko. I will decide my own fate. Do you think we can escape without paying a certain price? This is an unavoidable choice. Yuhiko's eyes shone with unwavering resolve, his tone as steadfast as granite, leaving no room for retreat. Silver remained undeterred. Such a heart-wrenching scene stirred no emotions within him. He merely awaited the moment when Nagato would unleash the outer path golem, seizing the opportunity to sever a small fragment of his bones. As for everything else, it held no significance for Silver. Keep your distance from me. Once his emotions stabilized, Nagato clasped his hands together, and the purple Rinnegan began to emit concentric ripples. As these waves brushed against everyone present, they each sensed an unprecedented calamity looming. Even Silver felt the hair on his body stand on end. Despite Nagato not yet summoning the outer path golem, he sensed an unparalleled danger approaching. Summoning technique. Nagato tightened his nerves, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, and his eyes appeared markedly sunken, his voice hoarse and strained, revealing his palpable tension. Crack! The void inexplicably tore open, revealing a narrow fissure, through which emerged a head brimming with veins, its mouth lined with menacing fangs that sent chills down the spine. Chapter 74. The Outer Path Demon Statue. Ian gazed in astonishment at the colossal head of the Outer Path Demon Statue. His first encounter with its true form rendering him momentarily speechless, captivated by its fearsome visage. How unpredictable the world can be. Who could have imagined that this monstrous entity ultimately took the shape of a graceful young woman? Reflecting on the Outer Path Demon Statue, Ian couldn't help but think of Kagayaheim, lost in a sea of emotion. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void, an invisible shockwave emanating from its mouth. Boom. The explosive force transformed into a violent tempest, akin to being battered by a Category 10 hurricane, forcibly pushing him away. What on earth is that? It seemed to have employed a summoning technique. A summoning? This creature is a summoned beast? Clearly, it is a gigantic wooden humanoid. Good heavens. Can that truly be classified as a summoned beast? This is utterly absurd. Do they underestimate our intellect? Ian watched with fervor as the creature lurked in the hidden void. Its grotesque wooden form emanating an aura of ancient savagery, instilling fear and trepidation in all who sensed the power of the Outer Path Demon Statue. To others, it represented the deity of dread, but to Ian, it was merely a golden opportunity. Another earth-shattering roar erupted, leaving everyone on edge. What is that noise? Come out at once. Ian inwardly fretted, cursing Nagato for his folly. Lacking sufficient chakra, attempting to control the Outer Path Demon Statue was nothing short of a pipe dream. And to exert dominance would require sacrificing his own vitality. The Outer Path Demon Statue remained cloaked in the heavens, exuding an ancient and barbaric essence. Yet it could not emerge. Useless. Ian scorned silently, lamenting the situation. Given Nagato's abilities, they were still far from being able to control the Outer Path Demon Statue. At that moment, Ian suddenly lifted his gaze, sensing a presence observing him. To his astonishment, he discovered the creature's enormous head fixated on him, roaring in his direction. Strangely, he felt no hint of hostility. What is happening? Furrowing his brow, Ian pondered. Controlling the Outer Path Demon Statue requires the power of the 6 paths, which I clearly do not possess. Wait, I do have the power of the 6 paths. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, in a certain sense. Due to acquiring Nagato's bone and achieving a perfect sage body, he simultaneously harbored the powers of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans within him. In essence, he indirectly possessed the power of the 6 paths, as the Uzumaki clan also had sage bodies, especially since Ian currently embodied both the sage body and the sage eye. Otherwise, the Outer Path Demon Statue would not be casting flirtatious glances at him. Only the strength of the 6 paths could evoke such a response. How delightful. Ian was overjoyed and began to attempt communication with the Outer Path demon statue, seeking to control it to inflict self-harm. As for the theft of the Outer Path golem, Silver pondered and decided to let it go. Although the golem's shell possessed an extraordinarily robust vitality and unfathomable strength, even as a mere shell, it could unleash power beyond imagination, which naturally piqued Silver's interest. However, the golem now belonged to someone of significant stature, Uchiha Madara. After a moment, a massive, viscous arm fell to the ground, revealing its internal skeletal structure. Silver, elated, rushed over and feigned concern, exclaiming, "What is going on? Nagato, why is your summoning beast harming itself?" Everyone paused, gazing at Nagato in confusion, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted, Silver discreetly scraped off a small piece of bone. "This, I am not entirely certain," Nagato replied, his cheeks flushing. As it was his first time employing the Outer Path golem, he too was bewildered by the circumstances. "In that case, let us retreat for the time being." Silently concealing the golem's bone, Silver quietly suggested, "Given the situation, we should make a break for it. Most of their forces have been decimated. They must be utterly exhausted, making this the perfect opportunity to escape. Perhaps we should try, but let's not push it," Nagato, Yahiko advised, as close friends who shared everything. He understood the burden Nagato bore from forcibly using the Rinnegan. Sometimes it was a gamble with one's life. Let us scatter and break through. This will divide their strength. Surveying their surroundings, Silver said, their forces were significantly weakened by Kirin. All that remains are a few elite members. Splitting up will yield greater results. Let us proceed with that plan. Yahiko and the others nodded in agreement, exchanging glances before dashing off in different directions. "Quick, pursue them. Not a single one shall escape." Hanzo of the Salamander issued his chilling command, his sinister gaze scanning the area until it fixed on a silver figure. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. "That Uchiha Silver shall be dealt with by my own hands." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Silver's eyes as he deliberately altered his escape route toward the less populated mountainous region. Hanzo's bones were still worth 100 points, and Silver certainly could not let such an opportunity slip by. "Thinking of fleeing? You shall undoubtedly perish. Your life will be claimed by me." Chapter 75. Uchiha Firestorm. Within the damp, dense forest, two figures engaged in a relentless chase, a spectacle that persisted for over half an hour. Were he an ordinary man? Hanzo of the Salamander would likely have surrendered long ago. Yet, Silver continued his pursuit, revealing the depth of his animosity. The old man, despite his age, could maintain such a vigorous chase without even a hint of fatigue. His stamina was remarkable. Casting a glance back at the murderous glare of Hanzo, Silver pressed on until he arrived at a remote mountain range, where he finally halted, surrounded by towering peaks and devoid of human presence. This desolate locale seemed an unlikely choice for a final resting place. It appeared that your skills in selecting auspicious sites were rather lacking. Hanzo's eyes glinted with a cold mirth, his pupils radiating a savage intent. "No, you misunderstand," Silver hastily countered, shaking his head vigorously as if caught in a tempest. "I have no intention of perishing in such a foul and toxic atmosphere. I am, after all, quite benevolent." Fixing a piercing gaze upon Hanzo, Silver cut to the chase. "Mutilate your own arm, and I shall spare your life." This declaration incensed Hanzo, his rage erupting like a volcano. "I initially thought you possessed some talent and sought to recruit you into our village. Since you were so ungrateful, then meet your demise." Removing the respirator from his face, Hanzo exhaled a torrent of purple venom, which, under his command, caused the foliage in its path to wither and decay instantaneously. Observing this, Silver prudently retreated, creating distance between himself and the noxious gas. "Let us end this decisively. I have no time for protracted skirmishes." "End it decisively? With someone of your caliber?" Hanzo scoffed, incredulous and amused. The very notion that Silver, who dared not approach him, could wish for a swift conclusion was utterly absurd. "Go ahead and laugh while you can. You may never have another opportunity." Silver remained unfazed, disregarding Hanzo's mockery, knowing that soon the old man would be lamenting his fate. "I have yet to employ that technique. Today presents an excellent opportunity, and the task at hand is fitting to test its true power," Silver murmured to himself. Ignoring Hanzo's bluster, a surge of intense flames erupted from his hands as Silver pressed his palms to the earth, the crimson glow of danger pulsating fiercely. The Uchiha clan was renowned worldwide, and this boy, at merely 12 years of age, had awakened the power of the three tomoe Sharingan. One must not judge by appearances. Hanzo furrowed his brow, his focus sharpening as he became acutely aware of the necessity for vigilance, a hallmark of his years of experience. Buzzing ominously, a deep rumble echoed suddenly, startling Hanzo as he felt the ground beneath him inexplicably begin to tremble, akin to an earthquake, albeit with a more violent sway. What on earth was happening? Amidst the haze, Hanzo the salamander stood in cautious contemplation, his gaze instinctively drawn towards Silver. "Let this be the end," Hanzo murmured, casting a fleeting glance at the salamander. Silver's lips parted, revealing that this technique was derived from the scroll of Uchiha Ibido, requiring an immense amount of chakra, far exceeding the level of a Kage. Recently, Silver had acquired the sage body, resulting in a dramatic surge of chakra within him, enabling him to utilize that technique effortlessly. With hands pressed to the ground, he focused intently on the land beneath Hanzo's feet and shouted with fervor, "Uchiha fire formation." The earth trembled violently beneath Hanzo, the ominous sound of cracking echoing in the air. Hanzo's eyelids twitched, an ominous thought crossing his mind just as he attempted to retreat. It was too late. The infernal barrier erupted from the ground, delivering a crushing blow. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the desolate mountains, transforming the once darkened sky into a fiery crimson. The towering wall of flames stood majestically, cleaving the world in two, an insurmountable barrier reminiscent of hell itself. Within a 10-meter radius of the fire barrier, everything was reduced to ash. Colossal trees were instantaneously dehydrated, turning into withered remnants, while Hanzo the salamander was obliterated within this inferno. "Damn it," Silver muttered, realizing the grave severity of his actions, lamenting the loss of Hanzo's bones, which were worth a hefty sum. His lips twitched in irritation, a long sigh escaping him as he chastised his own recklessness. Such a powerful barrier would render everything incinerated into nothingness. At that moment, a violent cough broke through the silence. Looking up, Silver beheld the disheveled figure of Hanzo, now missing an arm. How could he possibly survive? I distinctly saw his hand ignite. It dawned on him. The old warrior, drenched in blood, had severed his own limb to escape. Even Silver, known for his composure, was taken aback. Only a person of extraordinary resolve could commit such an act. Yet, this presented an opportunity. With a gleeful smile, Silver transformed into a blur and hastily collected Hanzo's remains. The old man was surprisingly nimble. Glancing up, Silver noticed that Hanzo had vanished, prompting a dismissive shake of his head. His focus remained solely on the bones. Hanzo's life was inconsequential. It was time to depart. Casting a glance towards the depths of the rain village, where the cacophony of battle raged on, Silver prudently chose to withdraw, having accomplished his mission in the village without the need for further exertion. Chapter 76, A Bountiful Harvest. As time swiftly passes, 3 days have elapsed in the blink of an eye. Silver, having dedicated himself to the journey, returned to Konoha in merely 2 days. After a hurried day of rest, he plunged into the tranquil realm of the farming world. The bones of the Outer Path Deva statue and those of Hanzo the salamander were exchanged for a total of 500 points. The master confirmed the desire to redeem them. Gazing at the tattered cloth handed over by Silver, 2 bloodied fragments of bone were unmistakably revealed. 500 points? This implies that the bones of the Outer Path Deva statue are valued at 400 points? Such worth is astonishing. Silver smacked his lips, lamenting the lost opportunity. If it were possible, he would capture the Outer Path Deva statue and strip it of its bones and sinews, selling them all. Previously, he had 300 points remaining, and now with an additional 500, he accrued a total of 800 points, leaving him just 200 points short of redeeming a rapid fertilizer. Silver eagerly gulped, for a bag of fertilizer could cause the bones of Akainu to blossom, granting him all the capabilities and techniques of the formidable Akainu. How could he remain composed? Rumor has it that Konoha has engaged in conflict with the Wagakure, and in a bid for victory, the old man Inoki has resorted to using his trump card, the Jinchuriki, to enhance their chances of success. Silver's heart raced with excitement. The bones of Akainu were finally on the verge of blossoming. How could he remain calm? With the appearance of 2 Jinchuriki, seizing their bones would allow him to amass 1,000 points, thus enabling him to redeem the rapid fertilizer. Resolved, Silver promptly exited the corner and hastened towards the 3rd Hokage's office. He was determined to acquire the bones of the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Might Guy Jinchuriki. A single opportunity to earn 500 points would undoubtedly constitute a remarkable harvest. He need not resort to harming Kushina to redeem the rapid fertilizer. With this, the anxieties that plagued his heart dissipated. Although Yuzua Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, their relationship was indeed quite amicable. and Silver could not bear to act with cruelty. His heavy heart felt notably lighter. The situation between Tsunegakure and Iwagakure had soured, creating a precarious predicament for Konoha. Inoki's underhanded tactics only exacerbated the crisis, plunging Konoha into greater peril. The third Hokage had spent sleepless nights fretting over the matter, his mouth full of sores from the stress. At this moment, the Hokage's office was filled with the higher-ups of Konoha, each face marked by visible concern. The stakes with these two villages were severe, and Konoha could truly face ruin. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock shattered the silence. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. His voice tinged with age. Come in. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the pallid visage of a silver-haired youth who politely greeted esteemed elders. It's Silver, exclaimed the assembly, their expressions softening into warm smiles. These individuals were all hypocrites, Silver thought disdainfully. In the days before his rise, they would hardly have recognized him. Now, their faces were all smiles, eager to curry favor with him, for his prowess was undeniable. The youth stood poised, his strength evidently reaching extraordinary heights. Upon hearing about the village's plight, besieged by the combined forces of Sand-Hidden Village and Rock-Hidden Village, I expressed my desire to contribute. Willing to venture to the front lines of Rock-Hidden Village to resist the invading foes. The assembled crowd erupted in joy, and the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that what Konoha truly lacked was formidable combat strength. After all, the combined elite forces of the two villages far surpassed that of Konoha. The village shall not forget your contributions, and your name will endure through the ages, the third Hokage remarked, smiling. To be remembered for eternity is a noble aspiration. This old man certainly knows how to sway hearts with his words. It is no wonder that Itachi was able to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. Silver remained secretly vigilant. At times, the artful manipulation of words could prove far more perilous than powerful bloodline limits, exemplified by the master of rhetoric, Naruto Uzumaki. You shall be assigned to the team led by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Remember, you must obey their orders without fail, the third Hokage stated, his tone elevated and stern. Of course, Silver feigned a look of trepidation, responding apprehensively, yet inwardly scoffing. Once he gathered sufficient bones to exchange for fertilizer and awaken the powers of the Akina bones, his strength would undoubtedly surge, freeing him from the need to rely on Konoha for survival. If this place does not welcome me, I shall find my own refuge. Youthful yet modest in temperament, this was indeed commendable. He was a talent worth nurturing. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, revealing his immense satisfaction. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. I look forward to your guidance. Silver stepped forward, presenting a radiant smile that exuded approachability and kindness. Haha, you will certainly not be shortchanged by following me. Jiraiya clapped Silver on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. However, there is no need for you to be modest. I have heard of your prowess from Minato and completely trust you. Tsunade nodded slightly, casting a brief glance at Silver without further comment. Jiraiya-sama, you flatter me. Just assign me any task, and I shall complete it to the best of my abilities, Silver vowed earnestly, though his peripheral gaze discreetly assessed Tsunade, fair-skinned, beautiful, with an extraordinary air of elegance. Perhaps due to her lineage as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, she possessed an innate nobility that would rightfully earn her the title of Princess Tsunade. It was said that when Tsunade had previously left Konoha, the third Hokage had exerted considerable effort to locate her, employing great strength to persuade her return. Silver's gaze lingered on Tsunade for just a fleeting moment before shifting away. She did not exhibit any remarkable abilities, and despite being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she held no unique qualities that piqued Silver's interest at this time. Chapter 77. I brush my teeth 3 times. Despite the esteemed positions of Tsunade and Jiraiya, renowned figures in the ninja world, the protagonist, Inoue, harbored no excessive thoughts or ambitions regarding them. He felt indifferent, merely recognizing that this mission required their company, and thus, it was essential to maintain a cordial atmosphere. The third Hokage urgently assigned additional tasks and elaborated on the current precarious situation facing Konoha. The gravity of the matter cast a solemn expression on everyone's faces. Individuals like Minato Namikaze, who genuinely cared for the village, appeared particularly troubled, a stark contrast to Inoue, who secretly hoped for Konoha's misfortune while feigning concern. Yin's world revolved solely around himself. He was selfish and indifferent towards Konoha. He bore no hatred, only a desire for stability during his time there. If Konoha were to fall into misfortune, so be it. After approximately half an hour, the meeting concluded, and as Iin exited the Hokage's office, a figure hurriedly approached him, tugging at his sleeve. Since we Haven Tea had the chance to celebrate our return from the Mist Village, let us go out for a feast. The exuberant voice belonged to Kushina Uzumaki. Celebrate. Iin pondered in silence, considering that he had no pressing matters at hand. He nodded in agreement. That sounds fine. But should we invite Minato as well? That guy is solely focused on the village's safety and has been busier than ever lately, with the alliance between Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. Along with the watchful eyes of Kumogakure, Minato barely has time to sleep, let alone celebrate with us, Kushina complained, understanding Minato's burdens. Thus, she sought Yin's company, turning their gathering into a duo. Indeed, compared to us, Minato is overwhelmed with responsibilities, Iin acknowledged. Widely recognized as the fourth Hokage, Minato had garnered universal respect, while Kushina, as the host of the Nine Tails, was often unable to partake in missions, leaving Iin, a mere 12-year-old boy, with ample free time. I know a delightful restaurant. Let us go together. Later that evening, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Due to their familiarity, the owner provided them with a cozy private room. The ambience was serene, filled only with the gentle sounds of steaming hot pot, and they indulged in the popular delicacy of Kanto-style oden. Indeed, the flavors were exquisite, a delightful blend of aroma, color, and taste. Yin's eyes sparkled as he marveled at the fish balls he had picked with his chopsticks, exclaiming, "This is far superior to anything I've had before, and it's quite affordable. I never expected Konoha to have such a gem. Of course, the owner is my friend, so it's certainly better than those unscrupulous establishments." Kushina replied, a hint of pride in her voice, her lips parting to reveal a subtle fragrance. "However, now that you're here, the prices might just skyrocket," she added with a teasing smile. Rolling his eyes, Iin retorted, "Even the prices are inflated here. It's just another greedy establishment. This is a privilege of friendship." Uzumaki Kushina felt an even greater sense of triumph. "Blame me, then," Iin said with a hint of irritation, while he swallowed the entire fishball in one go. Perhaps due to its oversized nature, he found himself choking, his face turning red and feeling quite uncomfortable. "You're just eating. Is there really a need to be in such a rush? You must have been a starving ghost in your past life." Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly lifted a kettle filled with cool tea and approached Iin. The floor, freshly mopped, caused her to sway slightly as she walked, and the bowl of tea nearly overflowed. Without hesitation, she tilted it towards Yin's mouth. Glug glug. Initially, Iin drank with pleasure, having nearly choked moments ago. However, as Uzumaki Kushina continued to pour more and more, his face quickly flushed, his cheeks bulging and filled with tea. Iin waved one hand to push away Kushina's bowl, gesturing frantically for her to step back. Yet, she failed to comprehend his intent. Her delicate features etched with confusion as she leaned closer, their cheeks almost touching. "What are you trying to say? Do you need me to do something?" Iin cursed inwardly, his stomach churning uncomfortably. He continued to gesture, but Uzumaki Kushina remained oblivious to his meaning. In a moment of desperation, he pushed her away, only to inadvertently use the strength of a giant, sending her crashing back into her seat. She looked at him earnestly. "If you're unwell, take a moment to rest. Leave any tasks to me." But with a sudden surge of discomfort, Iin couldn't hold back any longer, and the tea he had been holding in his mouth erupted forth, landing squarely on Uzumaki Kushina. Due to their proximity, the cool tea splashed directly into her mouth. Reacting instinctively, Uzumaki Kushina swallowed it all. Both Iin and Uzumaki Kushina stared at each other in shock. What kind of ludicrous scenario was this? It felt absurdly surreal, and he feared for his life. Iin, regaining his composure, quickly explained before Kushina could erupt in anger, "I assure you, it was all tea. I brush my teeth 3 times a day. It's completely clean and uncontaminated. You need not worry." Uzumaki Kushina's face flushed crimson as she glared at him. "If you're feeling unwell, you should go to the restroom. Yet you sprayed all the tea into." "My mouth was filled with tea. I couldn't speak, and I was trying to show you. But you kept insisting I sit and rest. I couldn't hold it any longer, but rest assured, it was all tea, and absolutely clean. I brushed 3 times daily." Iin was left speechless. He had intended to head to the restroom, but instead, it had unexpectedly turned into an encounter with Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 78. Embarking on a journey once again, Kushina Uzumaki clenched her teeth in frustration, her right foot stamping furiously. The most inexplicable transformation had occurred. Her restroom had turned into a shimmering silver, and she had consumed it all in one gulp, an experience that would surely leave anyone with psychological scars. "Humph. If you dare to speak of this, You understand what I mean without me saying it, right? The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously around her as she raised her gaze to see Kushina gripping her wrist, her fist swollen to the size of a boulder, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Of course, I wouldn't utter any nonsense. Rest assured, only the heavens and the earth know, and you and I know as well. Silver's solemn vow rang clear. Women are meant to be charmed, not harmed. Besides, his relationship with Kushina was quite amicable. She was both a mentor and a friend. Even if he could overpower her, Silver would choose to compromise, recognizing that he was at fault. Kushina's willingness to overlook the matter was already a significant concession. This trip to a Wagakure requires utmost caution. The village leader, Inoki, is no fool. He is exceptionally clever and possesses strength beyond imagination. Furthermore, he excels in using cunning and despicable tactics. We must be on guard, Kushina stated with a serious expression. I am well aware of that, Silver nodded. Like a chick pecking at grains, indicating his understanding of such a rudimentary principle. His anxious heart finally settled, reassured by Kushina's nonchalance. Rest assured, I will be careful. After a while, Silver stealthily returned home, casting wary glances, fearful that Kushina might return and exact her revenge. After all, such an incident would be unsettling for anyone. Once home, Silver hastily took a shower and began preparing his belongings, his heart racing with excitement. As if he could envision himself wielding the power of the magma fruit to sweep across the world. He spent a sleepless night, his anticipation soaring until dawn, catching only a few moments of rest. When the sky cleared, Silver consumed 2 soldier pills and set forth once more, weathering the winds and rains. He had gradually adapted to this lifestyle. In the absence of conflict, he found himself utterly bored. It seemed they were well prepared. At the entrance of Konoha, Silver noticed Jiraiya and Tsunade had been waiting for quite some time, with him being the last to arrive. He quickly approached them, burdened with his pack. Apologies for the delay, I was caught up with something. No need to concern yourself with such trifles. Let us depart, Silver. Jiraiya replied with a dismissive shake of his head, then proceeded to shoulder his bag and move on. Silver exchanged a glance with Tsunade, and together they hurried after him. The frontline troops were already in position, having arrived early at the forefront of the confrontation between a Wagakure and the Konohagakure ninjas. What remained was the presence of the 2 commanding leaders, Tsunade and Jiraiya, while Silver merely accompanied them as an afterthought. The 3rd Hokage merely hoped that Silver could stall a few of a Wagakure's formidable combatants, without harboring any other thoughts. After all, Konoha was currently in disarray due to a series of wars, leaving the 3rd Hokage with little recourse and a scant few trump cards. Whoosh. The way ninjas travel is unparalleled. In a mere span of minutes, the village of Konoha vanished from sight, forever lost from his view. That old trickster Inoki had cunningly warned me before the 3rd Hokage departed, suggesting that Inoki might have found allies, advising us to tread carefully, as those hired by Inoki were of considerable strength. After a while, Tsunade broke the oppressive silence, proposing that we engage with the Wagakure forces with caution, avoiding direct confrontation when unnecessary, and retreating if the situation appeared dire. This was indeed sound advice. Silver was taken aback. The common perception of Tsunade was that of a reckless individual, yet in truth, she was meticulous, astute, and exceptionally intelligent. It was precisely such qualities that enabled her to ascend to the position of Hokage. No fool could occupy such a role. Organization? What organization? Silver inquired curiously, suddenly intrigued by the mention of a so-called organization. He mused quietly. It seems that the only organization in this world is the Akatsuki, composed entirely of S-rank rogue ninjas. Could there be others? A flicker of apprehension crossed his mind as he speculated. Could it be that this organization refers to the Akatsuki? Though it was merely conjecture. Silver felt a certainty. The Akatsuki was the only group that could be deemed an organization in this world. Furthermore, it was known that the Tsuchiki Jinoki had indeed hired the Akatsuki, although the specifics of the timing remained unclear. I cannot allow Konan and the others to meet Jiraiya. Otherwise, my deception will be exposed. Silver's mind raced, searching for a solution. He had previously deceived Konan and the others into believing he was Jiraiya's apprentice. And a meeting between them would surely unravel his ruse, jeopardizing his operations in Mangekyō. He had to prevent that encounter. That wretched Inoki was truly troublesome. Silver couldn't help but curse inwardly, condemning Inoki's deceitful nature while formulating a strategy. No matter the cost, he must ensure that Jiraiya and Konan never crossed paths. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer the dire consequences. If all else fails, eliminating them may be the only option. A chilling resolve flickered in his eyes. Those who needed to be dealt with must be eliminated. This was an unchanging principle, especially since Nagato and his associates had begun to pose a threat to Silver. Heedless of the dangers, should that organization indeed consist of them, they could not blame him for his ruthlessness. It was merely the cruel fate of adversaries crossing paths. In the end, he would seize the Rinnegan from them. The silver visage is adorned with yearning. When the time comes to take bold action, one must show no mercy. Even if seizing the eye of the moon indirectly provokes Uchiha Madara, it cannot be helped. Life is fraught with many circumstances beyond our control, since there is no alternative. Let us forge a boundless azure sky that befits our own existence with the force of our fists. Chapter 79. Divergent actions as they journeyed forth. Traversing the verdant wetlands encircled by towering mountains and overcoming numerous obstacles, Ine and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the front line of the conflict between Owagakure and Konoha. During their journey, the trio took only a brief respite for a night before resuming their relentless trek. From atop the lofty peaks, they gazed ahead, their eyes sweeping across the expansive terrain shrouded in swirling yellow dust. The ground was parched, littered with an array of tents. This was the temporary encampment of Konoha. At last, we have arrived. This hurried march has been quite taxing, Jiraiya lamented, as if he had shed an immense burden, his tone now one of relief. Suddenly, Ine lifted his gaze, focusing intently on the horizon where thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. Amidst the haze, he discerned a multitude of dark figures, their formidable presence reminiscent of an advancing army, the air resounding with the cacophony of battle cries. Owagakure has launched a significant offensive. It seems that Noki has learned of Konoha's intent to send reinforcements and seeks to preemptively eliminate our frontline forces. His left eye revealed 3 tomoe, and the indistinct figures transformed into the ninjas of Owagakure. Attempting to take advantage of the chaos? Alas, this time, that old rascal Noki shall not only gain nothing, but he will also find himself in a dire predicament. With a stomp of his foot, cracks splintered the earth beneath him, Jiraiya emanating an aura of fierce determination. Do not rush. Let us first assess the situation, Tsunade cautioned, her expression tinged with skepticism. She understood that Noki was as cunning as a fox, and he would not act without sufficient confidence in his plans. Perhaps it would be prudent for Lord Jiraiya to confront Owagakure, while Lady Tsunade and I remain concealed and support from the shadows, Ine suggested after a moment of contemplation, his eyes twinkling. This would be a safer approach. Should the situation turn unfavorable, we can coordinate our efforts. Jiraiya remained silent, his gaze shifting towards Tsunade. We can certainly consider it. After a moment of deliberation, Tsunade chose to heed Yin's counsel, recognizing that when facing a scheming adversary like Noki, a dual-pronged strategy was essential. Any misstep could spell disaster for their group. In a secluded forest, hidden from prying eyes, the dense foliage provided the perfect natural camouflage. Ine and Tsunade melded into the surroundings, their presence undetected by the passing ninjas. Peering down, they spotted the encampment of Owagakure. You truly possess a remarkable audacity, maneuvering right beneath Naki's nose, Tsunade remarked, her initial concerns resurfacing. After all, they had ventured deep into enemy territory. What began as a reconnaissance mission had escalated to infiltrating the ranks of their adversaries. The most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Noki would never suspect our solitary incursion, Ine replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. The notion that the most dangerous places can also be the most secure was not without merit. Katsuyu could not deny her acknowledgement of the situation. Indeed. They were situated within the confines of the rock-hidden village. The bustling ninjas around them were filled with laughter and chatter, blissfully unaware of the presence of Katsuyu and Ine. Who would suspect that a villain lurked beneath their very own beds? We shall part ways to gather intelligence and reconvene here shortly. Leave the matters at the front to Jiraiya. He is more than capable of handling them alone. Katsuyu's beautiful eyes surveyed the surroundings, ultimately resting on the largest tent in the distance. Without waiting for Yin's response, she utilized the body flicker technique and vanished. The fate of the Konoha front lines. I am afraid, that is of no concern to me. Casting a glance in the direction where Katsuyu had disappeared, Ine melded into the shadows, albeit heading towards a different location than previously agreed upon, yet still hastening towards Katsuyu's destination. It was rumored that Anoki had gone to great lengths to secure the participation of the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki for this war. They were no ordinary individuals. Their status, while perhaps not equating to that of the Tsuchikage, was certainly formidable. The largest tents were undoubtedly occupied by these powerful figures. With swift movements, he navigated through the darkened woods, leaping and twisting until he arrived before one of the tents. He deftly made a small incision with his knife and peered inside. Not them. Watching the figures moving within the tent, Yin's bright eyes dimmed with disappointment. Glancing at the multitude of tents behind him, he leaped once more, searching through several large tents in vain. His hopes of spotting the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki were dashed, as most occupants were mere extras, bearing no significance. Endlessly prolonging this search was untenable. He needed to devise a strategy to break the current stalemate. I must find a way out of this predicament, he murmured to himself. His sharp eyes soon caught sight of a solitary ninja, and he surged forward like a whispering breeze. Bam! With a swift strike, Yin incapacitated the ninja, dragging him to a tree and stripping him of his garments to don them himself, before making his way into a large tent. Lord Onoki requests your presence. Fool! Are the new ninjas now nothing but useless waste? I am not that monster Onoki. He resides in the tent at the far west. Be gone! A furious ninja within the tent shouted, dismissively waving his hand for Yin to leave. My sincerest apologies, esteemed lords. To express my regret. Yin approached the faces of the men, leaning in close to whisper in their ears. I offer you complimentary tickets to a heavenly vacation. No need for thanks. With swift precision, concealed weapons emerged, effortlessly dispatching the unsuspecting individuals. Blood pooled upon the ground, staining the soil a deep crimson. Casting a cold glance over his shoulder at the fallen, Yin turned away, his sights set on the far western tent, the very location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lord Onoki. Chapter 80. Deceiving the Four Tails Jinchuriki initially, the few henchmen intended to spare them, but unexpectedly, the group relished in courting danger. Since they were so eager to play, Yin, of course, would not hold back, sending them to their demise, thus fulfilling the role of a benevolent figure to the very end. Whoosh! Shadows of darkness darted forth, leaving only vague silhouettes in their wake. Humph! That old fellow is relying on his age to wield authority. He is deliberately retaliating against me. Everyone in the village is aware of the discord between me and Yuki. This time, his actions are undoubtedly motivated by vengeance. Inside the tent, discontented murmurs echoed, drawing Yin's attention, who was at a loss. In his past life, he recalled the strained relationship between the Tsuchikage Yuki and the Old Purple, which had devolved into outright opposition. Ultimately, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, had departed from Iwagakure, only to be captured by the Akatsuki organization. It appears that the words spoken were indeed true. Yin whispered softly, a sly grin forming at the corners of his mouth. After standing still for a few moments, he entered the tent. Humph! Are the subordinates of Yuki so lacking in manners? They enter without even knocking. Gazing at the unfamiliar youth, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, scoffed derisively, remarking, is Iwagakure in such a dire state that they resort to sending children into battle? It makes sense. Only in such a predicament would Yuki invite someone he despises to partake in the great conflict. Collecting his thoughts, Yin coldly responded, this is a tent, not a door. Thus, there is no need to knock. Are you seeking death, you little brat? Old Purple retorted angrily, threatening, beware, or I shall end your life. Chuckling softly in response, Yin remained silent, his sharp, cold laughter resonating. His sculpted visage reflected no fear of Old Purple's menacing presence. What is there to be proud of? Old Purple's body trembled, his fierce eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. You may not even grasp why Lord Tsuchikage sent you on this mission. The purpose is to eliminate you during this war. Yin feigned a look of exhilaration, embodying the arrogance of a petty individual. Foolish child. This provoked a laugh from the Four Tails Jinchuriki, who sneered, do you understand my status? I harbor within me a monstrous entity, existing in the form of a weapon. Without me, the village's security would be compromised. You must comprehend that I know you're a Jinchuriki. Yin interrupted, dismissing Old Purple's self-satisfaction, continuing his deception. So what if you are a Jinchuriki? If you perish in battle, they will merely extract the tailed beast from your body and find another to serve as the Jinchuriki. Do you truly believe your demise would prevent anyone else from taking on that role? Do not be naive. Iwagakure is not devoid of suitable candidates for the position. Yin relentlessly doused cold water on Old Purple's arrogance, mercilessly striking him down. When you die, Lord Tsuchikage will surely rejoice. He would be thrilled to see you fall in this war. The old man, known as Lao Zi, wore a rigid expression, his cheeks dark enough to suggest a downpour, and his eye sockets seemed encased in frost. Despite the remarkable demeanor and broad-mindedness of Onoki, The tensions between them were profound, leaving room for the possibility of conflict. Almost there. As long as I continued to douse him with cold water and manipulate this old fool, I would surely be able to deceive him out of the village. And then, haha. Silver contemplated, knowing that brazenly robbing the Jinchuriki in the village of Awagakure would inevitably draw the ire of the entire ninja force. Faced with an onslaught of thousands, even with extraordinary methods, Silver would meet his demise. Prudently, it was wiser to lure Lao Zi away from the front line of Awagakure, ensuring that he could handle him with ample confidence. Casting a glance at Lao Zi, Silver thought, time is of the essence, I must persist. Suddenly, without warning, the powerful fist of the four-tailed Jinchuriki struck, sending Silver flying. The sturdy tent was torn asunder, and a dark figure burst forth, propelling Silver backwards several meters. Then, a burst of crimson chakra erupted, revealing a fiery silhouette that neither headed towards Awagakure nor towards Silver, but instead dashed away from the village's ninja encampment with astonishing speed, vanishing into the vast horizon in the blink of an eye. That malevolent, negative chakra unmistakably belonged to a tailed beast, without a doubt. The one who had escaped was Lao Zi. The old man was not to be underestimated. Silver shook his arm, feeling as if his shoulder might dislocate, the intense numbness rendering him nearly insensible. The Jinchuriki were all immensely powerful, even the weakest among them. The one-tailed beast was formidable. Silver felt a deep envy. The strength of the tailed beasts far surpassed that of humans, with a chakra density that was both substantial and potent. Look, that old man Lao Zi has fled again. Lao Zi's commotion immediately captured the attention of all nearby, prompting many to emerge from their tents, murmuring among themselves. It seemed yet another fierce battle was imminent. Silver exhaled heavily, rising with determination, brushing off the dust from his garments, prepared to fiercely intercept any pursuers. If he could obtain the hand bones of the four-tailed and five-tailed Jinchuriki, he would be able to trade for a rapid fertilizer. It was not often that he could lure Lao Zi away. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Absolutely not. However, Silver had evidently overthought this situation. How many times had it been? That stubborn old man had escaped once more. Who knows how many times, certainly dozens. He often quarreled with the Tsuchikage, and perhaps this was yet another episode of that. Let S return, there is no need to pursue him. He'll come back after blowing off steam, just as he always does. We are on the brink of war with Konoha, and everyone should focus on rest. The ninjas of Awagakure shook their heads in unison, retreating back into their tents, ignoring Lao Zi entirely. Each face bore an expression of habitual indifference. Such occurrences were commonplace. Lao Zi frequently ventured out alone to vent his frustrations, only to return voluntarily. There was no cause for concern. Even the heavens seemed to conspire in my favor. Yin smiled silently, quietly following in the footsteps of Old Z. Chapter 81. My explosive talismans truly detonate. Old Z frequently found himself at odds with Inoki, a fact that had become a familiar occurrence to everyone around them, who chose not to intervene. Ironically, the more some individuals attempted to advise him, the more arrogant he became, relishing in their concern. By allowing him to stew in his own frustrations, they often achieved unexpectedly positive outcomes, thus benefiting Yin. Should you dare to attack me, prepare to offer your bones as an apology. Yin's cold, glimmering gaze swept across the ninja of Awagakure, ensuring their retreat before stealthily following their trail. Meanwhile, in another location, chaos reigned. What is going on? That thick-headed fool has started causing trouble again? At the forefront of Awagakure, among the multitude of tents, Inoki stared up at the ominous chakra still lingering in the sky, confusion etched on his face. I haven't had any significant altercation with him recently. What madness is that stubborn old man up to now? Who knows? Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood. After all, Lord Tsuchikage has given Old Z a stern order, which he might find displeasing, speculated the ninjas clustered around Inoki, aware of the strained relationship between him and Old Z. An utter fool. Inoki scoffed, his expression darkening. Let him sulk in his own misery. Instruct everyone to ignore him. He'll return when he's ready. We are on the brink of war with Konoha, and Old Z's presence is currently unnecessary. He might even complicate matters further. So let him be. Inoki's disdain was palpable. Their numerous disagreements had solidified the rift in their relationship, making reconciliation unlikely. Attempting to leverage my enemies against me? Not a chance. In the depths of a shadowy forest, having distanced himself from Awagakure, Old Z took a moment to rest, cursing under his breath. Once I solidify my strength, I shall return and deal with you. Clenching his rough fists tightly, Old Z was a man of principle. He would not tolerate being belittled without retaliation, especially against an old rival like Inoki. If a Wagakure could not accommodate him, he would seek solitude in training. Suddenly, a piercing bird call echoed through the dark woods. Instinctively, old Z turned, only to see a shadow rush toward him, its face twisted in a menacing grin, accompanied by a chilling, icy resonance. I have no authority over your grievances with Inoki, but you struck me earlier, and my arm still tingles. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. I shall sever your arm in return. As the shadow approached, old Z discerned the figure of Iin, who had been stealthily tracking him, igniting a surge of indignation within him. I merely made your hand numb. Now you wish to sever my arm? That is utterly unjust. With a swift motion, a blinding cold light surged forward. Old Z, taken aback, quickly retreated, expertly evading the lethal strike aimed at his arm. Ah, your reflexes are commendable, came Yin's voice, laced with mockery. Yin was taken aback, then scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly sending forth a myriad of shimmering kunai. The countless projectiles surged forth like a moving wall of sharp blades. Are the youth of today truly this foolish? I am a Jinchuriki. Can such trifles harm me? Lao Zi shook his head dismissively, gently tapping the ground, which trembled under the weight of his curse. Earth release, earth flow wall. A solid wall of mud rose abruptly before Lao Zi, intercepting the incoming kunai with a thunderous clatter, as if raindrops were falling onto the earth. Regardless of whether you understand what a Jinchuriki is, heed my words, being a Jinchuriki is no trivial matter. Is a Jinchuriki truly remarkable? I can assure you with utmost certainty that I am here precisely because of the Jinchuriki. If you are not a Jinchuriki, I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge an old man like you. I am here to confront a Jinchuriki, Iin declared passionately, his face alight with arrogance. What does it matter if you are a Jinchuriki? I have bested many in my hands. Even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is no exception, and neither are you. Such audacious claims. With a cold snort, Lao Zi branded him a braggart, retorting, you think you can defeat a Jinchuriki with mere kunai? Do you believe your kunai will explode? Upon hearing this, Yin's gaze faltered, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Despite the wall's obstruction, he caught a glimpse of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, and calmly remarked, old man, your mind is sharp indeed. My kunai will indeed explode. Lao Zi's disdain deepened, and he derided, exploding kunai? Nonsense. Do you fancy yourself as? Boom. Without granting Lao Zi the opportunity to speak further, the kunai detonated unexpectedly, drowning out his mockery. Dozens of kunai resonated together, unleashing a fierce blaze that could be felt clearly from hundreds of meters away. The unfortunate Lao Zi was swept into the chaos, writhing in agony. I apologize for not clarifying earlier. When I commissioned these kunai, I spared no expense to have them crafted by professionals. In truth, these kunai are hollow, containing nothing but an explosive tag within. It is wise to remain vigilant. Humans are prone to moments of carelessness. Thus, for the sake of precaution, Yin invested significantly in having 100 kunai made, half of which he aimed squarely at Lao Zi's head, ensuring that the old rogue would suffer for quite some time. No matter what, I am determined to claim your Chapter 82. The melting-tailed beast jade. The power of a single explosive talisman may seem modest, failing to affect the Jinchuriki. Yet when multiplied into dozens, its potency surges dramatically, creating a commotion several times greater than that of a solitary talisman. Boom, boom, boom. A merciless explosion erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the world, as if the very ground trembled in response. Even though Iin instinctively retreated several meters, he was still forced back repeatedly by the explosive force. The azure sky appeared as if it were encased in a steamer, smoke billowing everywhere, and even from several dozen meters away, Iin could feel the moisture within his body evaporating rapidly. How unforgettable this sensation must be. Gazing at the colossal fireball, Iin felt a shiver run down his spine. The agony experienced by the Jinchuriki engulfed in flames was undoubtedly excruciating. Though formidable, the Jinchuriki was not invincible. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the flames, another wave of despair-inducing chakra surged forth, suffused with malice, as if it were the very essence of evil, causing the leaves on the trees to wither and decay at an accelerated pace. How lively it still dances. Iin marveled at the Jinchuriki's endurance, resilience, and vitality, transcending that of ordinary humans. Even when caught off guard by the explosive force of dozens of talismans, not even a village leader would emerge unscathed. Yet, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, displayed no signs of fatal injury. Damn you, little brat. I shall tear you to shreds and scatter your ashes. A charred figure emerged from the flames, utterly disfigured. Unrecognizable in form, His skin appeared as if it were melting away, layer upon layer peeling off. Even Iin, with his composure, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. If mere bravado were effective, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would have perished 1,000 times over. The sharp pain of his nails piercing the tender flesh of his palm steadied Yin's thoughts. Faced with the overwhelming killing intent of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, he remained unafraid. Instead jesting, "Do not fret, becoming ugly is of no consequence. Iwagakure will always be your home, they will not forsake you. After all, you are a Jinchuriki, waste not." "Want not?" Seeking death. A shriek, far more terrifying than that of a rampaging beast, erupted from Otsutsuki's throat. Its piercing tone sending chills through the very essence of one's soul. The Four Tails Jinchuriki opened his mouth wide, and in the blink of an eye, gathered several small energy spheres, which he forcefully expelled, charging towards Iin with palpable hatred. Continuous tailed beast bomb. A barrage of 5 or 6 tailed beast bombs hurtled towards him, carving out straight trenches in their wake. A mere parlor trick. Upon witnessing this, Iin wore a faint smile, calm and unruffled. He suddenly crouched, letting flames swirl at his fingertips, an ancient aura emanating from him, with both hands pressed against the ground. The earth beneath him seemed to lament, trembling in terror. Uchiha fire style, flame barrier. A barrier of flames and molten rock erupted from the earth, its emergence casting the sky in an infernal crimson hue, steeped in despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The searing heat permeated every corner of the world, causing the tailed beast ball to succumb to the intense temperature, gradually melting away. Chakra dripped like liquid onto the ground, and within mere moments, the tailed beast ball vanished without a trace. What is happening? Old Z gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit a stone, utterly stunned into silence, even oblivious to the opportunistic attack from Iin. Bang! A heavy kick landed squarely on Old Z's face, causing him to spew forth a spray of blood, mingled with several visible teeth, as Iin mercilessly sent him flying, leaving him half-conscious on the ground, grimacing in pain. The evaporation of the tailed beast ball weighed heavily on Old Z's spirit. The fact that the tailed beast ball had melted away felt like a blatant act of cheating. When did such a terrifying barrier come into existence? Most barriers were of defensive and restraining nature, but this one could both attack and defend while possessing the power to evaporate the tailed beast ball. A fire barrier of such magnitude was something Old Z had never encountered in his lifetime. Teeth are not bones. Even if collected, they would serve little purpose. Completely disregarding Old Z's presence, Iin pondered to himself, treating him as if he were merely air. How outrageous. Not only had he wounded the old man, but he also dared to blatantly ignore me. Old Z's had steamed with anger. Realizing that Yin's inattentive gaze clearly dismissed him as an inconsequential figure, easily brushed aside. What kind of gaze is that? Do you think just because you are older, I will spare you? I am afraid that is impossible. I intend to sever your bones. Observing Old Z's impotent fury, Iin discerned his thoughts with a cold smirk. Merely a tailed beast Jinchuriki, a mere vessel for a beast. Do you truly believe you possess the right to be proud? How naive to still harbor such delusions at your age. You must have lived your years akin to a dog. You. The four-tailed Jinchuriki gritted his teeth in anger. Truth be told, he indeed felt apprehensive towards Iin. The terrifying fire barrier exceeded his comprehension, instinctively labeling Iin as a danger. This individual was a humanoid-tailed beast. Fierce and formidable. He could not afford to act recklessly. A cautious approach was necessary. As a Jinchuriki, his chakra content certainly surpassed that of Iin. The overwhelming power of that barrier must have depleted his chakra reserves. Enduring for a while would surely exhaust this fellow. Having come to this realization, Old Z felt a sense of relief. Worrying was futile. He could only compete with Iin over chakra content, a decidedly prudent strategy. Roar. The aura of Old Z's tailed beast cloak intensified, his chakra density soaring, strength surging. However, due to an over-reliance on the power of the tailed beast within, his sanity waned, and primal roars emanated from his throat, echoing a desire to obliterate the world. The inexhaustible chakra surged forth, rendering Old Z's eyes a deep crimson, completely losing his human rationality. His tailed beast cloak transformed into 4 tails, signifying that the entity now controlling Old Z was the 4 tails, Son Goku. Chapter 83. Defeating the 4 tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, the clash between Iin and the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, caused an immense commotion. The fiery barrier earlier had been particularly conspicuous, drawing the attention of both Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas. Their interests aligned, and the urgency of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, was palpable. as he recognized the chakra signature unmistakably belonging to Otsutsuki. Despite the existing grudges and conflicts, distinguishing right from wrong was paramount. Inoki understood that a Wagakure could not afford to lose a Jinchuriki. That was a line that must not be crossed. Thus, upon realizing that the chakra disturbance was attributed to Otsutsuki, he swiftly mobilized a large contingent to hasten to the scene. Konoha was no exception. With a thunderous roar, Otsutsuki unleashed a tempest of crimson flames, dancing wildly and scorching the surrounding forest to charred remains. This was certainly troublesome. Observing Otsutsuki, who was now enveloped in molten rock, he resembled a being of pure lava, untouchable and formidable. As a fierce whirlwind approached, he chose to momentarily retreat, creating distance from the overwhelming force. Focusing intently on Otsutsuki, he mused, the earlier battle has undoubtedly drawn the attention of ninjas from both villages. I must resolve this conflict swiftly before they arrive. Regardless of what he is, his essence must be mine. With a determined grit of his teeth, Yin's body erupted with a formidable surge of chakra. After attaining sage mode, the chakra within him had doubled in potency, elevating him to a new dimension of strength. With a powerful shout, he prepared to launch his assault when the ground beneath him trembled violently. The sky abruptly turned a deep crimson, and the temperature soared dramatically as molten lava surged forth, compelling Yin to withdraw to a safer location. Otsutsuki's mouth opened wide, releasing several large magma orbs that pursued Yin relentlessly, leaving no time for hand signs. No matter how powerful you may be, if you lack the time to form hand seals, you are at a disadvantage. Black Coffin. Otsutsuki's voice was abruptly silenced as he stared in shock at the encroaching darkness. It was unmistakably an enemy technique, a jutsu that required no hand seals? Nearly an action. But no, he hadn't even moved a finger. Otsutsuki's heart raced in disbelief. Yin had only moved his lips. The black light descended upon him unexpectedly. And in an instant, calamity struck. The razor-sharp darkness tore through Otsutsuki's form. The sound of piercing echoed, and Otsutsuki was inevitably gravely injured, his body marred with numerous wounds. A harrowing sight. Most of the lacerations were superficial, insufficient to be fatal. The power of the black coffin could not be so trivial. Yin pondered, observing Otsutsuki, and suddenly realized the molten armor on his skin had absorbed much of the black coffin's might. A thunderous roar erupted, an oppressive wave of energy washing over the area as Otsutsuki prepared to retaliate, gathering a densely packed bijou bomb in his grasp. How audacious of them to gather the tailed beast orbs before me. Do they not fear a sudden assault? It appears that you are exceedingly confident in your magma armor. Believing that I cannot breach it, Silver smirked coldly. Every arrogant individual is destined to pay a price. The spiritual pressure within him surged, emanating an aura of peril that was palpable. This spiritual pressure, unlike chakra, exerted an overwhelming dominance that an ordinary person could scarcely withstand. Even the ground beneath him began to fissure with cracks the size of fingertips. The destructive waves radiating from Silver were even more pronounced. This side effect was almost negligible. A faint pain spread throughout his body, yet Silver wore a broad smile. This was the benefit bestowed by the sage body, granting him immense vitality and resilience. Although the enforced use of high-level breaking techniques carried some side effects, the depletion of his lifespan was no longer a concern. He had previously unleashed the 96th breaking technique, akin to unlocking a key. In the future, as long as he employed techniques beneath the 96th level, his life would remain intact, with only trivial side effects to contend with. The realm of 1,000 hands, the abyss of unreachable dark dominion, the heavens unreflective of his might. With an uplifted palm, ancient and cryptic inscriptions bewildered the mind, yet Silver recited them with relish. With each word he uttered, his spiritual pressure grew more robust, the danger escalating exponentially. Within his palm, a myriad of pink glimmers danced. Breaking Technique 91, 1,000-hand radiant cannon. At his command, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth, overwhelming in its intensity. As the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Old Purple, found himself at the center of this tempest, akin to a spring in the depths of the ocean, drawing all attacks towards him. Roar. Old Purple, engrossed in gathering the tailed beast orbs, was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he beheld the onslaught of luminous projectiles. Sensing an overwhelming wave of power, he ceased his efforts, raising both arms to hurl the tailed beast orbs with all his might. Boom. An abundance of pink light intertwined with the tailed beast orbs. The assaulted orbs erupted in a magnificent mushroom cloud, both the tailed beast orbs and Silver's 91st breaking technique vanishing into nothingness, mutually annihilated beneath the azure sky. The forces of both were nearly equal. Old Purple, who should have succumbed to the consuming awareness, suddenly spoke with human articulation, his tone laced with a sense of survival. As he gazed at the rising dust and chuckled with ease. Annihilation? Have your eyes deceived you? My fully chanted 91st breaking technique cannot simply cancel out your tailed beast orbs. The destructive light projectiles are merely a fraction. The unexpected mockery left Old Purple momentarily stunned, instinctively raising his Chapter 84. The art of immortality. A fragment of human bone fell from the heavens. While it may spell misfortune for others, for Ian, it was a stroke of serendipity. He swiftly tore off a piece of tattered cloth from his body to wrap it. He only needed a bone from a five-tails Jinchuriki. With a sense of relief, Ian chuckled, casting a fleeting glance at the anguished cries of Old Purple before departing alone. This individual's fate was of no concern to him, and time was not a luxury he could afford. Furthermore, he sensed a multitude of ninjas rapidly approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yin's chakra surged within him, and he felt the wind at his feet as he retreated with unprecedented speed, creating a tempest as he departed at a velocity beyond human comprehension. For approximately 10 minutes, Ian ran relentlessly, unaware of the distance he had covered. Huff, huff, huff. In the dim forest, only the sound of his labored breaths remained. After half an hour of frenzied running, Yin's face flushed and his breath came in ragged gasps, as if his lungs might burst. Surely, he thought, he would not be discovered now. Leaning weakly against the trunk of a tree, drenched in sweat, he took a moment to rest. With exhilaration, he retrieved Old Purple's bone, immersing himself in the world of the farm. After months of arduous tasks, the end was finally in sight. Basking in the gentle sunlight, with the completion of his mission imminent, Ian felt an unburdened lightness. Soon, all of Akainu's abilities would belong to him, and his heart swelled with joy, a radiant smile breaking through his otherwise mature demeanor. Such a master appeared to be but a child. Leishin, unaware of the unfolding events, emerged with a subtle smile. Enough chatter. Hurry and exchange the bone, Ian said, rolling his eyes as he tossed the charred bone wrapped in cloth to Leishin, eagerly anticipating the final reward, just a mere 100 points away from accomplishment. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion caught Yin's attention. He looked up to see a group of individuals approaching, all clad in identical uniforms. To his astonishment, he recognized them. Conan and the others? Ian exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint, hostility brewing within. Sure enough, Noki had invited the Akatsuki. This was a path to their own demise. As he gazed at the approaching figures, Yin's murderous intent intensified, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yuhiko, who had always been the meddlesome one, his naive desire to build bridges between people a stark contrast to the harsh realities of their war-torn era. Such ignorance could not possibly thrive in these tumultuous times. Yuhiko, participating in this war with our meager strength is tantamount to seeking death. We should withdraw while we still can, lest we ignite a fire that consumes us. Both Konoha and Iwagakure are not foes we can afford to provoke, Nagato warned. His brow furrowed. Moreover, Jiraiya-sensei remains our esteemed mentor. Nagato speaks wisely. This war is a game for great nations, and we are but a mere organization. Not even representing Mangekyō, Conan added, her expression one of resigned bitterness as she earnestly implored them. Rest assured, I am well aware of that. I am merely deceiving Noki. Once I acquire his funds, I shall withdraw immediately, certainly without opposing Master Jiraiya. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Yuhiko's eyes, revealing his extraordinary craftiness. So it is. This lad intends to swindle Noki of his resources. Given the recent destruction of the Akatsuki organization in the conflict with the Rain Village, with barely a member remaining, substantial funds are indeed necessary for reconstruction. However, the audacity of Yuhiko to target Noki is quite remarkable. Ian shook his head, while obtaining Naka's funds sounded lucrative. That old man is notoriously shrewd. If things go awry, they could end up with nothing and be left in a predicament. The group was merely toying with Noki. Judging by their conversation, it seemed they would not encounter Jiraiya, alleviating any concerns. Observing the trio's discourse from the shadows, Ian cast a deep glance at them before silently departing. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Ian adeptly evaded the pursuit from Iwagakure. And among the towering trees of the forest, he gazed into the distance at the approaching ninja forces. Is that you, Ian? A voice unexpectedly called out, tinged with surprise. Taken aback, Ian recognized the formidable presence of the speaker, who approached without him even noticing. A pallid visage came into view, accompanied by a child with orange hair. Lord Orochimaru. Who was this child? In inquired, not finding it strange that Orochimaru had appeared. During their time in the village, the third Hokage had instructed Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the three of them, including In, to depart first, with Orochimaru following shortly after. He seemed somewhat familiar. In pondered, certain he had encountered this individual before. Yet he could not quite recall when or where. Ah, this child is named Chongwu. I adopted him after passing through a dilapidated village, Orochimaru remarked, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Chongwu? In echoed, momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. This child possessed the ability of sage techniques. And Sasuke's sage Susanoo was derived from Chongwu. Seizing his essence would mean In could wield sage power. Such an extraordinary opportunity must not be squandered. I am acutely aware of the might of sage techniques. Thus, I am resolute in my pursuit. Yin's gaze shifted rapidly, suppressing his inner covetousness. This child, now merely a small boy, could be easily overpowered. All he needed was to divert Orochimaru's attention and then disguise himself to launch a surprise assault. A true man of valor shows no mercy, even against a child. When the time comes to strike, one must not hesitate. Chapter 85. Midnight murderous intent. Possessing the physique of an immortal, yet lacking the corresponding mystical abilities, had long been a thorn in Yin's heart. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he would not let such a delectable chance slip away, regardless of the fact that his target was but a child. After all, it was merely a matter of severing a bone. It would not result in death. In his mind, the principle of self-preservation outweighed all moral qualms. It would be prudent to retreat for the time being, as the ninjas of a Wagakure were not to be trifled with. Encountering them would only lead to unnecessary complications. Orochimaru advised. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, In replied, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet defected from Konoha and remained wholly committed to the welfare of the village. Suddenly, Tsunade's figure emerged. Although she had failed to gather crucial intelligence, she had nonetheless acquired significant information regarding the formidable combat forces of a Wagakure. Tsunade spoke candidly, for both In and Orochimaru were allies, and there was no need for subterfuge. As the intelligence suggests, Sunagakure and a Wagakure have set aside their past grievances and have united to confront Konoha. The two villages have resolved to collaborate in defeating Konoha. And it seems that Inoki has expended considerable resources to enlist a special organization to join the fray. Following their victory over Konoha, they plan to share the spoils. It is anticipated that their actions will commence within days. Furthermore, Kimagakure was covertly watching with keen interest, Orochimaru added gravely. No matter how formidable Konoha might be, facing an assault from 3 ninja villages simultaneously would leave them cornered. Fists alone could not withstand the onslaught of multiple adversaries. The gravity of the situation was palpable as 3 villages sought to strike Konoha. In remained silent, listening intently with an impassive expression. Their previous encounters with Kirigakure had irrevocably alienated Kumogakure, and should Konoha reveal any vulnerabilities, the ferocious Kumogakure would undoubtedly reveal its menacing side. Yet, these matters were of little concern to In, whose peripheral vision was fixated on Chongwu, contemplating how to seize the boy's bones. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon learning that the severely beaten individual was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, the Konoha ninjas erupted in laughter before retreating. Old Purple, what happened? Who was responsible for this? Tell me the true culprit behind this assault, and I shall ensure they comprehend the dire consequences of attacking a Wagakure. Gazing sorrowfully at the pitiful figure on the stretcher, Inoki struggled to suppress the raging flames of fury within his mind, his voice hoarse as he demanded an explanation. An explanation? Nonsense, Old Purple replied, unleashing a torrent of curses, his spittle flying indiscriminately, splattering the earth shadow. Inoki, who scoffed, still playing the victim? How childish. This is what you orchestrated. You despicable old man. If you wish to kill, then do so, spare me the theatrics. Inoki, taken aback, could only stare in shock. His face darkened as if he had not washed for years. You fool. The technique used against you is undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful fire release. Within the village, aside from your lava release, who else possesses such mastery over fire? I would never hire someone to attack you, even if we have our differences. We have yet to reach the point of drawing swords against one another. Inoki glared at Orochimaru with clenched teeth, mercilessly exclaiming, You foolish pig, you've been deceived. His eyes reddened, and Inoki felt a profound ache within, having been on the verge of resolving the persistent threat posed by Konoha. He was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. His heart sank, and his diminutive frame trembled, the crimson bulbous nose quivering uncontrollably. While visible veins pulsed ominously on his forehead, a terrifying fury etched across his face. The dread he instilled was akin to that of a vengeful specter. "Take him back and confine him for 2 years," he commanded, not even casting a glance at Orochimaru as he issued the expulsion order. He had lost all hope in this old fool, realizing that any reliance on him would only lead to further complications, especially now that they had nearly been eliminated. Time slipped away swiftly, 5 days passing unnoticed. This evening, it seemed that Orochimaru intended to attend a meeting, likely to strategize against the ninjas of Iwagakure, presenting a perfect opportunity to eliminate that young man. Inside a solitary tent, silver paced alone, a black night cloak conspicuously laid upon his bed. Tonight was the ideal moment. With the 3 legendary ninjas convening to devise an offensive plan against Iwagakure, Orochimaru would naturally leave the vicinity of Jinchuriki, indirectly granting Silver the chance to infiltrate and seize Jinchuriki's bones. As night descended and darkness enveloped the sky, countless stars twinkled in the vast expanse. Silver wandered alone within the encampment of Konoha. "Are you going out?" As he stepped outside the tent, 2 ninjas approached him, inquiring, "It seems there's no mission tonight. Lord Jiraiya instructed us to conserve our energy, as we will engage Iwagakure in a few days." Silver remained silent, casting a dispassionate glance at the 2 ninjas, ominously stating, "You 2 are the ones going out, and you shall never return." "How is that possible?" Taken aback, the 2 stared blankly, furrowing their brows. "We are merely on patrol. We never have tasks assigned to us. Why would it be different today?" Before they could finish, Silver swiftly dispatched them with a kunai, severing their necks in a single, brutal strike, with scarcely a drop of blood spilled. "I shall dispose of your bodies. Leaving them would only invite trouble." With that, Silver dragged their lifeless forms away from the encampment, recognizing the peril of leaving them. Chapter 86. Obtaining the sage technique bone after swiftly disposing of the 2 corpses. In donned black attire, his face completely concealed, his entire form tightly wrapped in the dark fabric, leaving no trace exposed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the Konoha encampment, In moved like a gust of wind, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Even if someone sensed his presence, most dismissed it as a mere chill in the air. His flawless body flicker technique rendered him imperceptible to all. In was a transmigrator from the 3rd dimension. From childhood, his physique had been exceptional. By the age of 5, he could already manipulate chakra with effortless mastery, capable of performing basic ninjutsu. However, due to his cautious nature, In never flaunted his abilities. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Remaining low-key ensured safety, and thus, he had long been mistakenly labeled as the useless young master. Yet, In paid no heed to such empty titles. Let them call him what they wished. It wasn't he as if their words could strip flesh from his bones. This should be the place. After a moment, In approached a tent, carefully drilling a small hole with a knife before peering inside. There, sleeping soundly, was Jugo. His peaceful form reflected in In's sharp gaze. Confirming that no one was nearby, In slipped inside. "Who was there?" A youthful voice rang out as Jugo's eyes snapped open, instantly locking onto the intruder clad in black. Quick reflexes. But will it help? Unfazed, In silently drew the dagger he had prepared. In a flash, he lunged forward, the blade severing Jugo's hand bone with ruthless precision. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts." A pain scream erupted. A closer look revealed Jugo's bone cleanly severed, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Thud. A swift chop to the neck silenced Jugo's cries, sending him collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, his face pale with agony. "If you must resent anyone, blame the parents who bestowed upon you this extraordinary power." With a final glance at the unconscious Jugo, In stepped out of the tent. To the common man, possessing a priceless treasure is a crime. Without the strength to protect such a potent Kekkei Genkai, one naturally became prey in the eyes of others. Time to return. Gazing at the bloodied little finger in his grasp, In decisively turned to leave. He had already amassed 900 points, a veritable fortune, enough to exchange for fertilizer and accelerate its growth. The significance of sage techniques was undeniable. They stood as the ultimate cheat, worthy of any sacrifice, even if it meant bleeding himself dry. Inside his makeshift tent, In's consciousness sank into the farm world, bathed eternally in a radiant twilight glow. Eagerly, he rushed to the field, digging a small pit with his bare hands before burying the bone. Moments later, a cerulean display screen materialized before him. 5 years to bloom. A single bag of ordinary fertilizer, costing a mere 100 points, would suffice. Compared to a Kainu's bone, this was a bargain. Silver felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the formidable power of celestial arts. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately decided to postpone his ambitions, recognizing that the immediate priority lay with Akainu's formidable bones. The prospect of acquiring the powerful armament and observation haki, along with his overwhelming magma fruit, proved to be a far more enticing temptation. With a soft sigh, Silver withdrew from the realm of the farm. Upon returning to the confines of the tent, he shed his nocturnal garb and subsequently incinerated it with a fire technique, deeming it unnecessary to retain should it be discovered. After a brief cleansing, Silver closed his eyes and reclined to rest. Given the harsh conditions of their military campaign, a hot bath was a luxury rarely afforded, so a mere wipe of his body sufficed. The following dawn, the eastern horizon gradually brightened with a delicate hue, dispelling the chill that lingered in the shadows of the night. Silver rubbed his eyes, blinking awake, when suddenly, a flicker of light invaded his vision, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes in discomfort. "Lady Tsunade?" he murmured, perplexed by her unexpected visit before he had even had the chance to brush his teeth or wash his face. "Silver, I have an important task for you," Tsunade declared, her expression grave and her tone weighty. "Must it be entrusted to me?" Silver replied, lowering his gaze in contemplation. His primary objective was solely the Jinchuriki, and he held little interest in other missions. Observing the slight anxiety etched across Tsunade's face, he silently pondered. Since there were currently no leads on the five-tailed Jinchuriki, listening wouldn't hurt. "Speak freely, Lady Tsunade." "I shall do my utmost," he said, a bashful smile gracing his lips as he acquiesced to her request. "The intelligence we recently acquired reveals that during your last mission with Minato and Kushina in the Land of Water, you inadvertently offended the village hidden in the clouds. Given their propensity for retaliation, conflict with us is only a matter of time. Moreover, only hours ago, we received classified information regarding the Third Raikage's discreet departure from the village." Tsunade continued, her words laden with gravity. "That old coot, instead of securing his village, is behaving like a child, running about aimlessly. He deserves to be outmaneuvered by Noki," Silver thought wryly, recalling that the Third Raikage had met his demise at the hands of countless ninjas, orchestrated by Noki of the Sand. "What is it you wish for me to do, Lady Tsunade? Ambush the Third Raikage? I fear my humble form is no match for him. He could easily dispatch me with a mere flick of his wrist." Silver declined, disinterested in undertaking such a perilous endeavor. Chapter 87. The astonished Yuki. Tsunade shook her head, recognizing that Silver's attempt to ambush the Third Raikage would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, ultimately leading to his own demise. Just how formidable is the Third Raikage? He possesses the strength to engage the Eight Tails in direct combat, his power formidable enough to contend with any creature. Tsunade did not believe that Silver could match the might of the Eight Tails. "Your task is quite straightforward. Simply inform the village of the Third Raikage's mysterious disappearance. No further actions are required. It is merely to allow the Hokage, my teacher, to prepare in advance." Tsunade's smile radiated warmth, and it was evident that her reference to teacher was none other than the Third Hokage. Such a matter was trivial for Silver. "Not a problem." Silver responded cheerfully after a moment's contemplation. Given the absence of any news regarding the Five Tails Jinchuriki, he thought it prudent to undertake some missions to enhance his own prowess. "Be cautious. You may encounter pursuers from a Wagakure along the way," Tsunade warned seriously. Despite her usual nonchalance towards minor issues, she transformed into a figure of strong leadership when it came to matters of great significance. In the contested territory between the two villages, Silver departed during the twilight hours when human presence was sparse. The yellow sands billowed across the plains. He moved like a phoenix's eye. Wherever he went, storms would follow. Among the nine-tailed beasts, only the remains of the Five Tails Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki were left behind. As he raced forward, Silver contemplated deeply, dismissing the thought of Kushina Izumaki. One's love for wealth ought to be pursued with integrity, though he was not a paragon of virtue. He could discern who treated him well or poorly. Previously feeling a severe lack of resources, he now found himself in a sudden windfall, clutching 900 ryo, a true tycoon. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of shurikens came hurtling towards him from the side, as several shadowy figures emerged from the depths. The Wagakure ninjas? Upon observing their headbands and distinctive attire, Silver immediately recognized their identity. Mediocre in strength and lacking the time to engage in frivolities, he thought it best to ignore them. A casual glance revealed the young Iwagakure ninjas lacked the capability to pose a threat, and with a surge of speed, he covered an astonishing distance of 10 meters, leaving them dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had widened the gap between himself and the Sand Village ninjas. You lot are hardly my concern. He cast a dismissive glance at the youthful Iwagakure ninjas, ignoring them entirely. They were merely a group of young shinobi, roughly at the Nin level. And he felt no desire to engage. As Silver pressed onward with all his might, hours slipped by unnoticed. Approaching midday, under the relentless glare of the scorching sun, he casually consumed a couple of military rations before repacking and resuming his journey. Along the way, he had thwarted several ambushes, all of which were initiated by ninjas from Iwagakure. Meanwhile, at the Iwagakure encampment, a frustrated leader raged, a bunch of incompetent fools, unable to subdue a mere child. Should I take matters into my own hands? Within the suffocating confines of the tent, Noki of the Stone gazed with fury at the intelligence report presented to him. It was infuriating enough that they had to expend such effort to ambush a mere blind boy, but the continuous losses of personnel had utterly tarnished the reputation of Iwagakure. If certain nations were to discover this debacle, who would dare hire Iwagakure's shinobi for missions? The blind youth in question was said to be of the Uchiha clan and had recently become a celebrated legend in Konoha, possessing remarkable strength. Lord Tsuchikage, allow me to handle that boy, Naka's son, Keidu declared, producing a photograph of a strikingly handsome silver-haired young man, albeit with one eye obscured by blindness. 3 tomoe Sharingan? Noki mused, staring at the youth's left eye in astonishment. How old could he possibly be? He appears no older than 12 or 13. Yet he has awakened the 3 tomoe Sharingan. Waves of surprise rippled through Noki as he contemplated the prodigious power of the boy. Leave it to you to resolve? The Foretail's Jinchuriki, Zuki, wrapped in bandages with only his eyes exposed, interjected sarcastically, I can assure you that should you confront him, you will meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Keidu's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushed as he retorted, Zuki, get this straight. I am a jonin, while he is merely a child. I acknowledge your rank as jonin, but I too hold the same title, Zuki replied, his tone heavy with trepidation. However, as a jonin, I was nearly overwhelmed by him. Do you truly believe you can prevail? I am still a Jinchuriki. Keidu stood dumbfounded, his gaze falling upon the bound Zuki. A flicker of apprehension crossed his face as he deflated, retreating to his previous position in silence. Overwhelmed? Are you suggesting that this child is responsible for your current state? Noki exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was indeed him. I would recognize him even in ashes, Zuki replied, his frustration palpable. How infuriating it is to discover he is from Konoha, masquerading as one of our own shinobi. Zuki huffed, his anger palpable. Are you underestimating my intellect? This child is merely a pipsqueak. Children from ordinary families have just graduated from the ninja academy. Do you truly believe he nearly bested a Jinchuriki? Do you take me for a fool? Noki retorted sharply, feeling insulted by Zuki's insinuations. I speak only the truth. It was he who injured me, Zuki reiterated, his ire further ignited by the doubt cast upon his words. The sheer disbelief in Naka's eyes, reminiscent of an elderly man suffering from dementia, only served to exacerbate his frustration. This was an undeniable fact. Chapter 88. Alliance. The Earth remained silent, quietly listening to the raucous exchange between Yamaki and Old Purple. He was aware of the discord between the two, hence he refrained from interjecting, his gaze fixated on the photograph of the one-eyed figure, his heart tumultuous. A tempest of emotions difficult to quell. To attain such prowess at the tender age of 12, to be capable of confronting a Jinchuriki single-handedly, the Earth felt his mind was inadequate, instinctively echoing his father Yamaki's disbelief toward Old Purple's assertions. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to let this matter slide. With a chilling glare, Tsuchikage Yamaki ultimately resolved, if that boy truly harbors such potential, it is imperative that we eliminate him post-haste. He is, after all, merely 12 or 13 years old. Should he mature, his strength would only grow, and it is vital to extinguish him now. A simple statement encapsulated Yamaki's apprehension. With sufficient manpower at his disposal, if a one-on-one confrontation proved insufficient, he would resort to overwhelming the boy with sheer numbers, no matter the approach. The boy must pay a price. On the return journey to the village, perhaps they could arrive home by nightfall, but tragically, Silver was delayed, encountering an insurmountable obstacle. You truly are a persistent specter. Gazing at the statuesque blonde girl before him, Silver impatiently remarked, to kill me, you still have leagues to traverse. Best to retreat. The girl blocking his path was the two-tails Jinchuriki, Nibi no Nikomata. Humph, our fates have long been intertwined. It is all you're doing. Gasping for breath. Nibi no Nikomata seethed with animosity, declaring, if I do not take you back, I will. Even if you manage to capture me, you will reap no rewards. Your strength is lacking, and your intellect is equally deficient. With a dismissive scoff, Silver derided her, igniting the flames of Nibi no Nikomata's ire with mere words. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chakra erupted within her, and Nibi no Nikomata unleashed several tailed beast balls. A barrage of tailed beast balls. Silver frowned slightly, unwilling to concede, murmuring with unwavering composure. 8th binding technique, void severance. A transparent barrier materialized before him, delicate as a cicada's wing, appearing almost ethereal, as if it could be toppled with a gentle breeze. Humph. What good is such a thing? Nibi no Nikomata scoffed derisively, her expression one of disdain. I am no longer the person I once was, through rigorous training. My strength has significantly. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast ball struck the barrier with full force, causing it to shudder violently. While cracks appeared, it remained steadfast. Undoubtedly, you have indeed grown stronger. Silver had no doubt, as he could discern the newfound intensity in Nibi no Nikomata's resolute gaze. However, it appeared she had failed to grasp that while she had grown stronger, so had others. For instance, myself. Do you comprehend why you cannot breach my defenses? It is simply because I am stronger than you. You. Nibi no Nikomata was utterly vexed, her delicate features darkening. The pale fingers trembling as she pointed accusingly at Silver, her beautiful visage suffused with indignation. After toiling tirelessly for days, to find herself unable to breach a mere barrier was an indignity she could not endure. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an unexpected explosion surged forth, with overwhelming waves of energy radiating outward, causing the earth to tremble and tearing open numerous immense fissures. What is this? Turning to gaze at the fractured ground behind, Silver's brow furrowed in astonishment, silently pondering. That seemed to be the fluctuation of a tailed beast's power. Impossible. The two wooden figures immediately dismissed the notion, asserting that she was the only Jinchuriki present, and that a Jinchuriki could not casually emerge. Even if she did, a vast multitude of ninjas would be there to protect her. Swish, swish, swish. Silver pivoted, raising her gaze to the sky, where billowing dust rose and a tempest approached. Amidst the haze, indistinct silhouettes flickered in and out of view. An elderly man who could fly, extending her Sharingan to its utmost limit. Silver detected an aged figure soaring through the air, his prominent red nose unmistakable. With that distinctive attire, she instantly recognized the elderly man's identity. Sachika Jinoki? Silver's brow furrowed deeply as she beheld the throngs of ninjas behind him, her heart plummeting into despair. It seems we must join forces. Her voice softened as she suggested to the two wooden figures, otherwise we shall be devoured whole by that cunning old man. Are you afraid of death? The two wooden figures scoffed, their faces adorned with mockery and derision. Though their words were unrelenting, their hearts were laden with gravity. For they had heard tales of the Iwagakure leader's demeanor. I am from Kumogakure. He should be reluctant to act rashly, one of the two wooden figures muttered to herself. Reluctant to act rashly? At this, Silver let out a cold laugh, but remained silent, awaiting the two wooden figures to falter. After all, Inoki had the audacity to ambush even the third Reikage, let alone a Jinchuriki. The two of them were now isolated, devoid of any support, and surely the most tempting of targets. Young one, you have made it quite difficult for this old man to find you. Closing the distance, Inoki's gaze fell upon Silver's left eye, which bore the Sharingan, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He then scrutinized the two wooden figures, pondering. This young girl appears to be the Jinchuriki from Kumogakure. How odd that she has ventured out alone. However, this presents a rare opportunity indeed. The unusual glimmer in his eyes transformed into a palpable greed, as Silver and the two wooden figures became the plump sheep in Inoki's sight. Securing a Sharingan would be enough to elate Inoki, and now, with an additional Jinchuriki as a gift, this deal was exceedingly favorable. I am one of the two wooden figures from Kumogakure. You would do well not to act impulsively. The old man is indeed seeking a Jinchuriki. With that single statement, the two wooden figures were thrust into despair, as the overwhelming force of Inoki loomed large. That fellow Silver's gaze fell upon a young boy, her pupils narrowing as she scrutinized him closely. After a moment, her eyes radiated an eerie light. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han? Chapter 89, The Arrival of the Magma Fruit. Gazing intently at the boy's indifferent visage, Ian felt as though he had drifted into the depths of the clouds. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails emanated an aura akin to a black hole, suffused with a lethal gravitational pull. In an instant, Yin's thoughts, consciousness, and myriad musings came to a standstill, all converging upon the path of the youth. In a daze, Ian envisioned the exquisite moment when Akainu's bones blossomed. The timing was impeccable. With a sinister grin, Ian leaped forth, directly targeting the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Who grants you the audacity to act ferocious before me? As Ian disregarded his presence, treating him as mere background noise, Inoki was struck with both shock and fury. His diminutive form ascended into the air, raising his arms in a fervent declaration. Seize this fellow, regardless of life or death, but under no circumstances must his glasses be destroyed. Is that all you've got? Ian turned, casting a fleeting glance at the renowned Inoki, his eyes imbued with an unnerving calmness, utterly devoid of fear. Moreover, a scornful smile graced his lips, adding fuel to the fire. I may truly meet my end someday, but the one who shall take my life will undoubtedly not be a decrepit old man. You seek death. At these words, Inoki's ire surged, and he stomped in frustration, the fury evident in his furrowed brow. His weathered hands began to move with the dexterity of a serpent. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath Yin's feet stirred, the buried earth rising and compressing into shape. Earth-style, rock fist technique. A colossal fist, the size of a man, came crashing down. Smack, smack, smack. Unfazed, Yin responded with radiant energy surging from his hands. As a beam of light shot forth, exclaiming, lightning style, thousand-bird sharp gun. Crack, crack, crack. The stubborn stone was instantly pierced by the brilliance, hurtling towards Inoki. Whoosh. Just as the beam was about to penetrate Inoki, the old man momentarily liberated himself from the bonds of gravity, soaring into the skies. Crack, crack, crack. The beam missed its target, leaving behind a charred fissure in the ground, severing it viciously. Earth-style, heavy rock technique. Realizing that Inoki had been forced back, Yin intended to seize this rare opportunity to attack the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. However, unexpectedly, his body felt as if it had been burdened by a mountain, rendering him immobile. Heh. A triumphant chuckle echoed from Inoki as he beheld Yin's frozen expression, calmly stating, "Do you find it difficult to even move?" That's quite understandable, considering. Whoosh. Yet, before Inoki's words could fully escape his lips, Yin vanished from sight, transforming into a gust of wind racing towards the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Fool. Behind you. With his lips twitching in frustration, Inoki shouted as he noticed that the Jinchuriki was oblivious to Yin's presence. Inoki was equally astounded, observing Yin, who resembled a ravenous wolf. The realization struck him. Having fallen victim to Yin's earth-style, heavy-eye technique, his body's movement was severely restricted. For ordinary ninjas, even the simplest act of walking would seem insurmountable. Yet this rascal, Yin, remained unaffected. Dare to provoke me? Witnessing the oncoming silver, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails seethed with unspoken fury, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes as he unleashed a tremendous offensive. The ground beneath Silver's feet began to tremble ominously, emitting a mournful wail. Earth release. Groundweight core. The earth, shaped like a square, abruptly bulged forth, rising dozens of meters skyward as if the very crust of the earth were shifting, propelling Silver into the heavens. Flaws abound. Sensing the myriad vulnerabilities in Silver's form, the Jinchuriki's murderous intent intensified as he formed another seal. The earth once more groaned in agony. Earth release. Rock Golem Glen. A colossal figure, forged from compressed earth, took shape in an instant, resolute and unyielding, its fist raised to deliver a merciless blow to Silver. Crack, crack, crack. The furious lightning surged from Silver's fingertips, erupting into a cataclysmic beam of light. Way of destruction. Eighth, thunderous dragon strike. Boom, boom, boom. The resolute giant was instantly transformed into a deluge of particles raining down from the sky. This is impossible. How has this technique become so feeble? The Jinchuriki gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the cascading particles of dust, enveloped in an atmosphere of incredulity. Oblivious even to the tempestuous Silver approaching him. With a swift thrust, a kunai sliced through the air, severing the Jinchuriki's finger while he remained stunned, prompting Silver to rapidly retreat. It hurts like hell. Damn you, I will tear you apart. A wretched howl erupted from the Jinchuriki, his eyes ablaze with rage, his entire being pulsating with a chilling malice. The sheer intensity of his murderous aura was so potent that the moisture in the air froze, transforming into sparkling shards of ice. A catastrophic chakra erupted from the Jinchuriki, sweeping through the surroundings with devastating force, leaving all who felt its wrath trembling in fear. Damn it! Noki cursed vehemently, his gaze fixed on the severed finger in Silver's possession, his inner flames of fury reaching unprecedented heights. Silver had audaciously rendered the five-tails finger useless before his very eyes. What would he say if this got out? How would the villagers regard him? Forget the Sharingan. Tear this brat to shreds. Noki issued his cold command, as a swarm of Awagakure ninjas descended upon them. Silver decisively fell back, aligning himself with the two wooden constructs. We are both targets of Noki. We must join forces to break through. Hold them off for a moment while I prepare a technique. Do you have the confidence? The two wooden constructs questioned, apprehensive about confronting a cadre of elite Awagakure ninjas, a rampaging Jinchuriki, and Noki himself. Of course, Silver replied with a confident smile. Glancing at the severed finger in his hand, in the tranquil realm of his mind, he realized he could once again exchange for 100 points, perfectly accumulating to 1,000 points. Just enough to redeem for a speed-enhancing fertilizer. Causing the bones of the red dog to bloom. Chapter 90. The Power of the Magma Fruit, Part 1, Within the Realm of the Farm. Silver's figure flickered as his hurried voice echoed through the sky. Lishin, come out quickly. Scanning his surroundings and absorbing every subtle movement in the world. He found an unsettling silence, prompting him to raise his voice. The relentless pursuit by the forces of the Great Wildwood necessitated immediate action. It appeared that the master had once again gathered bones, which would enable the exchange for 100 points. Accumulating 1,000 points would allow for the purchase of fertilizer to enhance. Less talk, hasten the exchange. With a fierce glare at Lishin, he stifled any lengthy discourse with his menacing eyes, declaring with gravity, "Quickly bring me the fertilizer. I am counting on it." Before Silver could finish his sentence, Lishin tossed a bag of special powder towards him, shimmering like luminescent pigment, exuding an air of beauty and mystery. Overjoyed, Silver wasted no time in admiring it. Like a gust of wind, he rushed to the farmland. Upon locating the bones of Akainu, he channeled the pulsating chakra in his palm to shatter them, scattering the fragments across the bones. This is my lifeline. Do not disappoint me. Silver clasped his hands together, silently praying, devoutly beseeching the celestial beings. Regardless of their efficacy. Crack. After a moment, a crisp sound caught Silver's attention. Looking down, he observed the previously clean, damp soil sprouting with emerald green shoots. This is Gulu. A spark of realization flickered in his eyes as he comprehended the significance of this phenomenon, fixating his gaze intently. The tender green sprouts, as if infused with hormones, burgeoned rapidly. Initially no larger than a thumb, they soon raced toward growth, reaching over a meter in height within mere moments. Their hue transformed into an eerie deep crimson, resembling magma. Peculiarly, the ground itself began to scorch, emitting an unusual odor, affecting even Silver's shoes. Undeterred, Silver's gaze remained locked on the fiery red sprouts above, unwavering. Moments later, a pungent aroma wafted into his nostrils, igniting excitement within him as he clenched his fists. Simultaneously, a myriad of images inexplicably surged in his mind. An imposing middle-aged man with bronze skin, draped in a coat of justice, radiating with the power of magma, showcasing unmatched strength. This figure was none other than Admiral Akainu, the future Marshal, Sakazuki. Is this the end? A few seconds later, the visions in his mind abruptly ceased. Instinctively, Silver tightened his grip, feeling magma swirling within him. Through the peculiar imagery he had just witnessed, he was astounded to realize that he had nearly instantaneously mastered all of Akainu's techniques. The moves of Akainu were now embedded in the Master's memory. The extent of their power would hinge upon the Master's capabilities. There are no invincible fruits. The key lies in the host's ability to wield them. Lishin's face illuminated with charming dimples as she smiled and explained. However, Een had vanished without a trace, utterly oblivious to her narrative. All of this was superfluous. Circumstances are shaped by human agency. Een did not perceive himself as inferior to Akainu. In fact, he believed he possessed superior advantages. After all, he held the body of a sage and the power of the Sharingan, alongside formidable abilities such as the bloodline limit and the techniques of the demon path. In contrast, Akainu was merely straightforward, and Yin's advantages were self-evident. Outside, chaos reigned supreme, the cacophony of battle merging into a singular tumult. Countless ninjas from Awagakure besieged the two wooden figures, yet Yin remained unmoving behind them. Damn it, What is this guy doing? Is he deliberately trying to make a fool of me? While the two wooden figures defended against the onslaught of Awagakure ninjas, they struggled to protect Iin. Their energies waning and their defenses crumbling. The age-old adage that many ants can kill an elephant rang true in this moment. Roar. The Jinchuriki of the five tails unleashed a thunderous bellow, radiating with the demonic aura of the tailed beast. All his physical attributes, strength and speed, began to surge dramatically. Seizing the moment of carelessness from the two wooden figures, he lunged toward Iin with the swiftness of lightning. His powerful hands, adorned with razor-sharp claws, seized Iin by the ears and tore with brutal force. Crack! Iin was mercilessly shredded apart, his remnants discarded like refuse. Howl! The triumphant roar erupted once more from the mouth of the five tails Jinchuriki, suffused with boundless arrogance, sending shockwaves of fear and reverence rippling through all present. In any world, absolute power commands respect from all corners of existence. This is the end. Despair enveloped the two wooden figures. If Iin and she together could not withstand the ravenous assault of Awagakure ninjas, then she, alone, would be devoured, imprisoned like a beast forevermore. That little brat is finally dead. How delightful. The ninjas from Awagakure reveled in their victory. Yet they failed to notice the sudden emergence of a vast expanse of lava pooling at the feet of the five tails Jinchuriki. Puff, puff, puff. The lava churned like boiling water, emanating a searing heat that could scorch the very soul. It erupted skyward, forming a column of molten rock over a meter high, revealing a visage encased in lava. Just a mere brat. What is there to be proud of? As the words fell, Iin resurrected, the molten facade retracting to unveil his unscathed form. He had deftly employed elemental transformation to evade the fatal blow, ensuring his survival. Dark smoke billowed from behind Iin. Deep crimson lava oozed from beneath his feet, with his right arm transforming dramatically into a massive, glowing appendage. The lava coalesced into a creature that resembled a dog yet was unlike any dog, and with all his might, he hurled it toward the head of the five tails Jinchuriki, exclaiming, "Canine Tooth, Red Lotus." Chapter 91. The Power of the Magma Fruit, Part 2. A colossal molten fist surged forth, startling everyone present. Silver, who had miraculously returned to life, unleashed an unprecedented assault devoid of chakra fluctuations, yet it appeared immensely formidable. The thick, crimson magma extended continuously, coalescing into an enormous fist that thundered towards its target. Witnessing Silver's full recovery and combat readiness, the two wooden figures were on the brink of tears from joy. Yet an undercurrent of frustration churned within them. They pondered, perplexed. When we battled before, he had never resorted to such a fiercely aggressive ninjutsu. Damn it. Why is he employing it now? Did he previously regard me with disdain? The two wooden figures wore expressions of endless discontent, yearning to pounce upon Silver in frustration. What sorcery is this? Was he not supposed to be torn asunder? The ninjas of Awagakure stood in disbelief, astonished by Silver's brief yet explosive resurgence. The temperature around them soared, the oppressive heat causing beads of sweat to trickle down their brows as they gaped in shock at the gigantic molten fist barreling towards the Jinchuriki of the five tails. The fist ultimately crashed down mercilessly upon the head of the five tails Jinchuriki. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the protective cloak of the tailed beast, he was sent flying 20 to 30 meters away, engulfed by the crimson beast that erupted in an explosion. The five tails Jinchuriki was swallowed within, leaving behind only a vast expanse of searing magma. A young boy, entirely encased in lava, was buried alive, his tailed beast cloak extinguishing gradually. The number of tails dwindling rapidly, his aura weakened. A charred hole marred his chest, revealing white ribs and internal organs within. What a jest! Did he truly obliterate the Jinchuriki with a single punch? Moments later, a wave of panic rippled through the crowd, all eyes converging upon Silver. His form, wreathed in black smoke, oozed magma that eroded the scorched earth beneath him. Silver's piercing gaze left an indelible mark in the hearts of all who beheld him. "Are you all imbeciles? Hurry and save him!" roared Inoki, the Tsuchikage, in a fit of rage, incensed by the sight of his subordinates, transfixed by astonishment. While the five tails Jinchuriki was being consumed by lava, forgotten in their shock. This could not be allowed to stand. Silver's swift incapacitation of the five tails Jinchuriki had not compelled Inoki to concede. Rather, it ignited his ferocity. With commanding intensity, he declared, his voice brimming with murderous intent, "Do not hold back. Surround him and attack together. One by one, you may handle them in due course. But can you withstand a swarm? The age-old adage rings true. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 feet. No need to hesitate. Let's all strike together. He is merely an enemy. Indeed, eliminate him. Avenge our comrade. This boy is but a mere child in his teens. No matter how powerful, his strength has its limits. We have no cause for concern. United, we can undoubtedly defeat him. After all, he is just an undeveloped brat. Let's wear him down with a war of attrition. The ninjas of Awagakure were filled with fervent emotions, vowing to exact vengeance for the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. A band of fools. Naively believing that quantity could alter quality. Silver maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly scoffed at their delusions. While a numbers advantage might benefit some, it rendered others immune. Stepping forward, the intensity of the magma surging within him heightened. Just as Silver prepared to demonstrate his prowess against these minions of Awagakure, a gentle hand grasped his arm. Do not engage directly. They hold the numerical advantage, and we would suffer for it. Once we expend our strength, we shall become easy prey in their eyes. Cautioned the 2 wooden sentinels. When a tiger exhausts its energy, it is torn apart by a pack of wolves. I am aware of this, Silver nodded, fully understanding such a simplistic yet evident truth. However, what could be done? Would Noki willingly part the way for them to escape? That was clearly impossible. The only path to instill fear in this obstinate elder was through overwhelming strength. Yet conserving energy was futile. Ultimately, it would be us who perished. Let us not forget that the stronghold of Awagakure lay nearby, with legions of ninjas poised to come to their aid. The only viable option was to unleash our full power and break through. With that, Silver's strength surged exponentially as he broke free from the grasp of the wooden sentinels. The magma within him erupted endlessly, transforming the surroundings into a molten wasteland where no living creature could dare approach. Do you think to delay us? Noki scoffed, his disdain palpable. My stride shall not be impeded by such trivialities. Ignoring the laws of neutrality, Noki ascended into the boundless sky. His hands poised with a menacing glow of dangerous energy. Dust release, original world dissolution technique. A transparent barrier enveloped Silver, who was unable to evade in time and found himself ensnared within. It was unsurprising that he remained so composed, given that those who comprehended my dust release have long perished. Your shallow, bewildered gaze is rather predictable, Noki mused, observing Silver's calm demeanor as he scanned for an escape from the dust barrier. Moments later, a surge of perilous energy rippled within the barrier surrounding Silver, culminating in a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. When the light faded, the scene had drastically changed, and Silver had seemingly vanished, leaving behind only a chaotic ground. Surely, he must be dead now. Noki exhaled heavily, about to rally the ninjas of Awagakure to apprehend the 2 wooden sentinels, when a demonic whisper reached his ears. Not bad, old man. But let us see how you withstand this. Silver, having reconstituted himself through elemental transformation, unleashed torrents of magma from his arms, sending molten fists soaring into the air as he bellowed. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 92. A Catastrophe. There exists no invincible devil fruit. Success relies entirely on the host's mastery. Having just acquired Akainu's magma fruit, despite having imprinted all of his techniques in Silver's mind, he is still unable to unleash the full power of the meteor volcano. After all, Akainu has wielded the magma fruit for decades, reaching a level of unparalleled skill, while Silver is merely a novice. Perhaps in the future, he may rival or even surpass Akainu, but for now, he is far from that mark. Nevertheless, the spectacle produced by the meteor volcano is nothing short of extraordinary. Is this something achievable by human means? This is an unabashed natural disaster. Fools, do not flee. Maintain your formation. The coverage of this technique is beyond imagination. Running is futile. He cursed his mother for not giving him 4 legs to escape. 2 were simply too slow. The ninjas of Awagakure were thrown into chaos, gazing skyward, utterly dumbfounded as the once clear horizon was eclipsed by an endless stream of fiery meteors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was bombarded by colossal magma fists, raining down like a torrential downpour, with an extensive coverage. The air began to boil, emitting white steam, as the intense heat caused moisture in the atmosphere to evaporate rapidly. Even oxygen was on the verge of being consumed, creating a suffocating peril. Staring blankly at the descending magma fists, the ninjas of Awagakure were filled with despair. Their faces drained of color. In an instant, the void transformed into a hell of scorching flames, leaving their hearts laden with helplessness. This technique, surpassing all comprehension, could rightly be deemed a natural disaster. This is disastrous. Observing the falling magma fists, Inoki felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the densely packed ninjas, now akin to ants on a hot skillet. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his mind was engulfed in desolation. While he might evade the fiery meteors, the other ninjas of Iwagakure would undoubtedly face a grim fate. How infuriating. Inoki clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. He had believed that their numbers would ensure absolute dominance. Initially, it appeared so, but Silver had unexpectedly summoned a calamity. The overwhelming advantage had transformed into an unprecedented disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Do not lose formation. We must resist. This is mere deception. Inoki commanded, feigning calmness. As a leader, he must always maintain unwavering confidence and composure, lest chaos ensue. A desperate struggle ensued. Silver scoffed derisively, feeling an unusual fatigue due to his sage body, which typically brimmed with energy. His mental faculties were particularly lacking, and the world before him grew increasingly blurred. The demands on his stamina and physical condition were exceedingly rigorous. Shaking his head, Silver regained some clarity, internally resolving that he had previously focused too much on refining his chakra and pursuing the ultimate ninjutsu, neglecting the importance of physical training. Silver sighed deeply, acutely aware of the significance of physical prowess. However, time was of the essence. His previous focus had been predominantly on ninjutsu, but upon returning, he resolved to dedicate himself entirely to physical training. Meanwhile, the anguished cries of the ninjas from Iwagakure reverberated across the globe. Boom, boom, boom. The merciless onslaught of magma fists wreaked havoc upon the earth, transforming the landscape within a radius of several hundred meters into a molten wasteland. The myriad forms of life that came into contact with the slow-moving magma crumbled under its searing embrace, and those unfortunate enough to stumble were instantaneously reduced to mere bones. The chilling screams echoed, and as one looked up, a ninja who had inadvertently fallen was engulfed by the magma, his life extinguished in an instant. The most harrowing aspect was the aroma of flesh cooking, reminiscent of barbecued meat, which wafted through the air. Yet, upon witnessing the charred remains of their comrade, even the seasoned veterans of Iwagakure could not suppress their nausea. To witness their own being incinerated into a state of well-done flesh, while they remained powerless to act, was a profound blow to the spirits of all Iwagakure ninjas. Boom. The massacre continued, and the sky was filled with falling fire meteors, mercilessly claiming lives as they struck the ground. Each impact accompanied by the wails of Iwagakure ninjas who succumbed to the molten depths. It was time to retreat. Silver accelerated to his utmost limit. Having just sprinted a few dozen meters, a shadow descended from above. Having slain so many of my Iwagakure ninjas, how can I allow you to leave unscathed? What face would I have left? Inoki's voice was deep, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Is that so? Silver replied with a resigned smile, only to instantly change his demeanor, his speed surpassing the turning of a page. Then you shall vanish. As his words fell, Silver's arm, enveloped in swirling magma, struck forth with ferocity canine teeth of the crimson lotus. Roar. The heart-wrenching cries surged from the front. Inoki looked up to see a monstrous hound, entirely formed of magma, lunging toward him, its body rolling and smoking with molten fury, rendering any contact impossible. What is this? No hand signs required for any of his ninjutsu? Inoki's expression darkened. Silver was practically a cheat. Thus far, nearly all of his techniques had been executed without the need for hand seals, giving him a tremendous advantage. Nevertheless, he could not allow the architect of this chaos to escape. Otherwise, he, as the Tsuchikage, would become a target of scorn. This he would never permit. Inoki's eyes glinted with madness, knowing it was time to fight with all his might. Dust release, technique of realm separation. A square barrier emerged around the approaching magma hound. Begone, Inoki uttered calmly, as if conducting a symphony of destruction. The transparent barrier formed by dust release erupted, disintegrating the magma hound into nothingness. As his gaze narrowed, Inoki's sinister eyes began to scour the ground for Silver's whereabouts, only to confront a shocking and cruel reality. Silver had vanished. Chapter 93. The near-death encounter with the Tsuchikage. Inoki gazed around anxiously, desperately searching for the whereabouts of the elusive Silver. His eyes darted back and forth, yet he could not find a trace of him. Inevitably, his attention was drawn to the roasted Iwagakure ninjas, and he exclaimed in righteous indignation, "Damn brat. How dare you escape while I was careless? Humph, I shall not let you slip away next time." He resolved to take action against the small girl first, after all. As a Jinchuriki, she could serve as a means to compensate for the tremendous losses Iwagakure had suffered. Noki scrutinized the two wooden puppets with the predatory gaze of a starving wolf, causing them to shudder in fear as they faced the Iwagakure ninjas. Although the Jinchuriki was formidable, she was not invincible, and the two young wooden puppets were certainly no match for Noki. Where's that boy? He hasn't abandoned me. Has he? The two wooden puppets' faces were etched with frost, their teeth clenched in frustration as they cursed, that damned brat. How naive of me to collaborate with someone I knew to be a venomous snake. Regret was of no use now. Noki sneered, once again skillfully forming hand seals. Buzz. The ground, teeming with flowing magma, fell into a profound silence. Yet at that moment, a tremor surged forth, akin to the tumultuous rolling of a vast river. What is happening? Noki halted his seals, staring at the accelerating magma below, instinctively sensing impending danger, prioritizing his own safety. He levitated into the sky to scrutinize the peculiarities beneath him. What in the world is that? Something is swimming through the magma, eyes wide with horror. Noki's gaze nearly bulged from its sockets. The sea of magma, formed by the accumulation of molten rock, was home to an enigmatic creature that defied the high temperatures and resistance, gliding through the lava like a fish. What manner of monster could that possibly be? Not only Noki, but the ninjas who first detected the mysterious being stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a large fist whole. How could life exist within magma? What unprecedented creature could this be? Noki's pupils narrowed with intrigue as he observed the faintly emerging silhouette, which strangely resembled that of a human. Gurgle. At that moment, the magma bubbled like water, producing an astonishing number of air bubbles. And the swimming figure unexpectedly sank deep into the molten depths, vanishing from sight. Curious. After a moment, the magma returned to tranquility, and Noki, feeling a sense of loss, redirected his gaze toward the two wooden puppets, poised to form seals once more when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ground erupted violently. Layers of magma surging upward, forming colossal magma pillars that thrust directly toward Noki. The silver, previously thought to be lost, emerged from the magma, brandishing fiery fists that blazed with sparks, bursting forth with a molten punch that lit up the sky. A fiery explosion. Dayemu sharply flicked his tongue, his gaze fixed upon the incoming molten fist, assessing Iin, who was engulfed by the lava behind him. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that Iin could emerge from the magma, moving with the ease of a lava being, utterly unrestrained. Dust escape, original world divergence. Boom. Before he could complete the hand seals, Dayemu was obliterated within the lava, caught off guard, and consumed whole. What are you standing there for? Retreat at once. Iin intended to turn and flee, only to find the two wooden beings staring vacantly, scolding them for their foolishness. The two wooden beings nodded fervently like chicks pecking at rice, casting a lingering glance at the nearly total annihilation of their forces and wisely departing. This was merely a fraction of the ninjas brought by Dayemu. A substantial contingent, numbering in the thousands, was still locked in confrontation with Konoha. That fellow actually survived. To be swallowed by lava and yet live. The two wooden beings turned to find the layers of lava encasing Dayemu peeling away, revealing that he was merely injured, his skin severely scorched, but his life not in immediate peril. After all, he was the leader of a village, surely possessing hidden techniques. It would not be easy to kill him, Iin answered with certainty. After all, Dayemu was a contemporary of the third Hokage, formidable and cunning, not easily vanquished. Gazing intently at the lava enveloping Dayemu, the three tomoe Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Iin remarked, so it is, the density of the lava has decreased. Hence this old man, though injured, is not fatally so. Reducing the density of the lava? He might indeed be capable of that. The two wooden beings conceded, their appearance akin to coal miners emerging from a pit, all thanks to Dayemu. The lava contained a plethora of earth and rock. Dayemu possessed a technique known as light and heavy rock technique, significantly diminishing the lava's density, thus preventing his demise. However, theoretically speaking, had the original user of the magma fruit been in his place, that surprise attack might have already killed Dayemu. Iin analyzed seriously. It was a fact that he was currently inferior to a Kainu, for the magma fruit was newly acquired, and to achieve such an extent on the first use was already commendable. Furrowing his brow, Iin suddenly became aware of someone observing him. Turning his head, he found the two wooden beings regarding him curiously. Is there something on my face? Iin inquired, as he touched his visage. Not at all. No need to worry. I merely feared someone might ambush you. The two wooden beings appeared concerned for his well-being. Nonsense, if someone were to ambush me, it would be you. Iin shot her a glare, his tone irritable. Is he truly human? Certainly not. He even knows the techniques employed by Dyemu. This fellow must be the long-lost son of the Tsuchikage. The two wooden beings secretly slandered, Azine, without awaiting an explanation of his techniques, seemed to perceive the future and comprehend Dyemu's arts, either a reincarnation of a deity or the very son of Dyemu himself. Chapter 94. A vast disparity. The two figures, a wooden man and silver, hastily departed, while Inoki and his men were far less fortunate. The ninjas of Konoha seized the opportunity, mercilessly assaulting the IWA ninjas, who were left utterly humiliated. They suffered severe setbacks, losing critical positions and retreating in utter disarray. In the aftermath, Inoki, the formidable leader of the IWA ninja, was infuriated, vowing to exact a bloody retribution against the legendary Sannin, as well as Silver, who was equally despised. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, the flickering campfire cast a faint glow within the dark forest. In a crystal-clear pond, the two wooden figures were bathing, with Silver not far away. What an irritating contraption this is, he thought, casting a glance at the black barrier surrounding the pond, designed specifically to thwart any peeping. Never mind, I should focus on contemplating the magma fruit and Akainu's other abilities. Thoughts of Akainu's full range of powers, magma fruit, haki, the 6 powers of the navy, and various sword techniques surfaced in his mind. It was rather astonishing how much he understood, Silver mused. Recalling Akainu's identity, a future fleet admiral of the navy, it made sense that he would possess such knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Silver closed his eyes and, after a brief pause, opened them again, exclaiming, "Haki hardening." The pale skin of his palm transformed instantaneously into a deep black, emanating an indomitable radiance. Curiosity piqued. He impulsively knocked his left hand against his right arm. The resounding thud echoed through the air, reminiscent of steel clashing, filling the space with a metallic resonance. The martial arts within One Piece are impressive, particularly haki, which is indeed a remarkable ability. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Silver gazed intently at his right hand. Now enveloped in haki, there was no specific sensation, just a notable increase in hardness and strength. The notion of capturing an ability user seemed unnecessary, for in this world, only Silver was a devil fruit user. It appears I still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching Akainu's level, Silver lamented, acknowledging that he was far from matching Akainu's prowess. I've almost forgotten an important matter. With his mind drifting to the farm world, the dark night transformed into a warm, sunlit day. Silver made his way toward the distant thatched cottage, in search of Loxin. His hurried consumption of Akainu's devil fruit left him with many unanswered questions, particularly those concerning his very existence, issues that must not be taken lightly. Where has that little girl wandered off to? The seemingly dilapidated cottage held secrets within. While it wasn't lavish, it was undeniably well-crafted and equipped with all the necessities, providing a comfortable dwelling. Trespassing into someone else's private space is indeed a crime. A swirling haze of white smoke enveloped the scene as Lachine materialized out of thin air. Hands on her hips and pouting in discontent. "This is my room. You, a grown man. Step aside, for this is my territory. Remember, you are merely a worker," Silver commanded, brazenly intruding into the space. However, the little girl indeed had a knack for tidiness. As she surveyed her surroundings with a nod of approval, without hesitation, Silver plopped down onto the bed and beckoned Lachine with a crooked finger. "Hurry, massage my shoulders." Truly, she knew how to indulge herself. Reluctantly, Lachine replied, yet under Silver's imposing presence, she complied and began to knead her shoulders. "By the way, does my devil fruit have any side effects, like an aversion to water?" Silver inquired anxiously, recognizing the gravity of the matter. It was crucial to clarify this. The sea posed a lethal weakness to devil fruit users. Even ordinary water could significantly impact them, especially in a world where many wielded water techniques, making their situation perilous. It was imperative to ascertain this knowledge. As for sea stone, there was no need for concern, for it did not exist in this realm. There is no need for the master to worry. Farm produce is always of the finest quality. The world you currently inhabit is not that of One Piece. There are no restrictions here. It is only upon entering the One Piece world that you will be affected. Lachine's words dispelled Silver's doubts, easing the tension that had knitted her brow. Meanwhile, the two wooden figures had finished their cleansing ritual and approached the shore, their damp forms finally settling beside the bonfire to warm themselves. What on earth is going on with him? Their gazes fixated on Silver. Noticing his distracted demeanor, the two wooden figures exchanged sly glances, a glimmer of mischief dancing in their eyes. Just as one of them produced a length of rope, intending to bind Silver. A sharp voice interrupted the moment. Miss Wooden Figure, I just rescued you from peril, and you already intend to stab me in the back? Do you find this appropriate? Silver stated bluntly, fixing his gaze on the scheming duo. Had I known you would resort to underhanded tactics, I might as well have left you to the old man Yamoki to become a human pillar. You. The wooden figure's faces flushed with embarrassment as one attempted to justify. I was merely testing your reflexes. After all, we are in this together. If you perish, I too shall face misfortune. Such a flimsy excuse would not deceive even a child. Moreover, when you lie, do refrain from blushing, as it diminishes your credibility. Silver retorted exasperatedly. He then turned his gaze toward the distant, indistinct outline of Konoha, murmuring, Konoha is within reach. Let us part ways here. The relationship between our two villages is currently strained, and our association could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 95. Sky-high prices due to the previous incident at the Hidden Mist Village. The relationship between the two villages has deteriorated sharply, although the facade remains intact. Covert maneuvers have already commenced. I must stay by your side at all times, Silver declared, her voice resonating. In that moment, the two wooden figures hastily rejected her resolution, their gem-like eyes brimming with anxiety, exuding an unwavering resolve. This is absolutely unacceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, Silver firmly countered, You are a Jinchuriki. Do you truly believe that those people will allow you to escape if I take you to Konoha? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two wooden figures stiffened, followed by a sorrowful smile. You are right. Jinchuriki are coveted by every village, treated merely as weapons. Silver regarded the two wooden figures with complex emotions, momentarily empathizing with their plight. Jinchuriki are universally scorned, and no village is an exception. Nevertheless, I still wish to accompany you. After a pause, the two wooden figures remained resolute, which greatly irritated Silver. I have no obligation to protect you. Even if you were to offer me payment, I would refuse, Silver replied, adamant that she would not bear the burden of the two wooden figures' predicament. Do you intend to use me as a weapon? That is utterly preposterous, Silver scoffed, immediately grasping the intentions of the two wooden figures. Her current identity was akin to that of a rogue ninja, and being a Jinchuriki made her a target of Cloud Village. If she frequently associated with the two wooden figures, she would inevitably face similar consequences. The predicament I find myself in is your doing. You must take responsibility, one of the wooden figures stated, her lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched. My doing? Silver couldn't help but chuckle, bemused. I have uttered this many times before. While I am indeed the root cause of your current situation, you are aware that I am powerless in this matter. Surely you cannot expect me to willingly face punishment. Moreover, I just saved your life. I believe that we are even now, with no debts owed to one another, she said, shrugging with a smile. Upon hearing this, despair filled the hearts of the two wooden figures, their faces pale and eyes clouded with hopelessness. Seeing their reaction, Silver inwardly reveled in amusement and suddenly raised her voice. If you truly wish to accompany me, there is a condition that must be met, which will serve as payment for my services. Silver spoke softly, showing no concern for Cloud Village, whose inhabitants harbored deep animosity towards her. Regardless, even without the involvement of the two wooden figures, Cloud Village would not easily let her go. A condition? The two wooden figures were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Silver, filled with suspicion. Pray, share it with us. First and foremost, you absolutely cannot accompany me into Konoha. This is non-negotiable. In response, the two wooden figures nodded, affirming, that is not an issue. I have no intention of going to Konoha. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha is undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. Upon hearing the grievances of the two wooden figures, Silver did not refute. In some respects, this was indeed an undeniable truth. Tell me what you wish to know, and I may begrudgingly assist you this once. With a smile, Ian displayed an air of magnanimity that caused the two wooden figures to clench their teeth in frustration. Yet, prioritizing their safety, they reluctantly acquiesced, saying, Let's hear what you have to say. After a moment of silence, Ian abruptly declared, Be my subordinates. The two wooden figures were visibly taken aback, gazing at Ian in astonishment as they caught a fleeting glimmer of ambition deep within his eyes, leading them to ponder. What could this fellow's true intentions be? It was undoubtedly something far from simple. The eyes are the windows to the soul, always revealing one's most genuine thoughts. And they could not misinterpret the blazing ambition within Ian's gaze, a fire that seemed poised to consume the entire world. Becoming your subordinate is acceptable, but there must be conditions. One of them began, only to be interrupted by Yin's cold laughter. Nonsense. I won't allow you to haggle. You either agree or get lost. Do you even realize that I am a girl? Show me some respect when you speak. The other wooden figure's fiery eyes flashed with indignation as she retorted angrily. A girl? At this, Yin's expression faltered momentarily and with a hint of amusement. He looked at the wooden figure and teased, to be fair, I can't see where you resemble a girl. You're more of a tomboy, if anything. You. The wooden figure was infuriated, glaring at Yin's mischievous grin, her lips quivering, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent, recognizing the futility of her anger. After all, she was but a stray dog at this moment, lacking the leverage to negotiate with Yin. If she were to part ways with him, her very life would be at stake. Relying on Yin's strength was her only chance of survival. What is your decision? Yin inquired nonchalantly. Fully aware that the two wooden figures had no alternative, the path before them was singular. Either they followed Yin and clung to life, or they were captured and returned to Yunin village. I agree to your terms. Despite the bitterness swelling within her, the wooden figure ultimately chose to submit. Realizing that under the eaves, one must bow their head, she needed to depend on Yin to survive. With the hope of growing stronger in the future and breaking free at a more opportune moment. Smart choice, Yin remarked, stretching lazily. Gradually easing his guard against the two wooden figures. Let us pause for rest. When I return to Konoha, you must find a place to hide temporarily. If you attempt to enter Konoha with me, you will undoubtedly perish. The wooden figure nodded in acknowledgement. Acutely aware that her previous high profile had made her a well-known figure as a Jinchuriki, and infiltrating Konoha alone would surely lead to her destruction. The Jinchuriki were both objects of public disdain and coveted prizes among the various villages. Chapter 96. Izanami. The rules of this world are undeniably harsh. The Jinchuriki are mere pawns in a relentless game, and the likelihood of earning the acknowledgement of others is virtually non-existent. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary attributes akin to Uzumaki Naruto, capable of captivating all with his miraculous, defying nature, as exemplified by the two members of the Wooden Clan who certainly do not share such fortune. After reaching an agreement, they succumbed to slumber. For once, Yin found a rare moment of tranquility, having been perpetually on edge during this period, and now relishing a chance to relax. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, dawn broke, accompanied by a vigorous morning breeze and sunlight stretching across the horizon. You may wander around the outskirts of Konoha, but if you are discovered, flee at once. Yin cautioned. Despite the third Hokage's amiable demeanor, he remained uncertain of how the two Wooden Clan members would be treated if caught. The third Hokage had a reputation for being rather astute. Perhaps joining your village would earn his favor. Fool, having just escaped one cage. Do you wish to enter another den of tigers and wolves? Yin replied solemnly, recalling the actions of the third Hokage in the aftermath. Do not be deceived by his seemingly cheerful facade. He is cunning and shrewd, adept at wielding subtle tactics. Beyond combat, he may be even more skilled at manipulating the hearts of men. His ability to persuade Uchiha Itachi to annihilate his own clan is a testament to his unparalleled rhetorical prowess. Then I shall linger around the outskirts of Konoha. To exercise caution, replied the clear-eyed member of the Wooden Clan, her sincerity shining through her words. Yin had saved her life, and the past grievances had been laid to rest. Now, united in their shared predicament, she genuinely hoped for his survival, as she too relied on him. I shall, farewell. Within Konoha village, a bustling atmosphere prevailed. Compared to the war-torn outside world, it may not be a paradise, but it exuded a profound sense of peace, with contentment evident on every face. In the Hokage's office, a storm brewed. Is it true? The third Raikage has vanished? What is the purpose of the Umbu ninjas? Such crucial news has left no trace. The third Hokage seethed with fury, the third Raikage's secret departure from the village, coupled with the lack of information from his own Umbu, was infuriating. It was entirely possible that he was plotting the downfall of Konoha. I must express my gratitude to you, Yin, the third Hokage said earnestly. It was but a trivial matter, Yin replied with a smile. Had it not been for this mission, he might never have encountered the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, nor would the bones of Akainu have awakened, thus finding fortune in misfortune. Please return and rest for now. I shall inform you of any other tasks. The third Hokage's expression was clouded with concern. The inexplicable disappearance of the third Raikage weighed heavily on his heart, and he furrowed his brow, pondering the ambitions of the Raikage, a village known for its warmongering tendencies, where every individual harbored a fervent yearning for conflict. Farewell, Hokage-sama. With a deep bow, In took his leave, casting one last glance at the Hokage. In the small garden brimming with vegetables, In casually consumed a few morsels to stave off hunger before delving into the scrolls left behind by his father. Yet this time, his focus strayed from the legacies of Uchiha Madara. He had thoroughly perused all that Madara had bequeathed and found no reason to squander time on it. A black scroll caught his eye, exuding an aura of antiquity. What could this be? He mused, weighing the scroll in his hands. These artifacts must hold great value, having been passed down through the Uchiha lineage for centuries. Surely my father, with his affection for me, would not have entrusted me with anything trivial or harmful. Without further contemplation, In unfurled the scroll, acknowledging that his current accomplishments were attributable not only to his own efforts but also to the significant contributions of his late father. Was that all? As he skimmed through the scroll's contents, a look of curiosity on his face gradually morphed into one of disappointment. With a sigh, he remarked, "It appears to be a worthless scroll, muddling through the waters of obscurity. Wait, could it be?" The scroll concluded with a few striking characters. The technique that determines fate is Izanami. Upon seeing these words, Yin's breath quickened, his gasps resembling those of a startled beast. And his hands trembled as he clutched the scroll, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Damn it. I had been searching for the traces of Izanami and ended up using it as a makeshift table leg. He longed to slap himself for his folly, but instead, he meticulously scrutinized the scroll, leaving no character unexamined, his eyes occasionally sparkling with brilliance. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yin's emotion surged as he comprehended the depth of the technique. The origins of Izanami were intricate, crafted as a countermeasure against Izanagi. And the creator of this technique was a female ninja from the Uchiha clan. It seemed that only the progenitor herself and the future Uchiha Itachi possessed knowledge of this art. To conceive such a formidable technique, to label her as a genius would be an affront. In could not contain his admiration. He understood the terror of Izanagi, which could permanently control a person's will. The capabilities of someone who could create such a divine technique transcended human evaluation. As for the prerequisites for learning, could it truly be that only the 3 tomoe Sharingan was required? He had initially believed that the Mangekyō Sharingan was necessary for its mastery. Upon seeing the clearly inscribed words on the scroll, In had no doubt. If his 3 tomoe Sharingan could birth Izanagi, then it was entirely plausible that it could also master Izanami. With resolute determination, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of Izanami, neglecting both sleep and sustenance until he had thoroughly mastered the technique. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he finally succumbed to slumber, and even then, it was merely for a few hours. Soon after, he awoke with renewed vitality, his spirit invigorated after obtaining the sage body. Chapter 97. The crisis approaches. Silver's eyes widened in astonishment as she immersed herself in the study of Izanagi, completely entranced and wholeheartedly devoted, channeling all her mental energy into the profundity of this arcane technique. It was not until the following afternoon that she gradually regained her senses. Having grasped the essence of Izanami, she surmised that with a bit more understanding, she could unleash this unprecedented and formidable ninjutsu. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Silver stepped out of her room with a spirited demeanor. After a couple of days deprived of sunlight, she felt a chill envelop her body damp and uncomfortable. Just as she was about to indulge in the warmth of the sun's rays, a multitude of ninja gathered caught her attention and stirred her apprehension. Could it be that so many ninjas had converged due to an incursion into Konoha? It seemed implausible. Casting furtive glances, Silver scrutinized the assembly of ninjas, certain that some unforeseen calamity was afoot. Among the gathered ninjas, she spotted a familiar silhouette. Driven by curiosity, she trailed the throng of ninjas as they exited the village. "Why, hi, it has been a few days. You look quite well," Silver remarked, catching up to the figure of Yuhi Kurenai. Her face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated tranquility akin to a spring breeze. "Huh, well, that cannot be true," Kurenai replied, shaking her head vigorously. "I've been run-ragged these past few days, barely finding time to sleep. How could I possibly look well?" "Your ability to deceive has grown, Silver." Silver chuckled softly, eventually shrugging in resignation. "Then what is the nature of this mission? Such a grand assembly of ninjas must number in the hundreds. You cannot possibly mean that ninjas from other villages are invading." Kurenai cast a penetrating gaze at Silver before leaning in to whisper, "I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but while it may not be as dire as you think, it is indeed serious. Other village ninjas have been sighted outside our village, and I've heard they possess significant influence, though I do not know her name. Only a portrait was shared." Silver's breath hitched, an ominous thought flashing through her mind. Maintaining her composure, she inquired subtly, "Is she a blonde girl? Perhaps in her teenage years?" "How did you know?" Kurenai exclaimed in surprise, for those privy to such information were few and far between, and Silver was not among them. At this, Silver's expression faltered momentarily. Yet she remained composed as she replied, "On my way back to Konoha, I encountered a mysterious blonde girl. However, I was in a hurry and did not inquire further." "Yes, that is indeed her." Setting aside her own doubts, Kurenai continued, "I've heard from higher-ups that she is no ordinary individual with substantial connections. It seems she was discovered by Lord Minato, who then informed the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze," Silver mused, her eyes briefly flashing with a hint of malice before she smiled and said, "Kurenai, you should attend to your mission. We must find time to gather and catch up." "I shall treat you." "Really? In that case, I shall not hold back." As the crimson sun set, it smiled brightly in agreement. And then its form shifted from solid to ethereal, vanishing within the silvery gaze. The renowned wave wind Minato. This fellow possesses an astute nose for trouble. I merely positioned the two wooden figures at the fringes of Konoha, yet he managed to uncover their whereabouts. Ian clenched his fists, his hesitation transformed into resolute determination. And he resolutely pursued. Upon arriving in this realm, he initially intended to maintain distance from wave wind Minato, seldom provoking him, and apart from certain necessary occasions. Their encounters were nearly non-existent. This was primarily due to Ian's desire to avoid entanglements with such a person. Their contrasting personalities made it exceedingly challenging to function within the same team. Yet who could have anticipated that Minato would come seeking him? What is meant to happen cannot be thwarted. What is unwelcome will eventually arrive. Without further ado, Ian gritted his teeth and followed. Recruiting the two wooden figures as mere placeholders was a decision Ian made after much contemplation. Navigating this world alone is no easy feat, while his combat prowess is commendable. Gathering intelligence proves to be a significant challenge. He often finds himself lagging behind, missing optimal opportunities, and remaining at a disadvantage. If he could find a few reliable pawns dedicated to sourcing information, it would be most advantageous, particularly since he has to handle every trivial matter himself. He is overwhelmed and in dire need of a subordinate to assist him. Wave wind Minato. I am quite curious to witness the legendary golden flash and discern what sets him apart. In a fleeting moment, shadows flitted about, and Ian completely vanished, merging into the darkness of the dense forest. His Sharingan activated, keenly observing the surrounding movements, perceiving even the slightest rustle of leaves. Clang, clang, clang. At that instant, the cacophony of fierce combat within the jungle seized Ian's attention. In a daze, he glimpsed the two wooden figures, their weak forms fleeing in disarray, prompting a swift change of course towards them. "Let go," Wave Wind Minato implored, gazing earnestly at the graceful young woman before him. "You are not my match. And there are still Konoha's ninja forces nearby. Furthermore, we are not far from the village. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Cornered, the two wooden figures found themselves surrounded by the encroaching Konoha ninjas, cold sweat trickling down their brows, hearts filled with despair and dread. If they could not even withstand Minato, what hope did they have against the multitude of Konoha ninjas? A low hum resonated as the verdant earth oozed with magma, surging towards Wave Wind Minato and his companions. The ninjas who dared to engage were met with agonizing cries, their screams a symphony of despair that sent shivers down the spine. Many suddenly realized that sometimes finding swift release in death could indeed be a fortunate outcome. Chapter 98. The great battle against Namikaze Minato. To be slain is a form of bliss. To be evaporated alive by magma is a fate worse than death. Beware of a sneak attack, Minato Namikaze called out loudly. Suddenly, the lush, verdant grassland was inundated with magma, with no volcanic vent in sight, indicating clearly that it was a man-made occurrence. Gurgling, the magma boiled violently, continuously bubbling and annihilating everything it touched. Even lifeless soil turned to char upon contact with the molten rock. "Scatter quickly," Minato shouted, his senses heightened as he prepared to face the impending danger. However, his warning had little effect, as the flowing magma trembled ominously, followed immediately by countless fists resembling meteors hurtling toward the sky. Meteor volcano. The azure sky instantaneously transformed into an abyss of deep crimson, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though one had descended into a hellish realm of magma, where the atmosphere was saturated with a brutal aura of destruction, and demonic flames illuminated the horizon. "This cannot be so simple," Minato murmured to himself. The magma fists soared skyward, Yet there were no casualties on the side of Konoha. Such an outcome defied logic and reason. As anticipated, the subsequent events proved to be dire indeed. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of molten fists rained down from above, their piercing descent producing a chilling sound reminiscent of the end of days, instilling despair and oppression in the hearts of all who bore witness. What the hell is this situation? What level of ninjutsu is this? Is it the legendary S rank? Or perhaps even stronger? It could very well be the wrath of the heavens. What grievous sin have we committed in Konoha to provoke such divine enmity? Though the spectacle may not have been earth-shattering, it certainly captured the attention of the entire village, leaving them in stunned disbelief as they gazed at the fiery meteors descending from the sky, exclaiming their misfortune. Quickly disperse. Do not cluster together. Run in all directions. Minato bellowed, his voice rising in urgency. Rarely given to anger, he now felt a surge of fury. Who was the scoundrel who had plotted against Konoha? This was utterly outrageous. What frustrated Minato the most was that, even half a day later, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the enemy, leaving him feeling particularly helpless and constrained by forces beyond his control. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery fist struck the ground, unleashing a brutal wave of slaughter. The ninjas of Konoha fell victim to the flames, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Yet, all remained indifferent, for they were preoccupied with their own survival. The descending magma fists outnumbered them significantly. Only a few hundred were sent to pursue the wooden figures, yet the magma fists raining down appeared to be in the thousands. A staggering and dizzying sight. Could it be? A youthful and handsome visage emerged in his mind, causing a warm current to flow through the heart of the wooden figure. Initially, it was believed that Een merely sought to exploit her, discarding her at will. However, the current situation suggested otherwise. The willingness to confront the ninjas of Konoha, even at the risk of his life, indicated that Een held her in high regard, at least for the time being, and would not abandon her. Gurgle. Beneath the feet of Minato Namikaze, the lava churned violently, followed by a sudden eruption of deep crimson magma, coalescing into a vague silhouette. A great blast of fire. A colossal fiery fist surged forth, the event transpiring so abruptly that Minato remained utterly unresponsive. Boom. The fiery fist wreaked havoc, annihilating the verdant forest and charring the ground to a crisp black, leaving a massive crater several dozen meters in diameter, 20 meters ahead. Had it escaped? Impossible, at least not with the body flicker technique. A mysterious figure shattered the tense atmosphere, emanating magma from every inch of his being, undoubtedly the perpetrator. Who are you? Which village's ninja are you? Minato emerged from the woods, his steel-blue eyes flickering with astonishment. The enigmatic figure donned a menacing silver mask, sharp fangs protruding, magma continuously oozing from his back, accompanied by a rising plume of black smoke. The ground bubbled with spreading lava, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire world in flames. Trees were relentlessly snapped, and the creatures dwelling within the forest fled in despair, as the once lush earth transformed into a pitch-black wasteland, life withering away in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Minato's heart leaped to his throat. The individual before him was evidently a harbinger of doom, capable of obliterating all in a mere flick of the wrist. You should retreat. Yuki. A hoarse voice emanated from beneath the mask, making it impossible to discern gender. But you alone. Do not stay here to complicate matters for me. The ninjas of Konoha will arrive imminently. Your presence here will only serve to distract me. Without affording Yuki a chance to retort, Een gestured for her to leave. Remaining here would render her ineffective, especially since this was the heart of Konoha. Though a two-tails Jinchuriki was formidable, to act recklessly in Konoha was sheer folly. I understand. Please take care. After casting a deep glance at the masked Een, Yuki turned to depart. You wish to leave? Do you believe Konoha is your home, where you may come and go as you please? Minato, witnessing this, scoffed coldly and commanded, pursue her. Do not let her escape. She possesses. Minato's words abruptly ceased, realizing that no one paid him heed. To his dismay, he found himself surrounded by desolation, devoid of any living creature, save for the scattered bones that lay bare. Though unaware of the individual's identity, openly challenging Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was akin to playing with fire. Clenching his fists, Minato's murderous intent surged forth. Setting fire? Perhaps. However, I am one who. Chapter 99. The disfigurement of Minato Namikaze unfazed by the brazen humiliation, even though Minato Namikaze could not discern the loathsome visage concealed beneath the mask. He was certain that the masked individual wore a sneer of contempt. Let me experience what you truly possess. Hellhound. Before Minato was granted the opportunity to utter a word, a malevolent hound, composed entirely of molten lava, lunged at him. Its fiery fangs bared and a deafening roar emanating from its maw. Such a marvelous technique. Minato murmured in astonishment, recognizing the rarity of such a simple, seal-less jutsu of immense power. Yet, he was no ordinary man, and he would not be cowed by a single attack. He responded with the utmost ferocity. With chakra coursing through his veins, a seemingly insignificant energy sphere rapidly expanded, spinning at an incredible velocity, generating fierce gusts of wind. Rasengan. The colossal energy sphere formed, and Minato propelled it forth with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The two formidable techniques collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating both the indomitable lava hound and the Rasengan. Not bad at all. The masked figure, Silver, thought to himself, realizing that now was not the time for haste. With the confrontation against Konoha still unfolding. With a sardonic chuckle, the murderous glint in Silver's eyes intensified as he launched himself forward without hesitation. You wish to engage in close combat? Very well, this presents a perfect opportunity to tear away your disguise. After a moment of contemplation, Minato charged ahead, and the two engaged in an intense exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists met in a frenetic rhythm, transcending the limits of human comprehension. Boom, boom, boom. With a powerful swing, Silver temporarily forced Minato back, unleashing his full strength once more in a relentless barrage of punches, falling like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Minato steadfastly defended himself, observing the increasingly frenzied Silver, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips as he condensed his energy into a fist, amplifying his power exponentially. Bang. Caught off guard, Silver was sent staggering backward, retreating several dozen meters before regaining his footing. In a flash, Minato appeared before Silver as though he had traversed space itself. An unexpected presence that left no trace of his movement, akin to a specter. In his hand, he held an enhanced Rasengan, glowing with a dangerous luminescence. Even with Silver's composure, he found himself momentarily taken aback, murmuring in disbelief. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Realizing something was amiss, Silver scanned the area frantically, suddenly noticing a unique marking nestled between his fingers. With astonishment, Silver exclaimed, "When did this get here? I didn't even feel." Rasengan. Before Silver could finish his sentence, the azure energy sphere soared toward him. "This should be the end for you," Minato said, wiping the sweat from his brow with an air of ease, rubbing his tingling arm. The bruises adorning his limb, courtesy of Silver's onslaught, were a testament to the fierce battle they had waged. "Are you intentionally suppressing me, merely to leave the space coordinates of Flying Thunder God?" Silver's voice trembled as he spoke, the Rasengan still drilling into his chest, crushing his body. "You are quite astute. You speak the truth," the gentle and confident Minato Namikaze remarked beside Silver. "Is that so? Merely a genius ninja, proficient in both martial and scholarly arts, possessing unparalleled strength and cunning. I am truly impressed." Upon hearing this, Silver initially showered praise upon Minato, elevating him to lofty heights, only to later reveal a smirk of triumph, the mask obscuring Minato's view. Yet it was apparent that Silver's fist had turned as dark as night. "However, I intentionally allowed you to retain the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, how could you possibly be so at ease as you are now?" Armament Haki, Harden. With a thunderous shout, Silver's fist pulsed with an indomitable aura, his expression turning grim as he ruthlessly swung at Minato's face. Boom. In a sudden turn of events, Minato was caught off guard and sent flying several meters away, blood gushing from his mouth. The most gruesome sight was that Silver's vicious strike, enveloped in armament Haki, shattered Minato's nasal bone, reducing it to a pool of crimson. At the same time, the Rasengan swirling in Silver's chest pierced through his body. Surprisingly, there was no blood or flesh to be seen, only magma swirling about. Despite being gutted, Silver swiftly utilized his elemental transformation ability to mend his body in the blink of an eye, in stark contrast to Minato's pitiful state, where his nose had vanished entirely, leaving a grotesque visage. "I know all your previous actions were mere performances, a professional actor indeed," Silver said with a mocking tone, a self-satisfied expression crossing his face. "However, I too am acting, and I am a performer whose skills surpass even that of your professional prowess." "You!" Minato cried out in pain, his handsome face now marred with blood, contorted in agony. What a thrill, gazing at Minato's bloodied visage. Silver felt an inexplicable exhilaration wash over him. He felt invigorated, as if he had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Even the prospect of accumulating 1,000 points could not match this level of excitement. This man is no ordinary foe. Caution is paramount, lest the tragedy of earlier befall him once more. As Minato steadied his emotions, he observed the wounds on Silver's chest rapidly closing. A terrifying thought surged within him. The Rasengan had clearly struck him. Yet why did it yield no effect? Not a single response. Could it be that this individual is capable of disregarding physical attacks altogether? It seemed utterly ineffective. Chapter 100. Cremation by Blade. Bluffing Shuemin fixed his gaze intently upon Ain, the agony radiating from the vanishing tip of his nose rendering him almost despondent. In a moment of disorientation, he suddenly became cognizant of the figure before him. How peculiar. This strange individual evokes a sense of familiarity within me. Bluffing Shuemin mused. Feeling an inexplicable connection to this unfamiliar silhouette, reminiscent of a time when he might have encountered it. Yet he could not ascertain who it was among the ninjas he knew, particularly one possessing the ability of lava release. Regardless of the situation, he had to remain focused. This masked adversary surpassed all enemies he had previously faced. With a surge of determination, Bluffing Shuemin concentrated. And an energy sphere flickered into existence within the palm of his right hand, only to vanish in an instant. Boom. Before Ain, Bluffing Shuemin reappeared, launching his Rasengan directly towards his foe's visage. With a resounding impact, the air trembled, and Ain's entire form began to disintegrate, his face reduced to mere fragments. Astonishingly, what spewed forth from his shattered cheeks was not blood or flesh, but rather searing magma that even caught Bluffing Shuemin off guard, drenching him in molten rock. How excruciating! Bluffing Shuemin gasped, hastily discarding his ninja attire to evade further calamity, yet his skin still bore the brunt of the assault, charred black. What manner of creature is this? Is he truly a being composed entirely of magma? How can such an extreme entity exist in this world? Bluffing Shuemin's expression grew grim. Ain was utterly invincible. Any attempt to physically engage him resulted in an eruption of lava, rendering all ninjutsu seemingly ineffective. For the time being, he resolved to restrain him, awaiting the arrival of his comrades to collectively subdue this menace, employing a strategy of attrition to wear him down. With a swift change in tactics, Bluffing Shuemin dismissed his earlier gloom. He was not one to be single-minded. If solitary combat proved futile, he would resort to a strategy of overwhelming numbers. You shall not come, then I shall not hold back. Without further ado, Ain continued to unleash magma from within, transforming the surroundings into a vast sea of molten rock, forbidding any approach. He understood Bluffing Shuemin's intentions to delay. Gurgle, gurgle. His entire form morphed into magma, and Ain vanished without a trace. Akin to a fish gliding through the ocean. Within the molten depths, he navigated effortlessly, silently approaching Bluffing Shuemin's feet, seizing the opportunity for a lethal ambush while his adversary remained oblivious. With a fierce tremor of his arm, torrents of magma surged forth. Ain leaped, his arm morphing into the shape of a ferocious hound as he struck. Canine fangs of the Crimson Lotus. The boiling magma erupted violently, the atmosphere filled with white steam. Boom. His fist collided with the magma-laden ground, creating a substantial crater. Meanwhile, Bluffing Shuemin unleashed his Rasengan. The azure sphere surged forth once more, striking Ain with unerring precision and obliterating his head into a cascade of molten rock. This technique is indeed troublesome. A profound lament emanated from the headless corpse, and soon after, Yin's body began to gradually restore itself. He reluctantly acknowledged that if he were to confront Namake's Minato directly, there might be a chance to strike him. However, if Minato continued to exploit the Flying Thunder God technique unscrupulously, Ain had no means to subdue him. This damned fellow had evidently come prepared. Gazing into the distant woods filled with an abundance of kunai, each inscribed with the spatial coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, it was clear that Minato had anticipated this encounter. As long as I refrain from initiating an attack, you are rendered powerless against me. Minato clasped his hands together, regaining his previous confidence. Such is the formidable and extraordinary nature of the Flying Thunder God, by merely leaving behind its coordinates. He could launch a surprise attack at any moment, and those coordinates could not be erased, rendering it immensely powerful. I find myself utterly helpless. Even contemplating that striking you may be impossible. Ain conceded that had it not been for Minato's earlier lapse in attention, he would have found it genuinely challenging to land a blow on him. Perhaps in the future, he could, but not in his current state. However, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Cease that egotistical demeanor. Ain closed his eyes, his aura shrouded in mystery, standing silently in place, whispering to himself, Observation haki. This fellow seems to possess no flaws. Fixating on Iin and perceiving that he exhibited no peculiarities, Minato once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique to launch a surprise assault. Whoosh! Minato appeared behind Iin without warning, still wielding the Rasengan. Seeing that Iin remained completely unaware, he prepared to strike with confidence. Did you truly believe I was oblivious? At that moment, Iin suddenly turned his head. A cold smile gracing his lips. Do not presume that the Flying Thunder God is invincible. It is, after all, a creation of mankind, destined to harbor its vulnerabilities. As long as I possess unseen eyes throughout my entire being, I shall detect your presence no matter where you originate from. Even if I cannot suppress the Flying Thunder God, you shall not have the luxury of ambushing me at will. With a casual glance at Minato, Iin turned back. His gaze fixed ahead, softly proclaiming, Destruction of Path 96, One-Blade Cremation. Chapter 101. The arrival of Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki's father, Minato, felt a surge of anger and silently cursed Silver. If only you had explained things beforehand. Now, at this juncture, what purpose does it serve? The ground trembled incessantly, suddenly becoming unbearably hot, akin to a fiery hell, with an excruciating intensity. Beneath Minato's feet, massive, blade-like flames flickered ominously. Do not act recklessly at such close quarters. You risk inflicting severe damage upon yourself. Apologies, but I am a being of magma. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the earth erupted in a cataclysmic upheaval, as towering flames surged forth, engulfing both Silver and Minato, leaving no opportunity for the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. The ground shook with explosive force, swallowing them into chaos, while the surrounding vegetation vanished in an instant, transforming the once lush landscape into a barren wasteland for miles around. Even the Leaf Village felt the repercussions. The soil turned a charred black, an image of desolation. What just transpired? Silver pondered, sensing the unusual turbulence within the explosion. As he gazed into the chaos, he beheld Minato, shrouded in an extraordinary chakra that radiated strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. The chakra, glimmering with golden hues amidst the flames, was captivating, instantly seizing Silver's attention. Is that the chakra of Kushina Uzumaki? Silver thought in astonishment, catching a fleeting glimpse of a striking figure, particularly enchanted by her flowing crimson hair, which unmistakably revealed her identity. What a shame! Had it not been for Kushina Uzumaki's intervention, that flame burial attack would have surely eliminated the troublesome Minato. Silver sighed, noting Minato's severely scorched form, perilously close to the brink of death, only to be interrupted by the emergence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. You dare to attack Minato? Kushina turned, her flawless visage radiating a chilling aura of impending doom, her fury causing the very air to grow frigid, even forming thick layers of ice upon the smoldering magma. And yet, what does that matter? The battlefield only concerns itself with victory or defeat. Beneath his mask, Silver's expression darkened with sorrow. To hear Kushina speak on Minato's behalf stirred feelings within him that were anything but pleasant, igniting a fierce possessiveness. Damn it! When did I start to feel this way? Silver thought, forcing himself to suppress the tumult of complex emotions. His gaze searched for Kushina's whereabouts, only to be taken aback as he realized she was charging forward, her beastly cloak shimmering radiantly. In that moment, Silver envisioned the formidable nine-tailed fox, poised to unleash its claws. This has escalated quickly, even though I have previously employed the flame burial technique and could do so again without sacrificing my body. The toll it takes remains significant, and I cannot rely on it too often. Iin solemnly observed, acutely sensing the overwhelming negative emotions coalescing throughout the cosmos. In this moment, Uzumaki Kushina resembled the very embodiment of calamity, instilling a profound sense of dread. With each thunderous step she took, the ground beneath her succumbed to destruction, her explosive power rendering the air nearly suffocating. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the wrath of a tempest raging at a magnitude of 10. Had her fury driven her to this state of rampage? Yin's pupils glimmered with a perilous light, as the surging spirit pressure within him began to rise. At present, Uzumaki Kushina was akin to a furious beast, utterly devoid of reason, pushed to the brink of madness by Yin's reckless assault on Minato Namikaze. Particularly alarming was the increasing number of tails sprouting from her beastly form. How excruciating this must be. Gazing at the approaching Kushina, Iin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, his expression darkened as the pressure of his spirit surged. There was something he desired from Kushina. whether it be the power of the tailed beast or the bones of the Jinchuriki, both promising a bounty of 100 points. Suddenly, as he momentarily lost focus, a fiery red figure descended from the heavens, none other than Uzumaki Kushina herself, accompanied by countless chakra chains that writhed like venomous serpents. A unique ability that belonged solely to her. How audacious to flaunt only 4 tails. Surely, she underestimates me. Binding technique number 81, break void, he proclaimed, as a shimmering barrier manifested in the cerulean sky. With a commanding shout, Ing concentrated his spirit pressure into the depths of the void, separating heaven and earth with a luminous glow. The barrier, delicate as a cicada's wings, appeared fragile, yet was incredibly robust. Kushina could only prostrate herself upon it, unable to budge even an inch, left to quietly lie there. It seemed this was the end of the line. Wiping the perspiration from his temples, Ing remarked with ease that the power of the Jinchuriki was extraordinarily reliable, virtually without rivals. Even with his possession of the magma fruit, he would still be overwhelmed. After all, the chakra of the Nine Tails was practically inexhaustible, an invincible force. Moreover, Kushina was not a novice like Naruto. Her inherent strength was already at the level of a Kage, and her mastery surpassed that of Naruto. A heart-wrenching roar echoed once more, striking terror into the very fabric of the sky, causing the heavens to tremble in resonance with Kushina's ferocious cry. A visible ripple of destruction radiated outward, flattening distant peaks beneath the onslaught of the shockwave. The world before Ing quaked in response, as if poised to be obliterated by Kushina's singular thought. Chapter 102. To dissolve Konoha? An unusual tremor reverberated across the heavens, a ferocious wave of destruction enveloping the skies, resonating for miles. Even the languid clouds above were ruthlessly shattered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, vanishing without a trace. Under this onslaught of concentrated chakra, all living beings felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere grain of sand lost in the vast expanse of the Milky Way, utterly inconsequential. Crack! The sound of the barrier shielding Kushina Uzumaki rang clear, causing Silver to pause and glance instinctively. What manner of beast is this? Even with his unyielding demeanor, Silver's eyes momentarily revealed a flicker of bewilderment. Behind Kushina, numerous golden chakra arms and countless chakra chains fiercely battered against the transparent defensive barrier. Could it be torn apart solely by brute force? A glimmer of realization crossed Silver's gaze as he noted the multitude of spiderweb-like fissures crisscrossing the void above. Furthermore, Kushina held within her mouth a sphere of molten energy. Buzz. The high-frequency vibrations rippled outward, causing the very fabric of reality to sway before Silver's eyes. Die. A chilling glare was cast upon Silver, and the normally berserk and irrational Kushina spoke with clarity, her energy sphere crashing down with a thunderous roar. Whoosh. The sphere's brilliance shone like the remnants of a divine cataclysm. Wherever it passed, a piercing shriek echoed. Too fragile. Silver unexpectedly broke into a smile, the mask covering his eyes betraying a cold disdain. Too fragile? I believe you mean hopeless. After a moment of surprise, Kushina retorted scornfully. It's natural for you to feel fear. After all, this is the tailed beast ball of the Nine Tails, far beyond ordinary comprehension. Your sense of dread is quite misplaced. Silver shook his head lightly, an overwhelming chakra erupting within him as he coldly replied. What I mean is, your tailed beast ball is far too weak. It doesn't even qualify to touch my body. Arrogant. Just wait until you are reduced to ashes. Then we shall see how arrogant you remain. Kushina scoffed, her gaze growing colder as her killing intent gradually receded, a subtle smile appearing on her lips, revealing her anticipation for Silver's misfortune. Silver did not defend himself. He faced the incoming tailed beast ball with indifference, watching it approach without flinching. Boom. The location where deep beneath the earth, fierce battles tore the ground asunder, resulting in numerous fissures through which molten magma flowed, silently inching towards the swirling vortex of Kushina Uzumaki. She remained utterly oblivious. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the battlefield, swarms of ninjas rushed to the scene, including the third Hokage himself, clad in military garb, gazing somberly at the chaotic battleground. This chakra cannot be mistaken. Observing the charred earth, the third Hokage was filled with profound dread, his gaze extending to the monstrous entity with its sinuous tail, forever etched in his aged eyes. Lord Hokage, the troops are assembled and ready for deployment. A mysterious figure, masked and shrouded, respectfully reported beside the third Hokage. No need. Disband the forces. The third Hokage sighed, his voice laced with resignation. The Umbu member was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "The assembled ninja forces are predominantly elite, many of whom are seasoned warriors from the last Ninja World War. Fool, are you devoid of common sense?" Tuanzong interjected coldly. "Do you really think you can intervene in a battle that spans several kilometers? Even if you recklessly throw yourselves into the fray, you'll only be met with defeat. Enough. Return immediately. This is an order." The Umbu, momentarily stunned, opened his mouth, but upon seeing the Hokage's weary expression, chose to withdraw discreetly. In the face of absolute power, altering the course of the battle through sheer numbers was a futile endeavor, only courting humiliation and unnecessary casualties. "Is it Kushina Uzumaki?" Sarutobi pondered. Within the walls of Konoha, Tuanzong was one of the few privy to Kushina Uzumaki's true identity. Indeed, the third Hokage nodded gravely, his lips trembling. It was astounding that someone could contend with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Could that masked figure be Uchiha Madara or perhaps the first Hokage himself? Shimura Danzo fell silent, his typically stern countenance betraying a rare self-mockery, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. If it were truly the first Hokage, that would be splendid. But if it were someone like Uchiha Madara, Konoha should disband while it still can. That way, we might preserve a flicker of hope for the village's continuity. Resistance would only lead to annihilation. It sounded absurd. Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, contemplating dissolution for the sake of a foe. Yet, such was the reality. Uchiha Madara was synonymous with invincibility, capable of easily decimating Konoha. After the world believed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the 2 living weapons, had fallen, the First Ninja World War erupted, with all major ninja villages turning their ire towards Konoha, indirectly underscoring the deterrent power of Hashirama and Madara. Gurgling sounds echoed as molten lava spilled over Kushina's feet. Unbeknownst to her, the silver entity stealthily appeared behind her, captivated by her 9 resplendent tails. Although these chakra tails were not literal bones, they were of no consequence. The tailed beasts were, after all, conglomerates of chakra. Their chakra served as the foundation of their corporeal forms, and seizing the 9 tails dense chakra could serve as a substitute for bones. Chapter 103. So what if it's despicable? In summary, if the quantity of the 9 tails is diminished to a certain extent, it can be exchanged for points. As it is not only the 9 tails, but also other tailed beasts, whose very essence is composed of chakra akin to their bones. This aligns perfectly with Yin's mindset. He harbors no desire to harm Kushina Uzumaki, given their intricate bond, as she has aided him on numerous occasions. While he does not seek to repay her kindness, he certainly does not wish to betray her trust. With a sudden intensity, Yin fixated on the tails of Kushina's tailed beast cloak. His body emanated thick black smoke as deep red magma swirled in his hands. Canine Red Lotus. The magma coalesced into a colossal crimson hound, baring its vicious teeth as it lunged toward Kushina. With a swiftness born of surprise, Yin easily succeeded in his ambush, the magma beast swiftly tearing through the tails of the beast cloak. Kushina, acutely aware of her rapidly depleting chakra, felt as though her reserves were being drained as if a dam had burst. Turning to face the source of her distress, she could not contain her fury as her gaze fell upon the nearly lifeless figure of Minato Namikaze. Her rage surged uncontrollably as the severed tails reformed, increasing from 4 to 5. How remarkable the advantages of a Jinchuriki are, Yin mused enviously, letting out a deep sigh before transforming into a gust of wind and retreating. Trying to flee? Kushina narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she shot forward with lightning speed, her velocity rivaling that of light itself. From her alluring red lips, several black energy spheres emerged in succession. Continuous tailed beast balls. The explosive force of the gathered tailed beast balls was extraordinary, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. The shockwave engulfed Yin, scattering him into fragmented magma across the terrain. Huh, finally dead, right? That scoundrel. How can he resurrect unscathed? What manner of monster is he? The smile on her lips abruptly vanished as she fixated on the reassembling magma, which gradually formed Yin's body once more. Despair welled within her. He is truly an indestructible being. After much contemplation, Kushina resolved to adopt the same simplistic strategy as Minato, to exhaust Yin's strength before attempting to capture him. You share the same intentions as that man. Yin's voice, perpetually hoarse and ambiguous in gender, pierced through the air as his clear left eye scrutinized Kushina. Cloaked in black and adorned with a silver-toothed mask, he exuded an air of enigma. Yet your fates will be identical. It is impossible to thwart me. Yin's light-hearted tone carried an air of casual defiance, resonating in Kushina's ears like a stubborn resistance. Is that all you can muster? Were it not for that peculiar physique, you would have been shattered by my hand long ago. Understand the reality of the situation, Uzumaki Kushina admonished with a tone laced with disdain. Is that so? In response, Yin merely smiled, a dark mist once again emanating from his form. The contempt in Kushina's expression subdued, she dared not underestimate him. For Yin's strangeness surpassed any adversary she had previously encountered. The black smoke served as a harbinger, indicating that calamity would soon befall the world once more. Gurgling, a torrent of magma gushed forth from his arms, bubbling like boiling water, adorned with crimson froth. It then began to peel away, cascading to the ground and spreading outward towards Yin. Whoosh! Realizing the peril of the magma, Kushina swiftly retreated. Yin raised his arms, which were now brimming with a dense mass of magma, his gaze fixed deep into the void. With a powerful flourish, he swung his arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless magma-laden fists soared towards the heavens, as if depicting Yin's boundless fury, all aimed at the firmament. Meteoric volcano. As Yin's words fell, every fist hurled into the void transformed into meteoric fire, plummeting downwards. Fool, such a technique is indeed formidable, yet it cannot kill me. Even to wound me is a feat most challenging. With her hair swept behind her ears, Kushina maintained her composure. You are correct, it cannot slay me. However, those fists were never intended for you, but rather, Yin's tone darkened as he pointed towards Konoha. Those flaming fists are aimed at that group from Konoha. What did you say? You are courting death. At his words, Kushina erupted in fury, veins bulging on her forehead. The ground beneath her crumbled instantaneously, her hands clenched with a crackling intensity. And her murderous aura surged like a tidal wave, even halting the magma that flowed beneath her feet. Miss Kushina, I understand your desire to kill me. But before you act, I must inform you that as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, should you fail to stop those fire meteors, Konoha may very well face annihilation. Yin's statement sent a chill through Kushina's heart, plunging her into despair. The overwhelming aura of death receded, as the countless molten fists rained down upon the lush greenery of Konoha. If she, as the Jinchuriki, chose to ignore this, Konoha could be obliterated in an instant. You despicable scoundrel. Kushina spat, her teeth clenched in rage. Huh, what am I despicability? In my former homeland, there is a saying, good people do not live long, while the wicked endure for 1,000 years. Living or dying matters not to me. Yin felt no remorse. He had never harbored affection for Konoha, and having aided them numerous times in past conflicts, reclaiming a bit of interest now seemed hardly excessive. Chapter 104, Because you do not understand the human heart. Silver, akin to a stone figure, felt no sorrow, devoid of any sentiment. However, for those who held deep affections for Konoha, Silver's merciless and vile assaults provoked a rage that left some utterly distraught. Who could perpetrate such an act? If I catch the culprit, I shall dismember him piece by piece. Gazing at the meteors hurtling towards Konoha, Danzo's heart shattered into fragments as well. Whoever was responsible must pay for their bloodshed with their own blood. The third Hokage's eyes brimmed with anguish, blood vessels erupting in a myriad of crimson strands, each falling meteor tugging at his very nerves. Even if those fiery fists did not strike Konoha, he could vividly envision the catastrophic aftermath that would befall the village. The losses would be devastating, especially amidst the ongoing ninja world war. An attack on the rear would surely incite panic, potentially unraveling the entire front line. Damn it. Must we stand by and watch this unfold? Shimura Danzo bit his lip until it bled. I too wish to retaliate, yet with such a formidable assault, what means do we have to counter? Even if we could employ certain jutsus to deflect some of the magma fists, Konoha would still suffer tremendous damage. Unless Uzumaki Kushina can arrive in time to assist us, we might evade disaster, but her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would inevitably be exposed. The third Hokage pressed his parched lips together, his gaze fixed on the descending meteors, his aged eyes dimming further. He had never before felt so powerless and fragile, forced to remain an observer. If that means exposing Uzumaki Kushina's identity, it is regrettable but unavoidable. The Jinchuriki is meant to protect the village. If the village is lost, what purpose does the Jinchuriki serve? With a resolute expression, Shimura Danzo charged toward Uzumaki Kushina, who was confronting Silver. Just you wait, I will not let you escape. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the masked Silver, as if to etch his entire being into her soul, never to be forgotten. Is that so? I too hope you will always remember me." Beneath the mask, Silver revealed an unusual smile, then turned to the retreating Kushina, reflecting on the tragic life of the Jinchuriki. He could not help but advise, "Your identity as a Jinchuriki is known to few. It would be wise to live quietly and avoid this chaos. Once exposed, you will face hostility from the entire village. I am not like you, devoid of humanity. I cherish the village and will stake my life to defend it. Even if my identity is revealed, if I protect the village, I will earn the trust of the people." With a disdainful glance, Uzumaki Kushina bestowed a radiant smile upon Silver, leaving him with a fleeting silhouette as the chakra of the tailed beast surged to its limits, swiftly vanishing alongside Minato. "You cherish the village? But does the village cherish you? I may lack humanity, yet I possess a deeper understanding of the human heart." After a moment, Silver, sensing the absence of onlookers, removed his silver mask, revealing a weathered visage and silvery hair that danced without wind, accompanied by a heartfelt sigh. Gazing in the direction where Kushina Uzumaki had vanished, Yin's mind inevitably drifted to the future's Naruto Uzumaki. He yearned for understanding, sought validation from others, to the extent of engaging in numerous attention-seeking antics, yet ultimately faced rejection, a poignant reflection of solitude. Yin doubted that Kushina could fare any better. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the forest, halting beside Yin, inquiring with confusion, "Why didn't you eliminate her? She was distracted just now. It was the perfect opportunity." The unexpected arrival was none other than the two wooden figures. Kushina Uzumaki was indeed a genuine Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and given her current state, even if she struggled to control the beast within, she could still wield the chakra of the tailed beast effortlessly. Remarkably, she retained her sanity even while adorned with 6 tails. Nodding slightly, Yin's tone conveyed genuine admiration laced with respect. "What a clever ruse," one of the wooden figures retorted, pouting as she shot a glance at Yin, unreservedly exposing his deception. "You clearly let her off the hook. Don't think I didn't notice. You moved around to her back and had the chance to strike, yet you merely bit through the tailed beast's tail. The signs of your intentional leniency are glaringly obvious. Any child could discern it, let alone as 2 wooden figures." In response, Yin cast a silent glance at the self-satisfied figure, sighing, "Such an immature young girl. I advised you to hide quickly, yet here you are, peeking from the trees. I am merely assessing the situation. If you falter, I shall immediately leap forth to assist you." The wooden figure responded with a smile, exuding an air of reassurance. "Spare me the tricks. You are still too inexperienced." Yin scoffed, stating bluntly, "Don't think I'm unaware. You are concerned that if I were to fall, no one would be available to shield you from the attacks of your village, right?" Upon hearing this, the wooden figure's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks turning as red as a ripened apple. It was evident that she indeed held such thoughts. However, it must be said, Konoha is no longer a suitable place for you. Remaining here could lead to unforeseen chaos, Yin remarked, her brow furrowed. She had taken in the wooden figure to cultivate a capable subordinate, not to create another significant nuisance. "I understand this. Remaining here poses risks for both of us." The wooden figure acknowledged, showing self-awareness of the precarious situation. Yin smiled faintly, satisfied with her insight. Though the girl had acted playfully, she still possessed a sense of the larger picture, understanding when to advance and retreat. "I have a task for you. Go to Takigakure and seek traces of the 7 tails. Do not provoke it. Simply gather information about its location." Chapter 105. Kushina Uzumaki becomes the target of criticism with a furrowed brow. The wooden figure's gaze remained fixed upon Silver, lost in deep contemplation. Silver had been scheming against the tailed beast Jinchuriki. How could she remain unconcerned? As a host of the 2 tails herself, it was only natural for her to be vigilant in times of peace. Particularly, women are often richly emotional and adept at imagination, leading her thoughts astray. "Do not overthink it. If I truly harbored malicious intent towards you, do you think you would still be alive?" Noticing the unease in the 2 wooden figures, Silver spoke candidly. "If I genuinely wished you harm, I could have easily killed you by now. There would be no need for me to go out of my way to save you. Had it not been for me, you would have already fallen into the clutches of Minato Namikaze and likely be sipping tea in the Konoha prison by now. I do not rely on you. I possess the means to escape." The 2 wooden figures stood their ground, their confident expressions evident. Upon hearing this, Silver felt a weight lift from her heart. She gestured dismissively, urging them to depart. "Hurry to Takigakure. Leave Konoha at once. It won't be long before the 3rd Hokage initiates a thorough search. Delaying could lead to capture." Within the confines of Konoha, after bidding farewell to the 2 wooden figures, Silver stealthily made her way back. The village had not suffered the catastrophic devastation she had feared. The center remained unscathed, while the border areas bore witness to a few colossal magma arms. After some inquiry, she learned that Kushina Uzumaki had demonstrated her formidable prowess as a Jinchuriki, shattering the descending meteorite disaster with the strength of the nine tails, thereby sparing the village from annihilation. However, something felt amiss. As she gazed afar, Kushina Uzumaki came into view. Silver had anticipated a jubilant expression, yet instead, Kushina wore a countenance of distress, devoid of any elation from her victory. Could it be? Recalling the animosity often directed towards Jinchuriki, Silver instinctively opened her eyes wider, noticing the crowd surrounding her. It was evident that Kushina was isolated, with everyone keeping their distance. The expressions in the eyes of these villagers were rife with fear, panic, disdain, and trepidation. All the distasteful emotions of humanity were vividly displayed upon their faces. Why were these people so acerbic? A flash of anger ignited within Silver, disturbing the calm of her heart. She could not help but feel indignant on behalf of Kushina. This treatment was hardly fitting for a hero who had saved the village. The disdainful gazes were akin to those directed at a vile criminal. Indeed, even I feel a lingering dread from the nine-tailed sinister power. It is only natural for these ordinary people to feel fear. Upon further reflection, Silver's resentment dissipated. Witnessing Kushina's desolate expression, she resolutely approached her amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers. Do not go near her. That creature is a monster. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too. She had multiple tails. She looks just like a devil. Heavens, how could the usually affable Kushina embody such a malevolent demeanor? Had she been concealing her true self while conversing with us? We shared everything with her, and now she has kept secrets from us. How despicable. The villagers were in an uproar, each one filled with righteous indignation, forgetting the life-saving grace of Uzumaki Kushina. Come back, she is a monster. Suddenly, someone noticed Silver approaching Uzumaki Kushina, prompting some well-meaning individuals to caution him. However, Silver dismissed their concerns with an air of nonchalance, his serene visage unaffected. Long time no see, Miss Kushina, he said, approaching her with calm composure, raising his hand in greeting. Kushina. I. Uzumaki Kushina's despairing eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, her lips quivered, and her cheeks flushed with emotion. Clearly overwhelmed, she struggled to articulate her feelings. No need for words. I understand what you wish to convey. No matter how you may change in the future, I will always stand by your side. Whether regarded as a monster or a human, there is but one Uzumaki Kushina that I know, and that is the person before me. With the same expression and voice as before, the only difference now was the promise and assurance from Silver. After all, he was the one who bore responsibility for revealing Kushina's identity as a Jinchuriki, while he might brush off others. His regard for Uzumaki Kushina was of a different magnitude. Thank you, Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, her delicate hands gripping Silver's arms tightly, their faces mere inches apart. She feared he might slip away, her fair hands damp with perspiration. In this moment, only Silver acknowledged her amidst the chaos, as the likes of Minato lay gravely injured and unconscious. But everyone has abandoned me, Uzumaki Kushina said with a bitter smile, her complexion pale. After years of toil for Konoha, she never expected this group of people to turn against her so swiftly upon discovering her status as a tailed beast host. Each one eager to distance themselves. This is inconsequential, Silver replied, gently shaking his head. His hoarse voice held a miraculous quality, instantly revitalizing Uzumaki Kushina. Akin to a life-restoring elixir. Only when angels have their wings clipped can they truly discern good from evil. Thus, you too can unveil the true faces of those around you. Do you not consider this a stroke of fortune, Miss Kushina? There is no need for confusion. You have lived for others in the past. Now, live for yourself. Forge your own path, and let others speak as they will. Uzumaki Kushina scrutinized the familiar face before her, suddenly perceiving an unusual maturity in his youthful features, as though he were a wise adult. Under his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed once more. Raising her delicate fingers, she playfully pinched Silver's alabaster cheek and teased, You, young man, are merely a 12-year-old brat. Yet your mindset is remarkably mature. Have you perhaps reincarnated from some ancient being? Why do I sometimes feel that your gaze upon me is rather intense? Uzumaki Kushina inquired. But Silver remained unresponsive. The next moment left her astounded as he collapsed into her embrace. Chapter 106. Acquiring Celestial Chakra. The silver-haired youth's pallor was strikingly pale, his insides churning violently, and soon, a crimson stain burst forth, unexpectedly splattering the garments of Uzumaki Kushina. I shall take you to the medical team at once. gazing at the youth, who was on the verge of collapse. Kushina disregarded any potential consequences and swiftly lifted his delicate form, transforming into a gust of wind as she departed. It's nothing. I've merely been fatigued from the recent battles. No need for concern, Silver protested weakly, shaking his head as he attempted to steady himself. No, I must take you to safety. What have you done? Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, stunned as she noticed her attire stained red with blood. This. I did not do it intentionally, Silver hastily denied. A black line of worry crossing his forehead. Kushina, filled with a mix of shock and anger, gritted her teeth in frustration. Had it been anyone else, she would have already dealt them a fierce blow, but upon witnessing Silver's innocent visage, she could only exhale a resigned sigh. I apologize. But I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As Silver sensed the predicament worsening and prepared to make his escape, a delicate arm seized him from behind. You cannot leave. With unwavering determination, Kushina declared, if you leave like this, what am I to do? Silver was taken aback. Instinctively glancing back to see the blood that had soiled Kushina's clothes, realizing that if he simply walked away, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. He felt a headache coming on, knowing he had to resolve the mess he had created. What should we do then? He lamented, tentatively suggesting. Would you like to borrow my clothes temporarily? Just as Silver was about to remove his jacket to offer it to Kushina, he suddenly felt his body grow weightless, floating in midair. Why are you holding me? Let go, Silver exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he found himself staring into Kushina's face, so close that he could discern the fragrant breath escaping her nostrils. Just consider me your temporary clothing. After all, this is your doing, Kushina replied with a triumphant smile, holding him securely in her embrace. Let me go. Stop being ridiculous. Silver's protests grew weaker, his cheeks effectively sealed, rendering him unable to voice his thoughts. Release me. Are you trying to suffocate me? With great effort, Silver managed to extricate his head and complained towards the grinning Kushina. What are you doing? I am 12 years old. Being held like this in public is mortifying. I am not a child. His exasperation was palpable as he struggled against her grasp. Who told you to do this? Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself, Kushina reasoned with clarity, treating Silver as a makeshift garment as she continued on her way. Fine. I suppose you have a point. Just this once. I shall overlook it, Silver conceded with a wry smile, no longer resisting her hold. It is simply akin to banditry. In the home of Uzumaki Kushina, Ine reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, her head nodding as her thoughts swirled in a chaotic haze. At this moment, she was ensconced in a bathing experience, utilized as a garment by Uzumaki Kushina, enduring considerable torment, feeling as though these fleeting minutes constituted the most anxious period of her life. Well, perhaps I shall redeem some points in the meantime. Her mind drifted to the serene world of the farm within her thoughts, where the azure skies, white clouds, verdant mountains, and clear waters remained unchanging. Alas, the last time, she inadvertently acquired the bone of Chongwu, and now, having obtained the chakra of the nine tails, she felt a sense of glee. Finally, the long-anticipated sage chakra was within her grasp. The mere thought of the extraordinary power of sage techniques ignited a fervor within Yin's eyes. Simultaneously, an unusual and delicate fragrance wafted through the air, caressing her senses and warming her heart. In a haze, Ine beheld an exquisite and graceful figure. Enough of this pretense. Quickly convert this into 100 points, then exchange it for ordinary fertilizer. With a flick of her 5 golden, robust tails, Ine disregarded the flamboyantly adorned Lachine, her mind wholly absorbed in the impending joy of acquiring sage chakra. Orochimaru's talisman, at its essence, embodied the power of sage techniques sourced from Chongwu. Now that Ine possessed his bone, planting it in the fertile soil of her farm would yield blossoms, which she would subsequently claim as her own. Lacking any artistic sensibility, Lachine cast a fleeting glance at Ine before handing over the white powder. In a swift motion, Ine vanished the moment she grasped the fertilizer, racing towards the southern soil. Steadying her anxious heart, she arrived at the spot where she had previously planted Chongwu's bone, reluctantly burying the half-bag of fertilizer into the earth. Her heart raced, pulsating in her throat, as she awaited the miraculous emergence. Acquiring sage chakra would undoubtedly enhance her power, leading to a significant leap in her abilities. Crack! Moments later, vibrant green shoots pierced through the soil, flourishing with vigor, while an unprecedented experience surged within Ine, akin to awakening a profound lineage within her. In that instant, she felt the essence of nature's power. Is this the chakra of sage techniques? Yin exclaimed, her countenance displaying a hint of tremor. In an ethereal resonance, she seemed to hear the harmony of all existence. The potency of Sage Chakra was several-fold, even dozens of times greater than in a normal state, endowing her with extraordinary perceptive abilities. Chapter 107. The invitation of the third generation. Within the verdant realm of the farm, emerald shoots continued to flourish, expanding endlessly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into towering buds, reaching a height of 1 meter, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. A crisp sound echoed as Silver, in a daze, bent down to behold a stunning white flower entering his line of sight. His breath caught in his throat, and a tremor coursed through his body. Simultaneously, an increasing amount of chakra surged within him. What had been a gentle stream now erupted with the force of a flood as the bud blossomed, overwhelming him, spreading through his limbs and body. The potency was so great that dark sigils began to ripple across his skin. Is this the power of ninjutsu? Truly, it is not a hollow reputation. As he savored the changes within, a satisfied smile graced Silver's face. Most astonishingly, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Tsukuyami, was instantaneously taking shape within his left eye. A veritable windfall. With a slight mental command, the dark sigils that enveloped him receded, and his countenance returned to its usual calm demeanor. While the newfound ninjutsu was indeed delightful, moderation was key. Compared to the legendary beings who once roamed the world, Silver still paled in significance. Without lingering, Silver departed from the farm world. In the home of Kushina Uzumaki, she continued to bathe, the sound of flowing water reaching his ears. It seemed she would require some time. Perhaps it was best for him to leave. Rising to his feet without hesitation, Silver made his way to the door. The current state of Konoha was chaotic. He had masqueraded as a mysterious figure, launching a surprise attack that incited great panic. The striking visual impact of the meteor volcano left an indelible mark, and although it was ultimately vanquished by the Jinchuriki Kushina, the shadows of that encounter lingered deep within the souls of the villagers. Time to go home. As he stood at the threshold, Silver realized he had nothing to occupy his time and would return home to continue honing his skills. Minato Namikaze would likely be bettered in for some time, and there was a certain comfort in the absence of that pestering individual who incessantly pursued Kushina. Silver chuckled softly, his face aglow, as he skipped along, humming a cheerful tune. Stop right there, Uchiha Silver. Just then, a furious shout pierced the air, brimming with unrestrained animosity. The voice, laden with jealousy, seemed somewhat familiar. Silver froze and turned to see a handsome young man, fist clenched tightly, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Ah, it's you, Silver said with a teasing lilt, Asuma. What brings you here? The newcomer was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, renowned for his prowess and bearing the weight of his esteemed lineage. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Silver had a good rapport with Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma harbored a keen interest in her, viewing Silver as a rival in love. Ah, what could this be about? I hope it is not some trivial matter of romantic entanglements. Yin shook his head in disdain. The son of the Hokage, despite his illustrious identity, held no interest for him. He was not a worthy prey for Yin. Humph. You would do well to keep your distance from Hong. Asuma Sarutobi, I believe you have misconstrued a matter. The nature of my relationships is not your concern, nor do you possess the authority to interfere. Do not bring calamity upon yourself. The chasm between us is vast. Yin did not afford Asuma the opportunity to retort, continuing, do not entangle yourself with me. Otherwise, despite your status as the Hokage's son, the consequences will be unbearable. With that chilling remark, Yin's silhouette faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing from view. What could the son of the third Hokage do? The third Hokage would not stoop to troubling Yin over such trifles. He was not so petty. Asuma's darkened gaze followed Yin's retreating figure, filled with suppressed anger, leaving him with no choice but to depart in dejection. Yin was impervious to both coaxing and coercion. Nothing seemed to affect him, rendering the situation exceedingly vexing. Humph. The fiery Asuma could only storm away in frustration. Yin's power far surpassed his own, and to challenge him recklessly would only lead to self-destruction. The ultimate outcome would be a thorough beating, and his father would not penalize Yin for such insignificant matters. Especially now that Konoha faced unprecedented calamity, with Minato Namikaze on the brink of death. Indeed, individuals of Yin's caliber would surely be of great value, and the Hokage would never dare to trouble him. Truly, these youngsters are far too precocious these days. On his way home, Yin found himself bemused, unjustly becoming Asuma's rival in love. He felt quite wronged. Ah, well, a mere pawn will always be a mere pawn. There is no need to dwell on it. Reflecting on Asuma's future accomplishments, Ian merely smiled. After all, he was but a passerby in this narrative, unworthy of expending energy on him. His current objective was to enhance his strength. Everything else was but fleeting. With newfound purpose, the vacant look in Yin's eyes regained its brilliance. Although he had grown immensely powerful, he was not invulnerable. Kaguya Otsutsuki and Uchiha Madara aimed to annihilate the world, thereby becoming Yin's foes. To think that he could defeat them with the lava fruit and the Mangekyō Sharingan was nothing short of folly. With a sigh, Yin contemplated the need to gather more resources as he made his way home, only to be confronted suddenly by several shadowy figures, each adorned with animal masks. Their true appearances obscured. One thing was certain. These individuals were members of the third Hokage's Umbu. Could it be that the old man has uncovered my secret? As thoughts swirled, Yin began to ponder the third Hokage's motives. Chapter 108. You want me to be the leader of the Umbu? With his brain operating at unprecedented speed, Yin contemplated the strategy of the third Hokage. The Umbu members displayed no animosity or murderous intent. On the contrary, they all knelt on one knee. A clear sign of goodwill. Although this attack on Konoha did not inflict severe damage, it certainly instilled a sense of fear. Otherwise, the old man would not have bothered with me, especially after I had significantly weakened Namake's Minato. The younger generation of Konoha is currently in disarray, so it is only natural for them to seek my assistance. Understanding the situation, Yin realized that, despite it being mere speculation, the primary motive was likely to win him over. We are all villagers. There is no need for excessive formality. Please rise, he said, his tone friendly. The Umbu members were momentarily taken aback but exchanged glances before standing up. Among them, a prominent figure respectfully addressed him. Lord Yin, the Hokage requests your presence. The Hokage is looking for me? Yin raised his voice, feigning surprise. What is it regarding? I haven't received any prior information. The Umbu members shook their heads, genuinely unaware of what the third Hokage was planning, shrouded in mystery as it was. You may return for now. I will seek the Hokage shortly, Yin instructed. Inside the Hokage's office, Team Taka's leader voiced his concerns. You want to entrust such a formidable force to that young man? Sarutobi. I must remind you that it is well past noon, not a time for daydreaming. Danzo's tone was sharp, particularly when mentioning Yin, filled with resentment. Do you find it inappropriate? Please articulate your objections, the third Hokage calmly inquired, pondering thoughtfully. Yin, possessing both talent and loyalty, would be a commendable choice for the position of Umbu captain. A commendable choice? Danzo's expression darkened considerably. For others, it might be a blessing, but for him, it was a nightmare. So they are considering me for the Umbu leader? Outside the Hokage's office, Yin listened intently to the heated discussion within, contemplating. This could be advantageous. If I could secure the position of Umbu captain, I would not only gain access to Konoha's intelligence network, but also acquire numerous allies. With an eager glint in his eyes, Yin found the proposal intriguing. Securing the position of Umbu captain would grant him the authority to seek out what he desired. The bodies of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama still lay within Konoha. If I could become the Umbu leader, my search would be expedited significantly. Yin calculated the benefits of attaining the Umbu captaincy, realizing there was much to gain. Creak. As he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, several figures came into view. Hokage-sama. Disregarding Shimura Danzo and the two advisors of Konoha, Yin addressed the third Hokage, inquiring about the recent members of the Umbu. To be succinct, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. I hope you will assume the role of Umbu captain to safeguard our village. The recent turmoil has left the villagers in a state of fear, and I require a powerful and trustworthy individual to instill dread in the malevolent. As he uttered the last few words, the third Hokage's tone turned chillingly grim. Umbu captain? I am not suitable for such a position, Yin deliberately refuted, suggesting instead. Minato would be an excellent choice. His strength and credentials far exceed the requirements for the role. I am not fit for it. I, too, wish to appoint Minato as the Umbu captain. However, even Kushina faces hostility from the villagers. Beyond the younger generation, there are no others suitable. Thus, the responsibility must fall upon your younger shoulders. Is that so? Yin's face contorted with difficulty, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, in that case, I am willing to sacrifice myself for the village, even if it means giving up my life. Well said. The third Hokage nodded approvingly, his anxieties finally settling. Ah. But loyalty cannot merely be demonstrated through words. I desire to see tangible actions. Unless you can single-handedly assassinate Inoki of Awagakure, thereby proving your unwavering loyalty to Konoha, even at the cost of your life, Only then will I consider agreeing with Saratobi's perspective. Shimura Danzo spoke with an imperiousness that brooked no dissent, his tone devoid of any leniency. You agree with my view? Understand this. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table in indignation, his words dripping with discontent. Assassinate that Tsuchikage, Anoki? Ines' brow furrowed, scrutinizing Danzo's emotionless visage. A cold smile escaping his lips as he shifted the topic. Are you truly wishing for my demise? If so, I shall relinquish the position of Umbu captain and leave it to you. With that, Ing turned to depart. Do not be so hasty to leave. I have more to discuss. The third Hokage utilized the body flicker technique to block the door, casting a fierce glare at Shimura Danzo before adding, currently, you are the only one fit for the position of Umbu captain. That is unacceptable. Danzo rose once more, his tone even more vehement than before, preparing to verbally assail Ing. Yet, the third Hokage's words swiftly quelled his rebuttal. If you believe you can assassinate the third Tsuchikage, I will immediately appoint you as the Umbu captain and issue a command for you to carry out the assassination. If you cannot achieve this, kindly remain silent. Danzo fell silent, at a loss for words, his lips twitching as he struggled to formulate a retort, helplessly watching the position of Umbu captain fall into Yin's hands. Chapter 109. Captain of the Umbu. In his eyes, Shimura Danzo harbored a burning flame, yet he was compelled to remain silent. He wished to eliminate Silver by manipulating others, but he knew he could not bypass the third Hokage's authority. After all, the village had suffered greatly, and the number of capable shinobi was dwindling drastically following the ravages of the Great Ninja War. Suddenly, he recalled another significant matter. The third Hokage added, you must take charge of the situation regarding Minato's severe injuries. The responsibility he once bore for Uchiha Obito must now be temporarily entrusted to you. The Hokage is referring to Kakashi and his peers? I believe I am not suited for such a role, Silver replied, falling into silence. He held little interest in those mere children and lacked any qualifications or experience as a teacher. It matters not. Given your prowess, you are more than capable. The third Hokage asserted confidently. He had a clear understanding of Silver's abilities and believed that instructing a few students would pose no challenge. Silver felt a wave of frustration. Persistent refusal could arouse suspicion. Reluctantly, he replied, no problem. I shall teach them how to become competent shinobi. In the world, no secret remains unexposed. The news of Silver's ascension to the position of Umbu captain spread rapidly throughout Konoha. The heads of various clans were taken aback. The role of Umbu captain not only symbolized the Hokage's trust, but also acknowledged Silver's formidable strength, a skill set capable of rivaling even the Kage. Undoubtedly, the Uchiha clan suffered the most, with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, becoming the target of widespread scorn. He found himself the focus of criticism not only from outsiders but also from his own kin, enduring a life filled with relentless scrutiny, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. I have no time to indulge your childish antics, Silver stated coldly, glancing at the three silhouettes gathering on the distant training field before turning away without a hint of interest. Those three were Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noira Rin. Accompanied by a few Umbu members, Silver entered an old, dusty office. The Umbu had never had a designated captain. The only true leadership came from the Hokage. Entrusting the Umbu to Silver represented a significant degree of trust. The third Hokage had placed his confidence in me, Silver mused with a wicked grin. If I do not seize this opportunity to its fullest, it would be a tremendous waste. Utilizing every available resource, especially the free assistance of the Umbu, was the most advantageous course of action. By the way, you lot, go fetch all the information regarding Uchiha Obito, he commanded suddenly, turning to the Umbu members behind him. Obito is a significant threat to the village. Although he has perished, I wish to study everything related to his past associations. The Umbu members exchanged puzzled glances, finding Silver's reasoning rather tenuous. However, they complied and departed without further discussion. A bunch of fools, Silver thought disdainfully. How could you possibly comprehend my intentions? Ultimately, the so-called Umbu are merely pawns meant for sacrifice. Gazing at the vanishing figures, Ian murmured softly. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. There are no secrets that remain undisclosed. The news of Konoha's ambush and the near demise of Minato Namikaze spread like wildfire, throwing the world into chaos. Villages with past grievances against Konoha circled like hungry wildcats, sensing the bloodshed. Within the forest, without warning, a torrent of flames erupted, devastating the densely packed trees. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As the incantation echoed, the flames surged with ferocity, consuming everything in their path, rendering them charred and blackened. Ah. It hurts. Quickly use water release to extinguish his fire release. Impossible. His flames are too terrifying. We cannot contend with them. Such a task, surpassing S-rank difficulty, should be assigned to a Kaga-level expert. Why has it fallen upon us? You fool, do you not understand? This is a veiled massacre. They are deliberately luring us to our doom. The cries of agony echoed as a group of individuals struggled within the sea of flames, writhing in torment. Beneath the overwhelming blaze, all living beings appeared utterly fragile. Looking up, one could see a crowd of wretched souls screaming in pain. The silver-haired youth, standing several meters away from the inferno, remained unmoved, his left eye betraying a cold indifference, akin to a block of ice, enveloped in a chilling aura. Undoubtedly, the boy was Ian. Over the course of 7 days, he had become increasingly accustomed to his current duties, with the singular purpose of eliminating any threats to the village. Since Minato Namikaze had fallen unconscious, these individuals had been scheming against Konoha. As he observed the cries of the anguished masses, Ian turned to leave. In that instant, a shadow materialized, donning an animal mask and sporting long purple hair, clearly a young woman, her age barely reaching 10. Most members of the Umbu had a sense of belonging to Konoha, and it was impossible to expect them to follow Ian unconditionally. The true path lay in cultivating one's own subordinates. The girl before him was one of Yin's trusted confidants. Yuin, there is no need for mercy. Annihilate all enemies within your sight. Casting a detached glance at the hidden foes lurking in the woods, he noted their eyes filled with fear. Without exception, they were but insignificant pawns. Although Udzuki Yuin was still young, her talent was exceptional. With a bit of training, she could transform a piece of tempered steel into a weapon of mass destruction. Chapter 110. Winning hearts at present. Silver's subordinates consisted solely of 2 wooden figures, and the question of their loyalty remained in doubt. Now that he had ascended to the position of the Dark Squad leader, it was essential to wield power for personal gain, seizing the opportunity to cultivate a few subordinates to satiate his own desires. Under the blazing sun, a petite figure darted about with the agility of a rabbit. In swift motions, heads fell and corpses lay scattered. Her cold gaze filled with disdain and contempt for all that transpired. Truly, she was destined to be an elite of the dark forces. Investing in such a prodigy was undoubtedly worthwhile. Silver nodded with satisfaction. A few days prior, he had bestowed upon Yuzuki Yakaina all the ninjutsu scrolls he had accumulated, including a portion of the ancestral scrolls belonging to the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he had ensnared the young girl, who vowed her unwavering loyalty to Silver. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with a dozen headless corpses, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yakaina, well done, Silver remarked, completely disregarding the overwhelming sin of blood in the air, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before Silver, Yuzuki Yakaina, the very one who had just committed the brutal acts. With a demeanor of utmost respect, she knelt on one knee. My Lord Silver, rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future. He gestured for her to stand, removing the animal mask that concealed her delicate features. Gazing into her adoring eyes, Silver felt a surge of pride, and a sly smile crept across his face. Indeed, it was much easier to deceive individuals when they were but children. Once they matured, they became as cunning as spirits, making it exponentially more challenging to manipulate them. Yes, my Lord Silver, she replied, rising while maintaining an air of solemnity. Take this. Silver handed her a deep red scroll, speaking softly. The contents of this scroll are quite extensive, encompassing not only ninjutsu, but also aspects of swordsmanship. You may study it at your leisure and feel free to inquire if you encounter any difficulties. Could this be a relic passed down from the Uchiha clan? Yukina's heart raced, her usually melodious voice now tinged with hoarseness. Isn't it inappropriate? After all, this belongs to the Uchiha clan and must be a rare treasure. If it were to be. Silver cast a sidelong glance at the hesitant Yakaina, his tone icy. There is nothing inappropriate about this. I am merely an ordinary person burdened with the Uchiha name. Aside from the surname, I have no ties to them whatsoever. Thank you, my Lord Silver. Yukina's voice grew more earnest. Were it not for Silver's intervention, she might have once again found herself kneeling in gratitude. She was but a common ninja, a mere child devoid of a bloodline limit. Had Silver not taken her in, she might have perished from starvation. Very well, you may return. Studying these scrolls will require considerable time, Silver said with a smile, his demeanor consistently gentle. One must remember that one cannot catch wolves without sacrificing the lambs. In this world, no one is a fool. It is impossible to deceive the cunning without offering something in return. A balance of kindness and authority remains the best approach to mastering another. For the time being, let us depart from this place. Casting a glance at the charred remains, lifeless and reduced to mere ash, Silver walked away with an air of indifference. These petty minions, who intended to ambush Konoha, were beneath his notice. They held no value even for interrogation, merely dispatched as cannon fodder destined for death. Cursed fate! Could it be that I am destined to evolve only to the level of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in this lifetime? In his office, Silver, in a fit of rage, pounded the desk, causing water from the cup to splatter across the surface. Before him lay an array of documents densely filled with minuscule text, chronicling the histories of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Once again, the progeny of the Sage of Six Paths held the upper hand. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Silver shook his head, overwhelmed by an inner turmoil of envy and conflict. To awaken the Rinnegan, one must embody the reincarnations of Tsutsuki Indra and Tsutsuki Ashura, thereby transcending the limitations of one's bloodline. Yet, Silver was neither the reincarnation of Ashura nor Indra, rendering the awakening of the Rinnegan an impossibility. He could only seek alternative paths. Given the current circumstances, seizing their remains seemed the only viable option. However, that thought was flawed. The future incarnations of Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki were also reincarnations. Thus, acquiring their remains in the future sufficed without provoking the hornet's nest that was Uchiha Madara, which could very well cost him his life. With a mischievous grin, Silver mused that there was no need to seek distant prospects when Sasuke and Naruto were present. For now, the Rinnegan was a distant aspiration. It was better to pursue another form of ocular prowess, one that was manageable, practical, and unlikely to attract the attention of formidable figures, yet comparable in capabilities to the Rinnegan. Approaching the window, Silver's thoughts drifted as he gazed down upon the High-Ga clan's residence, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The might of the Tensigan was not to be underestimated. Posing minimal risk, Silver murmured to himself, his gaze traversing the barriers of architecture. The High-Ga compound laid bare beneath his watchful eyes. The pure white eyes of the High-Ga, combined with the Tsutsuki lineage, seemed to promise the potential for a Tensigan capable of controlling a celestial body. Chapter 111, The Rebirth Eye Project, Part 1. The Rebirth Eye of the Hyuga clan rivals the Rinnegan, with ocular power extending to its utmost limits. Capable of controlling an entire planet, and, according to legend, even the moon. Its might is not inferior to that of the Rinnegan, a force that stands equally formidable. The prerequisite for this power is a high purity of Byakugan, in addition to the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. For now, let us set aside the bloodline of Otsutsuki. As for obtaining a high-precision Byakugan, while it poses some challenges, it is not insurmountable. There are viable candidates within the village, though they may prove troublesome. Ian murmured softly, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Konoha holds the Hyuga clan in high regard, treating them as a precious asset, and the likelihood of the main family willingly participating in warfare is exceedingly low. The branch family bears the curse of the caged bird. Should there be a Kugan be activated, it would vanish along with them. Is direct confrontation with the Hyuga family unavoidable? Ian pondered, his steps faltering, his clenched fist eventually relaxing. Undoubtedly. Ian possesses the absolute capability to eliminate anyone from Konoha, yet to shake the very foundations of Konoha still requires further effort. The age-old adage remains true. Many ants can indeed kill an elephant. There is no need for a head-on clash with the Hyuga. After all, I dwell in the shadows while they reside in the light. As long as a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a chilling laugh emanating from Ian, reminiscent of a devil cloaked in human guise. Within the depths of the forest, Ian ultimately vanished from sight. The branch family of the Hyuga clan is evidently out of the question. They are all cursed with the caged bird, and should they be slain, their Byakugan would dissipate as well. Thus, the only option is to seek out the main family, specifically one of high purity. I hope to find a suitable Byakugan for my use. Strange, what is happening lately? At the residence of the Hyuga clan, the current clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi, frowned. Recently, he had been experiencing a troubling twitch in his right eye, and his mood was particularly foul, an ominous sense of a significant event impending. Though he could not quite articulate what it was, leading to a profound sense of unease. This sudden wave of anxiety and trepidation weighed heavily on Hyuga Hisashi. Clan leader. The Umbu member Uchiha has arrived, announced a servant, who also possessed the Byakugan, bowing respectfully. Uchiha? Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's brow arched. A fleeting image of a silver-haired youth flashing through his mind. Logically, Umbu members are special and would never reveal their identities, yet Ian was indeed an exception. Most in Konoha had heard of him and recognized him. Please let him in. He composed himself, his demeanor resonating with authority. Given Yin's current status and position, he deserved to be treated with respect. Yet, what could this young man's motives be? A shadow crossed his countenance as Hyuga Hizashi began to ponder Yin's intentions. An inexplicable apprehension surging within him as his eyelid twitched even more violently. A sense of foreboding loomed, and he could not suppress a growing irritation. It has been a long time, clan leader. You seem somewhat unwell. The warm ground was suddenly shrouded by a dark shadow, creating an eerie atmosphere that enveloped the entire room in a chilling gloom, suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. Recently, calamities have befallen the village in rapid succession, with certain malevolent individuals fanning the flames of discord, proclaiming that a catastrophe is imminent. How could my complexion possibly improve under such circumstances? Casting his anxious thoughts to the heavens, Hinata Hayashi observed the unexpectedly arrived Silver with a furrowed brow and, after a moment's contemplation, candidly inquired, "What counsel do you bring?" As a member of Konoha, I shall not shy away from offering assistance. To be frank, I indeed have matters that require the aid of your esteemed clan. Silver's brow knitted tightly, his tone heavy as lead as he declared, Lord Jiraiya and several others have faced setbacks in their confrontation with Noki. Therefore, I implore your clan to lend their utmost support. I shall do my utmost to assist, Hinata Hayashi replied with a gracious smile. Though inwardly he was besieged by a torrent of frustration, he had merely spoken casually, never expecting Silver to brazenly make such a request without a hint of embarrassment. I shall continue to dispatch the Branch family to battle, he proclaimed with a resolute smile, exuding an air of authority. This cunning old fox seemed to regard the Branch family merely as tools, their surname not truly Hinata. Silver subtly tightened his brow before relaxing it again. The presence of the Branch family, however numerous, would prove futile. Their Byakugan would inevitably fade due to their confinement as caged birds. Lord Clan Leader, you have misunderstood my intent. What I meant to convey is that, in addition to the Branch family, it is also imperative for the main family to engage in this protracted conflict. Silver's words ignited a blaze of fury in Hinata Hayashi's mind, prompting him to slam his palm on the table and exclaim, "What nonsense are you spouting? Such juvenile remarks lead me to believe you have yet to mature." Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened in anger. Not only would he refuse, but even the higher-ups of Konoha would not acquiesce. The Byakugan held profound significance not only for the Hinata clan, but for the entirety of Konoha. How could he endure Silver's dismissive treatment of it as mere child's play? Hinata Hayashi's proud dignity was severely provoked, and he felt the blood vessels in his head throb with indignation. Do you consider yourself innocent? It appears you were surrounded by a circle of fools. Despite possessing a compelling bloodline limit, you lack the strength to protect it, and that is a grave sin. Silver inwardly scoffed, rife with derision. Hinata clan leader, since you acknowledge that the Hinata family is a part of Konoha, you must contribute to the safety of the village. Otherwise, the destruction of the village would bode ill for your clan, which would inevitably become a target for others. Chapter 112, The Rebirth I Plan, Part 2. Hinata Hizashi's complexion was a shade of green, his eyes ablaze with fury. While an ordinary person might have erupted into a furious confrontation at such insolence, the presence of Silver, with his esteemed identity and formidable prowess that belied his years, instilled a certain caution in Hizashi. No, under no circumstances can I acquiesce. To step onto the battlefield means that members of the clan may perish. Regardless of whether they bear the caged bird seal, their demise would result in the loss of their Byakugan. Your perspective is rather inflexible, clan leader. Is it not possible for the main family to employ the caged bird seal as the branch families do? Silver remarked, his tone laden with implication. That is simply out of the question, Hizashi asserted with unwavering conviction. The seal can only be inscribed when one reaches the age of 3. I see, Silver replied slowly, his silence deepening as his gaze shifted, enshrouded in contemplation. It appeared that he was finally reconsidering his stance. Taking note of this, Hizashi exhaled deeply. Had Silver remained obstinate, he would have been at a loss, for as Silver pointed out, Konoha's misfortunes would inevitably ensnare the Hyuga clan as well. However, mere moments later, Hizashi's fleeting hope was extinguished. Fear not, I shall discreetly protect them along the way, Silver declared after a pause. Should any troubles arise, I shall take full responsibility. At these words, Hizashi's expression faltered as he regarded Silver intently, ultimately surrendering with a resigned sigh. Have the Hokage and others consented to this? I have yet to inquire. Silver replied, shaking his head. However, I believe they will ultimately agree, with Tsunagakure and Iwagakure setting aside past grievances to unite. And given the dire circumstances faced by Jiraiya's frontline troops, deploying the main family of Hyuga for reconnaissance rather than direct engagement should be acceptable to the Hokage. Allow me time to deliberate further. Days passed swiftly, and before long, the standoff between the ninja forces of Konoha and Iwagakure ensued. Faced with such pressing circumstances, Hisashi yielded, stipulating that the Hyuga main family would solely partake in reconnaissance tasks, refraining from active combat. This demand, it must be said, was exceedingly stringent. Relegating them to mere reconnaissance rendered their involvement somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, Silver was indifferent. His primary objective was to lure them out of the village. The consequences of annihilating the Hyuga main family held little concern for him. A chilling wind swept across the landscape, the mournful breeze echoing the somber atmosphere. Within the woods before Konoha, numerous figures flitted about. These were all members of the Hyuga main family, accompanied by several shadowy figures, concealed by masks. They were all part of the Umbu, including Silver and his newly appointed confidant, Yuzuki Yugao. The audacity of these individuals is truly astounding. A group of over 10 has ventured forth, yet they expect more than 20 of our covert operatives to accompany and protect them. A young girl with a youthful figure lamented beside Ian. It matters not, Ian replied with a sardonic chuckle, his lips curling into a devilish smirk. Do not concern yourself. Simply eliminate them all. His voice was chilling, as frigid as ice, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Yes, my lord Ian, the girl, Yuzuki Saigen, responded in silence, merely nodding. Everything she possessed was granted by Ian. Her very existence was a gift from him, making her dedication to him unsurprising. By the way, the two puppeteers should be nearly prepared, correct? Ian mused, his expression impassive as he gazed into the distance at the receding figures, his heart filled with scorn. Akin to a phantom draped in human skin, exuding an aura of icy malice. Prior to ambushing the members of the Hyuga clan, Ian had discreetly contacted the two puppeteers, his only somewhat reliable subordinates. Though their loyalty was questionable, they were currently the most trustworthy option available. My lord Ian, could there be complications if we simply slay these individuals? After all, you are risking your own life. Yuzuki Saigen urged earnestly, but before she could finish, Ian interjected. This trivial matter is of no consequence. He waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head with indifference towards the fate of the Hyuga members. There is nothing to fear, with gain comes sacrifice. We must take the plunge. At worst, we will need to leave Konoha. Yet the numbers are rather daunting. Facing such a multitude with just the two of us seems a formidable task, Yuzuki Saigen replied heavily. This is not merely a matter of a few individuals, but rather dozens, especially since some of these ninjas are exceptionally formidable. There is no need for concern. We have allies, and they are reliable companions. Ian assured her with a gentle smile, exuding confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Yuzuki Saigen fell silent, unable to sway Yin's resolve. She nodded obediently, her worries not entirely alleviated. Yet she held unwavering faith in his seemingly prophetic abilities. Chapter 113. The Reincarnation I Plan, Part 2. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, the night had deepened into silence. Curiously, the members of the Umbu tasked with safeguarding the Hyuga clan found themselves in a state of utter confusion, casting bewildered glances towards Ian. The surroundings were devoid of any obstructions, clearly situated in an open area, making it conspicuous and vulnerable, far from the typical encampments of ninjas. Easily susceptible to attack, even a novice would refrain from such recklessness. Yet, Ian had chosen this perilous location to establish their base, causing some Umbu members to furrow their brows in discontent. Lord Ian, why have we chosen such a dangerous place to rest? It is far too perilous. One member inquired during a mealtime. Indeed, Lord Ian, I too find it somewhat inappropriate, another Umbu member remarked. There is certainly something amiss, others echoed, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension as they regarded Ian. All eyes were fixed upon his youthful yet emotionless visage, leaving them utterly perplexed. His cold demeanor and unfeeling gaze made them feel as if they were sitting on needles, their discomfort palpable. The depths of his eyes resembled a dark void, capable of consuming one's very sanity. Ask me why. Do you still not comprehend? With minds so dull. It is no wonder you lot are destined to remain mere cannon fodder. But it is precisely your inability to understand that keeps you crawling on the ground, yearning to grasp the heavens while remaining far from it. Ian responded evasively, offering little clarity. Despite his dismissive tone, the astute among them began to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. What do you mean, Lordine? Some ninjas questioned, doubt lingering in their voices. Fools. Still do not understand? In scoffed, his previously gentle face shifting to an ominous expression. This location was chosen because it is more suited to serve as your grave. His cold laughter left everyone astounded. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice echoed, it resonated like the harbinger of doom, illuminating the night with a blinding flash. The once tranquil darkness erupted into chaos. A colossal-tailed beast orbited, gathering strength and steadily increasing in size, its two swaying tails captivating all present, rendering them statuesque and dazed. What in the world is that creature? It has two tails? What is this terrifying chakra fluctuation? Beneath the night sky, the massive sphere ascended, its radiance piercing through the dense darkness of the forest, transforming the previously impenetrable blackness into a blinding clarity. The energy pulsating from it sent chills down the spines of all present, their hair standing on end. Farewell. With a fleeting glance at the few individuals around him, Yin closed his eyes decisively, utterly disregarding the figures before him, a chilling glimmer passing through his unfeeling gaze. The path to ascendancy is fraught with sacrifices. It is an unavoidable reality. In a fleeting moment, as if closing one's eyes, a colossal-tailed beast bomb surged forth, sending tumultuous waves that shattered the surrounding forest, destabilizing the very mountains, while the air resonated with a piercing roar that sent shivers down the spine. All gazes were transfixed upon the impending sphere of energy. Their hearts brimming with despair and trepidation, the specter of death loomed over them all. You scoundrel, how dare you betray me? Even in death, I shall ensure your demise accompanies mine. Many of the desperate, struggling ninjas advanced towards Silver, their eyes wild with an insatiable ferocity, seemingly intent on obliterating him in a mutual end. Alas, how is it that some fools in this world fail to comprehend the goodwill of others? As he opened his eyes, revealing pitch-black pupils akin to inky voids, a glance was sufficient to ensnare the souls of those who dared to look. I had wished for you to reminisce about the past, so that peace might reign in the afterlife. Yet, you fail to grasp my intentions and instead turn your blades upon me. Very well, perish now. In an instant, the crimson fury dissipated, and a surge of spiritual pressure coursed through Silver's being. In the vast expanse of the sky, an unparalleled crimson light cascaded downward, captivating all under the shroud of the inky night. With a detached gaze, Silver regarded the rushing ninjas once more before closing his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His icy words froze the very air, rendering it still. 90, Black Coffin. As the oncoming ninjas, ecstatic at the prospect of shredding Silver to pieces, were about to strike, their bodies crumbled into nothingness. The sound of shattering echoed as not only the assailing ninjas fell apart, but the advancing tailed beast bomb also disintegrated, rendered powerless before the 91st path of destruction. The tailed beast bomb, wielded by the woodman, succumbed effortlessly, disintegrating into countless black remnants scattered by the wind. Woodman and Yuya, spare not a single eye, leave no survivors, not even fragments of their corpses. The woodman and Yuya exchanged a brief glance, nodding in silent accord, and rushed toward the fallen Hyuga clan ninjas. Their execution was executed with remarkable proficiency. The seasoned woodman faced no challenge, while Yuya, despite her tender age of merely 10, unleashed her strikes with unyielding ferocity, having been molded into a tool of unwavering loyalty to Silver. Without Silver, Yuya would have long since perished in this merciless era of warfare. He had bestowed upon her the gift of life and generously provided her with an array of ninjutsu scrolls, shaping her into the formidable Yuya of today. Chapter 114. I bind you hand and foot. Along with one of the two women moved with remarkable speed, seizing all the Byakugan within mere seconds. Under Yin's instructions, they also confiscated the bones of the Hyuga clan members. Although they were unaware of the significance of their actions, they had grown accustomed to Yin's unyielding will and thus paid little mind to it. Let us return to the village, Yin remarked casually before vanishing without a trace. This could lead to dire consequences. Gazing at Yin's disappearing figure, Yunin managed a pained smile, feeling a headache coming on. Yin had once assured the safety of the Hyuga clan members, yet now he had taken matters into his own hands, eliminating all Hyuga clan members in the incoming Umbu, which would inevitably create a troublesome situation. Why are you so worried? He brought this upon himself. Let him deal with it, the two wooden figures said nonchalantly, though their eye sockets betrayed their evident concern. The following morning, in the Hokage's office. What? They are all dead. Hyuga Hisashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ian. His mind was in disarray, feeling as if struck by lightning. And it took him several seconds of stupor before erupting in a furious scream. What were your Umbu doing? Useless fools. Why is it that only you and that little girl returned? Hisashi shouted, his eyes bloodshot. The loss of the clan members hitting him as hard as if he had lost his own kin. Hyuga clan leader, please mind your tone. Just because Lord Ian is silent does not give you the right to slander us. Yuzuki Yuin interjected, standing her ground. Slander? Hyuga Hisashi's eyes darkened as he rasped. You swore to protect the clan's safety. This is what your captain stated. Now the entire clan has perished, and only the two of you remain. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Moreover, the Byakugan bloodline limit may also be at risk. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Hyuga clan leader. I will certainly provide you with an explanation, but if you seek my life, I must frankly say that is beyond your capability. It's rather childish and absurd. Ian replied expressionlessly, inciting Hisashi's fury to the brink of eruption, nearly causing him to spit blood in outrage. As Ian's implication was clear, he was merely a novice compared to him. Is that so? Suppressing his anger, Hisashi retorted, in that case. I hope you will honor the previous agreement. That is certainly not an issue. Should you possess the ability to kill me, I would not stand in your way. With a slight smile, Yin's tone was flippant, laced with mischief and mockery. He added nonchalantly, moreover, as a gesture of goodwill, I will seal both your hands and feet, including your remaining right eye. This, are you jesting? Upon hearing these words, even the usually composed third Hokage was taken aback. His voice trembling as he focused on the serene and composed Ian, suddenly realizing that something was amiss with his own mind. Hinata Hisashi was taken aback, almost doubting his own hearing, as a young child audaciously dared to provoke him. This brazen challenge, coupled with the presence of both fists and feet, not to mention a single remaining eye, left him utterly speechless. I must have misheard, Hisashi murmured to himself in disbelief. You heard correctly, Silver responded with an elevated tone, his seriousness unmistakable. You. Hisashi froze momentarily, then clenched his massive fists. From Silver's indifferent gaze, he discerned a blatant contempt, devoid of any sympathy. Silver simply disregarded him, treating him as a mere child with whimsical notions. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. Hisashi declared coldly, veins bulging in his eyes. Initially, he intended to engage Silver in a public contest, fair and just, but this reckless youth repeatedly humiliated him, clearly courting disaster. I shall grant you 3 moves. Should you survive, I will overlook all that has transpired. However, if you cannot withstand the consequences, you shall bear the repercussions. Hisashi proclaimed with a grave wisdom. Despite holding the moral high ground, he was determined not to tarnish his family's esteemed reputation, for the Hyuga clan was a noble lineage, not a band of street ruffians. Very well, Silver replied with a slight nod, responding simply without further comment. How could this happen? The third Hokage sighed, bemused by the situation. One was the leader of the Umbu, the other the head of the Hyuga clan. Both were indispensable in the ongoing conflict in Konoha. Yet, to avoid offending either side, the third Hokage chose to turn a blind eye, allowing them to indulge in their folly. In a secluded area devoid of onlookers, 2 figures stood in opposition. One of them was rather peculiar. The silver-haired youth was tightly bound with strips of cloth around his feet, eyes, and hands, rendered immobile, forced to rely solely on his senses to perceive the surrounding changes. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle was beyond his reach. Even the slightest movement felt insurmountable. Do you truly believe you can challenge me with such half-hearted resolve? Hisashi scoffed, unable to suppress a laugh at Silver's ridiculous predicament. A mere child, whose path was fraught with obstacles, dared to face a man capable of shattering mountains. The outcome was all too evident. Boy, while I have yet to make my move. Should you choose to beg for mercy, then I. His words faltered abruptly as he fixated on Silver, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 115. You are becoming overconfident. A peculiar aura lingered within Ian, the nature of which was elusive, even to Hinata Hinatsuki. Yet, he could sense that this unique presence rendered all his vulnerabilities, movements, and even his most fundamental techniques transparent. You are spying, Hinata Hinatsuki exclaimed instinctively, feeling as though every flaw was laid bare before Yin's gaze, devoid of any secrets. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing to strike himself. How could Ian, with his eyes covered, possibly spy on him? Patriarch Hinata, both of my eyes are veiled. And yet you accuse me of spying on your actions? What a childish remark. Ian retorted, astonished, before subtly mocking, could it be that I possess a third eye, hidden in the shadows, enabling me to perceive your movements? Or is it that you are simply fearful of me? You. I am merely testing you, to see if you are cheating. Hinata Hinatsuki countered, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could Iin, with his eyes covered, possibly observe him? Is that so? Iin murmured, as the peculiar aura once more enveloped him, reflecting Hinata Hinatsuki's general direction before his eyes. The observation haki proved remarkably effective, even without sight. It had no adverse effect on him. Iin chuckled inwardly, sensing Hinata Hinatsuki's position with utmost clarity, even perceiving the power of his Byakugan. It was only natural for Hinata Hinatsuki to feel as if he were being watched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Hinata Hinatsuki's palm trembled, and countless shuriken came flying forth, their numbers exceeding mere digits. This time, I'll surely leave you riddled with holes. Hinata Hinatsuki thought with satisfaction, believing that Iin, blinded and restricted in movement, would surely be left bloodied and battered. However, disappointment awaited Hinata Hinatsuki. To his astonishment, Iin remained utterly composed and began to move. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Despite the lack of mobility, despite his blindness, despite all restrictions, Iin sprang into action with remarkable agility, gathering all his chakra beneath his feet. He leaped several meters high, effortlessly evading the incoming shuriken. Hinata Hinatsuki was momentarily stunned, clenching his fists in disbelief. How could one of such limited ability hope to defeat him? Iin spoke coldly, devoid of any sorrow or mockery, as if recounting a trivial matter. Do not be so pleased with yourself. Hinata Hinatsuki's temples throbbed with countless veins, his Byakugan flaring as he lunged at Iin with the ferocity of a tiger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unprecedented surge of special energy emanated from Iin, extending hundreds of meters in an instant. His body glowed with a white luminescence, illuminating the surroundings and creating an aura of mystery, akin to a radiant being, somewhat blinding to behold. Crack, crack, crack. The charging Hinata Hinatsuki was immediately affected, his speed diminishing as an invisible pressure enveloped him, the solid ground beneath his feet crumbling under the force. Sweat poured from his body, thick as rain. What is happening? Hinata Hizashi, sensing an abnormality in his body, exclaimed in disbelief. He suddenly realized that his weight had seemingly multiplied exponentially, rendering movement excruciatingly difficult. His bones creaked under the pressure of an unknown, mysterious force. Raising his head, he found Silver within arm's reach, yet he was utterly immobilized. Unable even to lift a hand, the effort magnified 100-fold compared to usual. Every aspect of his being was severely constrained, the sluggish flow of blood caused dizziness, inducing a drowsy sensation. Yet, simultaneously, his bones trembled violently, sending sharp pains coursing through him, making sleep elusive as he was jolted awake by the excruciating discomfort. What on earth is this? What kind of sorcery have you employed? Hinata Hizashi's complexion was ashen, devoid of color, as he felt an overwhelming energy pressing down upon him, leaving him in such a pitiable state that he could only gaze at the silver so close yet unattainable, utterly unable to move. This is spiritual pressure, Silver explained indifferently, his demeanor light and filled with detachment. After all, this old fool had no understanding of spiritual pressure, nor any means to learn about it. A brief explanation would suffice. You may also interpret it as a form of oppressive aura. In simpler terms, it is the domination of a higher soul over a lower one. Regardless of whether Hinata Hizashi could comprehend this, Silver continued unabated, removing the blindfold that obscured his vision. Silver cast a deep glance at Hinata Hizashi, sighed, and said with disinterest, I initially sought to alleviate my boredom by engaging you in a child's game. Yet it appears you have become overly complacent. Thus, I must regretfully declare the premature conclusion of our game. Apologies, Hinata clan leader, but you have lost. These few simple words plunged Hinata Hizashi into an abyss of despair. He had been rendered immobile by the sheer force of another's presence. When had he become so feeble? Hinata Hizashi had always believed this to be mere sorcery. It is entirely normal for you not to comprehend. After all, spiritual pressure is an energy from another dimension. Observing Hinata Hizashi's bewildered expression, akin to one whose soul had been extracted, Silver shook his head. Even if Hinata Hizashi were to ponder endlessly, he would remain incapable of grasping the essence of spiritual pressure, much like beings from other dimensions cannot fathom chakra. It is a boundary of dimensions that mere humans cannot penetrate or comprehend. Spiritual pressure can not only be utilized in combat, but can also serve as a means of intimidation. To a certain extent, it can even shatter another's spirit. However, at this moment, Silver was unable to achieve such a feat, or perhaps his spiritual pressure had yet to reach that level.